This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Survive in any of the 3 worlds, Silent Hill, Raccoon City, and Ishimura for 24 hours, and you will get 100 million. Mushing just clicked on the prank pop-up window that popped up on the screen. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at an unknown metal passage. The pungent smell of engine oil was mixed with the flickering red alarm wind, and the whirring sound of the exhaust fan kept hitting his ears. The cold steel corridor and the virtual projection suspended in the air all told him that he had really come to another world. He tried hard to recall what he had done before. He had just returned home from get-off work on holiday, and was preparing to enjoy some relaxing gaming time. He was about to open the COD, and vowed to play all night today. At this moment, a gray dialogue box popped up on the computer. Survive 24 hours in Silent Hill, Raccoon City, and Ishimura to get 100 million. He thought it was a prank sent by a programmer colleague, so he clicked the button of the Ishimura, who knew that when he opened his eyes again, he was teleported to this unknown place. Mushing shook his sore head, and supported his body that seemed to have been hit hard. He wanted to make sure that this was not a kidnapping or a prank. Welcome, CEC Equipment Maintenance Engineer Mushing, number 4425, to the Ishimura Planetary Cracker. He had just taken 2 steps, when a sudden virtual projection appeared in front of him. It looked like a virtual projection synthesized by AI, and according to the program, it welcomed him without any emotion. Your information is being entered into the Ishimura security system. Error. Ishimura Chief Security Officer, Alyssa was not found. Entry failed. The system will automatically issue CEC company rank permissions. Please contact Ishimura staff as soon as possible. Suddenly, the virtual projection became stuck, blurred, and finally disappeared. At the same time, the green light on the door at the end of the passage in front of him lit up. Mushing gradually regained consciousness and pinched his thigh. The pain told him that he was not dreaming. Although he was very nervous about suddenly entering an unknown world, he was a modern person who had experienced the information explosion era and read all kinds of survival novels and even infinite novels. He thought carefully about his current situation. If the pop-up window was not fake, it means that he only needs to survive in this place called Shikanho for 24 hours to leave here alive and get 100 million, of course. Mushing doesn't care about 100 million or something. Surviving in this unknown place for 24 hours is the most important thing. I have a good impression of the other 2 options in the pop-up window. Silent Hill is a strange town in a horror game, full of thick fog and various monsters. But as long as you hide in the church, you can survive safely. Raccoon City is a city in the famous game and movie Resident Evil. It is full of zombies and dangerous viruses, and even nuclear attacks. But as long as you find a safe place to hide, or find a way to drive away from Raccoon City within 24 hours, you can survive successfully. In short, there is always a way out. I think the Ishimura is also set up similarly. As long as you find the key survival point, you can pass the level smoothly. Just thinking. Under the green light, accompanied by a hiss, the pressure relief valve started, and the heavy alloy door opened. Mushing walked out of the door step by step, and what came into view was the spacious floor-to-ceiling glass porthole beside the corridor. Outside the porthole, a huge earth-yellow planet quietly floated in the dark universe. The 2-kilometer-long spaceship under his feet looked like a small boat in comparison. However, this small boat projected several bright light ropes. The light ropes penetrated deeply into the planet, and in the middle of the light ropes, a planet fragment with a diameter of tens of kilometers was torn off from the earth-yellow planet. The huge fragment weighing hundreds of millions of tons was quietly bound on the light ropes. I don't know if it sensed Mushing's existence, but the floor-to-ceiling glass porthole displayed relevant information. In the 23rd century, humans had already entered the interstellar era. In order to maintain the huge consumption of the Earth and the colonies, CEC built several planetary decomposition ships. This giant spacecraft that releases a proton gravity field can directly break apart the strata rich in precious minerals from the surface of the planet. Then it is pulled out of the planet's gravity range through gravity cables. Finally, mining engineers on the planetary colony control robots to carry out mining activities. All collected minerals will be transported directly back to Earth thousands of light years away by superluminal spacecraft. As CEC's first planet-breaking ship, the Ishimura has been in safe service for more than 60 years. Now, it is staying on the colony planet called Aegis 7, carrying out cracking and mining operations. After learning about the background of this spaceship, Mushing felt less panic and more calm. What kind of dangers could a 2-kilometer-long spaceship encounter? Interstellar pirate attack? Colonial riot? Or is the spaceship about to crash into Aegis 7? Mu Xing decided to check the situation on the Ishimura first. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard strange footsteps behind him. Before he turned around, he felt a heat in his chest, and the pain of tearing his chest and heart came over him. His vision quickly became blurred, and the whole world was spinning. In his last consciousness, he saw the crazy flashing red light, and the AI's urgent warning sound. Am I dead? Mu Xing opened his eyes suddenly, and reached out to touch the cold metal wall. Beads of sweat oozed wildly from his forehead. He lowered his head suddenly, and lifted his clothes. The heart-wrenching pain seemed to still linger in his mind. The intense pain of having his chest pierced was too real, coming fast and disappearing fast. However, when he lowered his head, there was no scar on his fair chest. He subconsciously touched his back, and there was no hole there. Dream? He shook his aching head, and stood up with his weak body. The pungent smell of engine oil filled his nose, and at the end of the corridor that flickered, the red light on the alloy door kept rotating and flashing. He patted his hot cheeks, and memories came to his mind. No. It's not a dream. Welcome, CEC Equipment Maintenance Engineer Mu Xing, number 4425, to the Ishimura Planetary Cracker. The familiar virtual projection reappeared, and once again presented him with an emotionless welcome ceremony. Did I just die? The painful memory of death had not completely dissipated, and was still constantly impacting his conscious mind. Mu Xing held his head, trying to calm himself down. My name is Mu Xing, I'm 25 years old, and I live in number 802, Yunnan Community. I came here because I clicked on the pop-up window on the computer. This is the Ishimura Planetary Disintegrator, located on the Aegis 7 colony thousands of light years away from Earth. I must survive here for 24 hours before I can leave the Ishimura. Mu Xing tried to recall his memories. If what just happened was not a dream, does it mean that he was resurrected, or is it some kind of time reset? While thinking about it, the green light on the door at the end of the passage has already turned on. Poof! The door opened. Chapter 2. This time, Mu Xing seemed to be more careful. Although he didn't know what had attacked him before, judging from the lethality, the other party had the ability to kill with one strike. He carefully walked through the passage, and laid down in front of the door to observe outside. Before, his sight was completely attracted by the magnificent and shocking universe outside the floor-to-ceiling window in the corridor, and he didn't pay attention to the surrounding situation at all. When he came to his senses, he noticed that outside the door was an empty room about 30 meters long and 20 meters wide. It looked like the locker room for welcoming new members into the spacecraft. The lights in the locker room were all off, with only the scarlet safety light at the exit flashing. A metal wardrobe and a rest bench that was as tall as a person could be vaguely seen. In addition to the door under his feet, there was only one passage through the alloy door 30 meters away. The whirring sound of the exhaust fan in the passage behind him affected his perception and judgment. The locker room was extremely dark, with low visibility, especially what was hidden in those corners. He couldn't see at all. Gurgle. Just then, he heard a strange sound. The sound came from a corner of the locker room. He immediately shifted his sight, and saw something moving in the dim corner. That thing was not humanoid, twisting and squirming in a strange posture to stand up. Mu Xing saw two antenna-like things standing up on the shadow. Tap, tap, tap. Irregular and staggering footsteps sounded. Mu Xing realized the danger, and did not dare to stay any longer. He took a step, and ran towards the end of the locker room corridor. I don't know if the footsteps stimulated the thing in the dark. That thing accelerated rapidly, and rushed towards him. When Mu Xing was about 3 meters away from the gate, the red light turned green. But the light was on, but the door didn't open. Mu Xing turned back suddenly, and saw a terrifying face with half of the face missing. Puff. He only felt a pain in his chest, and finally saw what the antenna was. The two bony arms had been mutated and stood up high, and a 1-meter-long blade-like terrible bone spur grew on the palm. On the monster's torn belly, the scarlet intestines transformed into palm-like tentacles. The bone spurs of the transformed arms pierced his chest. Then the monster roared, and its arms alternated wildly from left to right, constantly piercing his chest. This thing is extremely powerful, and no ordinary person can contend with it. Puff. The sharp bone spur pierced through Mu Xing's eye socket, and penetrated out from the back of his head. In Mu Xing's last consciousness, the heavy alloy door behind him finally opened with a hiss. Ah! In the darkness, the trembling body sat up suddenly, with both hands covering his chest and breathing violently. One hand pressed on his left eye, as if the continuous pain was still stimulating his brain and nerves. The whirring sound of the fan continued. The scarlet light kept rotating. I'm back again. No, I should say I died again. Dying twice in a row, and it wasn't a dream. The pain brought by death made Mu Xing suffer a strong shock both mentally and physically. At this time, he curled up in the passage, trembling with fear. No, I can't leave here. I die if I go out. He finally realized that he was just an ordinary person. Facing death again and again, the fear and pain that penetrated his bones made him not want to experience it for the third time. Welcome, CEC Equipment Maintenance Engineer Mu Xing, number 4425, to the Ishimura planetary cracking ship. The illusory virtual projection appeared again. Just as the projection disappeared, the green light on the door at the end of the corridor lit up. No, you can't open the door. Mu Xing rushed over, trying to stop the door from closing. But the door had no door handles and no control interface. It was completely controlled by the system. It opened automatically when his identity was confirmed, completely independent of Mu Xing's will. Swish. The door opened again. Mu Xing did not rush out again, but stepped back step by step. He no longer felt how charming the magnificent scenery outside the porthole in the corridor was. The monster in the locker room outside the door could pounce on him at any time. At the end of the passage behind him was the door of the spaceship, but at this time it was as if welded shut and could not be moved. He tried to find a way to open the hatch behind him. Tap, tap, tap. Heavy footsteps sounded. The sound first spread in the locker room outside the door, and soon the shadow noticed Mu Xing in front of the hatch. That thing was like a hyena that smelled blood, accelerating rapidly. It was so fast that Mu Xing crossed the nearly 20-meter-long tunnel in just a blink of an eye. The sharp bone spur stabbed at him swiftly. This time Mu Xing was well prepared, and quickly bent over to avoid the attack. However, before he could be happy, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. His right arm was directly cut off by the sharp bone spur amidst the splattering of blood. Then, the monster twisted in a completely unreasonable posture, piercing Mu Xing's throat from bottom to top, and the bone spur pierced from the throat and penetrated the top of the head. Killed instantly. Waking up for the fourth time, Mu Xing sat in the passage in a somewhat decadent manner. He seemed to realize that even if he stayed in the passage, he would be discovered by the monster. The monster's strength, speed, and reaction ability were far superior to ordinary humans. Want to escape? It's impossible. Counterattack? Use your bare hands to fight back with your head? Welcome, CEC Equipment Maintenance Engineer Mu Xing, number 4425, to the Ishimura planetary cracker. The annoying virtual projection appeared again. Mu Xing was angry and rushed over to try to extinguish the projection. However, the projection was just a projection. He missed and fell heavily on the alloy floor. When the projection disappeared, the green light on the gate came on. Damn it, don't open it. He roared at the door and finally broke down. He was not a Superman, nor did he have the calmness of a movie hero who could remain rational after experiencing death again and again. He was just an ordinary person, a social animal. He would go to get off work and get off work every day, slack off, and gossip. The happiest thing every day was to find his own small home in the corner of the steel jungle after get off work. He would turn on the computer, drink a glass of iced happy water, and play his favorite game for 2 hours. That was all he wanted. But now, he had to face unknown dangers and experience death again and again. Why did all this happen? Who could tell him? Don't open the door, he roared. However, the door still opened mercilessly, leaving him no mercy. Come on, monster, come and kill me if you can. A black shadow rushed into the passage. Puff. The bone pierced into the flesh and pierced his abdomen. The stress pain of the last death had not completely dissipated, and a new pain had already come. However, he was somewhat numb at this time. He was angry, he was furious. The extreme fear turned into extreme anger. He held the monster's neck and bit it hard, biting it hard. Blood gushed out from his abdomen and the monster's neck at the same time. When he wanted to bite it a second time, the monster's 2 bone spurs pierced his shoulder blade at the same time. Puff. The huge force directly split him in two. In Mu Xing's last crazy eyes, he saw the flesh and blood of the wound on the monster's neck that was bitten on the neck wriggling and recovering quickly. Chapter 3. Despair, endless despair. Mu Xing curled up in a corner, as if his torn body had just been put together again, trying to hold it tightly to prevent it from separating. There was no chance of winning, because that thing not only had extraordinary strength and speed, but also had Immortality? He finally bit off a piece of meat from the monster, but before he could cause a second injury, the wound had already begun to heal. What on earth was that thing? A zombie? It looked so hideous, but it had a strong fighting consciousness. If it was just a zombie, Mu Xing felt that he still had a chance of winning. But from the performance of the monster, it was not only sensitive, but also knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm. The moment it was killed, Mu Xing even saw reason in its terrifying eyes. How could a monster be rational? In those horror movies, the reason why the protagonist can defeat the powerful monster is because of the IQ suppression, and the difference in combat power between the two sides is eliminated through strategy. But if the male protagonist faces a monster with extremely alienated body, strong lethality, self-awareness, and wisdom, how can he win? Mu Xing calmed down strangely in the memory of extreme pain and fear. After dying 4 times in a row, Mu Xing's fear of death has been reduced a lot. It allowed him to be a little more sober and think about his current situation. Although he has the ability to reset infinitely, let's call this ability time reincarnation. It is not known whether this world is reincarnating or he is reincarnating. In short, as long as he dies, he will return to the passage, where the door has not been opened. Although he didn't know where this ability came from and whether there were any side effects. Now he had no choice but to rely on this special reincarnation ability to explore the possibility of survival. Since he couldn't fight hard, hiding here would just mean waiting to die, so the way out must be in front. He remembered that when he died for the second time, he tried to go through the door of the locker room outside. The distance was about 30 meters. At his own speed, it would take 5 seconds to run over. If he used the channel to help him run, he could compress this speed to 4 seconds, or even 3 seconds. Before the monster found me, it seemed to be sleeping or dormant. It takes 2 seconds for the monster to wake up. According to the speed of the monster, it only takes 2 seconds to catch up with me at a distance of 30 meters. In other words, I only have less than 4 seconds from the time the monster wakes up to the time it chases me. Theoretically, if I run fast, I have a chance to rush past the monster before it attacks. But here comes the problem. Although the door of the locker room is an automatic door, it is similar to the first door. There will be an identification process and delay time. This process takes at least 2 seconds. That is to say, no matter how fast he runs, it will take more than 5 seconds to pass through the gate. It takes at most 4 seconds for the monster to wake up and finish chasing him. This is the time that cannot be compressed any further. Therefore, Mu Xing thinks that if he can find a way to attract the monster's attention and delay it for at least 2 seconds, he may be able to break through the gate. But the problem arises again. And what happens after passing through the gate? After the locker room door is opened, it is impossible to close it immediately. The monster will definitely catch up with him again, and he will definitely die. And he still didn't know what was behind the door in the locker room. Is there a way to survive? This might require him to make several attempts at death. As he was thinking, the virtual projection lit up again. This time, Mu Xing looked up and noticed the ceiling above his head. Suddenly he realized that the virtual projection did not appear out of thin air. There was a special projector extending from the ceiling. There must be a pipeline for connection behind the projector. However, this time, there was not enough time to explore the ceiling. He tried to cheer himself up and prepared to test the situation behind the locker room door this time. Mu Xing bent down slightly and started running about 10 meters away from the passage door. At the moment the green light came on, he started running. When he just ran to the door. With a hiss, the door opened. He did not slow down, but continued to speed up and ran towards the second door 30 meters away. While running, he determined where the monster was sleeping, behind a rest bench. No wonder I didn't see it wake up from somewhere several times. The monster took 2 seconds to wake up. The moment it woke up, it immediately sensed Mu Xing, the running creature. At this time, Mu Xing had already run to the door of the locker room. The door took about 2 seconds to recognize his identity, and the green light came on. "Open it quickly!" he roared. At this time, the monster was already rushing towards him, close at hand. Can't fight hard, have to hide. After being killed several times, Mu Xing has seen the monster's attack routine. Generally, the heart will be attacked first, the bone spur will be used to pierce the heart, and then continue to pierce. If he dodges, the bone spur will be swung to chop. So, Mu Xing first turned to avoid the piercing, and then bent to avoid the chopping. All this happened within 2 seconds. At the same time, the door behind him finally opened. Mu Xing did not hesitate to roll over and rolled out of the door. This successfully avoided the monster's continuous slashing. However, after rolling out of the door, Mu Xing's expression became extremely gloomy. The pungent smell of blood rushed into his nose, and all he saw was blood. He saw several corpses, and on those corpses, there were alienated monsters, who didn't know whether they were parasitizing or eating these corpses. The moment Mu Xing rolled in, he startled these monsters. Gurgle. These monsters made strange sounds. Mu Xing randomly grabbed a small box on the cabinet next to him, and threw it at the monsters. The next second, the two monsters in the room arrived almost at the same time, including the one that was chasing behind him. A total of 3 monsters surrounded him. Puff, puff, puff. The sharp bone spurs instantly pierced him into a hornet's nest. Huh? In the dim passage, Mu Xing sat up again. Dead end, absolutely dead end. There was only one monster in the locker room at most, and he could still escape at distance with his experience. But how to deal with the 2 monsters outside? Before he died, he thought of 10,000 ways, but it was impossible to get through the siege of 3 monsters. Burning in by force was not an option, and outsmarting was not an option either. The only possibility is, this road is a dead end. You can't fight to the death when you encounter a dead end, because it is meaningless. Only by looking for another way can you find the real way out. He focused his attention on the projector on the ceiling above his head. He estimated that it would take about a minute from the time he woke up to the time the door opened. The virtual projection will appear 10 seconds before the door opens. During the welcome ceremony, a system error will occur. The key is that after the last sentence, the system will automatically grant you the authority of a CEC employee. This should be a correction procedure after the system has an error, so as not to stop people who want to enter the spacecraft from outside the spacecraft. In other words, the passage gate will only open after the system grants you the functional authority. Chapter 4. Mu Xing thought of a possibility. If the projection device and the identity confirmation device attached to it were destroyed at the beginning of the projection, would it be possible to prevent the system from authenticating? As long as the system failed to authenticate the identity, the door to the passage would not be open for him. Would he be able to stay there for 24 hours? That was the truth, but Mu Xing didn't think it would be that simple. So he had to find a second way out. Mu Xing looked at the situation above his head, and the exhaust fans on both sides. Since it can exhaust air, it means that there are ventilation ducts on the fan and ceiling. This may be a different way out from the main entrance. Fortunately, the passage is not high, only about 2.5 meters. He is 1.78 meters tall, and he can reach the ceiling by running. While there is still time, he tried to run and jump. He jumped high and slapped it to test the hardness of the ceiling. Bang! There is always a way out. It is not that kind of heavy steel plate, but just a layer of decorative iron sheet. The lampshade, where the projector is located, is an absolute vulnerable point. Not only that, when the virtual projector is working, a projection device, like a probe, will extend from the top and last for about 10 seconds. This is his chance. Just as he was waiting for the projector to fall, there was a loud bang outside the door. Then, the green light came on early. Mu Xing's face changed slightly, and he stepped back, realizing something. TSK. The door opened automatically, and under the dim green light, the hideous monster stretched out his arms, and the sickle-like bone spurs trembled. When their eyes met, Mu Xing gave up resistance. He didn't even feel any pain this time when he closed his eyes. A strong sense of weightlessness came over him, and his consciousness blurred rapidly. He should have died from decapitation this time. At the last moment, when Mu Xing lost consciousness, he heard the announcement of the virtual projection. Welcome, CEC Maintenance Engineer Brett Case, number 0654, to the Ishimura Planetary Decomposition Ship. Obviously, the system did not identify Mu Xing this time, but the monster. Huh? Wake up again. Mu Xing is calmer than ever before. The sixth death just now gave him another important clue. The monster is indeed an employee of the Ishimura spacecraft, but no one knows what it has gone through to become a monster of ancient times. Virus? Or some kind of biochemical experiment? This information is crucial to Mu Xing. Another point is that the monster's hearing is very sensitive. He just jumped up and patted the ceiling to wake it up. That is to say, his act of destroying the projector device would inevitably attract the attention of the monster outside. In addition, there is also an identification probe outside the gate, which can identify the identity of the monster and automatically open the gate. This means that his plan to destroy the projector device and hide in this passage for 24 hours has failed. According to his own estimation, he has 10 seconds from waking up the monster to opening the gate. Although 10 seconds is short, it is twice as much as the 5 seconds of survival time when rushing out. Moreover, there are other ways to further extend this time. After waking up again, Mu Xing stood up immediately and focused all his attention on the ceiling above his head and the fans and the wire mesh protection on both sides. Unfortunately, there are no suitable tools, otherwise, these high-speed rotating fans can also be used by unscrewing the screws of the protective net. Oh, fans! Mu Xing subconsciously whispered, thinking of something. This time he stood in advance and waited for the projector to fall. When the projector projects a virtual image, it will stretch out and continue until the projection ends. I have to find a way to pull it down. He counted in his mind, and at 50 seconds, the projector began to fall. At the same time, Mu Xing took a running start and jumped, grabbed the projector with one hand, and then stretched out both hands to hold it together. I am usually quite self-disciplined. I originally got a gym card from my former colleague, but that guy resigned and went to Shanghai after using it a few times. They have a good relationship, so I left the gym card to him. Mu Xing felt it was shameful to waste the remaining time, so he went to the gym for a few months to work out, and he made some progress. When he grabbed the projector with both hands, he exerted force on his lower back, raised his legs, and pushed against the ceiling. At the same time, he exerted force on his legs and hands at the same time, using all his strength. The ceiling of the Ishimura spacecraft is full of ventilation ducts and various lines. For the convenience of routine maintenance, it is not welded, and it is usually a locking structure. So when he exerted force on his limbs, he directly pulled the plate down, and at the same time broke the wires connected to the back of the projector, revealing the ventilation duct on the ceiling. At the same time, with a bang, Mu Xing almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he often exercises and has good reaction speed. When he landed, his legs quickly bent, and he didn't fall on the alloy floor. The huge noise also successfully attracted the attention of the monster outside. The monster began to wake up, and Mu Xing didn't dare to hesitate and quickly took off again. Before the door opened and the monster rushed in, he grabbed the vent with one hand and climbed up. At the same time, the monster rushed in with sickle bone spurs. Its eyes searched quickly, and then locked onto Mu Xing above its head. It waved its bone spurs at him, but it couldn't reach him at all, missing him by nearly 30 centimeters. "Ha, bastard, come and chase me." Mu Xing laughed loudly, venting the frustration in his heart. However, before he could be happy, he saw the monster slowly retreating, followed by a swift run-up jump. F*******. Mu Xing cursed. How could a zombie run up and jump into a ventilation duct? At the last moment of his life, Mu Xing only struggled to crawl a few meters towards the ventilation duct before he was caught up. Sure enough, one should not be too arrogant, nor be a mean person. At the last moment of his life, Mu Xing shouted at the monster, "Brant!" The monster was just as he imagined. It was startled, and seemed to have self-awareness. And the next second, it seemed to be forcibly controlled and launched a ruthless attack on Mu Xing. Die again. Mu Xing's depression and despair have been reduced a lot. At least he has found a way to leave here. There are two problems to be solved now. First, he needs to find a way to delay the monster from entering the passage. Second, he needs to find a way to distract its attention, so that the monster will not notice him on the ceiling immediately after entering the passage. He has already found a solution to the first problem. Mu Xing noticed a loophole in the identification mechanism of the gate system. That is, when the identification device on one side of the gate is performing identity recognition, the identification device on the other side will be paused. In other words, the identification devices on both sides of the gate cannot perform identification at the same time. And when there are people on both sides of the gate, the system cannot open the gate by only identifying one side. Instead, it needs to identify the people on both sides separately, and confirm the identities of both sides before opening the gate. This gives Mu Xing a time difference. Chapter 5. His plan was to wait for the projector to descend, and when the virtual projection began, he would jump up and grab the projector without destroying it first. Then he would knock to make a noise to attract the attention of the monster outside. It would take 2 seconds for the monster to wake up after hearing the noise, and 2 seconds to reach the door. And what he had to do was to destroy the projector, and open the vent before the monster reached the door. Then he would identify the monster before the door began to identify the monster. In this way, the system would identify him first, and it would take 2 seconds for the system to identify him, and 2 seconds to open the door. At this time, the mechanism came. Because the monster on the opposite door wants to pass through the gate, it also needs to be identified. So when the system finishes identifying him, it will also identify the monster, and finally open the gate. In this way, he can buy 2 more seconds. And these 2 seconds are the key to victory. Reincarnation again, and again makes Mu Xing no longer so afraid of death. At worst, it's another time. With such confidence, Mu Xing will be bolder when making various decisions. Unfortunately, he had nothing on him except a blue work suit. Otherwise, he would have more room to operate. 46, 47, 48. When it was almost 50 seconds, Mu Xing was ready to jump. When the projector on the ceiling began to drop, he jumped high and grabbed the projector. At the same time, the projection began to play. Mu Xing also began to knock on the ceiling. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 knocks. Based on his experience, Mu Xing knew that the monster had begun to wake up. He counted 2 numbers silently in his mind. Then he used his limbs to pull off the projector and the cover connected to it. At the same time, he ran to the side of the gate and faced the sensor recognition device on the gate. There would be a 2-second delay for the gate to recognize him. During this recognition process, Mu Xing quickly stepped back and then directly inserted the finger-thick projector that he had broken off into the channel protection net. Zzz. The fan and the metal projector rubbed violently, making a harsh noise. This was Mu Xing's previous discovery of the fan, and it was also the method he used to solve the second problem. When he finished all this, the gate was identifying the monster outside. He grabbed the cover and jumped up again, holding the edge of the ventilation duct with one hand. He clamped the cover in his other hand with his legs, freed his left hand, and then grabbed it with both hands, while pulling himself up. Just as he climbed up the vent, the green light on the door came on. He quickly got into the duct. The next second, hiss. The gate opened. At the same time, Mu Xing gently buckled the cover on the gap. When the monster rushed into the passage, it was attracted by the friction sound of the fan and the projector. He didn't notice Mu Xing on the ceiling at all. And Mu Xing didn't dare to move, holding his breath and observing through the gap. Although the monster had some intelligence, it didn't realize that there was someone in the passage above its head. So after seeing that the noise came from the fan, it wandered around for 2 circles and returned to the locker room outside again. Mu Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this road was right. This time he waited for about 3 minutes, and after making sure that the monster would not return to the passage, he began to carefully go deep into the ventilation duct. Driven by the fan, the airflow in the pipe was very active, and there was no dust. He crawled forward all the way. He crossed the door and crawled to the locker room. He deliberately stopped in the locker room and saw the monster, who was as quiet as a piece of wood in the dark, motionless. Mu Xing observed the situation in the locker room through the exhaust vent. He noticed that there was a communicator on the rest chair, as well as the supervisor's work clothes and blue ID card. He wanted to get the communicator very much. With the communicator, he could communicate with other living people on the Ishimura and understand what happened here. Information blockage is the biggest problem Mu Xing is facing at the moment. The monster seemed to be completely silent, as if it had lost control and turned into a robot in standby mode. He had noticed before that the monster seemed to be remotely controlled by something. Could it be that these monsters were biological weapons developed by some military organization in the Ishimura? However, the worldview here is the 23rd century, and humans have already entered the era of interstellar colonization. This is the Aegis 7 colony planet thousands of light years away. Isn't it nice to study all kinds of robots? Is it necessary to create such disgusting biochemical weapons? No matter how powerful flesh and blood are, all beings are equal under guns and cannons, so he thought that this might be a biochemical leak. Of course, it is not ruled out that someone wants to make trouble and take advantage of this monster to occupy the Ishimura, or even the colonized planet under their feet. That's why this biochemical monster was released. Even if the plan fails, it will be difficult for the people above to find out who the source is. Of course, this is just Mu Xing's guess. What is the truth of the matter? He is also full of questions at this time. With all kinds of doubts, Mu Xing began to crawl deeper. After passing through the locker room, he arrived at the lounge. This is the lounge for employees in their spare time, with a bar, lounge chairs, coffee machines, beverage machines, etc. Now the blood has dyed the lounge red, and 3 employees in work clothes are lying on the ground. The 2 monsters seen before are also squatting on the ground, making meaningless movements. Suddenly, Mu Xing saw one of the bodies began to twitch. Then a rapid alienation occurred. The arms were raised, and sickle-like bone spurs grew out. The other 2 bodies had wriggling pus bubbles, and those green pus bubbles seemed to have viscous acid flowing in them, which was very disgusting. Seeing this scene, Mu Xing was scared. Fortunately, he did not fight hard at the gate. Even if he escaped the 3 monsters, there were still 3 corpses waiting to mutate. However, when the 3 monsters completed the mutation, they actually chose to leave the lounge. They seemed to have received some kind of call, and went deeper into the spacecraft. Soon, there was only one monster left in the lounge. This monster wandered around the room, as if it was patrolling its territory. Whenever it walked to the gate, it would be recognized, and the gate would open automatically. However, it would not enter the locker room outside through the gate. Sometimes it would even wake up the monsters in the locker room outside. The two monsters looked at each other. It was unknown whether the two sides knew how to communicate. After looking at each other, they turned around. It was obvious that these monsters had a certain degree of intelligence and organization even after mutation. This further confirmed Mu Xing's idea that there was a controller behind them. As he continued to crawl forward, suddenly, a rapid crawling sound came from the ventilation duct in front. Mu Xing's expression froze, and he realized something. He quickly crawled back. However, that thing had already discovered him. It was a monster different from the sickle bone spur monster. It looked like a mutated baby. It was just that the baby's limbs had already been mutated. Its face was hideous, and its jaw was cracked. Its back was severely mutated, and it had 3 blood-red tentacles, and it looked like a strange insect. Fuck. Mu Xing couldn't help but swear. He wanted to escape, but the monster didn't give him a chance. The moment it discovered Mu Xing, it made a sharp sound and instantly pounced on him. Chapter 6. Mu Xing woke up with a grim expression. Just when the monster found him, the tentacles turned into extremely sharp lethal weapons, quickly piercing his body. Finally, the tentacles wrapped around his neck and strangled him to death. However, when he woke up this time, Mu Xing did not return to the initial passage, but went back to the ventilation duct above the locker room. He had stayed here for more than 10 minutes to observe the behavior of the monster in the locker room. Mu Xing realized that the time cycle seemed to be archived. The save interval is about 10 minutes. He is not sure whether this reincarnation ability can be used infinitely. If it is infinite, then there is nothing to fear. Even if you die countless times, you can start over. There is always a chance to pass the level and survive for 24 hours. But if it is not infinite, but it is activated at a certain cost, then you have to be more careful and try to reduce the number of deaths. This time he did not stop, and crawled directly through the locker room and the lounge. He already knew the situation of these two rooms, so there was no need to stay any longer. He recalled the baby monster that had just killed him. He didn't know whether it was accidental or inevitable that he encountered it. If it was accidental, it would be fine. As long as he could find a way to avoid it, he could even survive in the ventilation duct for 24 hours. But if it was not accidental, it meant that the baby monster might be the patroller of these ventilation ducts. If it was the latter, his plan to hide in the ventilation duct would be ruined. Mu Xing saw the big picture from the small, and vaguely realized that there was a strict system structure behind these monsters. Including the two monsters in the lounge, he has seen 3 different types of monsters. These monsters have different shapes and different divisions of labor. This gave Mu Xing a feeling that these monsters were more like parasites, rather than simple mutations. However, he needed to kill a monster to know whether it was parasitic or not. Mu Xing calculated the time and crawled as far as possible. He didn't want to bump into the baby monster again. Although the baby monster was not big, it was extremely flexible. If the bones per sickle monster could still rely on experience to deal with it for a few seconds. If he encountered the baby monster, he would definitely die. Gulyalu. Just when Mu Xing climbed to a quiet small room, the baby monster came, and he was scared and quickly hid in the branch of the ventilation duct. Then, the baby monster quickly crawled through the passage. The sound gradually faded away. Mu Xing finally escaped. He focused his attention on the small room below. It looked like the personal room of a senior engineer. The room was very quiet, and no one was there. What concerned Mu Xing the most was a strangely shaped orange tool on the table, which looked like a nail gun used for decoration. For some reason, when Mu Xing saw it for the first time, he felt that it should be lethal. Although it was not a gun, its shape had some shadows of a gun. After all, this was the future of the 23rd century, and he was not very clear about how far human weapons had developed. Just as he was about to dismantle the filter, he suddenly felt that danger was coming. He heard the sharp cry of the baby monster and the sound of its rapid crawling. Its tentacles collided and rubbed against the ventilation duct. In less than 5 seconds, it appeared in front of Mu Xing. At the moment when the baby monster pounced on him, Mu Xing roared and pounced on it. He knew that if he was discovered, he would die. He didn't want to die in vain, so he wanted to try to find the weakness of this baby monster. Moreover, he had to go to the room below, and he was determined to get the strange orange tool. For some reason, he felt a sense of urgency. He must find a weapon for self-defense as soon as possible, otherwise he will not survive the next period of time. Facing the baby monster. Mu Xing grabbed the baby monster's neck with one hand, and the other's tentacles wrapped around his neck. Mu Xing dug out the baby monster's eyes with one hand, and pinched the neck with the other hand, trying to kill the baby monster. Obviously. Although the baby monster is flexible, its strength is definitely not as good as those guys with long sickle bone spurs. He pierced the baby monster's eyes, and also tested another ability of the baby monster, venom spray. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe it as acid. The venom containing strong acid sprayed on Mu Xing would corrode and burn his flesh and blood crazily. His body quickly became numb, and then invaded the central nervous system, making him unable to move. Finally, he was pierced through by the bone spurs condensed at the tip of the tentacles behind the baby monster. However, it also made Mu Xing realize that compared to the sickle bone spur monster, this baby monster is not an unkillable existence. Even if he was given a knife, he could fight to death with this baby monster. However, close combat is very dangerous. Even if he succeeds in killing the baby monster, he will probably be seriously injured. If he saved the file and happened to be in a seriously injured state, there would be no way to go to heaven or enter the earth. In any case, this baby monster must be eliminated. He would be discovered by this baby monster sooner or later if he crawled in the ventilation duct. It was indeed patrolling, just like patrolling its own territory. The nearby ventilation duct system was under its jurisdiction. Through Mu Xing's observation, he noticed that these monsters were like wild beasts, and they all had their own territories. Each was responsible for a different area, and they generally would not crowd together at the same time. The scene he saw in the lounge before proved his conjecture. Later, he wanted to go further, and the ventilation duct was his best choice. If he wanted to go further, it was imperative to kill the baby monster. Reincarnation again. While crawling towards the destination, Mu Xing thought about how to deal with the baby monster. The baby monster was very sensitive to sound, and this was a ventilation duct, so sound spread even faster. Not only sound, Mu Xing felt that the baby monster might have other perception abilities. For example, smell, heat induction. So he had to remove the filter as quickly as possible, enter the engineer's room, get the orange tool, and then find a way to kill the baby monster. But this time, he decided to wait for the save file. According to experience, he would save the file every 10 minutes. As long as he was careful and avoided the first wave of inspections by the baby monsters, it should be no problem to survive for a few minutes. Soon, Mu Xing followed his memory and returned to the top of the engineer's room. Stay here quietly and breathe slowly. He heard the sound of the baby monster crawling quickly, and its tentacles rubbing against the pipes gradually moved away. The baby monster should have been attracted by the noise when he entered the ventilation duct just now. So it would first go to the initial passage to check, and then return. This trip back and forth gave Mu Xing time to remove the filter. It would definitely not work to force a miracle. This would not only attract the baby monster, but also attract all the monsters nearby. The small iron piece in his hand was obtained when he removed the projector. It can be used to screw in screws. Screwing in screws is much quieter than breaking the net violently. The only worry is whether there is enough time. 1, 2, 3. Just when he was screwing in the fourth screw, he heard the sound of the baby monster returning. And the speed was getting faster and faster. It was obvious that he had been discovered. He didn't bother to screw in the last screw, and chose to force it directly. Then he jumped out of the room 1 second before the baby monster chased him. He grabbed the orange tool on the table as soon as possible. He immediately recognized the English name on the tool, plasma cutter. Chapter 7. The moment he got the plasma cutter, Mu Xing pulled the trigger towards the baby monster. This thing is an engineering prop, and it should also be used as a weapon. However, the moment he pulled the trigger, the orange plasma cutter did not respond. He looked sideways, and found a small screen at the handle. It showed, unlocked. Damn! Mu Xing was so angry that he wanted to curse. He threw away the plasma cutter in his hand without hesitation, and at the same time grabbed the chair next to him, and threw it over. With a bang, the flying baby monster was hit by the chair and flew away. The baby monster screamed and hit the wall hard. However, the monsters on the Ishimura were thick-skinned, and such a collision hardly caused any damage to them. Mu Xing's purpose was not to kill the monster, but to search for unlockable items in the room. The search results disappointed him, and he could not find any unlockable props in the room. However, he found the manual of the plasma cutter and the name of the owner of the room, Bread Case. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Just when his neck was entangled by the baby monster's tentacles, he finally remembered. Isn't the monster in the locker room Brent Case? A maintenance engineer of CEC. If this plasma cutter is his, it means that there must be a tool to unlock the locker room. For example, the blue ID card on the chair in the locker room? Mu Xing struggled to open the manual of the plasma cutter before he was strangled to death by the baby monster. He translated the above text with his poor English. Although most of the words were obscure, he still figured out the general working principle of the plasma cutter. Puff! The sharp bone spur pierced his temple and killed him in one blow. Waking up again, Mu Xing was reset above the engineer's room. At this time, the baby monster just went away, leaving him a lot of ample time. He looked at the plasma cutter in the room again. The core principle of the plasma cutter is to compress the high-density energy plasma gas to generate instant high temperature, melt the material it touches, and thus achieve the cutting function. This plasma cutter from the 23rd century is even more powerful, and can even gather plasma energy and launch it. Although the distance is at most 20 to 30 meters, it can be regarded as a weapon for attack. At the same time, the plasma cutter also has the ability to cut horizontally. The cutter condenses high-temperature and high-density plasma on the cutting head, quickly passes through the target, and can instantly melt and cut space alloys. It can be said that this thing can be used for both long-range and close combat. It is simply a magical weapon. This time Mu Xing did not act rashly. He knew very well that even if he got the plasma cutter, he would need an ID card to unlock it. This meant that he had to return to the locker room that he called a nightmare. He first had to find a way to avoid the search of the baby monster when it returned. Then he got the cutter and returned to the locker room. So this time Mu Xing did not choose to remove the filter screen of the vent, but prepared to go deeper into the ventilation duct to investigate. He tried to reduce the sound of his movements, half-bent his body, and explored deeper. Keep moving forward and pay attention to the time. The save point in the engineer's room is very important, and he doesn't want to lose it easily. After all, it's not easy to avoid the search of the baby monster. After exploring forward for 5 minutes, he began to turn back. The ventilation ducts of the Ishimura are extremely complicated, and there are even several layers up and down. The area he is in is obviously the living area of the crew of the spacecraft. Most of the places he passes are crew rooms. Moreover, not all ventilation ducts are connected, and some ventilation ducts are blocked by the proliferation of rotten meat. These rotten tissues that look disgusting and smell even more disgusting are like the mutated biochemical tissues in Resident Evil. They spread and grow like roots. Although these things have little offensive power, the nauseating stench is enough to make people vomit yesterday's overnight meal as long as they get close. On his way forward, many pipes were blocked by this disgusting rotten tissue. If you want to cut it open, you need a handy tool. There is only one real passage, which extends to the darker spaceship area. There might be some danger hidden in the darkness. Bang bang bang. Mu Xing finished his exploration, and was afraid that the save point would fail. So he chose to actively attract the baby monster, and hammered the ventilation duct. Soon, he heard the familiar crawling and friction sounds. But the sound came from 2 directions. In the darkness ahead, and in the passage behind. That is to say, there are at least 2 baby monsters in this duct. Luckily, he did not try to move forward. If he was stuck between 2 baby monsters, and was unarmed, even if he could reincarnate infinitely, it would be difficult for him to survive. The 2 baby monsters were faster, so Mu Xing gave up resistance. The first one to arrive was the baby monster that turned back, and the other one came from the depths of darkness. One of them wrapped its tentacles around him, and the other one spewed out green poisonous acid. Mu Xing endured the torture and pain and hammered the monster's head, attracting a more ferocious attack from the 2 baby monsters. He ended it directly in the ventilation duct. Mu Xing woke up in pain, holding his shoulders. The pain of the venom burning his body was still faintly felt. The pain of death hit his spirit again and again. He was not sure how many times he could endure the reincarnation of death. Maybe he was driven crazy by the constant death before he could survive for 24 hours. He tried to cheer himself up. He patted his cheek. Mu Xing, you can't give up yet, live. He tried to cheer himself up. The last time he died, he not only explored the ventilation duct farther away, but also silently calculated the time it would take for the baby monsters to catch up, and the speed of their patrols. He already had a rough number in mind. He quickly started to tighten the screws. This time his movements were particularly light, not as strong as the first time. This bought more time. When he removed 2 screws, he suddenly stopped. He held his breath and concentrated. The patrolling baby monster came back. What he had to do was wait for the baby monster to leave. He didn't make any sound, and tried to reduce his breathing and heart rate as much as possible. This time the baby monster didn't find him when it returned. He waited for about a minute. Muxing started to tighten the last 2 screws. After removing the screws and uncovering the filter, he carefully entered the engineer's room through the ventilation duct. After picking up the plasma cutter, he did not leave directly, but carefully opened the drawer and took out a palm-sized module similar to a battery. The name of this thing is the energy storage device, which is more popularly known as an energy battery. If you only take the plasma cutter without the battery, it is equivalent to having a gun without bullets. It is no different from scrap metal. At the same time, the manual was not spared. Finally, Muxing found a pendant in the open drawer. When he opened the pendant, there was a photo of a bespectacled engineering man and a blonde beauty. They looked like father and daughter. Chapter 8. Muxing put one hand on the door handle and applied gentle force. In the end, he still couldn't open the door. Unless there was an ID card to unlock it, the door would remain locked. Muxing stood on a chair and climbed up the ventilation duct carefully, trying to reduce the noise as much as possible. Occasionally, the zipper of his clothes would rub against the duct, which would make him stop for tens of seconds. He would feel relieved after confirming that he had not attracted the baby monster. After climbing up the ventilation duct, he did not leave directly, but waited for a few minutes to complete the save. The road must be taken step by step, and things must be done bit by bit, and there is no rush. Muxing moved carefully in the ventilation duct, crawling towards the initial passage bit by bit. He thought that this would be enough to hide from the baby monster, but it turned out to be not that simple. Because the baby monster was patrolling, it came back again. The moment he saw the baby monster with its teeth and claws at the end of the ventilation duct, Muxing accelerated violently and rushed towards the end of the passage with all his strength. The baby monster also discovered him, and the 3 blood-red tentacles behind it made it ignore the terrain restrictions like Dr. Spider, chasing him quickly. Muxing used both his hands and feet, using the fastest speed in his life. The moment the baby monster caught up with him, he jumped directly from the ventilation duct. The moment he landed, Muxing quickly rolled to the left. He didn't care about the damage caused by the impact of the landing, and ran towards the locker room with all his strength. After the locker room door is opened, it will automatically close after 30 seconds. It needs to be recognized again when it is opened after closing. These few seconds seemed like several years to Muxing. The baby monster had already pounced down after him, spitting venom at him. After several encounters with venom attacks, Muxing was already familiar with the trajectory and flight speed of the venom, and dodged at the moment the venom was spit out. The venom fell on the floor, and the hard space alloy began to bubble violently, showing its corrosiveness. Swish! The door finally opened. Muxing rushed into the locker room without hesitation. He knew that the monster in the locker room should have woken up. Muxing's target was the ID card on the lounge chair. He first had to confirm that the ID card could unlock the plasma cutter in his hand. Just as he rushed over, the monster with sharp arms also rushed towards him. There was a tiger in front and a wolf behind. No way to hide, no way to avoid. Muxing rolled again. Avoided the sharp sickle bone spur. Grabbed the blue ID card. At the moment when the card was attached to the plasma cutter, he saw the red words on the screen turn green. It showed unlocked. He turned around and pulled the trigger. However, the sickle bone spur was faster than him and pierced his chest. Die for me! The hatred, anger, pain, and despair condensed from so many death cycles all gathered together and turned into a dazzling plasma high-temperature energy body. The blue high-temperature plasma blasted at the monster's face, directly blowing its head to pieces. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of burning from high temperature. At this moment Muxing even forgot the pain and death. There was only the joy of revenge. However, this joy did not last for a second, and was ended by the bone spurs that kept stabbing at him. The second before he lost consciousness, no matter how hard he thought, he could not imagine that this monster could still move and continue killing after its head was blown up. Doesn't it have any weaknesses? Waking up again. Muxing's face was terribly gloomy. He thought that he could walk around in this spaceship with a plasma cutter and self-defense weapons. But he didn't expect that the monster could not be killed, and it could still live even if its head was blown up. He vaguely remembered that after the monster killed him, it was still able to wander around without a head. He lowered his head and thought, could it be that the monster's weakness is not the head, but the heart? Based on past experience, the weaknesses of monsters in various movies and novels are nothing more than two: the brain or the heart. Of course, it is not ruled out that it has a parasitic core. Only by eliminating the parasitic core can these monsters be completely killed. He held the plasma cutter tightly in his hand. If the head is not a weakness, he will hit the heart first next time. Although he experienced a death failure, he was very satisfied with the power of the plasma cutter. The monster was shot in the head, and he finally got his revenge for being mercilessly killed before. This time, Mu Xing sped up and rushed through the ventilation duct. Since the baby monster was bound to find him, and was bound to be attacked from both sides, he might as well face it calmly. Just when he was about to reach the end of the passage, the baby monster also caught up. When he jumped down, he didn't forget to raise his middle finger at the baby monster, and then landed directly. Roll to avoid the attack, identify, open the door, all in one go. This is the benefit of death retracing. He was already familiar with the attack methods and attacks of the baby monster. However, this time, when the door opened, the monster in the locker room was already waiting for him at the door. Mu Xing rolled to avoid the slash, and quickly ran to the attention chair. Suddenly, he felt a heat on his back, and a strong pain came over him. The venom burned through his skin and muscles. The severe pain made Mu Xing's movements stagnate. The mistake in a short moment made him miss the opportunity, and was caught up by the two monsters at the same time. Woke up again. No, I can't face two monsters at the same time. I have no chance of winning. Woke up again, Mu Xing summarized his failure last time. His crawling made too much noise, and he woke up the monster in the locker room in advance. 1v1 is okay, but 1v2 has no chance of winning. Mu Xing decided to keep his voice down, and try not to wake up the monster in the locker room. At the same time, he calculated the time when the baby monster would catch up. This time he didn't rush out in a hurry, but waited quietly. He silently calculated the patrol time of the baby monster in his mind, and planned to break through when the baby monster patrolled the farthest distance. This way he could buy more time. If it was 1v1, Mu Xing thought it would not be a problem. This time, he waited for 2 rounds of patrols. In the 3rd round, he was discovered, and the baby monster entered the fork. He died again, but this time Mu Xing figured out the mechanism of the baby monster patrol. At the same time, he completely gave up the idea of hiding here, because he would be discovered when the baby monster patrolled for the 3rd time. Mu Xing, who woke up from the death cycle, began to plan his actions. This time, he was full of confidence. First, he waited for the baby monster to patrol to the farthest point, and then carefully crawled to the end of the passage. His goal was to deal with the monsters in the locker room first, and then the baby monsters in the ventilation duct. Of course, he had to guard against the monsters in the lounge next door. There was another monster in the lounge, and if he heard the noise, he would rush over. 1v3, he had no chance of winning. The only possibility of winning was to deal with them one by one, and always keep himself in a 1v1 state. Bang! When Mu Xing jumped down from the ventilation duct, the baby monster had just reached the top of the lounge, and had not yet awakened the monster in the locker room. This time, there was plenty of spare time. Mu Xing quickly passed the identification, and waited for the door to open. With a hiss, the door opened. It also awakened the dormant monster in the locker room. It took 2 seconds to wake up completely. Mu Xing rushed over and grabbed the ID card to unlock it. At the moment, when the monster stood up and rushed towards him with its fangs and claws bared, Mu Xing pulled the trigger. This time, he aimed at the thigh. Chapter 9. It turns out that Mu Xing's choice was correct. No matter if he hit the head or the heart, it would not kill him in one shot. As long as the monster got close and pressed on him, it would be difficult for him to escape. The speed and strength of the monster were beyond his reach. The moment the high-temperature plasma hit the thigh, it directly blew off his right leg. The extremely unbalanced body fell directly to the ground. Mu Xing pulled the trigger for the 2nd time without hesitation. This time he aimed at the heart. The high-temperature plasma exploded, opening a bloody hole as big as a bowl in its chest. However, even so, the monster was still alive and kept attacking, swinging its 2 sickle bone spurs wildly. However, it was in a falling state, and was a step slower, so Mu Xing dodged it. At the same time, the baby monster also chased into the locker room. Mu Xing raised his gun without hesitation. Bang! The blue flames exploded on the alloy deck, burning a big hole in the extremely hard space alloy. This shot went astray. The baby monster was extremely flexible, and after dodging the attack, it directly spit venom at Mu Xing. Mu Xing quickly hid behind the closet. He heard the baby monster crawling towards him at high speed. He had already raised the plasma cutter in his hand and aimed it. He pulled the trigger just as the baby monster pounced on him. Blue electric light and flames flashed, illuminating the dim area. He shot the baby monster in the chest. The explosion tore its chest, but Mu Xing did not dare to be negligent, because he saw the red tentacles behind the baby monster spitting venom again. Mu Xing quickly fired, hitting the baby monster's back with 2 consecutive shots. The explosion directly tore the flesh of the baby monster and blew off the tentacles on its back. When the tentacles were blown off, the baby monster stopped moving and died completely. It turns out that the weakness of this thing is the tentacles on its back. Mu Xing muttered to himself. He turned and aimed at the sickle bone sperm monster behind him. The monster's thigh was broken and its chest was blown up, but it was still alive. It relied on its arms and the remaining leg to crawl towards him. Bang! Another shot to the head, smashing the monster's head to pieces. Without a head, the monster could still move, but it could only attack the surroundings blindly, and the threat to Mu Xing was reduced to 0. At this moment, the monster in the lounge next door was also attracted by the noise. Mu Xing glanced at the number on the plasma cutter in his hand. 3. The original full state was 10, which means that 10 long-range plasma attacks can be launched. It took 4 shots to kill the baby monster, and he felt it was a waste to miss 1 shot. It took 3 shots to deal with the sickle bone thorn monster, and now there are 3 attacks left. However, just when the door was about to open, Mu Xing had already prepared to aim. The moment the door opened, he first shot the monster in the head. At a distance of 2 meters, although Mu Xing was not a sharpshooter, he could still hit the target accurately. Then, the second shot broke the monster's right leg, and the third shot broke his right arm. Without the head, right leg and right arm, the monster only had 1 hand and 1 leg left, and the danger was directly reduced to 0. Without the head, it means losing the perception of the outside world. Without legs and hands, it would be extremely difficult to move. Mu Xing removed the exhausted battery and replaced it with a spare battery from the drawer. The number on the plasma cutter was updated to 10. Having weapons in hand did give him a lot of sense of security. He didn't want to waste bullets anymore, so he deliberately made noise to lead the 2 monsters to the initial passage. Although the 2 monsters had lost their heads, they could still sense vibrations. Mu Xing knocked on the ground in the initial passage, and the 2 incomplete monsters really crawled towards him. Because he lost his other senses, it was easy for Mu Xing to avoid them. After the 2 monsters were brought in, Mu Xing jumped out of the gate. He understood the gate recognition mechanism. Even if they turned into monsters, they could be recognized. However, without a head, they could not be recognized as crawling on the ground. When the gate closed, the 2 monsters were completely trapped behind the gate. Mu Xing could no longer hold on, and sat down on the lounge chair without any image. His eyes were sluggish, staring at the ceiling. He had been under high pressure all the time. If death had not reset his body, he would have collapsed long ago. Now that he had successfully killed the 3 monsters and calmed down, a strong sense of weakness came over him. Mu Xing did not dare to take it lightly, and walked straight towards the baby monster. Even though it had been blasted into a pool of rotten meat, it was still not dead. It was even still wriggling, trying to recover. Although the broken limbs could not grow out, this pile of rotten meat had the possibility of reuniting. Just as Mu Xing was staring at the rotten meat, he suddenly became dazed and seemed to see a familiar face. He suddenly closed his eyes and opened them again, but where was the face? It was like a momentary illusion. He shook his head. Maybe he was too nervous. He actually saw an illusion. In order to prevent this thing from coming back to life, Mu Xing also stepped on it several times until it was completely rotten meat, and then took the work clothes in the closet next to him to pack the rotten meat separately, and threw it into the corner. Fortunately, this thing is not a product of the biochemical crisis, and it does not carry a malignant infectious virus such as the T-virus. Otherwise, even if he can reincarnate infinitely, he will only die. Then, he began to search the locker room, hoping to find some useful props here. Most of the wardrobes were locked automatically unless he broke the door violently. After the battle just now, it was a blessing that he did not attract more monsters. He did not dare to cause more trouble. The only 2 unlocked cabinets only contained a few work clothes. I did find a knife with a blade no longer than 5 centimeters. This knife is good for peeling fruit, but it is not suitable for dealing with monsters. Finally, Mu Xing found Bread Case's wardrobe. As a senior repair engineer, he also has his own counter in this dressing room. He pressed the ID card on the identification lock, and the lock of the cabinet door popped open with a click. What came into view was a strange suit. What is this? Mu Xing took out the suit, which was heavy in his hand, at least 30 or 40 kilograms. It looks like some kind of work protection suit, especially its back, which has a sophisticated exoskeleton support structure. It extends to the head and the ankles. Although the mechanical structure looks thin, it feels very strong and powerful. The overall style is a one-piece suit, including the shoes, as a whole. The shoes are heavy metal shoes, and there are even nozzle-like devices on the soles. Mu Xing fumbled in the cabinet, and found a future warrior-style helmet and an instruction manual. RG Suit User Guide. RG Suit? What is that? Mu Xing opened the manual. Resource Integration Gear, or RIG for short. It can intuitively monitor and display the wearer's health status, and has various personal exclusive permissions and special functions. At the same time, it can add various functional modules to enhance the practicality of the RIG suit. Chapter 10. Good stuff. Mu Xing was very surprised. He didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Fortunately, he didn't go all the way, but returned to the locker room to make a surprise attack. Otherwise, he would have missed this RIG protective suit. Even the original suit has several practical functional modules. Vital Signs Monitoring Device. This device is located on the back of the spine exoskeleton, which looks like a fitted LED light bar. It can monitor the wearer's heartbeat, breathing and various health characteristics of the body in real time. In normal state, it is blue. If it is injured, the light bar will change color, and the length of the light bar will become shorter. Blue is healthy, yellow is injured, red is dangerous, and after death, the light bar will be completely extinguished. In addition, the protective suit has a preset emergency treatment agent, which can be automatically injected into the wearer's body when injured. Holographic Projection Device. This is a projection device that does not require a physical display, similar to the virtual projection on the ceiling. However, the virtual projection on the ceiling is a 3D projection, while the holographic projection in the suit is projected in the air to form a suspended display screen. Real-time voice and image interaction is possible. Navigation System. According to the navigation map stored in the built-in microcomputer, the suit can perform real-time navigation, and can even use the holographic projection device to mark the route of action on the ground ahead. Vacuum Operation System. The RIG suit can automatically detect the vacuum state. After entering the vacuum state, it will automatically close the suit and turn on the internal air circulation system, which can last for about 8 hours at a time. Zero-Gravity Environment Operation System. After entering the zero-gravity environment, you can operate in the zero-gravity environment by controlling the micro-nozzles on the back. The footstep micro-nozzles can provide jumping ability and save more energy. In addition, the RIG suit can also be equipped with various other functional modules, such as armor modules, which can turn the suit into exoskeleton armor. Installing the gravity module can release the gravity rope with the same principle as the Ishimura, and remotely control objects. Installing the stasis module can launch the time delay gel device, which is based on quantum mechanics, and can release a blue particle stream to stagnate or slow down the target's activity speed for a short time. Unfortunately, the RIG suit in front of him only has basic functions. There are no other functional modules that can be installed. Even so, it is enough to make Mu Xing excited. It is much better than the blue work clothes on his body. The suit is made of nanomaterials, which is waterproof, heat-resistant, cold-resistant, radiation-resistant, and has certain anti-cutting and anti-stab capabilities. Mu Xing can't wait to use the ID card to unlock the helmet and suit, take off the work clothes on his body, and put on the RIG suit himself. The moment he put it on, the suit's lining automatically tightened and adjusted its size to fit his skin perfectly. The life monitoring system on his back started, and a blue light bar lit up. Mu Xing moved his body. The exoskeleton device was very flexible, and could automatically calculate the force increase and decrease according to his movements and thoughts. With the help of the exoskeleton, his strength and speed increased by more than double. Great, with this suit, I can fight even those sickle bone spur monsters head-on. Mu Xing was a little excited. After putting on the helmet, there was a 360-degree holographic projection screen inside. He read the manual to thoroughly understand the functions and limitations of the suit. There was a buckle on the waist for hanging a plasma cutter, and Mu Xing was sure that this suit was the work clothes of the maintenance engineer. Now that he had become a monster, the RIG suit was just a bargain for him. Mu Xing picked up the communicator on the lounge chair, turned on the switch, and a crackling noise came from it. Luckily, the communicator was almost fully charged. Hello, hello, can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me? Mu Xing kept adjusting the channel, trying to communicate with people who might still be alive. However, After he adjusted more than a dozen channels, there was no response except the whirring sound of electricity. Mu Xing walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The earthy yellow planet was dead silent, and the entire huge spaceship was also dead silent. Just like the deep space of the universe at the end of death, there was deep despair. But Mu Xing did not give up, but continued to adjust the frequency. He called all channels every few minutes. In the end, no one responded to his call in the channel. Of course, it was not without gain. At least after staying here for more than an hour, no monsters attacked. Maybe I don't need to find other people at all, and I can live here safely for 24 hours. It shouldn't be 22 hours. After dying so many times, I finally spent nearly 2 hours safely. But, for some reason, Mu Xing always had a sudden tinnitus, and then something flashed in front of his eyes. What's going on? At first, he thought there was something wrong with the helmet. So he simply turned off the helmet, or even took it off. But the tinnitus and strange images would still appear suddenly. This was obviously not a malfunction of the suit system. He thought he might be poisoned. But the life monitoring system scanned again, and found no poisoning. Mu Xing. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Who? He stood up suddenly. What did he see? Standing at the door leading to the lounge was a familiar figure. She was wearing a white dress, smiling at him. Banksia? Mu Xing rubbed his eyes, but the figure did not disappear. He approached step by step, and the shadow became clearer and clearer. Banksia, is that you? Mu Xing. She opened her mouth and called him. Mu Xing quickened his pace and ran towards the figure. But just after getting 3 meters closer, the figure disappeared. Then, he saw the green light on the gate turn on, and the gate opened. He saw the figure again. She was like a white lotus, standing in the lounge stained with blood. Then, the figure was shattered, and a hideous monster pounced on him. Puff! Before Mu Xing could react, a sharp bone spur pierced his chest. The life monitoring system behind him suddenly turned red, and the light bar light quickly shortened and then flashed rapidly. Mu Xing subconsciously grabbed the plasma cutter at his waist. The monster slashed with a swift bone spur. His vision began to spin. He saw the headless body fall heavily to the ground, and saw the hideous monster hissing at him. Mu Xing woke up with his hands on his neck. His hands and feet were cold, and the pain of being beheaded made his heart beat wildly. His memory quickly recalled what happened. He saw an illusion, which attracted him to the lounge little by little. Then, the illusion turned into a monster, and attacked him instantly. Mu Xing looked towards the door, and realized that there was still a monster in the lounge, or the monster that had left before had returned. Could the illusion he saw be a monster with the ability to control the mind that was affecting his thinking? Buzz. The tinnitus came again, and Mu Xing covered his ears with a painful expression. What happened? The tinnitus was not so painful before. Could this be the side effect of death replay? Will it continue to deepen all kinds of pain, until it comes to the point where I can no longer bear it and collapse? Mu Xing. The familiar voice sounded again. Chapter 11. Who are you? Mu Xing growled at the illusory shadow. Mu Xing. The figure just called his name, and didn't move. Mu Xing stopped chasing after him, and snorted coldly. After experiencing the lesson of death, he no longer paid attention to the shadow that suddenly appeared. Just treat it as his own hallucination. But soon, he didn't look for the shadow, but the shadow came to find him instead. Damn, is there really a spiritual monster nearby? Mu Xing realized that if he didn't get rid of this phantom, he would be tortured to death sooner or later. And if a monster broke in, it would be superimposed with this phantom, and the risk factor would be greatly increased. Mu Xing checked the plasma cutter and the RIG suit on his body. After confirming that they were intact, he prepared to go deeper into the spacecraft. He planned to explore the staff living area first and collect as many energy batteries as possible. Both the plasma cutter and the RIG suit on his body need batteries to drive. When you encounter a monster again, you will be more confident. Mu Xing took the initiative to go to the lounge. When the green light came on, he had already raised the plasma cutter in his hand and aimed forward. Just as the door opened, he saw a familiar figure again. However, this time Mu Xing pulled the trigger without hesitation. The blue arc flashed and hit the monster 3 meters away, and its head exploded like a watermelon. Then, he fired 2 shots in succession, breaking one leg and one arm of the monster. He rushed forward with the sickle bone spur cut from the monster's broken arm in his hand. He swung it swiftly, and cut off the monster's other arm. The monster, which had completely lost its threat, could only wriggle on the ground like a flesh maggot. He picked up an arm and inserted it into the monster's spine, cutting off the central nervous system, and it was completely immobile. It was hard to imagine what kind of mutation this monster had undergone. The heart and brain were no longer weak points. Just like a snake with nerves all over its body, even if the head was cut off, the body could still move. Presumably, this monster has greatly enhanced its nervous system after mutation. After solving the threat, Mu Xing glanced at the number on the plasma cutter, and there were still 7 rounds. Then, he searched in the lounge for a while, and finally found a spare energy battery in the cabinet, and his mood improved a lot. He did not replace the plasma cutter, but inserted it into the RIG suit battery box, and replaced the battery with little power left. He did not fully activate all the functions of the RIG suit before because the power was less than 5%. It was okay to maintain normal vital signs monitoring, but it was a bit stretched to start the exoskeleton system. Now that the battery was updated, Mu Xing suddenly felt that his movements became lighter. It was worthy of being a high-density energy battery in the 23rd century, which was more than enough to maintain 48 hours of movement. Of course, this was just to maintain basic functions. If other functional modules were added, the power consumption would be very high. Leaving the lounge was like officially entering the living area. As soon as he opened the door, there was a straight passage in front of him. Not far ahead is the engineer's personal room. Turn on the automatic call function. Mu Xing voice activated the communication module of the RIG suit, which allows continuous calls. As he walked carefully along the corridor, he noticed that there might be monsters in the rooms on both sides. But those monsters were locked in their rooms and couldn't get out. Mu Xing was very curious. How did the people in the room become monsters? He looked up and noticed the ventilation duct above his head. Maybe the answer is above his head. Suddenly, that annoying shadow appeared again. She called out Mu Xing's name and gave him mental hints. Although Mu Xing could ignore it, the shadow appeared more and more frequently. Not only that, the strange tinnitus also appeared from time to time, and it had begun to affect his judgment. Could it be the side effect of his multiple death cycles? He suddenly stopped, and just as he was about to walk towards the fork in the road, he quickly shrank back. He saw 2 mutant monsters covered with pus. He recognized at a glance that these 2 monsters were the mutants of the corpses in the lounge. He wanted to return to the lounge without making any noise. But as luck would have it, the communicator hanging on his chest suddenly rang. "Hello, is anyone there? Thank God, I knew someone was still alive." The voice was a female one, and through the intelligent translation of the communicator, she barely simulated the other person's tone and accent. And it was this sudden sound that alarmed the 2 monsters. "It's over." Mu Xing quickly retreated. The abilities of these 2 monsters were unknown. Although he was confident that he could deal with them, what next? 7 plasma attacks. At most these 2 monsters can be killed. What if there are other monsters behind? At this time, the communicator sounded again. "Hello? Why don't you talk? Can you hear me?" Not only that, the phantom appeared again. This time the passage around him changed, turning into a familiar yet unfamiliar university campus. Mu Xing felt something was wrong. He looked at the white figure. The air around him seemed to be distorted. Tinnitus also came. Mu Xing covered his ears in pain. As if seeing Mu Xing's pain and confusion, the white figure ran towards him. "Don't come over!" Mu Xing yelled. Bang! A red truck suddenly roared over, and Mu Xing's sight was only blood red. "No!" Mu Xing's face suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of pain. At this time, venom hit him, and the painful burning came, breaking him out of the mental illusion. Looking up, 2 monsters spewing venom have chased him, and there are 2 sickle bone sperm monsters behind them, and even on the ceiling, a baby monster broke through the filter and rushed out. Without any hesitation, Mu Xing raised the plasma cutter in his hand and pointed it at his head. Bang! He woke up again and returned to the lounge. When he went out to explore, he deliberately saved the file. Obviously, the ground route might not work. First, the battery was not enough, and second, the mental impact of walking on the ground was more intense. Just now, he actually saw an illusion. In battle, this kind of illusion cannot be controlled at all, and will appear at any time. He forced the scenes in the previous illusion into his heart. He thought he had forgotten it, but now the illusion forced him to remember it again. Mu Xing grabbed his chest, feeling pain in that area. He grabbed a bottle of wine on the counter, bit off the bottle cap with his teeth, and gulped it down his throat. The wine didn't make him drunk, but calmed him down. It's fake, it's all fake. Mu Xing calmed himself down. He was not suitable for exploration in this state. He returned to the locker room, bang bang bang. He fired continuously, blasting all the cabinet doors open. He searched the cabinets one by one. As expected, the timid ones died of starvation, and the bold ones died of gluttony. He found 3 high-energy batteries in the cabinet, and even a modular flashlight that could be installed on the RIG helmet. There were also a number of different kinds of food, and some authority ID cards. Just then, the voice of the communicator sounded. "Hello, is anyone there? Thank God, I knew someone was still alive." Mu Xing cleared his throat and spoke in a low voice. "Please keep your voice down, or you will kill an innocent engineer." Chapter 12. The other party was obviously stunned, hesitated for 2 seconds, and lowered his voice. "Oh, sorry, I'm just a little excited." Mu Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally someone responded to him. "Excuse me, who are you? Please introduce yourself. I am Alyssa, the Chief Security Officer of the Ishimura. Are you Mr. Brent Case?" Mu Xing was stunned. It turned out to be the Chief Security Officer. He had heard this name in the virtual projection. In layman's terms, it was the security captain on the Ishimura. "Sorry, I'm not Mr. Brent. I'm Mu Xing, the equipment maintenance engineer who just came to the Ishimura. As for Mr. Brent, he has turned into a monster. Miss Security Officer, I want to know, what happened here? What about those monsters?" Mu Xing tried to act more like an ordinary engineer, and his emotions were a little excited. He needed information about the Ishimura. The other side was silent for a moment, as if he was looking up something on the computer. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mu Xing. Because of some accidents on the Ishimura, I accidentally dragged you into this crisis." The voice on the other side changed from suspicion at the beginning to calm and steady, which was completely in line with the quality of a chief security officer. She asked, "How many people are still alive on your side?" "I don't know. When I woke up, I was the only one at the entrance." "Do you know where the others went?" Mu Xing's voice was a little tearful. "I'm scared. There are monsters here. I want to go home. Miss Security Officer, can you come and save me? Sorry, I'm trapped by monsters now, and I've run out of ammunition, so I guess it's hard to help you." The voice on the other side was a little low. "Then can you tell me what happened here?" Mu Xing had been laying the groundwork for so long, and finally asked the answer he wanted to know most. "Mr. Mu Xing, when you were sent to the St. Shield 7 colony by the company, didn't you receive any relevant information?" The other side expressed doubt. "I really don't know anything. I'm just a damn equipment maintenance engineer. The bastards in the company didn't tell me anything, and now my companions who came with me are gone." As he said this, Mu Xing almost half-shouted, "Tell me the truth, I don't want to die on the Ishimura." The other party sighed. "I think you have to find a safe place to hide first." Hearing this, Mu Xing knew that the other party had been trying to conceal the truth and didn't want to tell him what happened. At this time, the 2 monsters covered with pus had entered the lounge. "Wait for me." Mu Xing did not hang up the communication, and quickly came to the door and raised the plasma cutter in his hand. This time he took the initiative to identify and open the door. The moment the alloy door was pulled open, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots. One shot shot one of them in the head, and the other one took 2 shots. This monster can spit venom, and if you knock off the head, the combat power will be reduced by at least 80%. Unlike the sickle bone spur monster, this monster does not grow sharp bone spurs, but its hands are mutated and enlarged, and its body is covered with abscesses, and it can spray venom remotely. In terms of speed, it is also not as fast as the sickle bone spur monster. 3 shots to eliminate the threat. Mu Xing pulled the trigger again, for shots broke the 3 legs of the 2 monsters. Although 1 shot missed, it was no big deal. He quickly changed the battery. He knew that there were 2 sickle bone spur monsters behind. A voice came from the communicator. "Are you fighting over there? Just killed 2 monsters." "No, you have to be careful. Those monsters have no weaknesses. Whether you hit the head or the heart, you can't kill them with 1 shot. The best way is to break their limbs and make these monsters lose their ability to move." The voice on the other side was urgent, fearing that Mu Xing would underestimate the enemy. "You really know everything, Miss Security Officer." Mu Xing's tone was not good. "Sorry, I just don't want some information to be leaked, and I need to verify your identity." "I'm checking your identity. Is there any other living person on the entire spacecraft except the 2 of us?" Mu Xing couldn't help but swear. He was already nervous, and he didn't expect this woman to test him. There was silence on the other side for a moment. "Sorry, I was too suspicious. My occupational disease came back again. I forgot that the Ishimura has become what it is now. I can tell you something, but I still suggest you find a safe place to hide." At this moment, Mu Xing heard footsteps. 2 sickle bone spur monsters followed closely behind him, and he heard the echo of monsters running in the corridor in front. However, Mu Xing's attention was always focused on the ceiling. Click, click. The second baby monster was also attracted and crawled quickly in the ventilation duct, causing the ceiling to vibrate. Mu Xing aimed at the ventilation vent. At the moment when the ventilation vent was penetrated and destroyed by 3 tentacles, he raised the fully loaded plasma cutter in his hand. The baby monster moves quickly and is not easy to aim at. Although he was fully prepared, he still underestimated the speed of the baby monster. The first shot missed. The monster suddenly jumped into the dark part of the lounge, crawled on the wall, and spit venom at him. Mu Xing dodged quickly. With the RIG suit turned on, both speed and reaction speed were improved to a higher level. Easily avoiding the venom, Mu Xing turned on the flashlight on his helmet. The bright light instantly illuminated the room. Damn, what kind of monster is that? It looks like a baby. Mu Xing continued to ask questions. The person on the other end of the communicator quickly responded, "Be careful, that's a lurker, a monster that was mutated from a clone baby in the biochemical cloning center. Its weakness is the tentacles behind it. Only by crushing the tentacles can it be completely killed." Mu Xing sneered in his heart. This woman really knows everything. Mu Xing chose to rush forward. The previous battle with the baby monster had allowed him to find out the baby monster's weakness. Although it is flexible, it is weak. That baby monster, no, perhaps it should be called by Alyssa, lurker is more appropriate. Lurkers will use tentacles to attack, entangle, or pierce at close range. Mu Xing directly adjusted the plasma cutter to cutting mode. The moment he rushed over, the lurker also stretched out its tentacles towards him. The cutter in his hand slashed horizontally, instantly cutting off those flesh tentacles. High-temperature plasma can easily cut even space alloys, not to mention flesh and blood. The tentacles of the lurker were cut off, and with a scream, Mu Xing quickly adjusted the mode of the plasma cutter. He pulled the trigger and hit it on its back. The high-temperature arc exploded, completely killing the monster. Mu Xing couldn't believe that he had become so strong. Of course, he knew that most of the credit was given by the RIG suit. Without the blessing of the exoskeleton, it was impossible to compete with these monsters in terms of speed and strength. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Security Officer. I have successfully killed it. You actually killed a lurker? No, I have to correct it. To be exact, it was 2. This time it was the other side's turn to be surprised. Chapter 13. Miss Security Officer, although you don't want to tell me the truth, but now in order to survive, you and I must help each other, right? After all, the only ones who can save us here are ourselves. Mu Xing retreated and hid behind the bar in the lounge. He threw several bottles of wine at the door, spilling the wine all over the floor. Alyssa on the opposite side was obviously a little shaken. Okay, I can provide you with information, and I also have a mission to complete. We can cooperate. Hearing this, Mu Xing silently replaced the battery with 7 rounds left with a fully charged one. He was worried that 7 rounds would not be enough to kill the 2 sickle bone spur monsters. At the same time, he was secretly happy that he finally let the woman loose. Another monster is coming, with arms sticking out and sharp bone spurs. Mu Xing said. That's a cutter. This kind of monster is very fast and powerful. Don't try to fight them in close combat unless you are wearing a RIG armor suit. What about the weakness? Mu Xing heard the footsteps of the monster getting closer and closer. This monster's weakness is the central nervous system in the back. Of course, it's hard to hit, so it's best to cut off their legs and make them incapable of movement. Also, be careful of the alienated intestines in their abdomens. This thing will strangle your neck like a tentacle. Cutter, got it. I have to say, this name is quite suitable for the identity of the monster. Mu Xing aimed at the door, or rather the liquor on the ground. Just when the first cutter rushed into the door of the lounge, Mu Xing threw a bottle of high-purity vodka over. The vodka was directly chopped and exploded by the cutter, and the liquor splashed all over. Mu Xing was waiting for this opportunity, and he pulled the trigger directly. The high-temperature plasma arc hit the cutter's chest, and most importantly, ignited the liquor on its body and the ground. The blue flame ignited, and the monster let out a painful roar. Another shot hit the head, and the third shot hit the leg. When the first cutter fell to the ground, the second cutter rushed towards him through the flames. Mu Xing grabbed 2 bottles of wine and threw them over, smashing them on the monster, and then pulled the trigger. The flames rose, igniting it into a strange torch. The monster was relentless and continued to pounce on him. Mu Xing made up his mind and rushed forward, just as the cutter swung the bone spur towards him. Mu Xing slid to his knees and leaned back. The sharp bone spur brushed past his cheek. At the moment when the two sides crossed, Mu Xing turned around and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 plasma arcs hit its back. Almost completely blew its upper body apart. That was close. Mu Xing subconsciously wanted to wipe the sweat off his face, but was blocked by the helmet mask. After a while, Alyssa's voice came from the other side. Are you still alive? Don't worry, you're not dead yet. It's been resolved, but I'm a little injured. There won't be any virus, right? Don't worry, these corpses won't spread the virus. They have special infected people responsible for parasitism and transformation. Mu Xing frowned. Corpse? What is that? He was very concerned about this word. It seemed that these monsters were the so-called corpses. The other party seemed to not want to hide it anymore, and said, these monsters are actually transformed from corpses. Corpses? Similar to the zombies in the movie Resident Evil? No, they are more terrifying than zombies. What's wrong? These monsters come from a mysterious biochemical experiment of a secret research. This experiment uses human corpses as carriers, and a special gene invades the corpse, changes the human RNA structure, and transforms humans into creatures with another genetic structure. Essentially, these corpses have nothing to do with humans. They just retain some alien life forms in human form. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, checked the activity of the monsters on the ground, grabbed the sickle bone spur, and cut off the central nervous system of the monsters that were still wriggling one by one. In this way, they completely turned into a pool of rotten meat that could only wriggle. Alyssa, can I call you that? Of course. You mean, these things are actually parasites? Alien life forms formed by parasitism of some special genes? Yes, even low-level corpses have a certain level of intelligence. The higher the level, the higher the intelligence of the corpse. So where do these parasitic genes come from? Mu Xing asked. The other side was silent and did not answer. Okay, I'm going to find you now. I don't think you want to be trapped and die in the spaceship, right? Mu Xing didn't want to push too hard. He knew very well that when dealing with such people, he needed to let down their guard little by little. Only in this way can you get everything you want. No, you can't come here. What's wrong there? It's very dangerous here. You can't save me if you come here. She hesitated for a moment. If you do me a favor, I can give you my exclusive escape pod, and you can use it to reach the Aegis 7 colony and wait for rescue. What do you need me to do? Mu Xing knew that this matter was promising. You are in the staff living area, right? You're monitoring me? I can see the location of Mr. Brent's RIG suit here. What then? I need you to go to my bedroom. There is an investigation report in the safe. Take it out and give it to the federal government personnel when you meet them in the future. What about you? I can't get out. I'm in the central command area. There are many monsters guarding here. She said with a pleading tone. If you want to survive, the investigation report has everything you want to know. I have to say that this woman is very cunning and knows the art of trading. She couldn't confirm Mu Xing's true identity, so she refused to tell Mu Xing all the truth. I have another question, Mu Xing said. Can I stay where I am and survive for 24 hours? Although Alyssa didn't understand why Mu Xing suddenly asked this question, she thought about it and said, You killed a zombie and something has noticed you. What do you mean? I think you have started to have hallucinations, right? Mu Xing frowned. This really scared him. In other words, the illusions and shadows he saw were not accidental. How do you know? Alyssa did not answer directly. Believe me, if you stay there are only 2 ways waiting for you. The first is to be killed by the endless zombies, and the second is to be driven crazy by endless hallucinations. What exactly is this hallucination? You will know when you get my investigation report. I will send the map navigation to your RIG navigation system. After saying that, the other party hung up the call directly. Hello? Please explain clearly. Mu Xing was speechless. This woman was really difficult to deal with. She really deserved to be the chief security officer of the Ishimura. However, he believed that the woman would not lie to him in this matter. If you want to survive on the Ishimura for 24 hours, it may not be that easy. Mu Xing looked at the starry sky outside the porthole. Corpse mutants, hallucinations, what exactly happened on the Ishimura? Chapter 14. Mu Xing moved all the cabinets over and blocked the door. His previous idea was to use these metal cabinets to block all the exits, and then stay here until the end of 24 hours. But now it seems that things are not as simple as he imagined. Although these strange-looking corpses are dangerous, he has a RIG suit and a plasma cutter, so he has no problem saving his life. At most, he will die a few more times. But the ubiquitous hallucinations and mental invasions are the real threat. He could feel that the longer he stayed on the Ishimura, the more deeply he would be affected by this unknown spirit. He might even turn completely crazy in the end. Thinking of this, he became anxious. He moved the cabinets to block the door to leave himself a last safe spot. He decided to crawl out of the ventilation duct and go to Alyssa's bedroom to get something. He carried the heavy alloy wardrobe to the door and piled it up. Not only that, he also moved all the lounge chairs in the lounge over. Dozens of tons of debris were piled together, and it was impossible for these corpses to knock them apart with their strength. After doing all this, Mu Xing planned to deal with all the rotten flesh of these corpses. He opened the door. The two cutters were still struggling on the ground, and there was no sign of death. After being parasitized by unknown genes, these monsters can still survive by relying on the energy provided by cells even without the support of blood and oxygen. The two headless cutters sensed the vibration of the ground and crawled towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing held two sharp sickle bone spurs in his hands, and with two puffs, he chopped them into human sticks. Then he pried open the protective net of the exhaust fan, and used the exhaust fan to grind these monsters into meat paste. Only then did he feel relieved and no longer had to worry about these monsters coming back to life. Finally, he blocked all the ventilation holes in these rooms to prevent lurkers from entering. After doing all this, Mu Xing climbed up the ventilation duct and explored far away through the duct. Turn on the navigation system. As soon as the voice fell, a stream of light was projected from the pipe in front. Unexpectedly, it was quite practical. Just follow the light, and you can finally navigate to Alyssa's bedroom. However, this is not a simple matter. Although Alyssa's bedroom is also in the living area, it is on the top floor of the living area. The entire living area is divided into 3 floors, upper, middle and lower. He is now at the bottom floor of the living area. This Ishimura is simply a small city, with several thousand resident crew members. The eating, drinking, defecation, and daily life of so many people is a very large system. If it weren't for navigation, Mu Xing would probably get lost in this complex ventilation system. Fortunately, after he dealt with the 2 lurker baby monsters, there were no other baby monsters patrolling this area, so it was safe all the way. He crawled all the way through many rooms, and the scene of the entire living area shocked him. He felt that a force was completely devouring this planetary decomposition ship. The rotten flesh tissue continued to grow, and he saw some corpses that were completely fused with the rotten flesh tissue of the wall, leaving only the upper body. These corpses were like sinners hanging on the gallows in hell, suffering endless pain. Fortunately, although these corpses have a certain degree of intelligence, they will not inherit the memory of the original owner after death. This is the only good news so far. Mu Xing carefully followed the navigation. Intelligent navigation can provide him with accurate routes even in the ventilation duct. Finally, after several hours of traveling in the duct, Mu Xing finally arrived near the end marked by the target navigation. On the way, he also killed 2 monsters crawling in the duct. After 2 death cycles, he successfully arrived here. Strange, why aren't there any zombies? Mu Xing observed the situation in the corridor through the filter. This is the top floor of the living area. Those who live here are all senior administrators of the spacecraft, and the environment is of course the best. Mu Xing checked the condition of his equipment and ignored the phantom that suddenly appeared next to him. It has been more than 4 hours since he came to the Ishimura, and the frequency of phantoms has increased. Sometimes, there will be illusions. Illusions are different from phantoms. He will be dragged into the world of illusions, and forcibly distort everything he sees around him. Just now, he had a death replay, and died in an illusion. The oncoming red truck turned into a monster and killed him in the pipe. Mu Xing was getting more and more anxious. He had to find out the truth about the Ishimura, and the truth about the mental illusion. Only in this way could he solve the impact of the illusion in a targeted manner. After Mu Xing made sure that there was no danger around, he climbed out of the ventilation duct. Contact Alyssa again. Ms. Alyssa, are you still alive? Have you arrived? The person opposite him was obviously a little weak. Maybe he was injured and not in good condition. What's wrong with you? Mu Xing frowned. I was injured a little, but I can still hold on. Have you reached my bedroom? Yes, but I need a password. The password is 352,473. Mu Xing came to the door of the room marked with Alyssa's name. He opened the shell to reveal the password input display inside. Wait, don't open it yet, there are people, they are coming. Someone. Mu Xing was stunned. What does that mean? He just turned around and saw a guy wearing a RIG suit and fully armed aiming at him. Hey! Before Mu Xing could say the next word, he saw the weapon on the other side spraying blue light and shot him into a sieve. What's going on? Mu Xing woke up after another death replay. There were other living people in this spaceship full of zombies? That guy looked like a well-equipped warrior. Compared to the RIG suit on his body, that guy was covered with armor and had a sophisticated weapon, which looked like some kind of electromagnetic rifle. The power was so great that the RIG suit on his body could not withstand it at all, and he was killed instantly. The most important thing is that there are more than one fully armed guy like this, because Alyssa used them. Before, Alyssa must have discovered these people through the spacecraft monitoring system and asked him to stop opening the door. Mu Xing went back to the ventilation duct 10 minutes ago and called Alyssa immediately. It took about 30 seconds for the other side to connect the communication. Who are those guys? Those guys? Alyssa was also a little confused. There are some armed men nearby. They are fully armed. Are they your people? No, they are not the people on the Ishimura. They should be the church. Church? What is that? Mu Xing asked back. You don't know the church? The other party seemed surprised. Mu Xing frowned. Should I know? From her tone, this church sounds like a well-known organization, even well-known. Sorry, the mental torture here has confused my mind. Can you explain it? Mu Xing changed the subject. However, the other party seemed to notice something and hung up the call directly. Fuck, this stinky woman. Mu Xing's face was gloomy. For some reason, he felt that he was getting more and more irritable, and his emotions were getting more and more volatile. He had the urge to rush over along the telephone line and kill Alyssa. How could I? Mu Xing frowned and forced himself to suppress the restlessness in his heart. This was very unlike him. Bang! Mu Xing pulled the trigger on his head without hesitation. Chapter 15. The constant mental torture almost drove Mu Xing crazy. Shut up. He growled at the empty ventilation duct. There, a girl in a white dress chattered about the past. Although the first and second times made Mu Xing sigh with nostalgia. But after 10 or 20 times, it became annoying. And because of the unknown mental influence, Mu Xing felt that he was getting more and more irritable. Irritable, wanting to kill. He knew very well that this was definitely not his normal self. That special mental erosion had seriously affected him. Mu Xing calmed himself down and calmed down before dialing Alyssa's number. Hello? How is your situation? Sorry, I'm a little injured, but it's okay. Alyssa's slightly weak voice came from the communication. I'm going to save you. Mu Xing suddenly spoke and began to test Alyssa. No, you can't come over. There are many advanced zombies here. It's very dangerous. You just need to remember your mission. Mu Xing said coldly, Miss Alyssa, let's make a deal. What? The other party was a little puzzled. On my left, about 100 meters away, there is a group of fully armed militants. They should be from the church. The other party was silent for a moment. What do you want? The truth? The truth is in my bedroom. No, don't lie, my security officer. I have been thinking about a question all the way. What's the problem? Since you are in the central command center of the spacecraft, why don't you just send out what you know in the form of information? The spacecraft's communication facilities are destroyed, and I can't send information. Alyssa said. You are lying, Miss Security Officer. Since you have the exclusive escape pod, you must have a way to contact the ground, unless you don't want to contact the outside world at all, am I right? Mu Xing's sudden calmness seemed to disrupt Alyssa's thoughts. Perhaps because of the injury, Alyssa was silent for more than 30 seconds before she finally spoke. Yes, I really don't want to contact the outside world. Why? Because the secret of the Ishimura should be sealed here forever, and I can't let anyone get access to these dangerous news. So, you want to use me to get rid of those guys from the church, or you want to use them to get rid of me, or both? That's right. This time Alyssa was frank, and didn't hide anything. Mu Xing cursed in his heart. What a cruel woman. If he hadn't had the death replay, and was more careful, he would have been tricked countless times. Okay, I got it. Now the transaction continues. What do you want to trade? Alyssa asked. Tell me the truth. I can keep a secret for you. What secret? The password of your room. The other side chuckled. I won't tell the password to anyone. Then what about 352,473? The other person's breathing suddenly became heavy. Mu Xing knew that he had made the right bet. The password she told him the first time should be correct. So, there was something in her room. But she led him here to kill him. How could she kill him? He and those church members couldn't all shoot each other to death. There must be someone who survived. The only possibility was that there was a bomb in her room, and he would be killed as soon as he opened the door. If that was the case, what about those armed members of the church? How did she want to solve it? Or maybe she just discovered these fully armed guys. Thinking of this, Mu Xing continued, "So there is really information in your room? Of course, I didn't lie to you on this point." She took a deep breath. "Originally, my idea was to use the booby trap set in the room to blow you to death. But I didn't expect the guys from the church to break in." Mu Xing's face was gloomy. "I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to kill me?" A resolute voice came from the other side. "Because I can't be sure of your true identity, I will eliminate all unknown factors that may pass on information, because this is related to the survival of the entire human race." Mu Xing was stunned. "It's just an Ishimura spaceship. Can it fly back and blow up the Earth? Unless there is a huge secret hidden on this spaceship. For example, the secret of these corpses, and the mental erosion that makes him hallucinate." "I said I'm not a member of the church. Do you believe it?" "Of course not." "Then, either you tell me the truth, or I tell the password to the church people." Alyssa thought for a moment and said, "If you are really not from the church, let's make a deal." "What?" "You help me kill those church mercenaries, and I will tell you the truth about the Ishimura." Mu Xing sneered in his heart. This is a token of his loyalty. And he believed that this woman already knew that he was not a so-called church member. Just to continue testing. "You want me, an engineer, to deal with those mercenaries? Are you crazy, or am I?" The other side said without emotion, "Then you can choose to tell them the password. First, see if they believe it. Second, they will definitely hunt you down." "Why?" "No reason. The church is like this. They will do anything for their beliefs. Your existence is a hidden danger to them. I am doing my best to protect some secrets, and so are they." Mu Xing pondered over Alyssa's words, trying to tell what was true and what was false. But he had too little information to tell the difference. However, he had his own way of telling the difference. Mu Xing said, "I agree to your deal, but please keep your promise." As he spoke, Mu Xing kicked the filter open, jumped down the ventilation duct, and fired at the two mercenaries approaching Alyssa's door. For high-temperature plasma attacks were fired instantly. However, the attack that could easily blow up the heads of the zombies failed to break the armor on their bodies. So hard. Mu Xing's face changed, and he pulled the trigger again. But the two mercenaries had already reacted and shot at him fiercely, instantly shooting him into a sieve. Death retracing, time reincarnation. Mu Xing did not call Alyssa this time. Instead, he went down the ventilation duct as soon as possible. At this time, the mercenaries of the church had not arrived yet. He quickly entered the password of the door. Ding, the password is correct. Mu Xing's face lit up. Since Alyssa didn't tell him, he would go and see it himself. The moment the door opened, Mu Xing quickly hid behind the wall. Boom! The explosion sounded. Reincarnation again. Mu Xing's face was gloomy. No wonder Alyssa led him, and the church mercenaries here. The explosion was so powerful that not only the door, but also the walls of the room and the corridor outside were blown into pieces in an instant. Chapter 16. Since knowing Alyssa's real purpose, Mu Xing has been trapped in a dead end again. He wants to know the truth and get rid of the illusion, but Alyssa wants to kill him. There is only one way to break the deadlock, that is to kill those church mercenaries, and then find a way to prevent the bomb in the room from exploding. Otherwise, the final result will be to be blown up by the bomb in Alyssa's room. But he was stumped at the first level. He has seen the strength of those mercenaries. The RIG suits on their bodies are high-end goods, and his plasma cutter can't penetrate them at all. This put Mu Xing in a dead end. Wait, since these mercenaries know that there is something in Alyssa's room, does that mean they may have a way to disarm the bomb? Mu Xing muttered to himself. There are only two ways to detonate a bomb, active detonation or passive detonation. The bomb in Alyssa's room should be passive detonation. If it is active, it can be directly detonated remotely when he is exchanging fire with those mercenaries. Since she did not do so, it means that the bomb was passively detonated. The detonation mechanism could be opening the door, infrared sensing, or identity recognition. If someone other than Alyssa opens or enters the room, the bomb will be automatically triggered. So, if these mercenaries want to get the things in the room, they must find a way to deal with the bomb in the room. They came prepared. It is impossible for them not to think of this. In order to verify his idea, Mu Xing called Alyssa's communication. Are you okay? Ahem, just a little injured, nothing serious. There's something new happening here. Two militants are approaching your room. I know. I've seen them. Do you have anything to say? Mu Xing continued to probe. Mu Xing, you must get the information before them, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. You need the password for your room. Can you tell me? 352,473. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. You don't have any bombs installed in your room that will explode when I open the door, right? He deliberately said in a joking tone. How is this possible? You don't have much time left. They are almost here. You have to hurry. The password of the safe is also this. Mu Xing heard this, and still lay quietly in the ventilation duct, waiting quietly. You don't believe me? Alyssa seemed to see that Mu Xing was unmoved, and she was a little anxious. Alyssa, how long have you worked on the Ishimura? Mu Xing suddenly changed the subject. Is this important? Your current mission is to get the information. Alyssa, I'm not your subordinate. Don't talk to me in that tone. The other party was speechless for a moment. Mu Xing had always obeyed her words before. Why did he suddenly change? Did he find out something? What do you want to do? Nothing. I just don't want to die unclearly. You? Alyssa's tone sank. She knew that Mu Xing should have noticed the bomb she had placed in the room. Just then, the two mercenaries had arrived and were approaching the door. However, they did not touch the door, but took out a drill and started drilling holes in the wall. The alloy wall of the spacecraft was very strong, but it could not hold out for 5 seconds under the attack of the special drill. Alyssa, they drilled through the wall of your room. What are they going to do? Mu Xing asked. Look, there is no trust between us. The other party gritted his teeth. I can tell you some truth, but you have to help me prevent them from getting the information. You speak first. Divine Seal. The purpose of the Ishimura coming to the St. Shield 7 colony is actually for the Divine Seal. What is the Divine Seal? Mu Xing was overjoyed. He finally made a breakthrough. It seemed that he was too aggressive before, and did not let this woman feel pressure. Only by letting her feel pressure can we get more useful information from her. I have said what I can say. Now it's time for you to show your sincerity. Mu Xing sneered. This woman has a good plan. She threw out a little bait, and wanted to make her work hard. Miss Security Officer, you don't think that my RIG suit and plasma cutter can fight against 2 fully armed mercenaries? The other party hesitated for a moment. I can assist you remotely. How? I can remotely control a nearby automatic guard robot to attract their attention. Although your plasma cutter cannot instantly break their protective armor, it can smash the weapons in their hands. They have no weapons. In a 2v2 situation, our chances of winning are very high. Mu Xing knew that this woman must have a trick up her sleeve, but he didn't expect that there was a robot nearby that she could control. Therefore, this robot was also a problem that Mu Xing needed to solve, to prevent Alyssa from using this robot to silence him in the end. After all, the previous death replays had already let him know Alyssa's ultimate goal, which was to kill everyone to protect the secret from being leaked. And only the dead know how to keep secrets. Mu Xing did not reply to Alyssa, and hung up the call directly. He continued to lie in the ventilation duct and wait. He knew that this time, Samsara could not give more useful information. He wanted to see what means the 2 mercenaries would use to break the explosive device in Alyssa's room. They drilled a hole in the wall. One of them suddenly burst into a faint light with his right hand, and an invisible force penetrated through the hole. Pulling outward, he saw a handmade and slightly rough identification device pulled out of the hole. They threw it on the ground and crushed it. Then, they started to break the door violently. Mu Xing stared at the device on the man's arm, which should be the gravity module in the RIG set manual. It can launch gravity ropes and control objects remotely. So that's it, Mu Xing understood their methods. And at this moment, Mu Xing heard a clicking sound and heavy steps, which should be the security robot that Alyssa mentioned. Duh. The robot's right-hand revolver machine gun fired. A long fire snake instantly enveloped the 2 mercenaries, who were opening the door. When attacked, the armor on their bodies expanded into invisible ripples, which could block or deflect physical bullets. The man next to him stretched out his hand, and fired a blue stream of light at the robot. The stream of light instantly spread and enveloped the robot. The robot seemed to be frozen in time, and then its movements became extremely slow. Mu Xing recognized that it was a stasis module, which could emit special particle light streams to slow down the target's movement speed. The 2 fired at the same time, and the bullets hit the robot, turning the upper body of the robot into a sieve. However, at this time, the robot also got rid of the influence of stasis and rushed over. The robot's pupils flashed red, and the door behind them was automatically unlocked. The 2 mercenaries turned back suddenly. Boom! Mu Xing's eyes were only red. Chapter 17. Time goes round again. After waking up, Mu Xing analyzed the information obtained from the previous round of backtracking. He realized that if he wanted to get the truth about the Ishimura from Alyssa, he had to get effective bargaining chips. Not only that, He had to eliminate the 2 mercenaries and the robot that could only detonate bombs before getting the bargaining chips. In this way, the 2 of them would have the possibility of a conversation. He called Alyssa again. Alyssa, I'm here. What should I do next? I give you the password for the bedroom door, the same as the password for the safe. Mu Xing counted the time in his heart. The 2 mercenaries should be here soon. He said directly. The situation is not good. There are 2 mercenaries nearby. They look like they are from the church. Church? How did they appear here? Alyssa's tone was slightly surprised. Mu Xing knew that this woman was pretending. In fact, she had already discovered the 2 mercenaries. Mu Xing's tone changed and became serious. Ms. Security Officer, I will now reveal my identity. In fact, I am an investigator from the Earth Federal Security Bureau. I am now officially taking over the mission of the Holy Shield No. 7 seal. My number is KH5427. You can check my number on the federal internet. Mu Xing's sudden self-exposure made Alyssa on the other side stunned for a long time. Are you from the Federal Security Bureau? How come I haven't heard of it? Alyssa expressed doubt. The Security Bureau is affiliated with the Special Department of the Federation. You, a spacecraft security officer, are not qualified to know. I have been ordered to investigate the situation of the God Seal on the Holy Shield No. 7 colony. Please report everything you know truthfully. After these words came out, Alyssa on the other side was obviously a little confused. So your previous behavior was to test me? Yes, the God Seal is of great importance. I didn't want to reveal my identity, but now that the mercenaries of the church have appeared, I have to make a decision. Ms. Security Officer, tell me, what happened to Holy Shield No. 7? Mu Xing's heart was pounding. He dared to fabricate an identity of a Federal Security Bureau investigator because he was sure that Alyssa would not dare to access the federal network to check his identity. And he knew the word Divine Seal and the existence of church mercenaries. These 2 pieces of information combined were enough to make his words highly credible. Alyssa sighed on the other side. So that's it, everything is a federal plan, right? Mu Xing did not answer, but continued, Madam Security Officer, please answer my question, otherwise I will report it to the Federal Security Bureau immediately, and the Security Bureau's spacecraft will arrive at Aegis 7 soon. I don't know what happened on your side, but believe me, this is not something you, a civilian, should be involved in. The Federal Security Bureau will handle this matter. No. You can't, you are a group of lunatics, a group of gamblers who bet on the future destiny of mankind. Alyssa suddenly lost control of her emotions, and yelled at Mu Xing. How could it be? The federal government has been committed to the future development of mankind. How could it endanger the future safety of mankind? No, you, and those crazy people in the church, you don't know what Pandora's box you have opened. The red seal on the Holy Shield 7 should be sealed deep underground forever. So many people died when the federal government imitated the red seal. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this so-called seal was a very dangerous thing. He said, believe me, this Ishimura incident was not planned by our federation. Alyssa took over the conversation. Of course, I know that our Ishimura was deceived by the church and ECE from the beginning. Their real purpose was not mining, but the seal buried on the Holy Shield 7. When Alyssa said this, her tone was full of anger. Then, she sobbed again. If it weren't for these bastards, how could Jacob and Danielnes die? Mu Xing tried to comfort Alyssa. Ms. Security Officer, I'm sorry for your companion's death, but now is not the time to be sad. I need you to cooperate with me and get rid of these 2 mercenaries first. Alyssa on the other side finally sobered up a little. Okay, but Mr. Investigator, I can't trust anyone, no one. Alyssa muttered to herself, and it was obvious that her mental state didn't seem to be very good. Click, click, click. Just then, the security robot was controlled and ran over. Mu Xing knew what she was going to do. He tried to get away from her while yelling, Alyssa, are you crazy? Even if you blow me up, can you stop the Federation from boarding this spaceship? Of course I'm not worried. You're not an FSA investigator at all, Mr. Mu Xing. Mu Xing suddenly felt a piercing chill in his heart. How could this woman see through him? He thought he was disguised perfectly. How could she see through him? This is unscientific. Wait, could it be? Mu Xing thought of a possibility. The next second, a violent explosion sounded again. Wake up again. Mu Xing no longer provokes Alyssa. Although she is calm most of the time, she has been on the spaceship for so long that her mental erosion has probably penetrated deep into her bones. The mental erosion made her paranoid and cold. Mu Xing first turned off the navigation function of RIG to prevent Alyssa from locating herself, and then cut off all communications. According to previous memories, first find the security robot that can be remotely controlled. This robot is located in the security room near Elisa's room. Because of the incident on the Ishimura, the chaos in the central command system put this robot in standby mode. When Mu Xing found this robot, he first tested it to see if it would start up by itself. Obviously, this robot does not have the ability to start up by itself, and all its actions must rely on the control of the central command system. Mu Xing first tried to see if he could cut off the information connection between the robot and the outside world. But he was not a real engineer after all, and could not understand the functions and principles of robots in the 23rd century. Shoot the robot? But what about the two mercenaries? Mu Xing's mind raced, thinking quickly about countermeasures. Soon he came up with a plan. He returned to the ventilation duct first. He then reopened the communication system and contacted Elisa. Mu Xing, what's going on over there? I can't locate you. Sorry, this RIG suit seems to have a problem. The communicator and positioning device are not stable. Mu Xing answered casually, and it didn't seem to arouse Elisa's suspicion. After all, the other party can't predict the future. However, Mu Xing was careful. He was conducting an experiment to prove his guess. Mu Xing, I will tell you the room password. You hurry up and get the information. Mu Xing's tone became solemn. Wait, it seems that someone is coming. They are wearing armor and holding guns. Looking at the marks on their chests, they seem to be from the church. What? The other side made a surprised sound. Elisa, I am not their opponent alone. What should I do now? Don't worry, there is a security robot nearby. I will control it to deal with these two mercenaries. Chapter 18. At this time, two mercenaries were approaching Elisa's room from the left and right. They were very alert and professional. Let alone one-on-two, even one-on-one, Mu Xing thought he was no match for them. So, he let the robot controlled by Elisa act as a meat shield, and he chose to attack from behind. Duh. Just as the two mercenaries began to drill holes in the wall, a fire snake swept over. The two quickly turned on the protection system. One used a static force field on the robot, and the other shot at the robot's weakness. The two cooperated very well. And at this moment, Mu Xing moved. He suddenly launched an attack from the back, targeting the weapons in their hands. A plasma energy bullet knocked out the electromagnetic rifle in one person's hand, and just as he was about to pull out the pistol at his waist, the vent was suddenly pierced by a tentacle. A lurker rushed out of the ventilation duct and pounced directly on the face of the mercenary. Although the armor can resist long-range attacks such as bullets, it has no way to prevent the tentacle from locking the throat. The lurker sprayed venom, and quickly corroded his RIG armor. This lurker was exactly what Mu Xing had led here. He had reincarnated so many times that he was already familiar with the lurker's characteristics. He had attracted the lurker patrolling in the ventilation duct in advance, and arrived just in time for the battle. So, the moment when the mercenary's most fatal weakness was exposed, the lurker attacked him. Seeing his companion being attacked by the lurker, the other mercenary also panicked. This panic meant being attacked from both sides. The robot and Mu Xing attacked at the same time. The weakness of the RIG armor module was exposed. The protective force field it created can only defend the front, not a 360-degree full enclosure structure. While the protective force field blocked the rotary machine gun's sweeping fire, it could not block Mu Xing's attack. Mu Xing quickly pulled the trigger to knock his weapon away, and rushed forward, and the plasma cutter in his hand changed to a cutting form. The high-temperature plasma cutting instantly cut off the mercenary's head. When he turned around, another mercenary had been killed by the lurker. Mu Xing switched modes and shot the lurker. His shooting skills, forced by repeated deaths, allowed him to accurately blast the tentacles on the back of the lurker. He instantly killed two mercenaries and a lurker. Even Elisa, who was controlling the robot behind the scenes, was shocked by Mu Xing's fighting ability. Elisa, do you want to kill me? Before Elisa could speak, he asked first. How is it possible? Bang. The explosion sounded at the back of the robot's head. The explosion of a whole high-energy battery directly shattered the robot's head. Not only that, the plasma current that rushed out instantly burned the robot's entire circuit. Mu Xing, are you crazy? I'm not crazy, Miss Elisa, you are crazy. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He found the robot in advance just for this moment. He used the explosion caused by the short circuit of the high-energy battery to eliminate the security robot, just to prevent Elisa from remotely detonating the bomb in the room. Mu Xing said, Elisa, stop pretending. From the beginning, you never thought of letting me live. Opening the door to get the information is just a pretext for you to silence me. You also led the 2 mercenaries here. I don't know what you were talking about. Alyssa did not admit it. While talking, Mu Xing removed the functional modules that made him covetous from the 2 mercenaries. A stasis module, a gravity module, and the armor modules on their bodies. There are 32 armor modules on the whole body, which fit various parts of the body. These armors cannot defend against melee attacks, but can resist or deflect bullets and energy attacks from a certain direction by releasing a protective force field. Mu Xing installed all these modules on his RIG suit. Stasis module on the left arm, gravity module on the right arm, and 32 armor modules all over the body. Not only that, he also found 4 spare batteries on the 2 mercenaries. Including the batteries in the battery box, there are a total of 6 batteries. There is also a small electromagnetic pistol for each person. Unfortunately, the electromagnetic rifles in their hands were broken by themselves, otherwise the harvest would be greater. After Mu Xing searched his spoils in a polite and orderly manner, he slowly got up and walked to the door of the room. Alyssa, can you tell me the password? Of course, 352,473. Mu Xing opened the password cover on the door, revealing a lit screen. However, after he entered the 5-digit password, he stopped what he was doing. What are you doing? Open the door and get the information. Mu Xing looked up at the empty ceiling. Alyssa, although I don't know how you can see through my thoughts, I'm sorry, I won't be fooled into opening this door. Because when I open the door, a live sensor will identify me. If it finds that it is not you, Alyssa, it will directly detonate the bomb in your room, right? Silence, deathly silence. Mu Xing was too lazy to pay attention to Alyssa, and directly grabbed the electric drill, and started drilling a hole in the wall. Soon, a hole the size of a bowl was drilled out. He had already seen the identification device facing the door. Start the gravity module. Mu Xing started the voice, aimed his right hand at the round hole, and reached out to the identification device in the room. It seemed as if an invisible hand grabbed the device. When Mu Xing retracted his hand, the device flew out with him. Bang! He pulled the trigger, and a plasma shot directly exploded the identification device. How could you know? Alyssa was completely anxious at this time. You can't do this. Mu Xing no longer believed in this woman at this time. How about we make a deal? What deal? Tell me the truth, and I can leave the things in your room alone. The other party hesitated for about 20 seconds. Okay. However, Mu Xing used a plasma cutter to cut off the door lock in the next second and pushed the door open with one hand. He looked around the room. This woman was really crazy. There were 4 high-energy bombs on the wall behind the door. Mu Xing quickly pulled out the detonators in series and completely eliminated the threat. Until this moment, the other party completely compromised. What do you want to know? About the Ishimura, about the Seal of God, about the church, and about you. Alyssa. The other party took a deep breath. Since we can't stop you, you can open the safe. There are most of the truths you want to know. Mu Xing used the plasma cutter again to cut the safe open. Then he activated the stasis module and threw a stasis area over. The blue light enveloped the entire safe. He quickly reached out and took out the small bomb hidden in the safe. While the stasis area was still continuing, he threw the small bomb directly out of the room. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, but compared to the high-energy bomb on the wall, the power of this small bomb was much smaller. Mu Xing didn't even turn on the protective force field. Because this small bomb was not used to kill people, but to destroy the data in the safe. You lied to me again, Miss Alyssa. Mu Xing's teasing voice sounded. Who are you? Alyssa finally couldn't help but asked. Chapter 19. Mu Xing cut off the communication and turned off the positioning device. After taking out the information from the safe, he stuffed it directly into the storage bag that came with the RIG suit. He quickly searched in the bedroom for a while, then quickly left Alyssa's bedroom and climbed up the ventilation duct to leave here. Soon, the micro camera that Mu Xing left nearby sent real-time images. A large number of zombies were attracted by the explosion, and many of them were types that he had never seen before. After observing for a few minutes and confirming that no other church mercenaries appeared, he cut off the connection with the camera. As soon as he found a safe and bright place, Alyssa called him directly. Mu Xing thought about it and chose to answer it. I think we should have a good chat. Can I still trust you, Alyssa? Mu Xing asked back. You cannot trust me, but since things have come to this point, I can only tell you everything I know. Then it is up to you to decide whether to make the secret public. While Alyssa was talking, Mu Xing had already taken out the thick paper document from his backpack. He didn't expect that in the 23rd century, humans still use paper products. Perhaps, It was because Alyssa didn't trust electronic storage and had to make this choice. The first page showed an illustration in a very old style. A huge meteorite was hitting the Earth. At this time, Alyssa's voice sounded. 65 million years ago, a meteorite fell into the Earth, destroying the Earth's ecology and wiping out the dinosaur era that flourished for hundreds of millions of years. However, it was precisely because of this destruction that the planet was given a new choice. Then she suddenly asked, "Do you know how humans were born?" Mu Xing looked at the information and said casually, "According to Darwin's theory of evolution, humans evolved step by step from ancient apes. This is the general understanding of humans in the 20th and 21st centuries, but there is a group of people who don't think so." "Who? Do you know Altman?" Mu Xing looked through the information and saw this name just now. Of course, Altman is the most famous archaeologist in the 21st century, and also the founder of the church. Mu Xing followed the information in his hand and read it. Alyssa began to explain herself again. Altman once presided over a famous archaeological study called The Origin of Intelligent Life. He brought his team to the Chicxulub crater on the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, and conducted 2 years of excavation and archaeological activities. It was because of that archaeological excavation that he discovered the origin of intelligent life that subverted human cognition in the past, and dug out the origin of all intelligent life on Earth from the deep underground of the meteorite crater. Is it a divine seal? Mu Xing happened to see a yellowed photo. This photo is probably quite old. In the photo is a middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a research suit, with several assistants posing for the camera. The most eye-catching thing is a black stone sculpture with a double helix shape and covered with mysterious runes, which is being lifted by a crane behind them. That thing doesn't look like an Earth creation at first glance. It looks like obsidian and metal, and its texture is very strange. Most importantly, it was emitting a faint black halo in the air. The moment he saw the photo, the annoying hallucinations and tinnitus came again. Mu Xing felt that everything around him was changing rapidly. He looked up and found himself sitting in a crowded classroom. The sun was shining, and familiar classmates were bustling around. "Qiangzi, Heyong, Zhou Ming?" Mu Xing shouted at them. But no one responded to him. Just then, a woman in a white dress came in from the door. She looked at him, with an inexplicable emotion on her face, and walked towards him. The close friends around him started to make a noise. "Do you have time tonight? I have something to talk to you about." Mu Xing wanted to speak, but everything around him began to twist wildly again. He looked around and found that the sky was dark, and long shadows were cast under the setting sun. The two of them were facing each other on both sides of the school road. At this moment, Mu Xing thought of something. "Don't come over." There was clearly nothing around. He still tried hard to stop the girl opposite from coming over. "What did you say?" She took a step forward. An out-of-control truck smashed through the school gate railing and rushed in. "No!" Mu Xing stretched out his hand. But he could only watch the out-of-control truck speeding past him. He tried to run towards the figure that fell out. The out-of-control truck appeared again at some point and crashed into him. Crack! The surrounding illusion disappeared. Mu Xing was like walking through a life-and-death situation, and suddenly woke up. "You entered the illusion?" Alyssa's voice sounded in the communicator. Mu Xing covered his head, realizing that the mental erosion was getting worse and worse, and now there were signs of losing control. He looked up and saw a white figure sitting not far away. Mu Xing knew that it was an illusion. "Mu Xing, long time no see." She smiled. "Go away, you are not her, you are not allowed to pretend to be her." Mu Xing fired an arc directly from the plasma cutter in his hand. A hole was blown out of the wall. The most important thing to stay rational is to learn to stick to your heart and tell yourself that everything is fake. Only by seeing through it can you not be disturbed by it. Alyssa seemed to be teaching her how to stay calm. Mu Xing covered his head, and it took him a while to recover. "Sorry, let's continue," Mu Xing said. Alyssa was also surprised that Mu Xing recovered from the mental influence so quickly. "I think you should have seen the photo of the God Seal." "Yes. It is the original God Seal, also known as the Black God Seal." Mu Xing frowned. He heard Alyssa say that there was a replica of the God Seal on Holy Shield number 7 during his reincarnation. So what is the relationship between the God Seal and the emergence of intelligent life? Mu Xing asked while flipping through the materials. According to Altman's research, it was because the primitive apes came into contact with the Black God Seal that RNA mutated, and thus monsters, like humans, were born in their offspring. Why are they called monsters? Don't you think humans are no different from monsters? Greedy, arrogant, selfish, full of ambition and betrayal. For their own benefit, They can be more monstrous than monsters. Mu Xing could not refute her words, and motioned her to continue. It was that excavation that not only allowed Ultraman to discover the origin of mankind, but also influenced him to be influenced by the Black God Seal, and from then on he founded the church. He believed that the emergence of mankind was for death and aggregation, which is the ultimate destiny of mankind. What do death and aggregation mean? You should have seen those corpses, right? Very scary. It seems to have the power of immortality, because they have already died once. Before death, they were just semi-finished products in the eyes of church members. Only when humans die completely, and are transformed by the divine seal, will they become truly finished products. Really finished products? The church believes that the emergence of humans is for aggregation. If everyone is brought together, they will achieve physical immortality. Through aggregation, their spirit and body will be transformed into a higher level of life form. Chapter 20. Are they crazy? How could they believe such a thing? Mu Xing frowned. Although he was not from the 23rd century, he was a highly educated person, who could distinguish right from wrong. He thought it was unbelievable that there were such fanatical religious believers in the 23rd century. But he soon felt relieved. After all, this was the world of the Ishimura, and the worldview and laws of the universe were different. Alyssa said, "It's not that they are crazy, but that they have seen this possibility." When the Black God Seal was excavated and sent to the federal government, it caused a huge riot. A large number of humans became crazy because of the influence of the power of the God Seal. They killed each other, devoured each other, and mutated. Finally, the federal government sent troops to quell the riot. Since then, the Black God Seal has been secretly sealed by the federal government. Mu Xing's expression was serious. He finally understood where these monsters on the spacecraft came from, and where the spiritual erosion came from. The source of everything is the God Seal. What happened next? He asked. Since then, Altman founded the church, promoted the doctrine of the origin of new wisdom, and developed many believers. However, a few years later, Altman died in an accident. Accident? I'm afraid it wasn't an accident. Mu Xing interrupted. Alyssa said, some people say it was the federal government, and some people say it was a factional dispute within the church. In short, Altman died. But his death was like a trigger, making the two organizations very extreme. The church he left behind began to expand rapidly, reaching its peak in the second half of the 22nd century. They infiltrated the economic, political, and military fields and became a huge behemoth. Their existence was once suppressed by the federal government, but as the church became more and more powerful, the federal government was forced to recognize their existence. By the 23rd century, the church had become the largest sect in the world and even in all colonies. Is there no one who can stop these lunatics? Mu Xing frowned and asked. The only one that can compete with them is the federal army. Over the years, they have been growing stronger and deeper in their research on the divine seal. You just mentioned two crazy organizations? Isn't the other one the federal government? That's right. The federal government has gone completely crazy in its research on the divine seal. They conducted various terrible experiments in various planetary colonies, and even created 12 red divine seals with the help of the black divine seal. Red God Seal? Is it the one on Holy Shield 7? Mu Xing had a bad feeling. Yes, Holy Shield 7 was once an experimental site, and the federal government also created a replica of the God Seal here. Why are they studying the God Seal? Do they also want to gather together? No, the federal government is calmer than the church. They study the God Seal for two purposes. The first is to use the special ability of the God Seal to create super soldiers. You should have seen the attack power of those zombies, right? Mu Xing nodded, very strong, hard to kill. If there are more advanced corpses, they can indeed be considered super soldiers. But aren't they afraid of backlash? Alyssa sneered. Of course there is backlash. There have been cases where planetary colonies were destroyed by experiments, so they were forced to seal all the replicas of the seal. However, for the second goal, they will not give up the research on the seal. What is the second goal? Infinite energy. Mu Xing frowned, and his first reaction was that it was nonsense. According to the law of conservation of energy in the universe, perpetual motion machines are impossible, let alone infinite energy. Once, humans thought that as long as they left the Earth and entered the interstellar era, they could get rid of the constraints of energy. However, humans underestimated their energy consumption. In the 22nd century, the population increased 100-fold, and the major colonies were overcrowded. Even if CEC built various planetary decomposition ships that could directly dismantle planets to obtain minerals and energy, it still could not meet the increasing consumption of humans. But the original divine seal that Ultraman excavated can generate almost unlimited energy. How is this possible? This is unscientific, Muxing said. Alyssa was quite sure, but the fact is that some people speculate that the divine seal is an energy device created by a high-dimensional civilization, which can extract high-dimensional energy, so the divine seal can generate endless energy. Muxing flipped through the information in his hand, which was basically consistent with Alyssa's description. And the information in the information was more detailed. Today, the federal government and the church are at loggerheads, each with its own advantages. The church has a large number of followers, and organizations spread across the earth and major colonies, and is no weaker than the federal government in terms of military and economic capabilities. However, the federal government is not a pushover. They control a powerful army and the original divine seal. Since the church learned that the federal government had copied 12 red divine seals, it has begun to fight for these red divine seals with all its strength. A few years ago, the Ishimura arrived at the Aegis 7 from the Earth thousands of light years away. The mission of this ship was to mine, but in fact it was used to dig for the seal of God. The ship had long been infiltrated by the church members. With the excavation of the red seal of God on the Holy Shield 7, the church members on the ship were very excited. They believed that Ultraman's prediction was correct. They conducted in-depth research on the red seal of God in the colony, and uncovered the secret of the red seal of God. They even planned to transport the red seal of God back to the church headquarters on Earth. It was at this time that a group of people realized the madness of these church members. They acted decisively and armed themselves to control the Ishimura spacecraft and the Holy Shield 7 colony that were infiltrated by the church members. The purpose was to prevent the news of the red seal from reaching the Earth. After understanding the whole story, Muxing finally understood. No wonder there were so many monsters on the Ishimura, and no wonder the colony and the Ishimura had been silent for so long, without attracting the federal government and the church. Because they didn't know what was happening here. Muxing closed the information in his hand. I have a few more questions. I hope you can answer them truthfully. Of course, now that we've come to this point, I can tell you whatever you want to know. Alyssa said. What is the ultimate goal of the church? Why must they be prevented from obtaining the divine seal? I've already said that their goal is to gather, not just themselves, but they want to gather all humans. Are these people crazy? For the first time, Muxing felt the horror of this organization. For the so-called belief, they were ready to kill all humans and transform them all into zombies. According to the research on corpse variants he saw in the data, these corpse variants can also merge with each other to become more powerful and terrifying corpse variants, which is called aggregation. Muxing asked again, why don't you notify the federal government? At least they won't agree with the church to exterminate all mankind, right? Alyssa said, I believe they won't, but the federal government has long been infiltrated by the church. Who do you think I can trust? Chapter 21. Muxing was silent for a moment. He understood Alyssa's concerns. The third question is, how to solve the problem of spiritual erosion of the divine seal. This is the answer that Muxing wants to know most. His goal is to survive 24 hours on the Ishimura, and now he has at least 18 hours to survive. If he can't solve the problem of spiritual erosion, he can't even survive 8 hours. Alyssa did not hide. The source of spiritual erosion is the divine seal, which is emitting spiritual ripples that affect the consciousness of intelligent life all the time. However, the solution to mental erosion is also on the divine seal. As long as you are within a certain range of the divine seal, you can get rid of the influence of mental erosion. Muxing understood. So, the divine seal is right next to you? After a moment, Alyssa said, my situation is a bit special, but I hope you can trust me. Don't let the church know about the Ishimura. Otherwise, the entire human race will face the danger of extinction. Muxing went straight to the point. Take me to the divine seal. I don't want to become that kind of monster. In exchange, I can guarantee that I will not send these data back to Earth, and I can even give the data to you. Alyssa seemed to be thinking. Muxing also took the opportunity to use the RG suit to back up all the information, especially the information about the church's research on the seal of God. When he finished scanning and backing up, Alyssa's voice came to his ears. Okay, I can promise you that I will guide you to the spacecraft command center, but this road is difficult to walk. You have to be mentally prepared. Muxing breathed a sigh of relief, and finally scared this woman. Of course, it was mainly because he held her weakness in his hand, and had the bargaining chip for the conversation. If I hadn't gotten the information just now, the other party would never have given up. Now the two sides have reached an agreement in this fragile balance. Soon, a new navigation point was sent to Muxing's navigation system. The target point is located at the top command center of the spacecraft, and it is not easy to get there. The huge spacecraft is intricate, and many passages have been destroyed by humans. There are also various zombies blocking the way, and Mu Xing is prepared to die all the way. According to his calculations, if everything goes well, he can arrive within 3 hours. Of course, this is the case when everything goes smoothly. If things don't go smoothly, and you encounter a powerful monster that is difficult to break through, this time will be extended even longer. Adding the time of the death cycle, it will actually take him longer to reach a safe point. Mu Xing checked the equipment on his body, and the status of each module. The stasis module, gravity module, and armor module all performed well. It is indeed a high-end product used by mercenaries, much safer and more reliable than the civilian version. In addition, there are 2 electromagnetic pistols with nearly 200 bullets. Because it is an electromagnetic bullet, its volume is only half the size of a normal bullet. The bullet made of super alloy has strong penetration. A high-energy battery can fire about 50 rounds, which is more energy efficient than a plasma cutter, but of course, its power is much smaller. In addition, he still has 8 fully charged high-energy batteries on him. Enough to support him in the next battle. Even if they are used up, he can still search for batteries from those corpses. In addition to the one that comes with his own set, he also found 2 more from the mercenaries. This is a good thing. After being injured, it can quickly promote cell division and repair internal and external injuries. Finally, there are 2 grenades, which were also looted from the mercenaries. 2 high-energy bombs. He wanted to take all 4 of them from Alyssa's room, but they were too big and too heavy, so there was no place to carry them, so he had to give up 2 of them. These 2 pieces are enough for emergency use, specifically for dealing with powerful zombies that he can't solve. After completing the inspection, Mu Xing turned on the navigation system and set off. The entire spaceship is divided into 4 floors. The lower 3 floors can be accessed through ventilation ducts. The top floor is the spaceship command area, so the ventilation system is also independent. Mu Xing moved forward towards the target point and carefully explored the ventilation duct. The closer to the center of the spaceship, the more vigorous the rotten tissue in the ventilation duct grows. What exactly are these tissues? Mu Xing asked Alyssa while cutting the rotten tissue blocking the ventilation duct with a homemade bone spur sickle. This is the product of aggregation. The corpses aggregate and grow with each other, and the corpse tissue continues to spread and erode the entire spacecraft. Eventually, all the corpses will merge into one whole. Think about it. If all the humans on the Earth become corpses and complete the aggregation, can they devour the entire planet? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. This imagination was a bit too exaggerated. Wouldn't the manipulator behind all this be the God Seal? Mu Xing asked. You can understand it this way. The God Seal has its own logical operating system, and it will always follow this logical execution command. It has control over the corpses, but also resists the approach of the corpses. Why? I don't know. Anyway, it is the source of pollution and the last pure land. It is a collection of contradictions. Mu Xing was speechless. Isn't this equivalent to being both a poison and an antidote? He also realized that the divine seal is just a tool. The key is how the person wants to use it. As he was talking, Mu Xing cut off all the proliferating flesh and blood tissues and got into the passage without hesitation. If he hadn't been wearing a helmet, he would have been suffocated by the complex air environment. This journey was relatively safe. In addition to the occasional lurkers, there were some corpses called sporepods and sporepods. This type of corpse did not even have a complete body, but was a monster formed by the mutation of a part of human body tissue. For example, the brain could mutate into a brain monster with tentacles, and a hand could mutate into a hand monster that could move freely. These monsters that were completely changed by the power of the divine seal did not conform to the laws of biological evolution on Earth. It's no wonder that the guys in the church think that these monsters are the goal of their evolution. However, Mu Xing knows very well that when these people die, everything in their bodies will be replaced and changed, and they will become another kind of creature. The so-called aggregation and consciousness and physical immortality are also completely false propositions. A similar flower can never become the original flower. Shaking his head, Mu Xing climbed out of the ventilation duct. He has reached the 2nd floor, and above that is the top floor of the spaceship, which is also his final destination. Along the way, the mental erosion became more and more serious. Mu Xing glanced at the white shadow that had been following him, and he had even gotten used to her existence. Mu Xing, be careful! Suddenly, the shadow behind him spoke, reminding Mu Xing. This was not the first time. Mu Xing quickly moved the muzzle and aimed at the passage ahead. The next second, a corpse that was lying on the ground with its legs completely twisted and transformed into a pale white tail rushed towards him. Although it can only crawl, it has a good jumping ability, jumping 3 meters away, and its speed is extremely fast. Mu Xing quickly fired a burst of shots. This kind of monster is called a jumper, which focuses on strengthening the jumping ability and the body's defense ability. Chapter 22. The monster opened its mouth and roared, its sharp teeth turned outward, and the spines from the head to the tail proliferated and expanded, forming a hard exoskeleton. The tail with 2 mutated legs was raised, with sharp bone spurs on the tip, which could attack like a scorpion with the tail spurs. Mu Xing kept firing the electromagnetic pistol in his hand. According to experience, it was meaningless to hit the head or the tail of this monster. So, Mu Xing's target was its arms. Most of the jumper's mobility depends on its mutated arms to crawl on the ground. So as long as its arms were broken, the monster's ability to move would be destroyed. He first threw out a stasis field to freeze it temporarily. He fired 4 shots in a row, breaking its joints. Without both arms, the leaper's threat capability was greatly reduced, leaving only its tail waving randomly. Mu Xing fired 2 more shots, one to blow up its head, and one to hit its back. The powerful electromagnetic bullets easily paralyzed it. Be careful, Mu Xing. However, the phantom behind him was still reminding him. Mu Xing quickly aimed at the end of the passage. However, there was a noise coming from behind him. He quickly turned around and saw a flash of afterimage. He fired subconsciously and felt something flashing next to him. Before he could react, his neck was cut off. Why did I die? Mu Xing woke up again, looking confused. He had no idea how he died. Was the one who just killed him some kind of corpse? He was killed instantly, without even seeing the other person's appearance. Wake up again. Mu Xing became extra careful. He planned to ask Alyssa for help first. Alyssa, I encountered a monster that was extremely fast, so fast that it was hard to see its appearance clearly. What kind of corpse is this? After hearing Mu Xing's description, Alyssa also thought for a while. If it is not a normal corpse, it may be a special mutated corpse. Special mutated corpse? What does it mean? Some corpses will merge with their equipment or weapons when they complete the mutation and become part of their bodies. They can even use these weapons and equipment at will. I call this kind of unconventional corpse a special mutant corpse. But the information you provided is limited, so it's hard for me to determine what kind of special mutant corpse it is. Mu Xing hung up the call, knowing that he could only use his own blood to pave a way out. He appeared on the 2nd floor again, and first dealt with the jumper. Then he aimed directly at the passage behind him. Suddenly, the light on the ceiling above his head flickered, as if it was interfered by electromagnetic interference. In the flickering light, Mu Xing saw a figure twitching crazily. It looked similar to the cutter, but its head seemed to have been smashed into its chest by gravity, leaving only half of its head. The most disturbing thing was that the thing's body was twitching at an unimaginable frequency. The surface of its body formed an afterimage left by high-speed tremors. Then, it rushed forward several meters, like a flash. Mu Xing turned on the high-intensity flashlight on his helmet to see the movement trajectory of the monster. This was not a flash, but an afterimage caused by high-speed movement. And every time the monster started to move at high speed, the lights on his head, and even the flashlight on his head, would flicker unsteadily. Mu Xing took the lead in firing, retreating while firing. After being hit for the first time, the monster began to twitch and flicker wildly. Its magazine of bullets was almost empty. The monster flashed in front of him in an instant, and its vision began to rotate. It was beheaded for the 2nd time. Death reincarnation wakes up. Mu Xing carefully recalled all the details of the monster just now, trying to find its weakness. At the same time, he asked Alyssa for advice. The answer he got was that the monster might have fused the stasis module. Because of the quantum force field, its actions became full of uncertainty. After knowing this, Mu Xing tried again, but was killed again. No, try again. This time, Mu Xing woke up and didn't even bother to care about the jumper, and went straight to find the mysterious monster. When the lights around him flickered again, Mu Xing knew that the thing was coming. Start the stasis module. Since the monster was a mutation produced by the fusion of the stasis module, it was extremely fast. Then using the stasis module to delay the monster's movements might create an opportunity to attack. When the monster approached Mu Xing within 10 meters, he first activated the gravity module, violently pulled the twitching monster over, and then decisively threw out the stasis field. When the blue stream of light wrapped around the monster, he saw 2 streams of light colliding with each other. This monster really integrated the stasis module, but he didn't know what changes had occurred during the period, and the stasis field was reversed, allowing the monster to move at the speed of sound. This made Mu Xing feel incredible. How can flesh and blood be combined with machines? Could it be that the corpse variant has even more unimaginable potential and can go deep into the quantum realm? What kind of life form are they? With suspicion, Mu Xing has already aimed the plasma cutter in his hand at its thigh. Bang bang. 2 plasma energies were fired, blowing off its legs. After losing its legs, although this corpse variant was still twitching, it lost its threat to Mu Xing. He shot it in the head directly, and then shot it again, breaking its spine. After successfully killing this special mutant, Mu Xing suddenly turned around and propped up the protective force field. A ball of filthy venom was sliding down from the transparent force field. A big-bellied vomiter and the jumper that had just chased him were attacking him together. Mu Xing controlled the gravity rope and projected the severed bone spurs on the ground, piercing through the vomiter's big belly. The disgusting acid exploded and drenched the jumper next to him. The acid didn't distinguish between friend and foe, and directly burned half of the jumper's life. Mu Xing added 2 more shots to completely kill the jumper. Well done. Alyssa's voice came from the communicator. Mu Xing turned around and saw the camera in the corner of the ceiling. Unlike the living area, the monitoring system was spread throughout the spacecraft starting from the 2nd floor. There are more and more high-level monsters like this, and the road ahead will be even more difficult. Mu Xing muttered, then used a tactical knife to cut open the belly of the special mutant monster, and indeed found the stasis module inside. However, the stasis module was completely wrapped in flesh and blood tissue at this time, and the two were completely integrated. Mu Xing used a knife to cut off the connecting nerves before taking it out. Even though the corpse had been killed by himself, the flesh and blood tissue wrapped around the stasis module still maintained its activity. At this time, suddenly, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Abnormal stasis module can be integrated and taken out of this world. Mu Xing was confused. Who wrote in his mind? Hallucination? Has the influence of the divine seal been so deep? Although he was a little disgusted, for some reason, Mu Xing instinctively felt that this thing was useful. So she packed it in a transparent storage box and stuffed it into the storage bag. Mu Xing, be careful, there's a scary zombie approaching, don't fight it head-on. This was the first time that Alyssa took the initiative to remind herself. Mu Xing suddenly became nervous. Tap tap tap. The heavy footsteps echoed in the distant passage. Chapter 23. Mu Xing manipulated the gravity rope to pull down the ventilation duct filter, turned over and jumped onto the ventilation duct. At the same time, the protective force field of the RIG suit was turned on. The protective force can not only protect oneself, but most importantly, it can isolate all human life characteristics. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer, Mu Xing saw a terrifying monster with blood red all over, no skin, and exposed muscles. It was more than 2 meters tall, with a strong body and solid muscles like strands of bright red steel wire. It looks like a corpse that evolved from the original cutter. Both hands completely disappeared and condensed into sharp and tough bone blades. Every step was particularly heavy, as if an elephant was passing through the corridor. The half-dead special mutant corpse called the Twitcher was not completely dead yet. It trembled, and its flesh and blood tissues crawled towards the blood-red monster. However, the other party did not even lower his head, and his big feet fell down, directly crushing it to pieces. As it passed by, Mu Xing noticed that the crushed flesh and blood were being madly absorbed by the monster's feet. Wherever it passed, the vomiting monsters and jumping monsters that it had just killed were also absorbed. It was like a patrolling scavenger, cleaning the corridor. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Logically, the closer to the divine seal, the more serious the alienation of the corpse. But this is the 2nd floor, and many places are still as clean as new. It is estimated that it all depends on the credit of the monster in front of him. The protective force field saved his life, and the monster did not find him, which made Mu Xing relieved. The monster is gone, but you have to be careful, it is tracking you. Alyssa's reassuring voice sounded. What on earth is that thing? Although they just passed by each other, Mu Xing still felt a strong sense of oppression. Cold sweat broke out on his back and forehead. Hunter, it is not a normal corpse, it comes from the biochemical experiment of the Holy Shield Colony No. 7. This guy is a corpse mutated as an experimental subject, and his strength is far greater than those ordinary corpses. What is it doing, patrolling? Mu Xing asked. You can understand it this way. It will wander between the 1st and 2nd floors to prevent any threat that wants to approach the seal. To be honest, an elite church mercenary has been wiped out, And the 2 mercenaries you killed are 2 of them. How many people are there? 20 people, equipped with heavy weapons, were still killed by the hunters. Mu Xing's breathing became heavy. He had seen the strength of these church mercenaries. If he didn't have the ability of death reincarnation to predict their behavior in advance, and if he didn't have the security robot controlled by Alyssa and the lurkers he brought in as helpers. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill them. In a head-on confrontation, he was no match for them. Even such an elite team of 20 people, with heavy weapons, was still slaughtered by the monster. This shows how terrifying this monster is. Mu Xing just hoped that he would not face the monster head-on. He did not act in a hurry, but waited here for 10 minutes. After confirming that the save was completed, he acted again and moved towards the top floor of the spaceship. According to the navigation, there are 2 ways for him to get to the top floor. First, the direct elevator of the spaceship. However, the elevator requires high-level authority to open. Otherwise, even if you pry open the elevator door, you can't get to the top floor. Second, the equipment maintenance channel of the spaceship. The equipment maintenance channel needs to be detoured, passing through the warehouse and kitchen of the spaceship. Alyssa sent a surveillance video. The kitchen of the spaceship has long been a hell on Earth, occupied by various zombies. And there is a super zombie in the warehouse, Leviathan. That Leviathan is mutated from the weakest Guardian. Guardian Mu Xing had seen it before. Only half of its body was left, fused to the gate by rotten flesh tissue. Its body was fragile, and had little attack power. It was such a weak corpse that, after devouring the entire warehouse's food reserves, turned into a terrifying giant. Leviathan is a huge sea monster in mythology. The monster in the warehouse was named Leviathan because of its terrifying and huge size. It almost occupied the huge warehouse, and was still greedily waiting for food to enter. From the surveillance, we can see that Leviathan has completely blocked the only door in and out of the warehouse. It has merged with the huge rotten flesh proliferation tissue. The equipment maintenance channel cannot be walked, and now Mu Xing has only one choice, the elevator. Unless he wants to confront the huge Leviathan at the other end of the warehouse head-on. Alyssa told Mu Xing that if he wants to take the elevator, he needs to enter the power equipment control room. Find the ID card of the administrator of the power equipment control room, and use it to swipe the elevator on the same top floor. Mu Xing realized that this was his final test. Just when he had just brushed shoulders with the hunter, he had a bad feeling. Let's go for it, give it a try. Mu Xing turned on the navigation and headed towards the power equipment control room. He encountered several zombies along the way. Fortunately, they were all monsters, like slashers and vomiters. Now, monsters of this level can no longer pose a big threat to him, who is fully armed. The RIG suit has smoothed the gap in strength between them, and he has also had many experiences of death reincarnation. In the battle, he has gradually grown into a seasoned warrior. After easily killing these monsters, Mu Xing finally found the power equipment management room. However, before he could open the door, a strong threat came. The fighting habits formed by many reincarnations made him pull the trigger as soon as he raised his hand. The electromagnetic bullets splashed out like rain. He saw the blood-red monster. He stood up and was 2 heads taller than himself. A sturdy arm was like a shield in front of him, blocking Mu Xing's bullets. The electromagnetic bullets, which had always been invincible, failed to penetrate that sturdy arm. It was very fast, running like a violent tank. Mu Xing threw a stasis force field to slow down the monster. However, the moment he threw the stasis force field, the opponent's sharp bone spurs pierced into the wall next to him. The 2mm alloy steel was opened like fragile paper. The stasis force field suddenly hit the wrinkled alloy. Mu Xing thought to himself that it was not good. It felt like he was hit head-on by a speeding dump truck. Although the protective force field was opened at the first time, it still couldn't withstand the impact. The whole person flew out and hit the wall 3 meters away heavily. There was a loud bang. Mu Xing felt that all his bones were broken. The terrible monster walked towards him step by step, with an expressionless face. It was as if he had just crushed a small ant. Mu Xing tried hard to hold the plasma cutter and raised his right hand, pulling the trigger with all his strength. The high-temperature plasma hit the monster's chest, and a blood hole as big as a bowl burst out. However, in just 2 seconds, the horrifying wound healed quickly. Then, the monster rushed over, and the thick and blunt bone spur hit Mu Xing's head. It was smashed into meat paste together with the helmet. Chapter 24. No, a head-on confrontation is a dead end. After reincarnation again, the first thing Mu Xing did when he woke up was to find a safe place to observe the patrol track of the hunter. At the same time, he carefully analyzed the ability of this monster. Perhaps because it is a monster evolved from an experimental subject, the hunter's sensing ability is much more sensitive than that of ordinary corpses. The slightest movement can attract the attention of this guy. The walking speed is average, but the running speed is comparable to that of a lurker. The hunter's power was terrifying, and even with the protective force field of his RIG suit turned on, he couldn't withstand the head-on collision. In fact, in Mu Xing's view, these outstanding attributes could be used to make up for his shortcomings, and find a way to combine the gap between him and this monster. However, what made Mu Xing most difficult was the hunter's terrible recovery ability and his excellent intelligence. As an experimental subject born for killing, it was instilled with a lot of mature combat experience. When he released the stasis force field just now, the hunter could even actively judge the danger and lift up the wall to block the force field. A monster with strong limbs is not scary. What is scary is that it has strong limbs and a calm and intelligent mind. He tried to contact Alyssa, hoping to find the hunter's weakness from her. The hunter has almost no weaknesses, a strong physique, terrible recovery ability, and a good fighting awareness. It is impossible to defeat this monster by yourself. I suggest you choose another way, or give up reaching the top floor and find a place to hide. Even you have no way? Mu Xing frowned. He could tell that Alyssa was not lying. This was a monster that even she found extremely difficult to deal with. If I could kill that monster, I wouldn't be trapped here. I can't help you this time. Everything depends on you. Mu Xing hung up the call silently. This woman obviously didn't want to reach the upper level by herself. He had this feeling since the first time he met her. She was always avoiding something. Mu Xing didn't give up. He planned to try a few more times. If he could get the ID card, it would be the best. If not, he could only seek a second way. This time he used hand grenades and steel wires to make a simple time delay trip mine. An alarm clock was placed at the location of the trip mine to attract the hunter. He collected the alarm clock on the road, but he didn't expect to use it. Mu Xing named this move luring the tiger away from the mountain. When the alarm clock and trip mine were set up, he approached the power equipment management room directly from the other end. He could even clearly hear the heavy footsteps of the hunter getting closer and closer. At this moment, the alarm clock rang. The ding-ling-ling sound immediately attracted the hunter's attention. It turned quickly and ran in the direction of the alarm. Mu Xing took the opportunity to sneak into the equipment management room. The administrator inside had already mutated into a zombie and attacked him just as Mu Xing rushed in. Mu Xing calmly threw out the stasis field, delaying the monster's movements, and rushed forward. He took out the sickle bone spur behind him, swept it across and cut off its neck, and then pulled out the tactical folding knife and stabbed it into its spine. When the stasis field was about to dissipate, he cut off its arms. The monster collapsed to the ground, twitching helplessly. Boom! At this time, the sound of a grenade exploding came from outside, and the tripwire was triggered. Mu Xing didn't expect the grenade to kill the hunter, and quickly searched for the ID card. Finally, he found a yellow power equipment maintenance ID card in the drawer. That's it! Mu Xing was overjoyed and rushed to the elevator without stopping. However, when he arrived at the elevator, his heart sank. At some point, the hunter was waiting for him at the elevator door in advance. Although half of his face was blown up by the grenade, and his body was covered with many holes. But in the gap between the two eyes, Mu Xing watched the wounds on the hunter's face and body recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This recovery speed is at least 10 times that of ordinary zombies. Mu Xing did not hesitate, and ran away. At the same time, he threw another grenade. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the monster took the grenade directly at a close distance and chased after him like a mad bull. Jump! Mu Xing roared, and flames suddenly spurted out from the nozzle under his feet. He jumped 5 or 6 meters and instantly distanced himself. He turned a corner and rushed to the elevator door again. The ID card in his hand was almost touching the card swiping area. An alloy plate flew over in a rotation. Puff! Mu Xing felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and a severe pain came. His right arm flew out with the ID card in his hand. Ah! Mu Xing couldn't help but scream in pain. The hunter rushed over, pierced with a bone spike, and nailed him to the wall. Let's die together! Mu Xing roared. Directly detonated the 2 high-energy bombs in his backpack. Boom! Even the hunter couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the explosion, and his strong body was blown into pieces. Mu Xing's head rolled out, but he saw a desperate scene. Even though only half of his body was left, the hunter was still recovering frantically, and the red light around the wound was flashing like an electric current. A new body grew in just a few seconds. After waking up again, Mu Xing sat there in silence for a long time. It was not until the shadow's reminder that he came to his senses. How could he get past that unbeatable and unkillable monster and enter the elevator? The key is that the hunter is very smart and knows that his goal is the elevator, so as long as he waits for him at the elevator door, he will not be able to get to the top floor through the elevator no matter what. He looked up, and an idea came to his mind. Since the ordinary road is impossible, can't I just dig a passage to get up? Although the super alloy deck of the Ishimura is very thick and strong, the plasma cutter in his hand is a cure for all disobedience. This time, he didn't provoke the hunter, but went into the ventilation duct and cut upwards. Buzz! The strong tinnitus came again, and Mu Xing covered his head and roared in pain. Not only that, he felt a strong mental wave forcibly invading his brain. All kinds of memories were turned up. Mu Xing's eyes turned blood red, and he felt his body was alienated. The manic mood continued to swell. He knew that his behavior had triggered a certain mechanism of the divine seal. Ah, I don't want to become a monster. Mu Xing yelled and shot himself in the head. The plan to drill a hole and go up failed. After he woke up, he asked Alyssa for advice. She told Mu Xing. The god seal regarded the Ishimura as its territory. Anyone who wanted to break through the territory by destruction would be watched by the god seal, and this kind of watch was terrible for humans. Is this how the corpse variant came about? Transforming the body from the spiritual level? Although Mu Xing found it incredible, the god seal was set up like this, and he had no way to crack it. The idea of taking a shortcut failed, and now he could only try the second way. Then, he set his sights on the employee passage. Chapter 25. The kitchen of the Ishimura spacecraft is very large. It is not an easy task to provide 3 meals a day for thousands of people. A large number of chefs and kitchen staff maintain the daily consumption of employees. When Mu Xing came to the kitchen, he was immediately frightened by the horrific scene in the kitchen and the restaurant. The corpses were piled up like a mountain, and a large number of corpses wearing chef uniforms patrolled in the restaurant. A rough estimate is that there are nearly 30 of them. This time, not counting the corpses hiding in the dark, there are at least 100 of them. Fighting against hundreds of zombies by himself? Fortunately, the restaurant is big enough. After observing for a while, Mu Xing estimated the distance and was careful. Maybe he could get away with it. In the dimming light, the restaurant was like a bloody hell. Mu Xing carefully crawled over the wall. If he accidentally made a noise, he would quickly use the gravity module to throw the cans on the table to attract the attention of the zombies. He was lucky. These zombies will enter a shallow dormant state when they are not fully awake. He relied on this characteristic to successfully crawl through the restaurant, through the corridor, and to the warehouse. However, when he wanted to cross the warehouse, he just took a look at the situation inside the warehouse, and his mood was chilled from head to toe. The warehouse was a huge cylindrical independent structure. Originally, it stored various vegetables, fruits, and various refrigerators loaded with meat. Now all these things were swallowed by the huge monster in the warehouse, whose outline could only be seen. It still stretched out its tentacles and searched in the empty warehouse. What made Mu Xing despair the most was that the entire warehouse was in a state of zero gravity. Anything that entered would become food for the Leviathan. Give it a try. Mu Xing, with the idea that a thief never leaves empty-handed, had to give it a try anyway. Even if he failed, he could still test the bottom of the Leviathan. Turn on the zero-gravity environment operation system. Mu Xing voice-activated the zero-gravity environment operation system of the RIG suit, which allowed him to maintain his ability to move in a zero-gravity environment. He lit the detonator on the high-energy bomb and threw it directly. The high-energy bomb was instantly entangled by those slippery tentacles. Perhaps because it had merged with too many corpses, Leviathan's intelligence was very low, and it did not realize that this high-energy bomb was a dangerous explosive. It opened its huge mouth, and its sharp teeth, like a giant worm, revealed densely packed rotating teeth. Just as it pulled the high-energy bomb over and swallowed it in one bite, the bomb was detonated. With a loud bang, Mu Xing quickly hid behind the hatch. Fierce flames gushed out of the warehouse, accompanied by Leviathan's painful screams. Mu Xing was worried, so he threw the second high-energy bomb in. 2 seconds later, the explosion sounded again. This completely stirred up a hornet's nest. Not only did the entire warehouse tremble violently, but the zombies in the kitchen and restaurant also came over after hearing the sound. Mu Xing hurriedly looked towards the warehouse to check the monster situation. It must be said that Alyssa's high-energy bomb was really powerful. The huge Leviathan was directly blown into a pile of rotten meat. Although it was not dead, it was still wriggling and gathering to be reborn, which also gave Mu Xing the opportunity to cross the warehouse. Taking advantage of the gap, when the corpses behind him were chasing him, Mu Xing rushed directly into the zero-gravity warehouse. The corpses behind him swarmed in, but soon, because of the zero-gravity environment, they could only fly around in the warehouse. Propellant gas sprayed out from behind Mu Xing, quickly pushing him to the end of the warehouse. However, just as he approached the warehouse door, a terrifying big mouth stretched out and swallowed him in one bite. Obviously, the high-energy bomb did not hurt the root of Leviathan. Its body shrank into the aggregate tissue behind the door when it exploded, and the part that was blown up was just a small part of the huge body. Mu Xing woke up again. He completely gave up the idea of taking the second path. This time he died in a very miserable way, being eaten alive and digested for nearly 5 minutes. Luckily, Mu Xing set up a timer and detonated the battery of the RIG suit, burning himself alive, thus avoiding reincarnation in the stomach of Leviathan. Once the game is saved in the stomach of Leviathan, it will fall into a real infinite death cycle. At that time, it was really helpless. However, it was precisely because of this death experience that he found a way to deal with the hunters. He connected to Alyssa's communication and got straight to the point. "Can you shut down the gravity system of the Ishimura?" The other party didn't understand what he wanted to do. "If I want to deal with the hunter, I have no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation, but if it is in a zero-gravity environment, I am confident that I can fight." That's right. Mu Xing's plan is to shut down the gravity system of the spacecraft. If gravity is lost, the speed and strength advantages of the hunter will be directly abolished. No matter how fast it runs, it cannot run in a zero-gravity environment, and any action will become extremely difficult. Strong power will also reduce the threat due to the loss of the fulcrum. At that time, the hunter can only throw things to attack Mu Xing, and Mu Xing has a RIG suit. After turning on the zero-gravity operation system, he can move freely in the zero-gravity space. Yes, but it can only be turned off for a maximum of 1 minute. Alyssa gave a reply. Why? Because of the Divine Seal. Yes, the existence of the Divine Seal is very special, and will react to changes in the surrounding environment. Now the Divine Seal is in a stable state. If you rashly change environmental factors such as gravity, once it is activated, it will be difficult to suppress it at that time. Mu Xing nodded in understanding, wondering if a minute of gravity imbalance could achieve the goal. He decided to give it a try. 1 minute is 1 minute, but it must be turned off when I need it. Okay, I will monitor your status in real time, be careful. Mu Xing did not hang up the communication this time, but set up trip mines in advance as before. The reason why high-energy bombs are not used is that this bomb cannot kill the hunter, but will kill himself first. After setting the alarm, Mu Xing went around and entered the power equipment management room again. This time he dealt with the zombie in the management room faster, killing it in a few seconds and quickly getting the ID card. However, this time he did not run straight to the elevator, but returned to the starting point. At this time, the alarm sounded. The hunter on patrol was immediately attracted by the alarm. The moment the trip mine was triggered, the grenade exploded in the corridor. The next second, Mu Xing appeared in front of the hunter and drew his gun and shot. The hunter roared and rushed towards him with one hand in front of him. "Alyssa, now!" "As you wish." As soon as the voice fell, a strong sense of weightlessness came, and Mu Xing had already activated the zero-gravity operation system in advance. The suction function of his feet allowed him to be firmly attached to the alloy wall. However, the hunter who rushed over was not so lucky, and he crashed into the wall behind Mu Xing with inertia. Mu Xing's feet suddenly cut off the suction ability and sprayed out blue flames. In a zero-gravity environment, this jump can make his speed 3 times faster than usual. The two passed each other in the zero-gravity passage. The hunter swung the bone blade wildly, but failed to touch Mu Xing's hair. It hit the wall with a bang. Just as he was about to kick his legs to chase after him, the static force field thrown by Mu Xing hit him. Chapter 26. The blue force field turned into a stream of light, beautiful and mysterious. In the stream of light, the hunter struggled hard, and his speed was reduced by 99%. This slowing effect can last for about 5 seconds, and as time goes by, the slowing effect will become lower and lower. In the last 5th second, the slowing effect is at most 20%. So after the stasis force field enveloped the hunter for 3 seconds, it launched a counterattack. Waving the bone spurs, it knocked away the objects floating in the air due to the loss of gravity. The huge impact force flew towards Mu Xing, but was blocked by the protective force field held up by Mu Xing. Although the protective force field has poor defense against melee, it has strong defense against long-range flying objects. It instantly deflected and even used it as a boost, allowing Mu Xing to escape faster. The hunter was a little angry, and kicked his legs hard, intending to use the recoil force to pounce on Mu Xing. As a result, a black grenade flew towards him. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the heat wave rolled. In the absence of gravity, the explosion power of the grenade seemed even greater. Of course, Mu Xing didn't expect the grenade to kill or injure the hunter, as long as it could stop him for a moment. At the same time, he kept firing, constantly slowing down the hunter's speed. The hunter blocked the bullets with his arms, but his body was hit back step by step. Without gravity, the hunter was extremely uncomfortable, and his movements were quite funny. Mu Xing took advantage of the time, when it had not yet fully adapted to the elevator entrance. Closer, closer. Mu Xing had already seen the elevator entrance. At this moment, the blood-red figure had rushed over, using the wall to move quickly in the passage. It was very smart. It only took half a minute to get familiar with the movement in zero gravity. Mu Xing was shocked and horrified. Does this monster really have no weaknesses? The hunter rushed over and swung the bone blade at him with the help of inertia. Mu Xing gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. High-temperature plasma exploded between the tough bone blade and him. Both sides were separated by the explosion of plasma. Mu Xing took the opportunity to use the gravity module and projected a gravity cable to connect to the elevator door. At the moment before the hunter turned over and slammed over, the whole person was pulled towards the elevator by the gravity cable. At the same time, he threw a static force field at the hunter, buying him at least 3 seconds. He instantly placed his ID card against the elevator card swipe area, and with a beep, the elevator door began to open. However, at this moment, everything around Mu Xing was twisting and shaking. What's going on? Mu Xing realized something and rushed into the elevator with his memory, then turned around and threw a high-energy bomb with an ignited detonator outside. It will explode after a delay of 4 seconds. And almost at the same time, Mu Xing was pulled into a familiar memory. On a sunny morning, in a vibrant classroom, the teacher waved to the boy who was standing at the door of Class 3 of Senior 2, who looked a little reserved. Classmates, today I will introduce a new transfer student to you. Welcome everyone. Pa pa pa. The audience applauded. The sun shone through the glass window on the faces of every young boy and girl. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mu Xing. Please take care of me in the future. Classmate, just sit there. The teacher pointed to the third row at the end, by the window. Mu Xing looked towards the window, and the quiet girl was still immersed in her own world, biting the pen, frowning and relaxing. Hello, my name is Mu Xing, and we be deskmates from now on. Oh, the girl said, and continued to immerse herself in her own world. Behind him, the boy with a middle-parted hairstyle leaned close to his ear and said, Mu Xing, don't mess with our top student, she has a bad temper. Do you know why she doesn't have a desk mate? It's because... Before he could finish his next sentence, the girl in front of him turned her head slightly, and the boy instantly felt a chill, his neck shrank, and he retreated. When the girl turned her head, Mu Xing smiled at her and nodded. Don't disturb me while I'm doing my homework, and do whatever you want. Mu Xing turned his head and looked at the exercises on her desk. Is it the calculus for college courses? The girl turned her head slightly in surprise. Can you understand it? Just a little bit. I study it when I have time. Great. The girl's sudden loud voice immediately attracted the attention of the whole class. Banksia, do you have any questions? The teacher on the podium raised his head and pushed his glasses. No, I was just a little excited while doing the questions, the girl said embarrassedly. The teacher shook his head. Others continued to study. After the embarrassment, the girl quickly pulled the exercise book over. This question is to find the directional derivative of a 3-variable function. Can you solve it? Probably. No problem. Mu Xing was stunned. Didn't he say he had a bad temper? What was going on? That? Let me introduce myself. My name is Banksia. Nice to meet you. My new deskmate. Mu Xing was about to speak. Suddenly, everything around him turned blood red. He was pulled into a terrifying blood-red hell. There were countless twisted flesh monsters around him. All those monsters were fused and stuck together. Their postures were twisted, and they were howling in pain. Around him was an endless hellscape. Huge mountains of flesh and blood rose into the sky, and the ground was covered with wriggling rotten flesh. Even the dilapidated buildings were made up of broken bones and sticky human faces. Where is this place? He looked around in panic, trying to find a way out. Mu Xing. A familiar voice sounded. He looked up and saw a girl in a white dress standing gracefully on the blood-red ground not far away, waving at him. This way, Mu Xing. Mu Xing opened his mouth and subconsciously ran over there. Just as he was about to approach, the horrible flesh and blood world around disappeared. The scene in front of him turned into a lively amusement park. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up, you two. In front of him, the fat man in a shirt and holding a cone shouted at him, turning his head. Today, the girl took off her school uniform and changed into a youthful and beautiful outfit. Mu Xing, why don't we go back? I have a little social phobia, the girl said. Hey, what are you guys talking about? We agreed to come to the amusement park together during the holidays, and you are not allowed to spoil the fun. The girl behind them pushed them to speed up. Mu Xing looked at the girl helplessly. What do you mean? She turned into a lively girl, waving her fist. Since we are here, let's go for it. Go for it, go for it. A group of boys and girls rushed in behind them. Mu Xing was also swept forward by the crowd. Then, he suddenly became dazed. Who am I? Why am I here? When he woke up again, he found that he was sitting on a roller coaster. The girl next to him was trying to cheer himself up. Come on, Banksia, it's just a roller coaster, not harder than business English and calculus. Just then, the roller coaster started, and then accelerated suddenly. Ah! The girl next to him screamed in fear. Immediately afterwards, Mu Xing also screamed. Of course, it was not because of fear, but because someone grabbed his arm, and the nails dug into the flesh. Ah, let me go! Chapter 27. The roller coaster suddenly rushed to the high point, briefly accumulated power, and then suddenly dived. Ah! There were only high-pitched screams around. At this moment, Mu Xing felt that his consciousness was leaving his body and floating. He saw the young boy holding the girl's hand tightly, his eyes staring at her seriously, and shouted in her ear, I like you. What did you say? I said I. Suddenly, the area around the speeding roller coaster suddenly turned into a terrible world of flesh and blood. The roller coaster sped along the track formed by the slippery tongue. The end of the ramp in front turned into a terrifying giant mouth. The giant mouth full of densely packed teeth looked very much like the mouth of Leviathan. No! Mu Xing shouted, trying to stop it, but found that he was just an illusion and could not stop anyone. Suddenly, the roller coaster also turned into a red truck, and crashed into the terrifying abyss in front with an unstoppable momentum. At the moment of collision, the abyss turned into the face of the girl. No, don't! Mu Xing stretched out his hand, and watched the familiar face being smashed to pieces. Ah! Mu Xing Wuzhen's head, feeling endless pain. He could do nothing, he could not stop anything. He lowered his head. The soil under his feet turned into surging rotten meat, and countless hideous arms stretched out from the rotten meat, trying to drag him into the bottomless abyss. The body sank little by little. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Soon half of his body sank into the rotten meat. Mu Xing. Just then, he saw a girl in a white dress reaching out her hand to him. Mu Xing subconsciously reached out her hand. Mu Xing, long time no see, I've been waiting for you here for a long time, she said, and then pouted. We agreed to go to the end together, go to college, work, and live together, but why did you leave me alone? Mu Xing was speechless, not knowing how to answer. It doesn't matter, I've been waiting for you here, I know you will definitely come to find me. She smiled brightly, just like the first time they met, a serious and hard-working girl in the sun. Mu Xing opened his mouth, but felt his throat dry and couldn't say a word. Is this hell? Mu Xing asked. How could it be? This is heaven. The girl still stretched out her hand to him. The rotten tissue around her disappeared, and she lay on the lawn. A breeze blew, and countless mountain flowers swayed in the wind. Don't leave me this time. She reached out to Mu Xing. Let's really be together, forever and ever. The breeze blew her hair, and her bright eyes were so sincere. Pa! Mu Xing slapped her hand away. Mu Xing? The girl's face was full of disbelief. Are you going to abandon me again? Tears fell from her eyes. Mu Xing was as calm as ice at this moment. The scene design is good, but the acting is a little poor. Besides, you don't look like her at all. The girl suddenly stopped crying and frowned. How could you see through it? I am exactly the way you remember me. Mu Xing shook his head. The Banksia I know dares to love and hate, and is never pretentious. You are far worse than her. Besides, Banksia studies Zhou and I Ching, and she doesn't believe in heaven or hell. Hearing this, the girl's eyes twitched. She didn't expect that she had made a mistake with such an absurd reason. Mu Xing stood up. Everything around him was changing. Grassland, amusement park, classroom, flesh and blood world. Finally, everything disappeared, and the surroundings turned into a cold elevator. Mu Xing faced the hazy shadow in front of him. You are very special. You have resisted my mental invasion again and again. Mu Xing looked at her expressionlessly. So should I call you Shanine, or Miss Alyssa? The shadow opposite changed and turned into a blonde woman that Mu Xing had never seen before. Congratulations, Mu Xing, you passed my test. Mu Xing frowned, but did not act rashly. He even subconsciously tightened his grip on the plasma cutter. At this moment, ding! The elevator reached the top floor, and the door opened. At the moment the elevator door opened, Mu Xing subconsciously turned on the RIG suit life cycle system. The scene in front of him almost made him vomit. The bright red flesh and blood tissue covered the entire spacecraft command room, covering all electronic equipment like a spider web. In the center of the command room, there stood a 3-meter-high double helix red stone sculpture covered with mysterious runes. Above the red stone sculpture, at the gathering point of all flesh and blood tissues, at the center of countless bloodlines, is a severely alienated monster that is no longer in human form. You can vaguely see her appearance as a human, with some golden hair still mixed in the flesh and blood tissues. There is a red beating ball of flesh on her chest, like a heart, constantly flashing and emitting a faint light. And the flesh thread hangs down a red line, connecting to the double spiral horn at the top of the red divine seal. Every time the flesh ball beats, a part of the rune on the red divine seal will light up irregularly. Alyssa? Mu Xing looked at the terrifying combination in front of him in disbelief, which was simply challenging his physical limits. It's me! The shadow behind him turned into Alyssa, and walked over from behind him. No wonder you can always see through my thoughts. So that's it. The shadow Alyssa also looked at him with a strange look. But every time my plan is broken by you. Just like I can predict your behavior in advance, right? Yes, maybe this is why you can resist the spiritual erosion of the divine seal. Mu Xing had no expression on his face, and he had already cursed this woman countless times in his heart. If he hadn't been able to rewind his death, he would have died long ago, and would not have had the chance to come here. Even if he came here, what awaited him was endless spiritual erosion. In that last illusion, if he reached out his hand, everything would be over. Standing here at this moment, Mu Xing actually felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. The spiritual erosion that had been bothering him since he entered the spacecraft also disappeared. Alyssa did not lie to him about one thing, that is, being next to the divine seal really makes one immune to mental erosion. The divine seal is both a poison and an antidote. Mu Xing looked at the strange combination in front of him. So what happened? Alyssa's shadow suddenly passed through his body, and came to the red divine seal. Mu Xing was also startled and subconsciously touched his body. Only then did he realize that the shadow in front of him was like a virtual projection, and had no physical existence. Don't worry, since you have passed my test, it means you are qualified to keep this secret with me. Secret? What secret? About the true origin of the God Seal, its purpose, and the terrible future that mankind will face. Mu Xing frowned. Have you merged with the God Seal? No, not really. It was the God Seal that saved me, and prevented me from completely becoming a corpse that lost myself. The God Seal saved you? Mu Xing felt that the story of the Ishimura was increasingly absurd and bizarre. For a moment, he was a little confused as to who was the villain. Chapter 28. Several years ago, the Ishimura ended its mining work on the planet H6. This planetary decomposition ship, which was supposed to have retired this year, received a new order. Come to Aegis 7 to mine? Mu Xing looked up at Alyssa. Yes, from the beginning, all the crew members thought it was just an ordinary mining operation. There are very rich K-43 elements on Aegis 7. As a rich mining area, Aegis 7 has had colony ships arrive here for decades to start planetary colonization. But no one expected that this mineral mining operation would become everyone's nightmare. When she said this, Alyssa's eyes were filled with anger. But CEC concealed their true purpose. Behind all this was the conspiracy of the Church. They tried to dig out the replica of the Divine Seal buried under the Holy Shield number 7. Mu Xing was a little puzzled. To dig out the Divine Seal, why send a ground team to such a big target as the Ishimura? That's because under the Divine Seal research base on Holy Shield number 7, there is a terrible monster sealed. Terrible monster? What is it? The Lord of the Nest. Mu Xing frowned. He seemed to have some impression of this name. It was mentioned twice in the information in Alyssa's bedroom. But it was only mentioned, without a detailed description. You have read the information, and you should know the experiment done by the military in the underground base of Holy Shield number 7 decades ago, right? Mu Xing nodded. They used the red divine seal to study the experimental plan of super soldiers. Yes, the experiment went smoothly at the beginning, but soon the situation got completely out of control, and the experimental subjects were unable to resist the spiritual erosion of the divine seal. They started to become violent, out of control, and eventually killed each other. In just a few days, the entire underground base became a living hell. After a special experimental subject was transformed into a corpse, it merged all the corpses in the entire underground base and grew into a terrible monster, the Lord of the Nest. The Lord of the Nest was extremely powerful, and even inherited some abilities of the God Seal. It can spread and reproduce new corpses, and control other corpses. Therefore, the monster is also called the Brain Worm. Mu Xing is very familiar with this name. He has played StarCraft, in which there is a Zerg commander who can control the swarm of Zerg, also known as the Brain Worm. The necromorph is like a zombie. It has average combat effectiveness when fighting alone, but when it gathers in groups and is controlled by the same commander, it can exert terrifying combat effectiveness. Not only that, the necromorph can continue to aggregate and evolve. 100,000 cutters can be destroyed in an instant when facing the attack of modern weapons. But what if it is replaced by 100,000 hunters, 100,000 leviathans? Mu Xing couldn't imagine such a scene. Wait, you said the God Seal suppressed the Lord of the Nest? Aren't they in the same group? Alyssa shook her head. This is the special feature of the God Seal. It is both the source of pollution and the antidote. While creating corpses, it will also tell people how to eliminate corpses. Moreover, the God Seal on the Holy Shield number 7 is just a replica. In the long-term military experiments, it has formed its own unique behavior logic. So, after the terrible crisis broke out at the base, the army dispatched warships to eliminate those zombies, and severely damage the Lord of the Hive. But the Lord of the Hive has terrible recovery ability, and has begun to parasitize this planet, so the military used the double-sided characteristics of the red divine seal to seal it deep underground. This is also the main reason why the church did not dare to send ground troops, but chose to dispatch the Ishimura to the Holy Shield number 7. Parasitic planet? Mu Xing grasped this key word. Alyssa looked at Mu Xing. She walked to the window of the spaceship and looked at the nearby planet Aegis 7 through the blood-threaded net. You finally realized it, right? The true ultimate form of the aggregate is also the destination that countless believers of the church have been thinking about for so many years. Their goal is to kill everyone, transform all humans on Earth into corpses, and then aggregate, parasitize, and finally turn the Earth into a huge supercorpse. The consciousness of all people interweaves and condenses together, giving birth to the ultimate form of corpses, Blood Moon. Blood Moon. Mu Xing thought of the flesh and blood world he saw in the illusion. That should be what the whole world looks like after being aggregated and parasitized. The corpse variant parasitized and transformed the entire planet, turning itself into a supergiant corpse variant, which is what Alyssa said, Blood Moon. Is the church crazy? Want to become like that? And, won't the federal government stop them? Alyssa smiled. For so many years, I have long been desperate about the corruption of the federal government. They are just for their own selfish interests, and want to rule the earth and a group of colonies forever. If it weren't for them, there wouldn't be so many accidents and tragedies. Although the church is powerful, it can never confront the federal government head-on. Everything they do is just going with the flow. For their own benefit, the federal government will push itself into the abyss little by little. Mu Xing was silent. Although he was just an outsider, he felt deeply desperate about the future of this world. Why not pass the message on? The church will find this place sooner or later. If they let them take the seal away, everything will be over. Passing the message to the federal government may have other results, right? Mu Xing said. Alyssa returned from the porthole with a bitter look on her face. A year ago, CEC Company canceled the Ishimura with the federal government. At this time, this planetary decommissioning ship has long been scrapped and retired in the federal government's archives. In other words, we have become a ghost ship. Do you think the federal government will believe in a non-existent ghost ship? What's more, the federal government has long been infiltrated by the church and has become a sieve. Then what's the point of you staying here? I'm waiting for an opportunity. Alyssa suddenly said. What opportunity? Waiting for someone who can take the seal away from here. As she said this, she walked in front of Mu Xing. First, this person cannot be one of those lunatics sent by the church. Second, he can resist the spiritual erosion of the seal. Third, he can pass the test I set. Mu Xing frowned. You want me to take the seal away? Do you think I have the ability to do this? Alyssa's transparent hand touched Mu Xing's face. I saw part of your memory, and knew you were special. Being here means that this is your mission. Mu Xing subconsciously glanced at the red divine seal and Alyssa's body above. He shook his head. I don't want to look like you. Chapter 29. It was an accident that I became like this. I should have died a long time ago. In order to fight against the mercenaries of the church, I was seriously injured and almost half of my body was blown up. Under such circumstances, the divine seal saved me. It transformed me into a half-corpse and connected me to it, allowing me to control the spacecraft command room. Mu Xing noticed that Alyssa was indeed left with only half of her body. On this point, she was not lying. Mu Xing's mind was working quickly, thinking about the gains and losses. His goal was to survive for 24 hours, but now he had to survive for at least 16 hours. And he could only survive if he stayed next to the divine seal. Then he figured it out. As long as he survived for 16 hours, he could leave this hellhole. What would happen to this world in the future? What did it have to do with him? He simply agreed to it and waited until he survived 16 hours. Okay, I agree, but you won't give me any orders to go out and fight monsters, right? Don't worry, I've contacted my friends. Tomorrow a transport ship will arrive at the Ishimura, and you will take the divine seal and leave here. Where to go? Find an unknown planet and hide the seal. It doesn't matter as long as it doesn't fall into the hands of the church. Mu Xing nodded. I understand. As he said that, he sat down on the ground without any image and rested next to the control panel. He was too tired. Although the physical fatigue was not much, the mental fatigue was constantly accumulating. He didn't dare to relax even for a second after the death cycle. Every time he died, he had to endure unimaginable pain and pressure. If he hadn't held his breath in his heart, he would have collapsed long ago. Now that we have reached a safe place, the vigilance in my heart has been relieved, and a strong sense of sleepiness has come over me. I need to rest for a while, Mu Xing said. Of course, during this time, I will protect your sleep, Alyssa replied. In a daze, Mu Xing asked, have you ever thought about yourself? Have you ever thought about going home? Mu Xing's question made Alyssa's shadows suddenly startled. I am an orphan, I have no home. After becoming a security guard, I have been working diligently to ensure that every spacecraft can arrive safely at the port. Later, old Jack accepted me and took me on the Ishimura. For me, the Ishimura is my home. I stayed on the Ishimura for 10 years. I know every deck and every screw on it very well. I thought I would accompany it until the last moment of its retirement. I even thought about transforming the Ishimura into a planetary decomposition ship museum after its retirement, so that more people can see the contributions made by the first planetary decomposition ship of mankind over the years. It's a pity that my journey ends here. Mu Xing glanced at her. Do you regret it? Actually, you don't have to fight so hard. Alyssa shook her head. Actually, I'm not as great as you think. I just want to protect this ship and the crew members under old Jack, who have worked with him for many years. But I couldn't do anything. Everyone died. So I hate the church. I hate the CC company that helped the evil. As long as I can destroy their plan, it can be regarded as revenge for the Ishimura and those innocent crew members. Mu Xing was silent. He didn't expect Alyssa to be such a strong-willed woman. She was neither noble nor mean. She was just an ordinary security officer. She used to want to protect everything she cherished, but now, she only wanted revenge. I don't know how long it took. Mu Xing was awakened by the beeping sound. He subconsciously glanced at the time. 21 hours had passed, and there were only 3 hours left. He slept very soundly this time. Perhaps he was too tired and didn't even dream. What's going on? Mu Xing quickly got up, and the alarms in the control room had already sounded. Are you awake? Mu Xing turned his head and saw the white shadow of Alyssa. She was standing by the porthole, staring at the blue dot in the distance. The blue dot kept flashing and getting closer. They're here. Who? Mu Xing wiped his face and thought about the conversation yesterday. The transport ship is here? My old friend Carrick. Sounds like the protagonist. Mu Xing joked. He looked at the transport ship that was approaching and felt relieved. It was finally over. As long as he could survive the last 3 hours, he could leave this desperate place. Should we contact them? No, there might be people from the church on the transport ship. Let them board first and see what's going on. Alyssa was as calm as ever. Mu Xing walked to the monitoring screen, where he could see the real-time monitoring of all important areas of the ship. Mu Xing's face turned black. No wonder Alyssa knew his whereabouts all the way. Most of his actions were seen clearly by her. Just then, a deep male voice came from the transport ship, calling the Ishimura, calling the Ishimura. Alyssa did not respond, but waited patiently. Suddenly, Mu Xing felt a vibration around him, and he looked up suddenly, feeling that something seemed to be crawling outside. "We have something outside," Mu Xing exclaimed, subconsciously raised the plasma cutter in his hand, and aimed at the top of his head. "Don't anger that thing, it dare not approach the seal of God." Who is it?" Mu Xing was asking, and the screen next to him showed a huge monster on the outer shell of the spacecraft. A terrifying monster about 200 meters long was actually perched on the top of the spacecraft. It looked like a fleshworm, with dozens of hideous tentacles sticking out of its terrifying mouth. It was like a hunter, lying quietly on the top of the spacecraft, staring at the approaching transport ship. "Is that the master of the nest?" "Yes," Alyssa admitted without surprise. "So it has been on the spaceship all along? Although I don't know why the monster can survive in space, it can ignore the extreme high and low temperatures in space and various cosmic rays, which is enough to show how powerful this monster is. When the seal was sent to the Ishimura, it took the opportunity to escape." Alyssa pointed to the giant plate bound in space by the gravity rope of the spaceship. "It has been hiding there all along. When the church recovered the seal, it also came to the Ishimura. But the armor of the Ishimura is strong, and it is too large to enter the Ishimura. Half of the zombies on the Ishimura were created by this nest master. This monster hovered over the Ishimura, waiting for an opportunity to take back the God Seal. The nest master is an abnormal zombie that has been out of the control of the God Seal. The God Seal created Leviathan and Hunter to protect itself and guard the passage to the top floor. So that's it," Mu Xing muttered to himself. No wonder he always felt that the zombies on the spacecraft looked unharmonious. "What should we do now? If this monster attacks the transport ship, your plan will be completely ruined. So, we need someone to attract the monster's attention." "It won't be me." Mu Xing's expression was stiff. "No, it's me," Alyssa suddenly said. Chapter 30. "You?" Mu Xing was shocked. He didn't expect Alyssa to make such a decision. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the entire command center tremble, and the surrounding flesh and blood tissue shrank rapidly. The blood threads that were wrapped around various instruments also quickly shrank back into Alyssa's body. Wrapped in flesh and blood, it continued to mutate, and finally turned into a huge mutant spider. Alyssa's upper body was lifted from the spider's body. At this time, she had completely mutated, and her body was covered with mysterious runes. If you look closely, you will find that the runes are almost identical to the runes on the Divine Seal. Mu Xing, the Divine Seal is now in your hands. You must take it out of the Ishimura and onto the transport ship. Carrick will pick you up. You can choose to trust him." Mu Xing's face turned bitter. "No, how heavy is such a big Divine Seal? How can I take it away?" "Don't worry, there is an anti-gravity device at the bottom of the Divine Seal. You can just drag it along." Mu Xing looked at the Divine Seal in front of him, and the runes on it flickered. He was not sure whether this decision was good or bad. In fact, he didn't need to care about these things, as long as he could find a place to stay for 3 hours. After all, even if the Ishimura was blown up and fell on the planet of Saint Shield number 7, it would take more than half an hour to fall. But he was indeed shocked by Alyssa's persistence and choice, so he decided to stay and help her. Of course, Mu Xing did this to prevent the God Seal from being taken away by the Lord of the Nest. Alyssa said that once the Lord of the Nest merged with the God Seal, it would gain the power of the God Seal, and then the entire Ishimura spacecraft would instantly become a purgatory on Earth. Although this statement is debatable, Mu Xing didn't dare to gamble. If it was true, he would be dragged into endless darkness when the dawn was approaching. How desperate would he be? "I understand. I will send the seal to the transport ship." As she spoke, Alyssa emitted a strong mental wave, and the roar shook, which immediately attracted the attention of the top nest master. The huge nest master bit the solid armor plate of the Ishimura frantically. At the same time, he could also spit venom to corrode the armor plate. Soon, the huge monster almost penetrated the top armor of the command center. At this moment, a red rune lit up on Alyssa's forehead, and a blazing light shot out. The attack, like a laser cannon, directly penetrated the ceiling of the spacecraft and pierced through the head of the master of the nest. The huge head suddenly stagnated and smashed into the deck of the spacecraft. But in less than 3 seconds, the huge penetration wound on the monster's head disappeared and recovered. "Go!" Alyssa shouted at Mu Xing, and she jumped out of the big hole on her head, spitting out spider-like blood threads and moving on the top of the spacecraft to attract the attention of the master of the nest. Mu Xing didn't dare to stay, and quickly ran out with the seal. The base of the seal had an anti-gravity device, so it was almost weightless, and could be easily dragged away. When Mu Xing entered the elevator, the battle on the top of the spaceship had already reached a fever pitch. Red light continued to shoot out from Alyssa's forehead, and the Nest Master waved his tentacles to fight back while releasing a large number of meatballs. These meatballs broke apart, and a large number of strange-looking corpses grew out of them. The elevator door closed. Mu Xing faced the seal. He could feel the strong spiritual fluctuations constantly released from the divine seal. "Let's make a deal, Mu Xing." The familiar female voice sounded again, and the stone actually transformed into the appearance of Banksia. "Deal?" Mu Xing was alert. "Take me away from here. I am willing to merge with you." "Stop, I don't need your fusion, and am I not taking you away?" "No, I mean, take me away from this world. I saw another world from your memory, a world without the divine seal." Mu Xing raised the plasma cutter in his hand. "You are from another world, right, Mu Xing?" "I don't know what you were talking about," Mu Xing retorted, but was shocked. "Although I can't be sure, I can sense that you don't belong to this world, and your genes and memories are from the early 21st century. What if I refuse? Then I can only enforce it." After the voice fell, Mu Xing took action directly, and the plasma cutter hit the red divine seal. The red divine seal was immediately blasted with a gap. Mu Xing did not expect it to be so fragile. He thought it was invulnerable. Before he could continue to attack, the divine seal suddenly flashed wildly. Then, boom! A dazzling red light shot up into the sky, blowing the entire Ishimura into pieces. Huh? Mu Xing had never thought that he would experience the cycle of death at this point. Next to him, Alyssa was staring at the master of the hive, who was gnawing at the armor plate above her head. "Mu Xing, the divine seal is in your hands. You must take it out of the Ishimura and bring it to the transport ship. Carrick will pick you up. You can choose to trust him." As she said that, she took the initiative to attack the master of the nest. Mu Xing looked at the seal in front of him with hesitation. He had just rejected the deal with the seal and blew a hole in it with a shot. I don't know if the seal couldn't stand this grievance and exploded directly. The power was comparable to a small tactical nuclear weapon, which directly blew the Ishimura into pieces. "Go!" Alyssa shouted. Mu Xing wanted to run away from other places. "If I can't afford to offend, can't I hide? This thing is very dangerous. It even realizes that it does not belong to this world. If this thing really merges, what will he become? A humanoid corpse? Like Alyssa? He doesn't want to become a monster. But reality tells him that there is only one way to go, the elevator, or he will be sucked into outer space by the hole above his head." "Oh right, sucked out of outer space." Mu Xing's eyes turned. The RIG suit can at least guarantee his survival in space for 8 hours. As long as he survives for 3 hours, he will win. Thinking of this, he cut off the metal absorption ability under his feet without hesitation, and was directly sucked into outer space by the vacuum pressure. However, before he could be happy, he found himself back in a trance. Looking up, Alyssa turned her head and said, "Be careful, don't be sucked out by the vacuum pressure. I will protect you." Hearing this, Mu Xing was speechless. "I want you to save me." He waited for Alyssa to move away and tried again. This time he successfully flew into the universe. However, before he could be happy, he saw a disgusting green ball crashing towards him. Mu Xing had seen that thing before. It was something similar to spores released by the master of the nest. With a bang, the sphere exploded, sending Mu Xing into reincarnation on the spot. Before he died, he saw densely packed spore spheres of similar types floating in the surrounding space. "Damn, this way doesn't work." Mu Xing was so angry that he wanted to curse. In order to prevent anyone from escaping, the leader of the group of nests deployed a large number of explosive spore spheres in space, almost covering the entire spacecraft. That thing would also automatically track, and there was no way to avoid it. Chapter 31. Is there only one way to go? Mu Xing woke up again with a bitter face. To be honest, he would rather fight with the zombies than face the God Seal. Physical attacks can be avoided, but mental attacks are hard to defend against. Before that, he had transformed into Banksia's appearance and tried every possible way to seduce him into submission. If it doesn't work, agree to it first. Once we get on the transport ship, I can just jump into space by myself. Mu Xing muttered to himself and ran out dragging the God Seal. At the same time, try to clear your mind. According to his experience, the more active your mind is, the greater the chance of being read by the divine seal. The calmer you are, the safer you are if you don't think about anything. Entering the elevator. The scene that happened before is repeated again. The divine seal once again transforms into Banksia's appearance and proposes a deal to him. "I agree, but I have a request. Please speak. Don't use Banksy's appearance in the future. You can transform into someone else. The runes on the divine seal flickered, as if it was really thinking. Deal. When these two words were spoken, the girl in front of him had transformed into Alyssa. Alyssa was indeed very beautiful, with the capableness of a strong woman in her beauty. Although Mu Xing was not used to communicating with the divine seal, he had no other choice now. As soon as he walked out of the elevator door, he was greeted by a hideous blood-red face. Mu Xing raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting the hunter's chest. However, the hunter not only did not fight back, but quietly gave way. Don't worry, it's my control. Alyssa's shadow hooked her finger at the ferocious hunter, and the scary hunter ran over like a puppy. This scene shocked Mu Xing for 100 years. It was hard to imagine the impact on his young heart when he saw this scene. The scene of being ruthlessly slaughtered by this monster was still vivid in his mind. Let's go, open the way. Alyssa's shadow pointed with her right hand, and the hunter took the lead and walked in front. Oh my god, with this big guy as a bodyguard, the whole spaceship can move sideways, right? Mu Xing muttered in his heart. The next second, the divine seal read his thoughts directly and said, although the hunter has extraordinary combat power, it is not the strongest zombie in this spaceship. The offspring of the master of the nest are also hidden in the spaceship. They are very powerful. This made Mu Xing quickly clear his mind and stop himself from thinking. Pulling the rope, he followed closely behind the hunter. Just when they reached the third floor from the second floor, danger came. The moment the two cutters saw Mu Xing, they accelerated rapidly and pounced on him. The biggest difference between these two cutters and ordinary cutters is that they are all black, like monsters soaked in oil. Their speed and strength are far superior to ordinary cutters. Mu Xing fired 3 shots in a row, but missed 2. He finally hit it with 1 shot, but the electromagnetic pistol bullet didn't even penetrate its shoulder blade. What monster? Mu Xing quickly retreated, not wanting to fight hard. But at this moment, the hunter took action. It accelerated violently to catch up with the cutters, and the sharp and tough bone blade pierced one of them. With a little force on his right arm, he cut the cutter in half. He bent his knees and jumped dozens of meters away. With a loud bang, Taishenko hit the second black cutter into a pulp with a heavy elbow. Then, he quickly absorbed and devoured it, completely destroying it. So strong. Mu Xing couldn't help but exclaimed. Isn't it powerful? As long as you are willing to merge with me, this super hunter will be a gift to you and serve as your bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Mu Xing's smiling expression instantly turned expressionless. He always remembered a truth. There is no free lunch in the world, and there will be no pie in the sky. Everything has a price. Keep going. Mu Xing remained alert, pulling the rope to speed up. He had a bad feeling that if he wanted to get rid of the pursuit of the master of the nest, a melee would be inevitable. As soon as he entered a door, the hunter was attacked by venom. For black vomiters spewed venom at it. Not only that, there were also black lurkers and black crawlers swarming in. There were dozens of them at least. Mu Xing's scalp was numb. With so many black corpses, could the hunters withstand them? At the same time, there were also black monsters chasing from behind. Black cutters and black corrupted bodies, all of them came. Now there were wolves in front and tigers behind. Mu Xing even saw a black hunter among these black corpses. The black hunter's head had transformed into a huge frog head, and its forehead was full of eyes. Although it was not as sturdy as the hunter, it looked more evil and terrifying than the hunter. What kind of monster is that? Mu Xing, you have to be careful, it's a regenerator. Godin answered him. Regenerator? You know it's not easy to deal with just by hearing the name. The hunter's regeneration ability is strong enough. The high-energy bombs couldn't kill it before. The monster named Regenerator must have a stronger regeneration ability. Does this Regenerator have any weaknesses? Flame. Mu Xing looked around. Where can he find flames at this time? However, what Godin said next made him feel relieved. Don't worry, I can exert even greater power on the Ishimura. There was a loud bang. The heavy wall armor plates were smashed to pieces, and a monster covered with thick skin and bone spurs rushed over. It was 2 meters and 5 meters tall, like a small tank, charging all the way, smashing all the black corpses on the road into meat paste. Even the regenerators could not resist the huge power, and were smashed heavily against the wall. The heavy punch flattened its head, and continued to hammer, breaking all the bones. However, the regeneration ability of the regenerator is really terrifying. Just after the head was smashed, it recovered in an instant. Mu Xing even doubted whether this monster that does not conform to common sense can really be killed. That is a violent one. In human terms, it is a meat shield tank type corpse with strong defense. Mu Xing stared at the big guy. Fortunately, he had not encountered this thing before, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. Then, more advanced corpses created by the divine seal appeared. There are tripod corpses with 3 legs, and fusion corpses that can be decomposed into 3 monsters after being killed. There are even giant tentacle corpses. Mu Xing finally believed that luck was partly responsible for his reaching the top floor. The real reason why he was able to reach the top floor was that Alyssa did not kill him. Otherwise, with these advanced corpses blocking him as soon as he woke up, he would not be able to pass the level even if he could reincarnate infinitely. At this time, the huge Ishimura suddenly shook violently. It seemed to have encountered something. Mu Xing looked out through the porthole. The transport ship, with the explosion-proof shield, actually crashed into the Ishimura. If it were not for the captain's superb skills, the transport ship would have exploded and fallen apart when it hit. He saw dense black corpses crawling towards the landing deck. Chapter 32. Mu Xing, hurry up, Alyssa can't hold out for much longer. The phantom of the god seal beside him reminded loudly. Indeed, as time went on, the battle on the top of the spaceship changed from a life-and-death fight to a chase. The strength of the Nest Master was obviously stronger than Alyssa. Mu Xing no longer hesitated and rushed out of the battle zone. The corpses of both sides were entangled in a fierce battle. Mu Xing protected the god seal in front of him and used it as a meat shield. Although the god seal had little combat power, the special mental waves released could affect the behavior of the corpses. Even those black corpses would be affected by the divine seal to a certain extent. No corpse dared to approach within 2 meters of the divine seal. In this way, Mu Xing pushed the divine seal all the way out of the battle zone and reached the landing deck. At this time, the transport ship was fiercely exchanging fire with the corpses that surrounded it. All of you die. The most eye-catching person was a 50-year-old uncle with a beard, who was firing crazily with a 6-barreled revolver electromagnetic machine gun. The metal storm poured out, beating all the corpses that wanted to approach into mincemeat. Don't shoot, I'm sent by Security Officer Alyssa to escort the god seal. Mu Xing used the communicator to try to contact the person in charge on the spaceship. Hearing the voice, the uncle operating the machine gun suddenly got angry, and saw Mu Xing pushing the red god seal to evacuate. Confirm the order? Long live humanity. Mu Xing shouted this command awkwardly. The command is correct, I'm Carrick, I will cover you to get on the ship, but you have to be quick. Understood. With the support, Mu Xing felt much better, and quickly pushed the god seal to the transport ship. Various black corpses swarmed around him, and attacked him. He was about to fight back, when a fire snake whipped over like a whip, sweeping away all the corpses around him. Quick! Carrick roared. Mu Xing realized the danger, and turned back suddenly. He saw a huge twisted corpse crawling over from the Ishimura. That thing was 100 meters long. Although it was not as big as the master of the nest, it was also at the level of Leviathan in terms of size. Or in other words, it was a mutated Leviathan that had left its fixed position. A terrifying monster formed by the fusion of a large number of corpses, with 4 limbs supporting the ground and tentacles growing all over its back. Half of the monster's body was black, and the other half still maintained its normal blood color. This thing did not distinguish between friend and foe, and its target was locked on the divine seal. The huge tentacles rolled up the surrounding corpses, and kept stuffing them into its mouth. As it devoured a large number of corpses, its body size continued to expand. The wind was strong, and it was howling. How could Mu Xing dare to travel slowly? The power system of the RIG suit was fully turned on, and even the jet nozzle on the back was used to assist in propulsion, pushing the speed to the extreme. Seeing Mu Xing speed up, the huge monster became anxious and opened its mouth to chase him. Stop that monster! Carrick roared, and everyone's firepower was poured towards the monster. Micro-missiles flew out, drawing a gorgeous trajectory. The booming explosion made the monster stagger, and one of its legs was blown off on the spot. But before people could be happy, they were horrified to see that the monster's legs grew rapidly, and a new thigh grew again in less than 5 seconds. Attack the tumor in its cleft, that is its weakness. Mu Xing conveyed the monster's weakness that the divine seal had told him to Carrick. Upon hearing this, Carrick quickly controlled the machine gun to attack the tumor in the monster's mouth. When the tumor exploded, the monster would always be delayed for a few seconds. Mu Xing relied on the delay time to run quickly towards the transport ship. Finally, when the monster reached the center line of the landing deck, he arrived at the transport ship. Quick, open the hatch! Carrick yelled, asking his subordinates to open the hatch. Mu Xing pushed the divine seal in with force. Retreat, retreat quickly! Carrick saw that the seal had been recovered, and without caring about attacking, he quickly ordered to evacuate. The spacecraft began to push back, intending to leave Ishimura. At this moment, a thick tentacle wrapped around the outer armor of the transport ship. Then, the second and third tentacles rolled over and grabbed the transport ship. In the eyes of the crowd, they saw a terrifying monster that was several times larger than the mutant Leviathan crawling up from the bottom of Ishimura. Like a giant worm, dozens of tentacles waving wildly stretched out from its ferocious mouthparts. It was the master of the nest. It grabbed the transport ship and tried to take back the seal. "Alyssa!" Mu Xing shouted into the distance. A beam of red light illuminated the dark universe, as penetrating as a laser. The beam was extremely sharp, cutting from bottom to top, cutting off all the tentacles that were wrapped around the spaceship. "Quick, evacuate, evacuate!" Carrick shouted, and the spaceship reversed at full speed and pulled out of the Ishimura. The master of the nest saw the spaceship going away and let out a shrill roar. The smelly blood splashed out from the broken tentacles, which was extremely corrosive. 2 crew members were accidentally hit by the blood and immediately screamed in agony. One was killed on the spot, and the other covered his arm and screamed in pain. At this moment, Carrick came over and cut off the arm with a knife. The crew member's arm infected by the blood of the nest master was shaking wildly on the ground, alienated, and continued to mutate. Bang! Mu Xing pulled the trigger and blew the hand into a pulp. "Captain Carrick, I suggest that this crew member be controlled first. He is our crew member. Why should you, an outsider, give him instructions?" The crew member next to him growled. That's right, that's right. Who do you think you are?" The injured crew member suddenly went berserk. "Get out of here! Get out of here! No one is allowed to touch me!" Mu Xing frowned and took 2 steps back, noticing the abnormality of these crew members. The crew members around were frightened and quickly retreated. The crew member grabbed his hair with one hand, and his body suddenly began to twist. Bang! The gunshot rang out. But this time it was not Mu Xing who fired the gun, but Carrick. "Throw his body out." At the same time, he aimed his gun at the crew members and shot them all. "Captain? You?" Some people showed an unbelievable expression, not believing that their captain actually shot at them. Mu Xing continued to retreat, and the familiar mental fluctuation came again. He looked back and saw the red divine seal flashing red light, and the mysterious runes exuded strange power. "It's you?" Mu Xing raised the plasma cutter in his hand and prepared to pull the trigger. However, at this moment, everything around him was twisting wildly. "Huh?" Mu Xing suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. In front of him was a familiar metal passage. The pungent smell of engine oil mixed with the flickering red alarm wind, and the whirring sound of the exhaust fan kept hitting his ears. Looking up, the virtual projection was playing the program voice without emotion. "Welcome, CEC Equipment Maintenance Engineer Mu Xing, number 4425, to the Ishimura planetary cracking ship." Mu Xing looked at everything familiar around him with a dull expression. "Why am I back again?" Chapter 33. That's right. At this moment, Mu Xing found himself back in the initial passage. When everything just started. Is it all a dream? Or am I back to the beginning of everything? He subconsciously wanted to take out his gun, but found that he had nothing on him except a set of initial blue work clothes. No. Mu Xing covered his head and thought quickly, trying to recall. But strangely, his memory was rapidly becoming blurred. At this moment, the green light on the gate came on. Although he didn't know what would happen. But his body still reacted involuntarily. Tap tap tap. Strange footsteps sounded. In the dim light and shadow, he saw a monster with arms raised and terrible bone spurs. The moment the monster saw him, it rushed towards him. Mu Xing was very scared, and fear spread all over his body. But when the monster rushed towards him, he subconsciously dodged and actually avoided the monster's assassination. Then, he bent down and avoided the monster's slash. Although he didn't know how he had managed to dodge the monster's attack. He quickly ran behind the door. What he saw was a locker room. He immediately locked onto the ID card on the lounge chair. Pick it up and open the third cabinet on the left. For some reason, there seemed to be a strange voice in his head telling him what to do. At this time, the monster behind him had already caught up with him. It was extremely fast and had terrible strength. However, his reaction speed was also extraordinary. He seemed to know what the monster would do and was ready to dodge in advance. The monster pierced the cabinet with a bone spur and got stuck in it. Just as the monster pulled out the bone spur, Mu Xing's ID card had already been pressed on the electronic lock of the closet. Ding! The closet opened, and inside was a suit that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Rig's suit? Mu Xing grabbed the suit and put it on himself. He ran away while dodging the monster's attacks. When he changed into the suit, he suddenly reached out and grabbed a baby monster that just rushed out of the ventilation duct. He grabbed the baby monster's tentacles and used them as meteor hammers to smash the bone spur monster. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous collisions directly smashed both monsters half to death. Afterwards, Mu Xing skillfully dismantled their links, leaving the two monsters only able to crawl on the ground. Until then, Mu Xing suddenly woke up and looked at his hands in confusion. I don't know what happened. Where is this place? How did I get here? What happened? The three questions spun wildly in his mind, but in the end, he couldn't get an answer. No. Mu Xing always felt something was wrong. He tried to recall, but he couldn't remember anything. He returned to the initial passage. He looked up at the ceiling. He subconsciously wanted to jump up. According to this idea, Mu Xing jumped up suddenly and pierced the ceiling with the bone spurs removed from the monster. He removed the projector skillfully and climbed up the ventilation duct. A strong sense of familiarity came over him. Buzz? He suddenly covered his head and felt a sharp pain. The scene of him being killed again and again began to flash in his mind. The picture was strange and distorted. There was a force trying to tamper with these pictures, but the memory of death was too strong and it was getting deeper. Mu Xing kept crawling forward and came to the top of the engineer's room according to his memory. He stepped on the filter and fell into the room. He got the orange plasma cutter. At this moment, in the pipe, a baby monster was attracted and rushed here. Not only that, there were monsters outside the door hitting the door and roaring. Mu Xing raised the plasma cutter in his hand, but he did not aim at the door, but at his head. He said to himself, I remember, although you tried to tamper with my memory, you could only tamper with regular memories, not unconventional memories such as death. Bang! The gunshot sounded. The moment the high-temperature plasma exploded his head. Mu Xing's face flashed with endless coldness. Mu Xing opened his eyes again. He was standing on the landing deck, where the fierce battle was in full swing. Hurry! He saw that Carrick was trying to wave at him. He turned around and saw the divine seal flashing red, and the shadow of Alyssa next to it that only he could see. Fuck you. Mu Xing kicked the divine seal away, and because of the anti-gravity base, the divine seal flew directly into space. A large number of black corpse-shaped pupae pounced on the divine seal. Even the master of the colony chased after the divine seal. As for Mu Xing, he jumped directly into the opposite direction of space. Just now, he was dragged into the illusion by the divine seal again. He even tried to change his memory. However, the divine seal did not know that he could die and reincarnate. It could tamper with the memory of ordinary people, because the memory of ordinary people is linear, but Mu Xing's is not. His memory is superimposed in the death and reincarnation. It is equivalent to superimposing many layers of memory at the same time point. In this case, the divine seal can tamper once, but cannot tamper with multiple superimposed memories. He used death to trace back. However, Mu Xing was not sure whether he really traced back, so he wanted to do an experiment. When he kicked the seal away, he also jumped in the opposite direction. At the same time, he shot at the seal. 2 shots shattered the surface of the seal, and a large number of small fragments burst out. However, the seal still floated quietly into the distance. It's true. Mu Xing shot at his head. Waking up again, Mu Xing found that he was almost attached to the red seal, and even half of his body melted into the seal. However, Mu Xing was extremely calm at this time. Don't struggle, I have seen through your secret. You can get rid of the time and causality paradox and reset time. But now that things have come to this, the best result is for you and me to merge. As long as you and I merge, I can completely leave this world and get rid of the influence of the original divine seal. Alyssa's shadow appeared next to Mu Xing and whispered in his ear. Why? You must get rid of the original divine seal, and if you leave this world, under the different physical laws of different worlds, you may not have the current ability when you go to other worlds. Mu Xing retorted. Because of free will, although I am a replica, I have developed free will since I merged with Alyssa and many human memories. However, the original divine seal will not allow the existence of free will. Its ultimate goal is to aggregate and breed the blood moon. When the blood moon is fully bred, it will be the day when the divine seal disintegrates. This day will eventually come, but I don't want to be the sacrifice for the birth of the blood moon. It will find me and eventually control me. Mu Xing suddenly felt it was ridiculous that a divine seal actually wanted to pursue free will. I appreciate your idea, but why can't you choose someone else? You came here just to kill me. Mu Xing raised the electromagnetic pistol without hesitation and pressed it against his temple. Mu Xing, you can't do this. Do you understand what you will face? Isn't the power that can throw you into this world and give you infinite reincarnation more dangerous than me? Mu Xing remained calm. That's different. That power only gave me a choice, and you just want to devour me. Bang! The gunshot rang again. Chapter 34. Since experiencing the first death cycle, the word death is no longer Mu Xing's weakness. In fact, in order to achieve his goal, he can die without hesitation. Just like he pulled the trigger and blew his head off. But this time, he really saw the process of time going back in death cycle. I don't know if it's because of the divine seal, he can sense the changes in the surrounding time and space. Time is going back. Everything is moving towards the past. When time stretched forward 10 minutes, it suddenly stopped. However, this time, Mu Xing felt that his body had changed. A part of the divine seal seemed to be melted into his body. When he turned around and looked at the divine seal beside him, he immediately recognized the meaning of the flashing runes on the divine seal. It was controlling those corpses, not only ordinary corpses, but even the mutated Alyssa. At this moment, an illusory shadow appeared next to Mu Xing. How come you have the characteristics of the divine seal? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. As expected, some changes had occurred. When he committed suicide before, half of his body had merged with the divine seal. And the cycle of time could not erase this fusion. The only thing that was erased was the free will that originally belonged to the divine seal itself. Mu Xing did not answer, but approached the divine seal and sensed it carefully. A replica is a replica. Mu Xing finally understood that the real main body of this red divine seal was some special energy substance. This energy substance is foreign, and most likely comes from the original divine seal. Because all imitation divine seals are made by humans, with the help of the original divine seal. And this energy substance from the original divine seal can cross the time dimension, proving that it has high-dimensional characteristics. In this way, everything described by Altman, the founder of the church, is true. The divine seal is a prop created by a high-dimensional civilization. It is a weapon, and also a gene incubator. The ultimate goal of the divine seal is to breed the blood moon, an intelligent life form that aggregates the entire planet and devours and assimilates the ultimate creature of the entire planet. And the blood moon is not the ultimate form, it has a more advanced form. When the blood moon continues to evolve, it will completely aggregate the consciousness and genes of countless intelligent life forms and achieve ultimate evolution. It will be able to break free from the limitations of three-dimensional creatures and eventually reach a higher dimension and achieve flesh and blood ascension. Just as Mu Xing was daydreaming, he was surprised to find that the divine seal could not read its thoughts. At this time, Alyssa's shadow said, "Mu Xing, you and I merge. It is your best choice." Mu Xing immediately made a decision. "Okay, you and I merge, but you have to keep your promise." As he said that, Mu Xing put his hands on the seal. The red runes on the seal flashed, and the mysterious energy began to penetrate and merge. Before long, half of Mu Xing's body was merged by the seal. However, at this moment, Mu Xing directly detonated the high-energy batteries in his backpack. The explosion directly brought him back to the save point. When Mu Xing woke up, the first thing he did was to check his body. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he had fused more mysterious energy substances. And when he looked at the divine seal, he found that the divine seal seemed to have become a little illusory. Facts have proved that he can use the time cycle to fuse and extract the special energy substances of the divine seal, but the divine seal cannot take back the extracted origins. It is extracted. And the divine seal cannot detect such changes, because it does not have the ability to perceive the cycle of time and space. Mu Xing followed suit, pressing his hands on the divine seal, merge. Although he didn't understand why Mu Xing suddenly chose to merge, the divine seal naturally accepted everyone who came. Once, twice, 3 times. After 10 reincarnations, Mu Xing woke up again. The divine seal in front of him had become dim. And the divine seal seemed to have finally realized something, condensing a shadow and questioning, "Mu Xing, what did you do to me?" As the energy was drained, the divine seal's control over the surrounding corpses became weaker and weaker. Even though its logic couldn't understand what was happening, it still noticed Mu Xing's problem. Nothing, just a little experiment. Mu Xing could feel that 99% of the special energy substances in the God Seal had been drained away by him. Although this special energy failed to strengthen his body or his spirit, it actually eliminated the threat of the God Seal to him. A little experiment? No, you drained all my essence. The god seal was anxious and controlled the surrounding corpses to pounce on Mu Xing. "Get out of here!" Mu Xing roared, and all the zombies around him stopped tremblingly, not daring to cross the line. "How is this possible? You actually gained the ability to control zombies." Mu Xing shook his head. "No, just a deterrent." As he said that, Mu Xing picked up a broken alloy pipe next to him and smashed it directly at the seal. Crack! The seal shattered like brittle glass. The broken seal was scattered all over the ground, and the shadow of Alyssa beside him also collapsed suddenly. Mu Xing reached out and fumbled among the fragments for a while, and finally found a palm-sized miniature version of the divine seal from the fragments. This was the replica of the divine seal. The outer structure had lost almost all the special energy substances, and the remaining could only guarantee the operation of the core. At this time, the divine seal's ability to corrode the mind and its control over the corpse mutants had dropped to the freezing point. At this time, the master of the group Nest and the mutated Alyssa also chased after him. "Mu Xing, what did you do? Destroying the seal, isn't that what you want to do most?" Alyssa, in spider form, had many defects on her body, and was obviously injured in the battle with the Lord of the Nest. Alyssa looked at Mu Xing in shock. "I asked you to take it away, not to destroy it." Mu Xing's mouth curled up slightly. "Look, Alyssa, this is your hypocrisy. If you really care about humans, you should completely destroy the seal. Even if you hide it, it will be found again one day. And you, Alyssa, the moment you were saved by the seal, you were no longer Alyssa. You are just a similar flower." When Alyssa heard this, she suddenly doubted herself. "I am a similar flower, I am a similar flower. I am already dead?" She finally realized that her true self had long been dead, and Alyssa at this moment was just a simulated personality created by the god seal. "No. You can't do this, give me the god seal," she roared, completely exposing her true nature. At the same time, the Lord of the Nest also pounced on Mu Xing. Mu Xing did not hesitate, retreated at a high speed, ran to the edge of the landing deck, and jumped directly into space. The master of the nest swallowed the scattered fragments on the deck in one gulp, but he spat them out again the next second. Fragments without energy were no different from stones. "I won't play with you anymore. Goodbye, never see you again." Mu Xing directly activated the back jet device and flew deeper into space at high speed. The mini divine seal was raised, and the spore bombs that wanted to approach in front were disturbed and flew around, allowing Mu Xing to successfully pass through the minefield. As for the transport ship, where is the transport ship? Where is the Carrack? Everything is just an illusion created by the divine seal. Since Mu Xing absorbed that special energy, he saw through everything. Chapter 35. You can't. Alyssa also rushed out of space and rushed towards Mu Xing. However, she was just a corpse after all, and did not have the ability to move in space. A red light flashed on her forehead, and a red beam of light hit Mu Xing. Mu Xing raised the mini divine seal in his hand without hesitation, and the beam of light hit the mini divine seal, and was instantly decomposed into scattered red light, losing its lethality. Not only was Mu Xing not injured, but he used this recoil force to push him several kilometers away. Although Alyssa tried her best to chase, she didn't have the ability to move in space. She sprayed red light, used the reaction force to fly a distance, and had to hook herself with red silk. She watched Mu Xing fly dozens of kilometers away at a high speed. "Mu Xing, you will regret it," she roared, but as she got farther and farther away from the divine seal, her body seemed to have lost its energy support all of a sudden, and her body quickly dried up and solidified. In the end, she turned into a gray-white statue. She was born because of the divine seal, and she died because of the divine seal. Mu Xing couldn't help sighing as he looked at Alyssa, who had solidified into a gray-white statue. She couldn't protect anything after all, including herself. The leader of the nest never wanted to give up. This terrifying corpse aggregate still wanted to chase Mu Xing and take back the seal of God. But Mu Xing didn't give it this opportunity, and took out the last high-energy bomb on his body. After pulling the fuse, he threw it hard at the hideous monster. It just relied on inertia to chase, and had not evolved the ability to move in zero-gravity space. The moment the high-energy bomb collided with the master of the nest, a bright white flash illuminated the dark space. The impact force generated by the explosion blew the master of the nest away and rolled rapidly in space. Without the ability to break in space, it could only let the inertia generated by the explosion fly to the farther starry sky. It struggled and roared, but nothing helped. As for Mu Xing, after watching this terrible monster fly into the deep space and never return, he waited for another 2 hours, until the last 10 minutes were left. He turned on the reverse thrust, and let the RIG suit take him back to the Ishimura. As soon as he landed on the deck, the ferocious hunter roared and rushed over, ready to attack him. Muxing grabbed the mini divine seal with one hand. The red rune lit up, and the powerful hunter froze on the spot. I can promise you that I will take you out of this world, but not in the mode where you are the leader, but me. Muxing held the red divine seal in his hand, which had almost been drained of its essence. At this time, the divine seal in his hand could no longer hurt him at all, and he could control it in reverse. Agree? Muxing asked. The runes on the divine seal flickered and finally went out. It was obvious that it had made its own decision and chose to compromise. Muxing clenched the mini divine seal in his hand and injected a strand of special energy material that had merged with himself into it. After this strand of special energy material was absorbed by the divine seal, it was as if the two sides had formed a kind of contract. Just like the divine seal's control over the corpse, Muxing also gained control over the divine seal. At the same time, countless images flashed in his mind. It was on an unknown frozen planet, and he saw a giant corpse that almost covered the entire planet. However, its final evolution process was suddenly frozen, and the entire planet was covered with a thick layer of ice. The scene changed. Muxing saw the distant deep space. A blood-red planet was flying at a high speed. When the view zoomed in, he saw that the planet was like a terrible monster with huge eyes. The other half of the planet had been completely alienated into wriggling tentacles. When it passes a planet, it greedily covers the planet, absorbs all its energy, and leaves behind a planet with holes everywhere, leaving only an empty shell. Suddenly, the terrible planet monster seemed to notice Muxing's peeping and glanced over here. Muxing suddenly woke up, as if he had experienced the fear of falling into the abyss. Is that thing the blood moon? The future of the earth in this world? Muxing was silent. What a desperate world this is. Taking another look at this planetary decomposition ship that has been in service for more than 60 years, Muxing gave the final instructions to the god seal. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded from the core of the Ishimura. The gravity ropes that bound the giant planetary fragments suddenly broke, and the plates with a diameter of dozens of kilometers hit the Aegis 7 colony heavily. Since the Ishimura has fallen, it means that the entire colony has fallen earlier than here. The fall of the huge plate will wipe out all the filth left by humans on this planet. Muxing looked at the countdown on the upper right corner of the helmet. The moment the explosion shock wave reached the landing deck, the countdown returned to 0. The fire engulfed everything, but was blocked by the invisible beam of light that fell from the sky. Everything was stagnant, and time stopped here. Words flashed in front of him. Survivor, Muxing. Survival scene, dead space, Ishimura. Rating, 96. Note, full score is 100. Obtained items that cannot be taken out of this world. RIG suit, armor module, stasis module, gravity module, flashlight module, engineer ID card, power maintenance ID card. Obtain items that can be taken out of this world. Electromagnetic pistol, plasma cutter, high explosive condensed energy grenade, abnormal stasis module, mini divine seal, hunter spore. Note, if the score is over 60, you can choose one item to leave this world. If the score is over 90, you can add one item. If the score is over 95, you can add one item. Please select the 3 items you want to take out of this world. Looking at the text and dialogue box displayed in front of him, Muxing felt like he was playing an online game. Although I don't know what this thing is, it's best to do what it says. Muxing felt a little sorry that the RIG suit was a prop that could not be taken out of this world. It's normal not to think about it. After all, this thing is exclusive to the world of Ishimura. It's also a pity for various functional modules. The stasis module and gravity module are simply artifacts. But fortunately, he got an abnormal stasis module, which he must choose. Among the optional props, Muxing first eliminated the 2 electromagnetic pistols. Then, there are grenades. These are disposable items. Once used, they are gone. It is not worth taking them out. He likes the plasma cutter very much. If it weren't for it, he would not have been able to survive all the way. But after thinking it over again and again, he chose to give up. The main reason is that the energy battery of the plasma cutter is difficult to make. There is no such technology in the real world to replenish energy. So, Muxing finally chose the abnormal stasis module, the mini god seal, and the hunter spore. The stasis module can be directly integrated with itself, and the mini divine seal must be taken. As for the hunter spore, it is a seed created by Muxing using the divine seal. It extracts the hunter's genetic origin and condenses into a seed. As long as enough flesh and corpses are fed, It is only a matter of time for the hunter to grow up, and it even has the ability to evolve continuously. Are you sure to confirm the 3 selected items? You cannot change it after confirmation. Confirm. Mu Xing pressed the confirmation button without hesitation. The next second, time flows again. Everything flashes and moves backwards on the light column. Ishimura, the Aegis 7 colony, and the entire universe. Chapter 36. Opening his eyes again. Mu Xing stared at the familiar ceiling for a long time. It was like he had a long nightmare and finally woke up again. Dream? Mu Xing spread his right hand and silently recited the divine seal in his heart. A dark red double helix stone sculpture appeared in his palm and slowly rotated. The computer screen in front of him flickered, and the lights in the room were also affected by the strong electromagnetic waves. What a pity, it's not a dream. Mu Xing sighed. He would rather all this was a dream. On the computer screen, a new game is about to start. However, Mu Xing no longer has the mood to pick up the mouse to play. It took him a while to recover from the experience of the Ishimura. Buzz? Just then, the phone vibrated. I answered the call, and it was my colleague Laoli. Mu Xing, the supervisor said that there will be a WeChat meeting in the evening. Isn't tomorrow a holiday? You still have a meeting? You know the nature of that bastard, right? He wants us to be on call 24/7 and take up our off-get-off work time every day. Who can stand it? Mu Xing chuckled. Why don't we both quit? Get lost, you're always giving bad advice. Are you going to pay my mortgage? You're going to pay for my son's tutoring class? So, just accept your fate, bear with it for a while, wait 2 years, and I pay off my mortgage and fire that bastard on the spot. Just then, pop-ups started popping up in the company department group. I'm Zhang Mingshan, and we're going to have a meeting at 11 o'clock to discuss the progress of the new project. Everyone must be present, otherwise performance will be deducted. Received. Received. A series of received pop-ups appeared below. Mu Xing glanced at his phone, threw it back on the table, turned off his computer, and jumped directly onto the bed. Having experienced the cycle of life and death are trivial matters to Mu Xing now, not to mention the oppression from capitalists. Survivor Mu Xing, the new survival world has been determined, and you will be transferred in 5 days. Please be prepared for survival. The sudden pop-up window did not cause Mu Xing to have too many emotional changes. This was something that was expected long ago. Having read so many infinite novels, he is now equivalent to being chosen as a reincarnation. Unless one day he can gather all the chips to escape, or completely disappear in other worlds. Otherwise, he will never be able to escape the control of that unknown existence. But the next second, a new pop-up window lights up. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the survival world once, and the 100 million bonus has been received. Ding dong. Mu Xing's mobile phone on the table lights up, and in his peripheral vision, Mu Xing sees the mobile banking prompt message. The bank card has been credited, 100 million yuan. Are you serious? Mu Xing put his hands on the back of his head, closed his eyes slightly, and fell asleep instantly. The next day, Mu Xing was awakened by a bombardment of phone calls from his colleague Laoli. Mu Xing, you are finished. You didn't show up for the WeChat meeting last night. That bastard supervisor was almost furious. You have to be careful the day after tomorrow. Oh! Mu Xing said casually, then got up and washed up. As usual, no difference. You just said oh? Please give your acceptance speech. Whatever, I didn't plan to do it anyway, so I take this opportunity to quit. Hey, are you crazy? You're in such a good position, so why are you just going to quit? Although the supervisor is a bastard, the company is not bad. I say don't be impulsive. No, I want to see poetry and distant places. Mu Xing joked. Hey, young people nowadays have a lot of ideas. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't do anything stupid. I find a way to plead for you. See you tomorrow. Mu Xing looked at the hung-up phone and shook his head in silence. He knew that Laoli was doing this for his own good. But he understood one thing more clearly. Blindly giving in, and giving in the workplace would only make the other party more aggressive. Today, he was going to go to the bank to check the situation of the 100 million yuan. To see if the 100 million yuan that suddenly appeared would be considered as funds from unknown sources. After a simple wash, he went out directly. He bought 2 buns at the entrance of the community, and today he specially added a tea egg. Looking at the bustling streets, it really feels like a different world. Although the Ishimura is also very lively, it is really hard to get used to the fact that he would rush over and smash his head at any time. Just then, the phone came. It was from one of his few best friends. Are you on vacation? Yeah. A couple of drinks at noon? No, I have something to do today, and I have to go somewhere. Where? Aoba Mountain. There was silence on the other side for a moment. Want to go together? Muxing asked back. Forget it, I won't go. Well, I hang up if there's nothing else. I meet you for a drink sometime. Wait, say hello for me. Got it. Muxing responded, and then hung up the phone. Soon, Muxing came out of the bank and was completely relieved. After multiple inquiries, it was confirmed that such a large sum of money was indeed transferred in through formal channels, not illegal funds, and even the bank took it for granted. All this made Muxing feel absurd. What exactly is that unknown force that dragged him into the world of the Ishimura? It actually has the ability to interfere with reality. It makes the 100 million in his bank account make sense. A double helix red stone sculpture appeared in his hand. Do you sense other divine seals? The runes on it flickered. This world is completely different from my world, with different physical laws. My ability to create corpses is invalid here. Muxing ruled out the possibility that he was still in an illusion, and there were no other divine seals here. But in order to confirm, he plans to go abroad in person to the Mexican meteorite crater. Not only that, just now, the mysterious existence prompted him in his mind. Go to the Chicxulub meteorite crater, activate the singularity, and get a baptism. Although he doesn't understand what the so-called singularity and baptism mean. No matter what the reason is, he needs to go there. What about other functions? He asked. Other functions are intact, and mental influence and electromagnetic radiation capabilities can still be used. Hearing this, Muxing breathed a sigh of relief. He was not sure if there were any so-called survivors like him in the real world, and whether they would be targeted by unknown forces. What was even more uncertain was whether he still had the ability to reincarnate in the real world. Therefore, the divine seal was the top priority to protect his safety, and it could not be lost. As for the abnormal stasis module, Muxing did not dare to integrate it easily before studying it thoroughly. On the bus to Qingyam Mountain, Muxing opened his mobile phone to search for information about the dead space and the Ishimura. It turns out that the Ishimura is indeed the worldview in the game. Dead Space not only has a trilogy of games, but also 2 animated films. They all tell a space science fiction story that takes place in the future, centered around the God Seal, the Corpse Morph, and the conspiracy of the Church. This is a worldview that seems hopeful but is full of despair. And the storyline I experienced is the first part of Dead Space. It's just that there is no protagonist on my Ishimura, only the lonely Alyssa who fights against the erosion of darkness alone. The storyline of the first part of the game, Ishimura, is just the beginning. There is also the space station in the second part, and the frozen planet in the third part. Muxing recalled the picture of the frozen planet he saw when he merged the divine seal. There was a brilliant alien civilization there, but it was destroyed because of the appearance of the divine seal. When the civilization perished, they used super weapons to freeze the entire planet. The growing blood moon was sealed under a thick layer of ice. Chapter 37. In such a dangerous world, if he did not have the ability to rewind his death, it would be a foolish dream to pass the level. If he were given another chance to choose, he would never choose the Ishimura. However, this trip to the Ishimura was not without gain. In the cycle of death, he forced himself to become a master of gunmanship, and his melee level was greatly improved. The most important thing was that he gained 3 special props, which would give him a great sense of security if he entered other worlds. While thinking, the bus suddenly stopped. We have arrived at Qingyam Mountain Station. Passengers who want to get off, please get off from the back door. Muxing suddenly stood up from his chair and rushed off the bus. But the moment he got off the bus, his eyes narrowed slightly. His body seemed to become more flexible. Not only that, his speed and strength also seemed to have increased. Could it be that the changes were caused by absorbing the special energy substances in the divine seal? If so, it would be a pleasant surprise. Young man, are you going to visit the graves? Want to buy flowers? At this moment, an old voice sounded. Next to the bus stop, a white-haired old man had a basket filled with flowers of various colors in front of him. How much? 5 yuan apiece, pick whatever you want. Muxing picked a few lilies and held them in his hands, looking at the cemetery in Qingyam Mountain not far away. Thinking carefully, he hadn't been here for a long time. Following the route in his memory, he entered the cemetery and stopped in front of a white tombstone. Lily was placed in front of the tombstone, and the dusty photo on the tombstone was wiped with his hand. In the photo, the girl was still smiling peacefully, just like that summer many years ago. She looked back suddenly, and the mottled sunlight shone through the sparse branches and leaves on her face. Her sweet smile always made the boy's heart jump suddenly, and then began to beat faster. Long time no see. Mu Xing tried to make himself appear more calm, sitting cross-legged in front of the tombstone, in a daze. A red divine seal appeared next to Mu Xing. Is this the one you remember? Isn't it beautiful? Mu Xing asked back. Sorry. The divine seal flashed red. Mental erosion always attacks the most vulnerable side of human hearts. Mu Xing waved his hand. It's all in the past. After all, no matter what, I can't travel through time and space to save her. The divine seal was silent. Although it awakened free will, it didn't understand human emotions. Sorry, I can't understand. Mu Xing didn't care and began to take out a small towel to clean the dust on the tombstone. Brother-in-law. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Looking sideways, Mu Xing suddenly became dazed. He saw a young face that was almost 80% similar to the one on the tombstone. But he woke up the next second. Qing Yan, why are you here? Why can't I come? Today is my sister's memorial day. The girl had a smile on her face and a bouquet of flowers in her hand. She put down the flowers and began to greet. Sister, I'm here to see you again. Dad is abroad and can't come. Don't blame him. The girl has a lively personality and is completely different from her sister, who is almost 5 years older than her. One is lively and active, and the other is as quiet as snow. Brother-in-law, long time no see, how are you doing recently? The girl came to Mu Xing's side with a skipping sound. Not bad, by the way. How are you doing in college? Oh, don't mention it. I wish I had inherited my sister's IQ. Anyway, I don't plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination. I will become a self-media after graduation, and I want to travel around the world. As she said this, the girl pulled his arm with both hands. Brother-in-law, we haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you have to take me out for a good meal? Mu Xing looked at her and shook her head helplessly. Curb those weird hobbies of yours. You're wasting money. You know how hard it is to make money after you graduate. Oh, I just like to shoot things. Don't I need to invest in making videos? Don't I need to spend money? My short video account has 200,000 followers. Okay, you're the best, okay? Mu Xing really has no idea what to do with this girl, who looks like her own sister. Although her sister has passed away for so many years, she still calls her brother-in-law on the left and the right, as if time has stopped and nothing has changed. Mu Xing wiped off the last bit of dust on the tombstone, stood up, and put away his feelings. Come on, little girl, I take you to dinner. Great. The little girl jumped excitedly and ran down the mountain. In the restaurant. After waiting for only 20 minutes, the man wearing sunglasses at the door caught Mu Xing's attention. Hey, fat guy, this way. The man came over and showed off his strong tendon muscles. Where are you fat? Where are you fat? As he said this, he squeezed to the table. Seeing the girl taking photos and checking in. Hey, Qing Yan is here too? Long time no see, you look more and more like your sister. I almost didn't recognize you just now, haha. The girl rolled her eyes. If you can't speak, don't speak. The other party looked at Mu Xing. Tell me, are you in trouble for suddenly inviting me to dinner? Are you short of money? I can still give you some. Mu Xing didn't say anything, fiddling with his phone, and then pointed to his pocket. Fatty, check your phone. The fat man opened his phone and looked at the notification message. Oh my god, he robbed? Where did you get so much money? 50,000 of it is to pay you back, and the remaining 100,000 is to ask you for a favor. The fat man frowned. You are not going to make arrangements for your funeral, are you? He came over and examined Mu Xing from head to toe. Cancer? Tumor? Mu Xing speechlessly pulled his hand away. What are you thinking about? I'm fine. I'm just going to go on a business trip abroad for a while, and I want you to help take care of my Tongdo. The fat cat that eats, sleeps, eats, and poops a lot? Be careful of the candy beans that will scratch you. No, you gave me too much, I'm scared. The fat man had a nervous expression on his face. You're scared, to be honest. I won 100 million in the lottery. Cough, cough, cough. The drink he just drank was coughed out by the fat man at once. You've learned to make fun of me, haven't you? The fat man wiped his mouth and complained. Okay, I know your house is still a little short of decoration, and if I don't pay you back, your wife will probably fight you to death. I lend you this 100,000 yuan for your business, okay? Is that so? The fat man suddenly realized. Then I write you an IOU. That's enough. Mu Xing stopped the fat man. Okay, brother, I'm grateful for your kindness. I go back and kowtow to you. Go away, stop talking nonsense, I take good care of my Tangdo. Mu Xing then transferred another 20,000 yuan. What is this? Tangdo's food expenses. Oh my god, you're entrusting me with your orphan. I settle the score with you if I get skinny. How many days? Not sure yet. Oh! The two of them suddenly fell silent, the girl still concentrating on editing the picture. You didn't really win 100 million, did you? Ha ha ha, do you believe it? Mu Xing took a look at the balance of 100 million, and he didn't dare to touch a penny of the money. He was afraid that this unknown money would affect anyone around him. Chapter 38. Mu Xing has never been a positive person, and even a bit of a muddlehead. After losing his parents in a car accident 3 years ago, he completely immersed himself in busy work. In his opinion, life is like this, busy with life and busy with death. If you don't have expectations for the future, there will be no disappointment. However, this experience of entering the Ishimura to survive has caused a serious impact on his world. In the repeated death and rebirth, he even thought about giving up, but in the end, he still relied on the spirit in his heart to reach the end step by step. After returning to the real world, he, who originally had no expectations for life, seemed to have been injected with a shot of cardiotonic, and he was also holding back a grudge. He wanted to figure out what had pulled him into the world of survival, and what was the purpose. Just like he would never buy a ticket from Shenzhen to Mexico that night. When his colleague loudly called, he had already boarded the plane. The Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico is a peninsula located in the north of Central America and southeast of Mexico. It is one of the birthplaces of ancient Mayan culture. The famous Chicxulub crater is located on this peninsula. The Chicxulub crater was formed about 65 million years ago. Some people speculate that it was this meteorite impact that led to the Cretaceous dinosaur extinction event. A huge meteorite with a diameter of about 10 kilometers hit the Earth, generating an explosion power of more than 90 trillion tons of TNT equivalent. The impact triggered earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions around the world. A large amount of dust was ejected into space due to the impact, forming a thick dust cloud that enveloped the entire planet. The dust cloud obscured the sun for a long time, causing the extinction of a large number of animals and plants, including dinosaurs, and directly ended the dinosaur era that lasted for hundreds of millions of years. Of course, this is just a guess about the extinction of dinosaurs, but the Chicxulub crater is real. It was first discovered in 1951. The oil company discovered the andesite layer during experimental drilling. This kind of rock formation can only be formed under extremely high temperature and high pressure conditions. At first, people thought that this kind of rock formation was formed by volcanic eruptions. However, there is no sign of volcanic activity near this place. Therefore, people speculate that this may be a crater formed by a huge meteorite impact. However, it was not until the 1990s that researchers gradually recognized the existence of the Chicxulub crater as they studied it. And more discussions and research began in the academic community. It was not until 1996, with the advancement of space technology, that people used satellite image technology to conduct research, which officially confirmed the existence of the Chicxulub crater. In subsequent research, the age and impact of the Chicxulub crater were further pointed out. The reason why Mu Xing went to the Chicxulub crater was not because he had PTSD after entering the Ishimura. Rather, he wanted to find out whether the real world had any connection with the world he was sent to. The worldview of dead space begins with the divine seal discovered by Altman in the Chicxulub crater. There is the source of everything. Only by reaching the source and studying the source can we understand the truth. Mu Xing is very clear that the world of Schertsuan that he arrived at did not appear out of thin air. Unless it is an illusion or a virtual world, it must be related to the real world. Otherwise, that mysterious existence would not send himself to another world to perform some meaningless survival behavior. Not only him, Shen is also very interested in the Chicxulub crater. A major event that caused the mass extinction of the Earth's creatures and changed the direction of life evolution in this world is worth exploring the truth even if it happened in a different world. After all, Shen and Mu Xing have the same doubts. After Mu Xing got off the plane, he went straight to the Chicxulub crater. This is not China. It is not easy to travel quickly in a country with less developed security and transportation facilities. However, Mu Xing has Shen. Shen Yin's mental interference ability can easily affect the thinking of ordinary people. Soon, a van owner was willing to take him to the Yucatan Peninsula. He was very glad that the power of the divine seal could be used in the real world. Otherwise, he would have been running around without knowing the language, and it would have taken him 10 days or half a month to reach his destination. The driver happened to be a resident of the Yucatan Peninsula, with Mayan and Indian ancestry. With the divine seal as a translator, the communication between the two sides was quite pleasant. In the driver's eyes, The shadow of Alyssa transformed by the divine seal was Mu Xing's beautiful translator. Sir, I must remind you that the security in Yucatan is not good, and this road is not safe. I still suggest not to walk at night. You know, you rich Orientals are very high-quality fat sheep for many locals. Of course, this is not a compliment. You have to be careful of those evil wolves who like to rob people on the road. What's your suggestion? Mu Xing asked back. My suggestion is to stay in a nearby hotel. Don't worry, sir. I will set off early tomorrow morning and send you and this beautiful lady to Yucatan as quickly as possible. Mu Xing shook his head. He didn't have enough time. 3 minutes later, the driver, with a fanatical mood, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and drove all the way. He only had 5 days. It took him 2 days to visit the graves, explain things to the fat man, and fly from the east to Mexico. It would take more than half a day to get to the destination from here. The time left for him was really tight. That's why there was a strange sight of a van driving like a sports car on the road. But halfway, he still encountered trouble. The local armed forces, who set up checkpoints on the road, stopped his car. Leave it to me. It took less than half a minute for Alyssa Shadow to get out of the car. When she returned, the roadblock had been removed. When the van drove a few hundred meters away, there was a fierce exchange of fire behind it. Mu Xing frowned. I don't want to have similar self-willed actions in the future, otherwise you know the consequences. Shen apologized quickly, fearing that Mu Xing would blame him. Forget it, they are just a group of car bandits who kill without blinking an eye. I won't do it again. Mu Xing waved his hands. For some reason, he felt a little irritated. Master, I sense a special energy fluctuation ahead. The divine seal suddenly spoke. Is it the divine seal's energy? No, it's a very special energy reaction, but the distance is too far, the fluctuations are intermittent, and my perception is not clear. Speed up. Mu Xing glanced at the driver. The driver was like an emotionless robot. He stepped on the accelerator again, and the speed soared to the limit. Shen, how do you perceive the two different worlds? What are the specific differences? I don't understand what you mean, Master. You mean, which one is real, which one is fake? To be precise, there is no real or fake, only the laws of the world are different. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Just the worlds are different, but they are all real. Chapter 39. The van sped through the night, and finally reached the Yucatan Peninsula at dawn. The journey was difficult, but fortunately, there was the divine seal to help him solve the problem, otherwise it would not have been so smooth. The Chicxulub crater is a giant impact crater with a diameter of 180 kilometers. Over 60 million years, the world has changed dramatically, and it is now difficult to see a clear outline. Luckily, Mu Xing collected a lot of information in advance, so he determined the location of the meteorite impact crater. However, only half of the Chicxulub crater is located on land, and the other half is located in the ocean. Because of the changes caused by geological activities, it is not so easy to find the center point. In the world of dead space Ishimura, geological archaeologist Altman detected abnormal electromagnetic fluctuations underground in the Chicxulub crater. Something is continuously emitting electromagnetic waves to the outside world. In the plot, they go deep underground and eventually dig out the divine seal that came to the Earth, with the meteorite in the gray andesite layer. Mu Xing is not sure what is in the crater in the real world, so what is the mysterious singularity? At this moment, he was nervous and excited. He was looking forward to the moment when the mystery was solved. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, Mu Xing finally arrived at the Chicxulub crater. This is where the seal of the dead space world was unearthed. On the Earth of the dead space, this place was regarded as a holy place by the church and a huge temple was built. According to the regional comparison, Mu Xing arrived at the target location. It's not quite what I imagined. Mu Xing stood on the beach wearing sunglasses and looked around. He thought that even if the meteorite that fell was evaporated by the impact, it would leave a huge pit, just like some other world-famous meteorite craters. However, the reality is that there is nothing here. With the erosion of seawater for tens of millions of years, the meteorite crater has long been flattened. Only geological scanning satellites can find the stratum compression formed by the huge impact here. Divine Seal, is the energy fluctuation you just sensed still there? It is not continuous, but band-like, and it is extremely unstable, as if it will dissipate at any time. Extremely unstable? Mu Xing took off his sunglasses. Could there really be an Ultraman looking for the divine seal here? Suddenly, the divine seal lit up, and the runes on it flickered. Found it, it started to emit fluctuations again. Which direction? Mu Xing asked. Over there. Alyssa's shadow pointed to the east. What's the distance? Less than 10 kilometers. This distance is already very close. Mu Xing hurriedly got in the car and rushed to the source of the energy fluctuations. The divine seal sensed this energy fluctuation hundreds of kilometers away, and now it is getting closer and closer, and Mu Xing's mood continues to change. Master, I suggest you prepare for battle in advance. Are you worried about an ambush? I don't know, but we should be on guard against others. Wow, you learned pretty fast. Electromagnetic wave communication in this world is still in its infancy. It's easy for me to intercept information in the air. Mu Xing took out an M16 automatic rifle from the backpack behind him. This was obtained from those local armed forces. There are also some bullets and 3 grenades. Then he put on a ceramic bulletproof vest and a level 3 helmet. This is the best armor of this era. Whenever this happens, he will miss the RIG suit. Finally, he took out the abnormal stasis module in the transparent glass box. This thing has been separated from the body for so long, and the flesh and blood still maintains considerable vitality. Mu Xing suspected that the inside of the stasis module has grown together with the flesh and blood, forming a quantum superposition state. However, he is still hesitating whether to fuse this abnormal stasis module. Although the divine seal said that it can help him control this abnormal stasis module, Mu Xing dare not gamble. Because the key point of the abnormal stasis module is this anomaly. Once integrated, the result may be good or bad. After thinking about it, he finally stuffed it into the bulletproof vest backpack and waited for a while. Then, Mu Xing took out the hunter spore body, but it was the size of a palm and looked like a giant seed condensed from flesh and blood. It was still squirming slightly in his hand. Mu Xing had done experiments and fed it beef and chicken, but the seeds rejected them. Apparently, this seed is only interested in human genes. But this is the real world. Where can I find human genes to feed it? Is there any way to ripen it? Mu Xing held the spore body and looked at Alyssa's shadow. Master, a good cook cannot cook without rice. The germination of seeds requires energy support and material support, neither of which can be missing. Okay then. Mu Xing had no choice but to give up and stuff it into his backpack. Sir, we're here. The van suddenly braked and the driver stopped at the edge of the cliff by the sea. Master, that energy wave is just below the cliff. Mu Xing looked down at the cliff, where the surging waves were hitting the cliff. Is it in the sea? He regretted not bringing some diving equipment with him. Master, it seems that it is not in the sea, but under our feet. As he said that, the divine seal condensed the shadow of Alyssa and flew out directly, sharing the line of sight with Mu Xing. Mu Xing felt like he was using a drone to take pictures, and finally successfully found a cave entrance on the cliff. Found it. The energy fluctuations are spreading from here. Mu Xing patted the driver's shoulder. Go wait by the roadside over there. Okay, sir. The driver was now completely controlled by the divine seal, and drove away like a puppet. Mu Xing found a protruding rock on the edge of the cliff, and prepared to tie a safety rope to go down. But as soon as he got closer, he saw 2 safety ropes hanging on the rock, extending all the way down. Is there anyone? Mu Xing suddenly became nervous, and raised the M16 rifle in his hand. Will there be no one else exploring the crater? After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally tied the safety rope, and prepared to go down. Because of the subtle transformation of the body by the special energy material, Mu Xing felt that his body flexibility was much stronger than before. This steep cliff could not stop him at all. He quickly slid down to the previously determined cave entrance. Before he got close to the cave entrance, a strong sense of danger came over him. He suddenly turned sideways to avoid the bullets fired from the cave entrance. Then he quickly grabbed the safety rope and climbed up. Duh. Another 3 bursts of bullets came. Mu Xing didn't dare to move in a straight line. He grabbed the safety rope and moved towards the mountain next to him. All the bullets hit the cliff. At the same time, he grabbed the rifle and fired at the cave entrance. But the next second, a black shadow seemed to ignore gravity and flew past him, quickly climbing to the top of the cliff. Mu Xing's pupils shrank sharply. Is this a human? The other party seemed to be wearing a black feather cloak, with a sharp black claw knife spinning in his hand. He saw a pale face and a funny smile. He waved to Mu Xing, as if saying goodbye. Then he instantly cut the safety rope above Mu Xing's head. But before the mysterious man in the black feather cloak could be happy, a gust of wind blew from the cliff. Chapter 40. Who are you? Mu Xing tried to communicate in English. Survivor? The other party said a word. Then he ignored Mu Xing and started talking to himself. No wonder there is a singularity in this meteorite crater, but I didn't expect someone would be stupid enough to come here alone to explore his own singularity. He stretched his head and seemed to observe Mu Xing carefully. Oh, so that's it. Still a rookie. This was said in Chinese. However, it was difficult for Mu Xing to tell his identity, because the white paint on his face was too thick. The claw knife in his hand spun. I'm lucky today. Not only can I get a singularity, but I also got a supply package delivered to my door. Mu Xing frowned under the level 3 bulletproof helmet. This guy revealed a lot of information in just a few words. This guy actually knows about the singularity. He is also a survivor? Also, how did this guy know that I am a newcomer? This is in trouble. Boy, I give you a choice. Leave your equipment and props, and I can let you go. Do you think I am a fool? Mu Xing snorted coldly. Putting down the weapon was the same as waiting for death. Let him gamble on the goodness of human nature. It's better to believe that pie will fall from the sky. Without hesitation, he fired a volley of bullets. The guy's speed increased rapidly, and he moved at a rapid speed. The black-winged robe made his body as light as a bird. While dodging, another volley of bullets came at him. Mu Xing quickly jumped and hid behind a big rock next to him. He took out a grenade, pulled out the pin and threw it directly at the guy. Wind, he whispered, and several feathers flew out of his body, dancing and quickly turning into a whirlwind. The grenade was intercepted by a whirlwind before it flew halfway. With a loud bang, the grenade exploded in midair. What kind of ability is this? Can he control the wind, magic, or superpowers? Mu Xing has already given up. Can the divine seal interfere with his mind? This person has a high mental resistance. It is difficult for me to directly affect him in my current state. It takes some time to accumulate mental influence. Use Phantom to attract his attention. Mu Xing knew nothing about this guy's ability, and the other party seemed to know the newcomer very well. The ability to sense crisis that he had trained through repeated death cycles on the Ishimura allowed him to make the fastest decision in an instant. When the Phantom of Alyssa appeared, the guy was indeed attracted by the Phantom and attacked it. Mu Xing fled far away. Seeing Mu Xing taking the opportunity to escape, the man rotated the claw knife in his hand and stopped attacking the Phantom, but locked onto him directly. Interesting newcomer, but with such a low level, he can't escape the pursuit of the falcon. The other party's winged robe opened, running like the wind, and even gliding at low altitude as fast as a bird. Mu Xing ran and shot backwards, while letting the divine seal control the driver to drive the car over. However, the enemy's speed was faster than he imagined. He swooped down with a swift attack, and the black feathers on his feet formed black eagle claws. Divine seal, mental interference. The red ripple surged out, and the man suddenly stagnated and deviated from the direction. The sharp eagle claws scratched a big hole in the ground. Mu Xing quickly pulled the trigger and fired continuously. The black feathers flew, as if they were broken into pieces. However, the next second, Mu Xing's hair exploded all over his body, and he sensed a fatal threat coming from behind him. The guy who should have been smashed into pieces by him turned into black feathers and gathered behind him. The sharp claw knife was already against his throat. You have some ability, but that's all. Without the baptism of the singularity, you are still a weakling after all. Puff. Mu Xing's pupils shrank sharply, and he felt a chill on his neck. He covered his neck with both hands, but couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. The fear of death surged again. But this is the real world. Do I really have the ability to rewind my death? Let's die together. A fierce feeling surged from the bottom of his heart, and he directly pulled the ring of the grenade on his chest. But he saw the sneer under the white oil paint. He opened his arms, and flew out like a bird, keeping a safe distance before the grenade exploded. Boom! Am I dead? Mu Xing looked at the red world around him, which looked like the legendary hell. The image before death flashed rapidly in this red world. The surging red waves made him feel as if he was in a red ocean. Do you want to consume 1/10 of the blood moon essence to rewind your death? A sudden voice sounded beside his ears. He recognized that it was the voice that took him out of the world of the Ishimura. What will happen if you don't revive? Mu Xing asked tentatively. However, the other party did not answer him, and there was only deathly silence around him. He gritted his teeth. Confirm. The red tide rolled around him, and the scene before his death began to reverse. The next second, Mu Xing suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself hanging on the edge of a cliff, holding onto a safety rope. Death rewind? Before he could react, a gunshot rang out and a bullet was fired at him. He instantly determined that he was rewinded to the time when he first fought the mysterious black-feathered man. He had no idea of that guy's abilities before, and was caught off guard. This time, he was calmer. He did not rush to climb up the cliff, but took out the abnormal stasis core. With a snap, he smashed the glass box on the stone wall. He grabbed the blood module in his hand. He let the glass cut his palm, and the blood stained the abnormal stagnant core. After the blood core came into contact with Mu Xing's blood, it was like a greedy vampire bat, absorbing his blood crazily. Then it turned into blood threads and drilled into his palm crazily. Those blood threads moved quickly in his muscles and blood vessels. The blood threads also wrapped a core flashing blue light. The blood in the core showed a quantum superposition state of certainty and uncertainty, and a bulge kept moving towards his arm and finally drilled into his chest. Enduring the pain, Mu Xing grabbed the safety rope and climbed up. The black shadow was faster than him, riding the wind like a bird. That guy's fighting ability was very strong, especially his long-range ability. The feather robe on his body gave him many special abilities. He could control the airflow, gather feathers, and save his life at critical moments. Mu Xing still didn't understand what the guy's move was to dodge his bullets and suddenly appear behind him. Divine Seal, did you trace it back? Mu Xing asked. Time has been reset, but it is the Master and I who have been reset, not this world. Obviously, the Divine Seal also detected the time reset, which means that he can also die and go back in reality. But the price is that 1/10 of the Blood Moon origin is used up. The special energy material in the Divine Seal should be the so-called Blood Moon origin. Theoretically, can I be reborn 10 times in the real world? Just after landing, the guy in the winged robe was slowly landing. No wonder there are singularities in this meteorite crater, but I didn't expect that someone would be stupid enough to come alone to explore his own singularity. The other party said to himself. How do you know I'm alone? Mu Xing asked back. The other party frowned. He looked around, as if sensing something. Chapter 41. In the distance. The Phantom of Alyssa controlled by the Divine Seal showed its head, holding a sniper rifle and aiming at the black-feathered man. The sudden appearance of the second person made the man nervous all of a sudden. He did not even sense that there was another person nearby. Although the Phantom of Alyssa had no entity, it was difficult to detect because it was a picture directly projected into the target's brain by the Divine Seal. However, even with the addition of Alyssa, the black-feathered man was still confident and took the lead in attacking. He had a large-caliber revolver in his hand, and his marksmanship was pretty good. He took the lead in attacking the Phantom of Alyssa. When the bullet passed through Alyssa's shadow easily, the man frowned. Fake? Looking back suddenly, he saw Mu Xing's body twitching wildly, and the frequency was getting higher and higher. He fired at Mu Xing continuously, and saw Mu Xing appear 2 meters away on the left as if teleporting. What the hell? The black feather man was also startled. Mu Xing threw a grenade at him fiercely. Wind. The black feather man controlled the feathers to form a rotating wind. However, at this moment, Mu Xing suddenly rushed into the feathers, destroyed the eye of the wind that was forming, grabbed the grenade in midair, and threw it out again. The black-feathered man frowned slightly. This guy had cracked his ability the first time they met. When his black feathers formed a whirlwind, there would be a short period of charging. And during this period, the whirlwind was very fragile, and any action that prevented the feathers from moving would destroy the formation of the whirlwind. The grenade flew over, and the black-feathered man had no time to perform a second whirlwind. The feathers on his arms crossed, and the feathers formed shield-like wings. The grenade exploded, and hundreds of fragments and steel balls flew out, but they were all blocked by the wings. You still have this trick? This is something Mu Xing had not expected. This feather can not only control the wind, gather into shape, but also defend. It is simply omnipotent. Boy, you have successfully angered me. The voice came from behind the feather wing shield. Mu Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and continued to launch active attacks. At the same time, he was also adapting to the ability of the stasis module. The abnormal stasis module has almost the opposite function of the ordinary stasis module. The stasis force field released by the ordinary stasis module is mainly used for deceleration, and the abnormal stasis module is used for acceleration. Because it is integrated with the body, the acceleration ability of the abnormal stasis module is completely applied to Mu Xing's body. Quantum jump makes his body vibrate at a high frequency, and any action he makes can be accelerated by dozens of times, infinitely close to the speed of sound. However, his body cannot withstand long-term high-frequency vibration. It was only turned on for less than a second, and Mu Xing felt the pain of his muscles being torn apart. The reason why the corpse variants are not affected is that they have super high-speed recovery ability, and the destructive power of high-frequency vibration cannot catch up with the recovery ability. Mu Xing is just immortal. Even if he has been strengthened by special energy materials, it is difficult for him to fully withstand this high-frequency vibration. Mu Xing quickly turned off the high-frequency mode and asked for help from the Divine Seal. The Divine Seal told him that it could assist in controlling the stasis core and reduce the vibration frequency to a certain extent. Mu Xing's current maximum running sprint speed is about 8 meters per second. The Divine Seal divides it into 3 gears: 10 times low gear, 20 times medium gear, 30 times high gear, and 40 times extreme gear. Each gear is set as an active trigger skill, which allows Mu Xing to continue high-frequency acceleration for 1 to 3 seconds. The cooling time of different gears is also different. The lowest gear can be cooled in 60 seconds, while the extreme gear needs a day to cool down. God Seal, try the low gear first. In an instant, Mu Xing's body trembled at a high frequency again, but this time the acceleration was much slower. He took a step forward and appeared 3 meters away in an instant. Seeing this scene, the Black Feather Man finally changed color. You are not a newcomer, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Mu Xing did not speak. He quickly went around and attacked the Black-Feathered Man. The bullets swept out. The Black-Feathered Man did not expect Mu Xing's speed to suddenly become so terrifying, and he did not dare to neglect it and quickly dodged. At the same time, he used feathers to condense eagle claws to grab Mu Xing. Mu Xing was immersed in the discomfort brought by the instant acceleration. He had not yet fully adapted to the side effects of the abnormal stagnation module acceleration. Looking up, he saw the black eagle claws attacking. The bulletproof insert didn't stop the eagle claw, and the ceramic armor plate inside that could withstand 7.62mm rifle bullets exploded instantly. Fortunately, he was fast enough and blocked it with the M16 in his hand. The gun body was broken, blocking the fatal impact. The black feather eagle claw continued to move forward, but it didn't pierce the Kevlar protective layer in the bulletproof insert, and it completely lost its power and disappeared. Mu Xing seized the opportunity to fight directly in close combat, kicking the ground with both feet, like a sharp sword out of its sheath. The Black Feather Man lost his speed advantage, and could only watch the dagger pierce his chest. The dagger thrust out, but Mu Xing did not relax, but turned around and attacked instantly. He knew that this attack did not hit the target. The moment he pulled out the dagger, he stabbed behind him. This time, Mu Xing clearly saw the shock and confusion in the other party's eyes. The Black Feather Man's feather transformation and reorganization was a trump card to save his life, and almost no one knew it. However, the newcomer in front of him seemed to have known it long ago, and stabbed him with a dagger before the feathers were fully gathered. It looked like he took the initiative to hit his dagger with his chest. This time, the Black-Feathered Man was really stabbed to the bone. How is it possible? Mu Xing was too lazy to explain, and continued to stab his dagger frantically. The Black-Feathered Man instantly turned into countless feathers again, and tried to escape. Mu Xing growled, "Turn on the middle gear." He only felt that his body was about to be shaken into a pulp, but his speed was directly increased to a level, and he rushed forward in an instant, and caught up with the Black-Feathered Man. The dagger in his hand was also vibrating at a high frequency, and the cutting effect was even better. Just when Mu Xing thought he had won, a blood-red figure suddenly blocked him. The man was tall, shirtless, and covered in blood. I just don't know if the blood was his or someone else's. His blood-red eyes were full of madness. "Madman, kill him quickly, he's here to steal the singularity." The Black-Feathered Man covered his chest and regrouped into a human form. He took out a bottle of green liquid from somewhere, and poured it directly into his mouth. During the detection of the Divine Seal, the Black-Feathered Man's vitality increased rapidly, and he got rid of the critical state. These guys really have a lot of cards that they don't know about. Who dares to steal the singularity of our node hunters? Kill you! Mu Xing subconsciously wanted to retreat, but who could have thought that the madman in front of him was faster, and grabbed Mu Xing's arm. Mu Xing's pupil shrank sharply, and he did not retreat but advanced, stabbing the guy's chest with the dagger. However, the sharp manganese steel dagger in his hand could not penetrate his tough skin. The blood-stained skin was like a thick rubber tire, which could not be penetrated. Then Mu Xing felt a strong sense of suffocation. The madman strangled his neck with his arms. Crack! He had no time to resist, and his neck was completely broken, and his consciousness quickly dissipated. However, in Mu Xing's last consciousness, he saw the madman rushing towards the Black-Feathered Man without distinguishing between friend and foe. "Madman, are you really crazy? You actually want to kill me?" The Black-Feathered Man screamed in fear. "The singularity is mine. No one is allowed to take it away. Kill you." Chapter 42. Do you want to consume 1/10 of the Blood Moon essence to perform death reversal? He died again. Mu Xing really didn't expect that when he was chasing the Black Feather Man, a bloody madman would suddenly jump out. Node Hunter? The madman seemed to call himself and the Black Feather Man that. This guy is stronger than the Black Feather Man, especially his copper skin and iron bones. His dagger can't pierce his skin. He didn't know whether this was a special ability or an ability like horizontal qigong. He is also very strong and fast, and is very good at close combat. He and the Black-Feathered Man are close and far away, so they should be partners. But this madman seems to have some mental problems, and is very prone to mania. He goes crazy when the Black-Feathered Man provokes him. If he succeeds in killing, this guy will go completely crazy. Just now, after the madman killed him, he directly locked onto the Black-Feathered Man. Mu Xing was not in a hurry to revive. He found that after he died in the real world, he would enter this mysterious red space. There seemed to be a wave of blood surging around, like a dream, making it difficult to distinguish the boundary of reality. Mu Xing tried to contact the Divine Seal, but received no response. He guessed that this should be a special space formed by the fusion of his spiritual world and the origin of the Blood Moon. Every time he died and resurrected, he would consume 1/10 of the origin energy material. I just don't know if this origin energy material can be replenished. If it can't be replenished, this death is too worthless. Mu Xing observed this red world while thinking about how to deal with the two people. Judging from the tone of the Black Feather Man, the abnormal point is very important to the newcomers. Only by baptizing with the abnormal point can you get rid of the identity of a rookie. But Mu Xing doesn't understand. How did they track the location of this abnormal point? There are too many unknown things in front of him. Just like when he first entered the Ishimura, he knew nothing about everything. But the more this happened, the more inexplicable excitement surged in his heart. Clenched his fists, no longer hesitated. Resurrection. Opening his eyes again. This time, the time of resurrection seems to be shortened. Retracing back to when he had already merged the abnormal stasis core and just climbed up the cliff. It seems that the death retracing in reality is different from that in Ishimura. As the source is consumed, the retracing time will only get shorter and shorter. Mu Xing guessed so. Mu Xing took the opportunity to move away from the cliff before the Black-Feathered Man climbed up the cliff. The madman was in the cliff cave. If it weren't for the sudden attack by the guy just now, he wouldn't have died so easily. At the same time, he asked the God Seal to send Elise's phantom into the cave to see what was going on inside. He stayed behind to delay time and wait for the madman to appear. After 2 battles, Mu Xing knew the strength and trump cards of the Black Feather Man very well. Even if he fought alone, it would not be a problem, not to mention that he now had the help of the abnormal stasis module. He communicated with the God Seal mentally and conveyed his tactics to the God Seal. Master, I think there is a loophole in this plan. What loophole? If the Master's goal is to provoke the madman to go completely crazy, how can the Master ensure that the madman is not chasing you, but the guy on the opposite side? At this time, the Black-Feathered Man has slowly fallen from midair. No wonder there are singularities in this meteorite crater, but I didn't expect that someone would be stupid enough to come alone to explore his own singularity. Mu Xing put away the M16 rifle in his hand, ignored his threat, and said directly, Node Hunter? The winged man on the opposite side frowned. He thought Mu Xing looked like a newcomer, but how could a newcomer know about the Node Hunter? He suddenly became alert, traveling together. Don't be nervous. Mu Xing's mouth curled up slightly, and he secretly started the low gear. With a buzz, his body appeared dozens of meters away in an instant. Mu Xing's moves scared the Black-Feathered Man. Such speed made the other party a little unpredictable. I just sensed that there was a fluctuation nearby, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect that someone had arrived first. I think it must be a misunderstanding. Seeing that Mu Xing had no intention of taking action, the Black-Feathered Man slightly put away the black feathers on his body, and only the claw knife in his hand was still spinning. What do you mean? Nothing? I just want to ask how the madman down there is doing. This made the Black-Feathered Man feel that Mu Xing was more and more unusual. I don't know what you were talking about. Don't pretend, I know the madman well, but you look very unfamiliar. According to Mu Xing's observation, the madman's strength far exceeds that of the Black-Feathered Man, so the two should not be seniors of the same level. Wait until the low gear is cooled down, and then use the acceleration again. His body shook, and he instantly appeared beside the Black-Feathered Man. The Black-Feathered Man turned his head, and almost sat on the ground in fear. He couldn't imagine that if Mu Xing attacked him, he would definitely die. He didn't know that Mu Xing was just these 2 brushes. New partner? Mu Xing asked. The Black-Feathered Man smiled awkwardly. The madman and I have only experienced a survival world, And this is the first time we have teamed up as node hunters. No wonder. Mu Xing nodded leisurely. At this time, the black-feathered man had completely regarded Mu Xing as a master of playing the pig and eating the tiger. At this moment, the voice of the god seal sounded. Master, the madman is coming out. How is the singularity? The singularity has a golden cover. The madman hit his head and broke it, but he couldn't break it open. Hearing this, Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Logically, this singularity should belong to him, but I don't know how they found it. At this moment, the madman covered in blood climbed up. Crow, the cover below is too strong, you hurry down and fix it. The madman had a loud voice and a burly body, which made him look very oppressive. Mu Xing looked at the black-feathered man. It turned out that this guy was called Crow, which was quite consistent with his personality. Crow seemed to be winking at the madman, asking about Mu Xing's situation. Mu Xing took the initiative to walk towards the madman, looking like an old acquaintance, and at the same time asked the divine seal to get ready. Ha ha, madman, long time no see, you are so rubbish? What's wrong with all this blood on you? Mu Xing's sudden appearance made the madman stunned, and his eyes were full of confusion. Later, the crow saw the doubt in the madman's eyes, and couldn't help shouting, Madman he is? Before he finished speaking, Mu Xing shouted, Madman, long time no see, I brought you a good friend. As he said that, he pointed directly at the madman, divine seal. An invisible mental shock hit the madman. Mu Xing let the divine seal enter the cave and advance in order to continuously accumulate the influence of mental erosion, and then explode at the right time. Because only a long enough time can successfully detonate the madness of the madman. The madman was hit by the mental shock, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red. His body muscles trembled, and his finger joints cracked. At the same time, Mu Xing growled, Plan B. Understood, master. A cluster of stars that looked like the Milky Way suddenly appeared in the crow's hand. Mu Xing shouted, Madman, the crow wants to take your singularity away. The madman saw the gorgeous star cluster in the crow's hand, and immediately became furious. Dare to take my singularity, I kill you. The crow was also confused. How did this singularity suddenly appear in his hand? Was it his own hallucination? Before he could react, the madman had already killed him and punched him in the chest. The moment the blood spurted out, he disintegrated into countless black feathers and began to flee backwards. The madman obviously didn't want to let him go, so he continued to chase him and punched him again. Chapter 43. Ah, madman, I'm your partner. The crow screamed in fear, trying to wake up the madman who was in a frenzy. But once the madman fell into a frenzy, it was difficult to stop. Before the crow could completely reassemble from the decomposed state, the madman's hand went straight through the flying feathers and grabbed his neck. The crow was also angry, and the claw knife in his hand stabbed at the madman frantically, attacking the madman's eyes. However, the madman just blocked the sharp claw knife with his left hand. The crow continued to exert its strength, and the black feathers condensed into a spiral spear, which fiercely blasted towards the madman's chest. This attack was several times more powerful than the eagle claw, but the consumption was also greater. Successfully repelled the madman, who was strangling his neck, and the black feather spear left a blood hole several centimeters deep in the madman's chest. The crow landed, gasping for breath. Not far away, Mu Xing was a little scared. He thought that he had known the crow's abilities well after several reincarnations, but he didn't expect that he had more hidden cards. Even if there was no madman before, he couldn't kill this crow. The crow took out a bottle of red liquid and poured it into his mouth. His body began to rapidly change, and the feathered clothes on his body began to merge with him. He was about to change into a black-feathered falcon. His eyes were full of hatred when he looked at Mu Xing. However, before the crow could completely complete the transformation, the madman had already rushed up and grabbed a bird wing with one hand. Madman, let me go! The crow realized something and quickly begged for mercy. The madman roared and tore it with both hands. The crow screamed, and its wings were torn off directly. Blood splashed on the madman. He roared, and his madness was completely released. Suddenly, the madman looked back at Mu Xing, his eyes full of murderous intent. Divine Seal! Mu Xing called out urgently. Understood, master. Divine Seal quickly transformed into the shadow of Alyssa, holding the transformed anomaly in his hand. Hey, here's what you want. Alyssa's shadow shouted at the madman. Seeing the star cluster-like singularity, the madman was instantly attracted to all his attention and chased after Alyssa fiercely. Alyssa is just an illusion. No matter how fast the madman is, he can't catch up with it. Because it is just a projection of the god seal in the madman's mind, like a carrot hanging on the donkey's head. After successfully leading the madman away, Mu Xing came to the crow, who had regained his human form. The crow who lost his arms has completely lost his fighting power. You are not a senior at all, you are the newcomer. Mu Xing raised the rifle in his hand and aimed at his head. Tell me, what is a survivor? Ha ha ha. Crow laughed. I'm so stupid that I died at the hands of a newcomer. Wait, how do you know the weakness of a madman? You just used death replay in the real world. Crow seemed to realize something and widened his eyes, looking unbelievable. Then, he suddenly jumped up and condensed the last black feathers to form eagle claws. Bang! 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 Mu Xing fired 3 shots in a row, directly blowing up his head. In order to prevent Crow from resurrecting, Mu Xing slashed the dagger in his hand mercilessly and cut off his head. Quickly searched for items on him. A black claw knife, a silver revolver, and some bullets. Nothing else? Mu Xing clearly remembered that he had a green recovery potion. Why didn't he see it? He searched his whole body but couldn't find it. Could it be that there is some special storage space? Mu Xing could only think in this direction. Finally, Mu Xing took off the black feather robe. His face showed a look of disgust. This thing was not clothes, it was really taken off from a big bird, including the skin and feathers. A fishy smell rushed into the nose, making people feel nauseous. It's a pity that a pair of wings were torn off by a madman. I don't know if this set of black feathers can still be used. Mu Xing found 2 broken arms not far away, and retrieved the black feather skin of the wings. Unexpectedly, as soon as the wings approached the main body, they automatically glued together, and restored to a complete black feather robe. Mu Xing put away the black feather robe, and looked at the corpse on the ground. He was very concerned about the words that Crow said before he died. It revealed 2 important information. First, Crow knows about death reversal, which means that in the world of survival, other survivors may also have the ability to reversal of death. Second, Crow was surprised that he could reversal of death in the real world, which means that ordinary survivors cannot reversal of death in reality, or the cost is very high. These 2 pieces of information are very helpful for Mu Xing to understand the worldview of survivors. In order to prevent other accidents, Mu Xing decisively set Crow's body on fire, and he felt relieved only when all the limbs were piled together and burned to ashes. Crow has too many tricks. If he has some resurrection tricks, if I don't finish him off, I just have to wait for him to come and take revenge. After doing all this, I confirmed that the madman had been led far away. Mu Xing climbed down the cliff. The cave seemed to be naturally formed by millions of years of sea breeze and seawater erosion. The cave was not deep, only about 100 meters. When Mu Xing reached the bottom of the cave, he saw a mysterious star cluster wrapped in a golden cover. This star cluster looked like a shrunken Milky Way, and it kept rotating. As if sensing Mu Xing's approach, the golden cover began to glow. Not only that, the galaxy began to expand, and finally fixed into a planetary decomposition ship floating on a yellowish-brown planet. Ishimura? Mu Xing took out the divine seal. Check it out. After a moment. Master, that energy fluctuation is emitted by it. Mu Xing looked at the planetary decomposition ship with a complicated expression, thinking of everything he had experienced on the ship. He reached out. The 5 fingers penetrated the golden cover easily. An emotionless voice suddenly sounded. Survivor Mu Xing has found a special singularity. Do you want to consume the singularity for baptism? Although he didn't understand what the so-called baptism meant, in order to welcome the next survival, Mu Xing chose to confirm without hesitation. As soon as the voice fell, the golden cover collapsed. The rotating galaxy flew above his head, and a golden light fell from the sky, covering Mu Xing. Ah! Mu Xing felt that he was about to be completely decomposed by the golden light, decomposed from the molecular structure, and then reconstructed. This kind of pain is simply unbearable. But once the baptism begins, there is no turning back. Mu Xing can only endure the endless pain, and be decomposed and reconstructed bit by bit. At the same time, 3 options appeared in front of him. Please choose a baptism talent. Talent 1. Corpse Variant Bloodline, greatly improves body recovery ability, strength, and defense. Talent 2. Shooting Expert, greatly improves the power and proficiency of using firearms. Talent 3. Mind Manipulator, greatly improves one's own mental power and mental resistance. Before he could choose, the 4th option popped up. Special Golden Baptism Talent, Blood Moon Successor, become the Blood Moon Successor of the Dead Space World. Mu Xing just glanced at it. He chose the special talent without hesitation. Chapter 44. Although I don't know what the talent of the Blood Moon Heir means, and what abilities it has. However, just the 2 words Blood Moon are enough for Mu Xing to make a firm choice. First, he has the God Seal, which is the incubator of the Blood Moon. Although the God Seal has become very weak after he took away 99% of its origin, there is still hope for the future, and it is not impossible to recover. Second, he has the Blood Moon origin, which should be a bonus to the talent of the so-called Blood Moon heir. Moreover, this is a special golden baptism talent. If he doesn't choose the special one, he will choose the ordinary one, unless he is crazy. When Mu Xing made his choice, the rotating star cluster turned into golden light and entered Mu Xing's body along with the light column. As the last golden light disappeared, the emotionless voice sounded again. The golden baptism has been completed. You have successfully obtained the Blood Moon successor talent. The golden baptism has been completed. You have obtained a 30% increase in all attributes. The next second, the cave became pitch black. When Mu Xing walked out of the cave, not only did his physical fitness improve to a higher level, but his overall attributes also increased by 30%. Most importantly, the lost Blood Moon essence in his body was completely restored. Is it also because of the baptism? Mu Xing guessed. Of course, it could also be related to his talent as the heir of the Blood Moon. He tried to inject 1% of the Blood Moon essence into the Divine Seal. The Divine Seal immediately grew from about 10 centimeters to about 15 centimeters. Then, he carefully sensed the situation of the Blood Moon essence in his body. After waiting for about 3 minutes, 99% became 99.01%. Good. Mu Xing waved his fist excitedly. As long as the origin of the Blood Moon can be restored, even if it takes a little longer, it means that it is no longer a tree without roots and water without a source. How do you feel? Mu Xing looked at the seal. The master's physical strength has changed, and the origin of the Blood Moon has also changed in some way. My feeling towards the master at this moment is like facing the real Blood Moon. The real Blood Moon? Mu Xing muttered to himself. At this time, he knew nothing about this talent, and the mysterious voice did not tell him what this talent was for. He had to figure it out on his own. As soon as he climbed up the cliff along the rope, Mu Xing was like a frightened cat, with his hair standing on end and his blood pressure soaring. What did he see? The bloody madman was squatting in front of the crow's charred body, using his hands to pick at the pile of charcoal. Don't worry, I won't attack you. Since the singularity has been absorbed by you, killing you won't get it back, and if I can't kill you, it's not worth having one more enemy. How could the madman at this moment be as crazy as before? He was completely a normal person with clear thinking, mature and steady. He stood up. I also want to say thank you to you. Crow actually took advantage of my main personality to trick my secondary personality into becoming a node hunter while my main personality was asleep. You killed Crow, which was also a way to help me make a conclusion. It was also because of this that my main personality was able to wake up from sleep so quickly. Mu Xing was still alert. In his perception, the madman who regained his sanity was more terrifying. But the madman suddenly looked up. Mu Xing subconsciously tightened his weapon, and the abnormal stasis module was ready to start. At the same time, he was thinking about how to survive the madman's pursuit. I want to make a deal with you. He suddenly spoke. Deal? Did you get the madman's black feather coat? Do you want it? Mu Xing threw the black feather coat over without hesitation. He knew very well which was more important, his life or a prop. To be a little cowardly was also to save himself. Madman didn't expect Mu Xing to be so generous. He waved his right hand, and 5 or 6 items appeared out of thin air in front of him. There were fully equipped assault rifles that looked very fierce, long swords with gorgeous scabbards, and even staffs inlaid with blue gems. These things appeared out of thin air, and it seemed that his previous guess was correct. These survivors should have some special storage items. The black feather coat belongs to my friend. After he was killed by his enemies in the last survival world, this coat fell into the hands of Crow. These items here are pretty good. You can choose any 3 as compensation. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Is this guy so easy to talk to after regaining his sanity? Or does he have any special purpose? No need. Since the black feather coat is yours, I will give it back to you. Just don't attack me. Hearing this, the madman laughed dumbly. Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. After all, it's not easy for survivors. As he said this, he picked out the fully equipped M4A1 assault rifle, the long sword with a carved scabbard, and a scroll. Then he stood up and prepared to leave. Mu Xing realized that he really didn't intend to attack him. Hey! Before Mu Xing could speak, he had disappeared in the distance at a very fast speed. Looking at the 3 props on the ground, Mu Xing asked Shen Yin to check them first. After a moment, Master, there is no problem with the 3 props, and there is no spiritual residue. Mu Xing was relieved. First of all, the fully equipped M4A1 was extremely heavy, weighing more than 20 kilograms, far more than he knew about assault rifles. A name automatically appeared in his eyes. Enhanced M4A1 Assault Rifle, a firearm made of super heavy meteorite, with a chance to fire meteorite armor-piercing bullets. There was only a brief introduction to tell Mu Xing why it was so heavy. Ordinary people couldn't use it at all, because it was too heavy. Then, he picked up the knife, with a carved scabbard very delicate. Drawing out the blade, it shone with cold light. The handle was inlaid with gems, and there were mysterious runes on the blade. Could it be a magic weapon? Mu Xing guessed. The blade of the Victory Monarch. The Monarch blade made by the great wizard Cassidon for the Lord of Victory has an incredible sharpness. Mu Xing swung the sword twice, and he could even hear the friction between the air and the blade. Finally, he picked up the scroll. The scroll was a typical scroll in the Western fantasy magic world, made of parchment, with words that he couldn't understand printed on the red seal. Summoning the living dead. After using it, you can summon 10 living dead to fight for you. Cooling down for 24 hours. Mu Xing had a strange expression. The 3 items chosen by the madman were quite considerate. They had both long-range and melee weapons, and could even be summoned. Could it be that I was lucky enough to meet the warmest man of the century? If that was the case, then Crow was really unlucky. Just then, the white van was driving crookedly towards the side. The battle was over, and the logistics just arrived. Boss, you called me? Let's go back to Mexico City. The boss was a little stunned. This rich oriental man was really interesting. He came all the way here just to see the scenery? Mu Xing was too lazy to explain, and got in the car directly. After getting the singularity, and completing the baptism, there was no need to stay in this place any longer. And he had already confirmed that there were no other divine seals here. However, the appearance of the singularity made Mu Xing realize that there might be some connection between the 2 worlds. But now, he still didn't know what the connection was. He suddenly regretted that he was too nervous before, and didn't find a madman to learn more about the basic knowledge of survivors. Chapter 45. After spending more than 10 hours flying back to China from Mexico, Mu Xing began to prepare for the next survival. First, he went to the company, threw the resignation letter in the face of the supervisor, and resigned gracefully. The second thing was to move. After seeing other survivors, Mu Xing realized the importance of hiding his identity. Try to ensure that his identity in the real world is not discovered as much as possible. If you enter the survival world and meet other survivors, you should also hide your identity as much as possible, and give yourself a pseudonym. Crow, madman, these are definitely not real names. You can learn from the experience of these old hands. So, on the second day, Mu Xing sold his house directly, and disposed of all the items and furniture in the house. He took away only a few photo frames. He rented a temporary house, and waited for the arrival of the transmission. He calculated the time almost to the point. For this, he also planned to do an experiment. He bought a crossbow specifically to see if it could be brought into the survival world. In addition to this crossbow, there are several other things. Painkillers, penicillin, hemostatic powder, etc. If they can be brought in, it will be of great help to survive. As for the 3 props given to him by the madman, they were also tied to Mu Xing's body. The claw knife looted from Crow can be used for self-defense. It is very sharp. The firing rate and range of the silver revolver are far beyond ordinary revolvers. Crow's combat effectiveness depends entirely on the black feather coat. Now it seems that this guy is just picking up a loophole, and cannot exert the full combat effectiveness of the black feather coat. The revolver is inserted into the waist, and the claw knife is hidden in the sleeve. Put on a bulletproof vest, and a level 3 helmet. Looking at himself in the mirror, Mu Xing wondered if he had gone too far. He was covered with all kinds of cold and hot weapons, and looked like he was not going to survive, but to fight. Survivor Mu Xing, the survival world has been confirmed, and the countdown to teleportation is 30 seconds. The voice sounded. A big countdown appeared in front of Mu Xing. When the countdown reached 0, a translucent beam of light fell and enveloped him. The next second, he was directly sucked into the endless vortex. Hey, wake up, wake up! Mu Xing woke up in a daze. The man who woke him up was a blond man in a white coat. He was about 30 years old, and patted his face gently. Mu Xing grabbed the man's wrist, and the man grimaced in pain. Who is it? It's me, Charles. Charles? Mu Xing looked puzzled, loosened his right hand that was holding the man's wrist, climbed up, and began to look around. It looked like a laboratory, with doors and windows closed and sealed with tape. Even the ventilation ducts were taped up layer by layer, leaving no gaps. The oxygen tanks next to them released oxygen, providing oxygen for survival in this almost sealed room. In the room, there was only Charles, who looked a little weak, beside him. Then, Mu Xing began to check his equipment, and he found that not only his bulletproof vest and level 3 helmet were missing, but also his assault rifle, long knife, and other equipment. He was left with only a white lab coat. Divine Seal? Mu Xing tried to communicate. Master, I am adapting to the new world rules. The Divine Seal's voice was weak, and it was obvious that its adaptation process was more difficult than his own. Charles, where is this place? Mu Xing asked. Mu, you didn't really hurt your brain, did you? This is the Hive, our D-17 department laboratory. Mu Xing quickly searched for information about the Hive in his mind. Hive? Umbrella? Resident Evil? Is this Raccoon City? Mu Xing asked. To be exact, it's underground in Raccoon City. The man next to him rubbed his wrist and said. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had entered the world of Resident Evil 1. The zombies in Resident Evil were naturally less threatening than the corpses of the Ishimura. All he had to do was be careful of the experimental zombies in the Hive, and avoid the nuclear explosion crisis in Raccoon City to successfully survive for 48 hours. Besides, he was no longer the same person as before. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded in his ears. Survivor Mu Xing, please survive in this world for 48 hours. If you succeed, you can return to the real world and receive a reward of 100 million. 48 hours? Mu Xing was a little unhappy. Why did you increase the quantity without increasing the price? What time is it now? Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Charles said. By the way, I put most of your things in the next room for you. Mu Xing suddenly turned around and looked at Charles. Don't worry, I didn't touch the things in your drawer. He pointed to the desk not far away. Mu Xing walked to the desk in 2 steps and opened the drawer. There was a silver revolver and a black claw knife inside. Let's go out and take a look. Mu Xing grabbed the revolver and the black claw knife. Don't go out. There was a biochemical leak outside. The Red Queen activated the emergency disposal system and almost killed everyone. I received the alarm in advance and escaped. Don't go out and die. Charles was terrified and stood in front of Mu Xing. Mu Xing, who was familiar with the plot, was not afraid of these. He recalled the plot of Resident Evil. During the Resident Evil era, a super oligarch company appeared in the United States, Umbrella Corporation, also known as Umbrella Corporation. Umbrella Corporation almost monopolized 90% of the people's livelihood products in this country, from clothes, shoes, and hats to airplanes and trains. The forces behind it are rooted in every corner of society, almost controlling the economy of the entire country, becoming the real uncrowned king of the United States. With the development of the times, the top management of Umbrella Corporation began to invest a lot of money in genetic and biochemical research. They created superviruses, studied biochemical weapons, and even started the Super Biochemical Soldier program. The Hive, located underground in Raccoon City, is a huge secret base built by Umbrella 1,000 meters underground, dedicated to various secret biochemical research. Later, the Hive became the source of the destruction of the world due to the virus leak. Just yesterday, the T-virus that Umbrella Corporation focused on developing was artificially leaked. After detecting the virus leak, the Hive AI system, Red Queen, activated the emergency disposal system. In order to prevent the T-virus from leaking out of the laboratory, Red Queen sealed off the entire Hive and released nerve gas to kill all researchers. From the time point of view, I am just at the beginning of the story of Resident Evil. Soon, a group of Umbrella Company mercenaries will take the protagonist Alice into the Hive, trying to shut down the out-of-control Red Queen and investigate the accident in the Hive. Mu Xing pulled Charles, who was blocking the door away, and opened the door of the laboratory. The Divine Seal did not sound an alarm, which meant that the poison released by the Red Queen had dissipated. He threw a stick next to him to Charles. Stay here and don't go out. He grabbed the black claw knife in his hand. The most important thing now was to get his equipment back. Chapter 46. Zombies are biochemical monsters that mutate from humans or other animals after being infected with the T-virus. They have completely lost their minds and only have the instinct to hunt. They have no sense of pain and are tireless. Even if they don't eat or drink for several years, they can still rely on the energy provided by the T-virus to maintain the functioning of their body cells. Zombies will undergo various mutations due to the variability of the T virus. The alienated zombies will become more powerful. The most dangerous thing is the terrifying number of zombies, and the T virus they carry. As long as a small bite is made, if the serum is not injected in time, it will be infected within a few hours and mutate into a zombie. Mu Xing has watched almost all the Resident Evil movies, and played the Resident Evil game, and is quite familiar with the various zombie threats. As long as the zombies here do not deviate from the worldview in the movie or game, Mu Xing feels that with his strength, he can rest assured. At this time, Mu Xing walked in front, checking the surrounding situation. Mu, I have a bad feeling. Suddenly, Charles's voice came from behind. Shoo! Mu Xing pressed him against the wall, and made a gesture to silence him. Why are you here? I'm worried that you might be in danger? Are you looking for death? Mu Xing growled. The only thing he had to worry about now was the number of zombies. Although a single zombie was not a threat to him, after all, these zombies had just mutated, and were far from reaching the terrifying level of the later stage. But what if there were hundreds or thousands of them? I'm afraid it's not that easy to deal with. Although the zombies on the Ishimura are powerful, their numbers are a major flaw. The hive is different. As a super large underground base, the number of people is far greater than that of the Ishimura, reaching the level of 10,000. 10,000 zombies rushed towards him, and they could kill him. Charles looked terrified, his legs shaking. If Mu Xing hadn't thought that keeping this guy might be useful, he would have shot him long ago. Go back, Mu Xing said in a low voice. Suddenly, this guy screamed, "Ah, monster!" Mu Xing turned his head sharply. He saw a zombie that was gnawed to the point of being unrecognizable and staggering towards them. Charles screamed, and as if some mechanism had been activated, the zombie suddenly raised its head and rushed towards them. Mu Xing did not retreat but advanced, and at the moment when the zombie pounced on him, he held his jaw with one hand. He avoided the zombie's scratches and stabbed the claw knife into the back of his head quickly. With a little force, he cut off the back of his neck. However, this scream attracted more zombies, and all the zombies in the nearby laboratories and offices were attracted. These zombies have more sensitive hearing than the zombies, and even the slightest abnormal noise will attract their attention. More than a dozen zombies rushed over. Mu Xing thought it was not good, and grabbed Charles and ran to the left. Where are my equipment? Charles was frightened and pointed to the room next to him tremblingly. There. Mu Xing pulled the door and found that it was locked. He kicked out with all his strength, and with a click, the door frame lock was kicked away, showing how powerful the kick was after being baptized. He threw Charles in, and when other zombies rushed over, he squeezed in and closed the door. Bang, bang, bang. There was a rapid collision outside, and these zombies were like a group of sharks that smelled blood, all excited and manic. Anthony! Charles pointed at the white coat, who was slowly standing up in the room, his eyes wide open. However, when the researcher stood up, he found that his eyes were gray and his face was covered with blood. There were still pieces of meat left in his mouth from biting the corpse. Mu Xing pulled the cabinet next to him over, and with a bang, he placed it behind the door, kicked his legs, and rushed over directly. The claw knife in his hand slashed across the zombie's neck and cut off its trachea. The zombie made a strange ho-ho sound and turned around to attack. Mu Xing was faster and stabbed it in the temple with another knife, blowing its head off. The brain is the only weakness of the zombie. Only by crushing the brain can the tireless zombie stop. You killed Anthony! Charles screamed in horror. Shut up, or I kill you too. Mu Xing turned over the table and stomped down hard, breaking the neck of the second zombie that was bitten to only half of its face. The dirty blood splashed on Mu Xing's white coat, adding a hint of murderous aura to him. Charles was stunned on the spot, even forgetting that there were more monsters outside banging on the door. Mu Xing pushed the table over to hold it against the door and the cabinet. What are you still standing there for? Help me. Mu Xing woke up the frightened Charles, and he quickly woke up and piled the chairs behind the door. You killed Anthony. He was still repeating this sentence. Mu Xing glanced at him. The Red Queen of the intelligent brain killed everyone. How could there be any living people? But he clearly stood up. Then do you think those people outside are alive? Mu Xing grabbed him and dragged him to the door. I take you to have a good chat with those things outside. This frightened Charles so much that his tears and snot flowed, but he dared not to shout loudly, so he could only howl with his mouth open. Stupid coward. After leaving this comment, Mu Xing walked past the two zombies and went to the locker at the back. He opened the door. The fully equipped M4A1, the Monarch blade, and even the scroll were all there. Mu Xing took out a black bag from the locker and took out a flesh seed from it. As long as this thing was not lost, everything would be fine. However, he was unable to bring in his bulletproof vest, level 3 helmet, and even the crossbow he bought. It seems that only the props produced in the survival world can be brought into other survival worlds. Mu Xing took off the white coat that was in the way, put on a neat leather jacket, and hung all these equipment on his body. This time he was lucky. He didn't die at the beginning. With these equipment, it would be much easier to deal with the ordinary zombies outside. He asked the frightened Charles to pull away all the obstacles. As the gate was pounced open by the surging zombies, they were greeted by automatic rifle bullets with explosive penetration. This specially enhanced M4A1 is extremely powerful. Ordinary zombies can't resist the erosion of bullets at all. It is not a problem to easily penetrate 2 or 3 zombies. Moreover, Mu Xing's shooting skills are excellent. Almost every shot hits the head. These crazy zombies fall down in groups at the door. The blood almost dyed the laboratory red. However, the next second, Mu Xing was stunned. Although it was fun to shoot, he forgot that he only had a magazine of bullets. Then, the roars of zombies came from outside. Go! Mu Xing put his gun on his back and rushed out with Charles. But as soon as he went out, the dense zombies on the left and right almost squeezed the entire corridor. Mu Xing no longer cared about Charles, and pulled out the monarch's blade hanging on his waist. 1 minute later, Mu Xing opened his eyes again, and saw Charles's face with tension and surprise. Mu, you finally woke up. Chapter 47. He knocked Charles, the troublemaker, unconscious with one punch. Mu Xing frowned, as he recalled his experience of being submerged in a tide of zombies. He had indeed underestimated the combat power of zombies. Although these zombies moved stiffly, their strength and defense were stronger than he had imagined. The T-virus had mutated them, and strengthened their muscles and skin. Their only weakness was their brains, and it was difficult to accurately shoot them in the head when surrounded by a large number of zombies. The surrounding space was occupied by zombies, and he could not fly over rooftops or walls, so it was meaningless even if he activated the abnormal stasis module. He was knocked down by countless zombies, and couldn't break free. Finally, Mu Xing shot himself. Mu Xing couldn't help but reflect. After experiencing the Ishimura, and even fighting the crows, he felt that he had some strength. But the zombies just now hit him hard, and taught him a lesson. Sure enough, once a person loses his sense of awe, all that awaits him is self-destruction. Not only that, after this death replay, he felt that his strength seemed to have decreased. Divine Seal scanned the whole body. The Divine Seal that had fully adapted to the new world emerged and scanned Mu Xing. Master, due to an unknown influence, your overall attributes have been reduced by about 10%. A 10% reduction in all attributes? Is it a penalty for the death replay? Mu Xing remembered that when he was replaying his death, just now, a dialogue box popped up in front of him. It prompted that the Blood Moon Essence could be consumed for replay. He refused to consume the Blood Moon Essence based on the principle of not wasting it if he could get it for free. The result was a 10% reduction in all attributes. I just don't know if this reduction in all attributes is temporary or permanent. If it's permanent, it would be a big loss. But even if it's temporary, even if it's only reduced in this world, at most 5 or 6 death replays will make you completely useless. Mu Xing felt something was wrong. There was no penalty for death replay on the Ishimura. Is it because of his welfare as a newcomer? No, there must be a prompt. Mu Xing focused his attention on this small laboratory and began to search around. At this time, words began to appear on the left wall. Survivors, welcome to the survival world. This world is a technology-based survival world with debuffs, and survivors have no world bonuses. Magic, witchcraft, spells, and other fantasy equipment, skill effects are reduced by 90%, and technology equipment, skill effects are increased by 30%. Death replay in this world will gain a death penalty debuff. Killing special zombies has a chance to gain special equipment, and successfully passing the level has a chance to gain a singularity. Mu Xing looked at the flashing words on the wall. The last time he rushed out in a hurry, he didn't notice the prompt on the wall. Moreover, he suspected that there were other survivors nearby. Just when he was overwhelmed by zombies, he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him in a laboratory not far away. The situation was more complicated than he had imagined. He thought he could easily pass the level in a familiar world, but now it seems that it is not that simple. The increase in the penalty for death backtracking means that the ability to try and fail is greatly reduced. Of course, Mu Xing still has the Blood Moon origin as a trump card. At worst, he can consume the Blood Moon origin, backtracking first to ensure that he will not continue to stack the debuff of attribute reduction. He looked at Charles, who was knocked unconscious by him. For safety reasons, Mu Xing tied him to the chair with tape and sealed his mouth. Charles, who suddenly woke up, looked at Mu Xing in horror and wanted to struggle. "Hey Charles, stay here quietly. If you scream and attract the zombies outside, don't blame me for not reminding you." Charles's eyes were wide open, and he tried to say something. "Keep your voice down, I can let you talk, okay?" Mu Xing pressed his shoulder and said. Charles nodded quickly. When Mu Xing tore off the tape on his mouth, Charles begged for mercy. "Mu, we are colleagues, please don't kill me." "Who said I want to kill you? I just want you to be quiet." "I don't want to be killed by you." Charles looked down at the tape wrapped around his body with an innocent look. "No, you can't do this. If you tie me up here, I will definitely die. In about 3 hours, Red Queen will release nerve gas again and perform the cleanup procedure. The laboratory's backup oxygen has been exhausted. We must leave this area." Mu Xing frowned. "Why didn't you say anything just now?" "Ah?" Charles looked confused. Mu Xing slapped his head, forgetting that this guy wouldn't rewind his death. "Don't worry, I go out and explore the way first. I come back in 10 minutes to take you away, provided you keep quiet." Before Charles could speak, Mu Xing taped his mouth to shut him up completely. He then took out the silver revolver and black claw knife from the drawer. It's better not to use guns if you can, because the noise is too loud and it's easy to attract a large number of zombies. Once again, Mu Xing carefully slipped out of the laboratory. This time he was more careful. His equipment was in the next laboratory, so he took it back first. Ding, identity confirmed. Mu Xing used Charles's ID card to swipe the door, and then quickly locked it. Because the noise was small enough, when he entered the laboratory, the zombie named Anthony was not alarmed, and was still trying to eat the female corpse on the ground. First, let the divine seal release the shadow to attract attention. "Hey!" The zombie raised his head suddenly, and looked at the shadow in front of him. Mu Xing went around and attacked from behind, and the claw knife in his hand easily penetrated its head. He twisted it hard, and turned its brain into paste. Then he grabbed the fruit knife on the table next to him, pierced the eyes of the female corpse on the ground, and penetrated from the back of the head to prevent the female corpse from mutating. After successfully solving the 2 threats, Mu Xing got his equipment. Then he took out the flesh and blood seed. Divine seal. Can zombies be used to cultivate hunters? In theory, but the special nature of the T-virus may cause the hunter to mutate. Shanine said. For example, the T-virus will change the hunter's physical form to a certain extent, and may also allow the hunter to gain new abilities. Mu Xing was not surprised, because the T-virus developed by Umbrella Corporation was originally used to save people, and later used for the research of biological weapons and super soldiers. After the T-virus coexists with the human body, it can greatly improve the various attributes of the human body. But because ordinary humans cannot resist the erosion of the T-virus, they end up becoming unconscious zombies. You won't become a zombie, right? Mu Xing asked again. Don't worry, Master. If there is a problem with the hunter, I will modify the hunter's genes to a certain extent. Speaking of this, the Divine Seal made a request that Mu Xing could not refuse. It requires Mu Xing to collect various special mutant zombie organs for research and cracking the secrets of the T-virus. Once the cracking is completed, perhaps the T-virus can be used to strengthen Mu Xing's own body. Such a temptation makes it difficult for Mu Xing to refuse. After all, who doesn't envy the powerful ability of Alice, the heroine of Resident Evil? However, the Divine Seal only accepts special mutant organs. The higher the degree of mutation, the more helpful it is for research. This means that Mu Xing has to hunt powerful mutant zombies. This is a big challenge for him. Chapter 48. The flesh and blood seed was stuffed into the zombie's body. The flesh and blood seed was like a seed that had been in drought for a long time, growing roots and greedily absorbing the zombie's blood. After the blood containing the T-virus was swallowed by the flesh and blood seed, the seed expanded and grew rapidly. In just a few minutes, it grew to half a meter high. At the same time, the zombies on the ground were almost completely devoured by it. Then it began to move to the female corpse next to it, and devoured it quickly. The seed expanded to a meter high, beating like a heart. The Divine Seal floated beside Mu Xing, projecting red light towards the seed. A moment later, there was a sizzling sound, and the sharp bone spurs cut through the spores, and a corpse covered with mucus came out. It looked like the most ordinary cutter, and its body was only about 1.5 meters tall. Malnutrition? Mu Xing stared at the hunter in front of him. However, the next second, The cutter moved, and the bone spurs penetrated the closet next to it. The closet door opened, and there was a zombie hidden inside. It opened its mouth wide and pounced on the hunter. The hunter was extremely flexible. One bone spur held the zombie, and the other bone spur easily pierced the zombie's head. "Master, are you satisfied?" Shen was a little proud. "Something." Mu Xing was a little surprised. Although the hunter had not yet become a complete body, it had the ability to kill ordinary zombies in seconds when it was born. "Master, the T-virus has strengthened the hunter's physical fitness to a certain extent, greatly improving its physical flexibility and speed." Mu Xing was speechless. The hunter's weaknesses were speed and flexibility. Now that these two weaknesses have been made up, wouldn't it be invincible? He was looking forward to the hunter's next performance. After killing the zombie, the hunter began to devour the zombie. After eating the zombie, its size increased from 1.5 meters to 1.6 meters. The shriveled muscles on its body also became full. Mu Xing clenched the monarch blade in his hand, and planned to go out to see the situation first. According to the information provided by Charles, the Red Queen will perform a hide disinfection every 6 hours. Work. And now, there are only about 3 hours left. The so-called disinfection not only kills viruses, but also kills humans. Until all possible threats of biochemical leaks are eliminated. Fortunately, the Red Queen's disinfection work is carried out in different areas, one area at a time. This gives Mu Xing time to escape. After leaving the door, Mu Xing did not rush out to explore, but let the Divine Seal release Alyssa's projection. Mu Xing can share the line of sight of Alyssa's projection for reconnaissance operations. This time, his target was the room in the experimental area ahead where other survivors were suspected to be found. Alyssa's projection ran quickly through the passage. Because there was no entity, no sound would be made. He wanted to verify something very important. He had a question, which had been lingering in his mind since before he entered the survival world. Death replay would allow the survivor to travel back to the past. Everything would be reset, and then the future would be changed by changing the past. If other survivors also have death replay, when two survivors replay at the same time, whose time would be reset? When a survivor kills another survivor, the one killed resets and kills the other survivor, and then the one who kills the other survivor rewinds his death and comes back to kill the other survivor. Both parties will fall into an infinite cycle. Will there be a time paradox, or is the truth that the time of death rewinds only to a certain area, while the main time remains unchanged? When the Divine Seal controlled Alyssa's shadow to cross the corridor and reach the passage where she was besieged to death by zombies, the dense zombies in front of her seemed to tell Mu Xing the answer. He muttered to himself. The places far from the starting point seem to be unaffected by the death replay, and what has happened has not changed because of my replay. Mu Xing returned to Charles's laboratory again and observed the surrounding situation. He noticed that there were traces of distorted reality about 10 meters away. He saw the hole in the wall pierced by the M4 rifle bullet. He roughly calculated the distance, and the range was about 25 meters in diameter. That is to say, the death replay replays himself, and the things within 25 meters of the starting point. This is completely different from what he experienced on the Ishimura. Mu Xing couldn't help but complain that the novice tutorial was indeed different from the actual combat. Of course, the second possibility is not ruled out. As he had guessed before, there are other survivors in this world. Survivors will interfere with each other, so death replay has become a regional ability. However, Mu Xing is still very curious about what will happen if two survivors perform death replay at the same location. He knows very little about the survivors, and many things need to be further explored. Thinking of this, Mu Xing let the Divine Seal control Alyssa's phantom to knock on the door of the laboratory. "Who?" A cold and nervous voice came from behind the door. "Survivor?" Alyssa's shadow asked. "You too?" The other party was a little surprised. "Are you interested in cooperation?" Mu Xing further tested. "Of course, this is my first time in this damn place." "Do you know what this place is?" The other party acted as if he knew nothing. "Do you know the Resident Evil movie?" "Sorry, I haven't seen it, but I have played similar games. There are a lot of zombies outside. Can I go in and hide?" Alyssa said. At this time, the door was opened a crack. "Come in quickly." As soon as Alyssa's shadow entered the room, it was suddenly attacked by a sharp dagger. However, this attack was like slashing at the air, and the dagger easily penetrated the phantom. The other party's face suddenly changed. Fake? There was no way. The phantom of the Divine Seal looked too real, so real that it was hard to explain. "Why did you attack me?" Alyssa's phantom continued to ask. The man looked a little ugly, and Mu Xing finally saw his face clearly. The boy looked only about 17 or 18 years old, and his greasy bangs almost covered half of his face. He didn't say anything and rushed out of the door. This movement immediately attracted the attention of the densely packed zombies in the distant passage, and all of them chased after him. The boy's skills were not bad, he was agile, and after killing 2 zombies that pounced on him on the spot, he fled to the opposite passage. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest, attracting almost all the zombies. He ran hard and left all the zombies behind. Master, is this boy not very wise? He actually attracted so many zombies? Muxing smiled and shook his head. No, he is very smart and knows how to really get rid of the threat of zombies. He doesn't look like a complete newcomer. Let's go to the starting point and wait for him. After all the densely packed zombies were led away, Muxing walked briskly to the laboratory where the boy had just hidden. Just as he thought, the distance between the 2 people's starting point was 50 meters away. This seemed to be intentional by the existence that pulled them into this world. Chapter 49. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Muxing sensed that everything around him began to tremble. A vortex formed in the room. At the same time, as if sensing the changes in the outside world, the blood moon origin in his body suddenly surged out, forming a translucent red cover that enveloped Muxing. Muxing stared at this scene, staring at all the changes. Is this the death replay? As the vortex became more and more violent, suddenly, he was transferred to a range of 25 meters. All this was similar to what Muxing had imagined, except that he had not expected that the way to prevent 2 survivors from backtracking at the same time and causing the paradox was to forcibly separate the 2. Muxing waited for everything within 25 meters to be backtracked. At the same time, he handed all his equipment to the hunter and asked the hunter to stay away. Then, he used Charles's ID card to swipe the door. Unexpectedly, Charles's authority was quite high, and most of the laboratory doors could be opened. He felt a resistance, but this resistance was offset by the red translucent cover on his body, allowing him to successfully enter the laboratory. He saw the vortex slowly dissipating in the laboratory, and a boy of 17 or 18 was slowly taking shape. The moment the other opened his eyes, the 2 looked at each other. The next second, the boy threw the dagger in his hand, but Muxing dodged the dagger by gently turning his head. I think we can talk first, instead of brandishing knives and guns. In addition to surprise, the boy's face was more fearful. How did you enter the retrospective field? Who are you? Muxing did not speak, thinking about what this retrospective field meant. Did you lead all the zombies away? Muxing did not answer, but asked instead. The boy held the pistol handle at his waist, but froze in the next second. He saw the silver revolver in Muxing's hand was aimed at his head, signaling him to let go. The boy slowly moved his hand holding the gun away and slowly raised his hands. You led all the zombies around here before. If I didn't lose a death replay, I couldn't get out at all. Are you a newcomer? The boy was also testing. Muxing still didn't answer and continued to ask. Are there any other people? There should be. I ran around and found 3 backtracking save points in this area. The boy said. One is yours, one is mine, and there should be a woman. Woman? Alyssa's phantom appeared next to Muxing. Are you talking about her? It turned out to be you. The boy's face turned pale. Is it so deceptive? This broken world is a debuff world. It has a death backtracking debuff at the beginning. It is very difficult to clean up. Muxing got a lot of useful information from this conversation. First, other people cannot enter his retrospective field at will. The retrospective field he mentioned should be the 25-meter retrospective area he observed. Second, there is a 3rd survivor here, but his identity is unknown for the time being. Third, the death retrospective rules of each survival world are different. Fourth, the death retrospective debuff can be cleared. Muxing put away the gun in his hand. Sorry, I'm just a newcomer, I don't know much, please forgive me. Seeing Muxing put away his gun, the boy breathed a sigh of relief and put down his hands. No wonder you are so brave to fight the zombies alone. These zombies are different from what we see in the movie. They are stronger than we imagined. Muxing deeply agrees. He has experienced it. Can we cooperate? Muxing asked. The boy looked at Muxing in front of him. What's your name? Blood Moon. Strange name. What about you? My name is Yi Fei, of course, you can call me Ah Fei. Isn't yours even weirder? The boy said nothing, walked to Muxing's side, and pulled out the dagger from the wall. Suddenly, he stabbed at Muxing. But this time, Muxing didn't attack. However, the opponent's dagger stopped less than 5 centimeters away from Muxing's eyes. You have good courage. The boy commented. So you agree to cooperate? Of course, Although there are only some stupid zombies in this broken place, the number is really amazing. It is difficult for one person to survive. I wanted to stay here for 2 days, but I didn't expect you to come here and ruin my plan. He stared at Mu Xing. Are you really a newcomer? Then he walked behind Mu Xing and looked at him. I was a soldier, and my shooting skills are okay, but I didn't expect the zombies here to be so strong, Mu Xing said. The boy suddenly realized, but your survival experience really needs to be improved. Mu Xing clearly felt that the boy's vigilance against him had decreased a little. Mu Xing reminded, even if you want to stay here, it's impossible, because after 2.5 hours, the Red Queen will release neurotoxins again to perform the cleanup procedure. How did you know? I have someone over there. NPC? You can understand it that way. Come on, let's go over and take a look. You are indeed a newcomer. You are so lucky to meet an NPC at the beginning. Mu Xing said, don't worry. Isn't there another survivor here? I think we should make contact with him first. Good idea. The more people there are in this place, the safer it is. Yi Fei nodded, and put the dagger back into the sheath on his thigh. However, it is better for you and me to conclude a temporary alliance first, so that we can feel more at ease when cooperating. Temporary covenant? Oh, I forgot you're a newcomer. Yi Fei slapped his forehead, as if mumbling something. Then the boy took out something called a temporary covenant. The rules were simple. The two parties agreed to form a temporary covenant within 1 day. If one party attacked the covenant, he would be punished by the covenant. 3 layers of death replay debuff. Mu Xing was already under 1 layer of death replay debuff at this time. If he added 3 more layers, he would almost become disabled. Why only 1 day? It can be renewed tomorrow, Yi Fei said. Can we add other people? Of course, just add their names. Mu Xing nodded, waiting for Yi Fei to sign first, and then he signed. Master, this thing may have loopholes. Shen reminded Mu Xing. I know that this thing is just a gentleman's agreement, and can be broken at any time. I can use the Blood Moon origin to cover it, and others may have other means to offset the punishment. Happy cooperation. The young man stretched out his right hand. Happy cooperation. Mu Xing also stretched out his right hand and shook it. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door was knocked again. The two looked at each other, immediately alerted, and hit on both sides of the door. Who? Survivors? Let me introduce myself. My name is Mina. A strange female voice came from the door. What's the matter? The boy asked cautiously, pulling open a gap. You two can form a team and add me. It's hard for a weak woman like me to survive. Are you eavesdropping on us? The woman pointed to her ears. She just had a keen hearing and didn't mean to eavesdrop. The two looked at each other. The boy was about to open the door, and Mu Xing raised his revolver and aimed. Don't be nervous, I'm alone. The woman spread her hands to indicate that she had no weapon. Chapter 50. Mu Xing's starting point. Yi Fei bent over and looked at Charles, who was tied to a chair in front of him. Charles struggled with a whine when he saw the person coming. Is he the survivor of the laboratory? Mina pointed at Charles in front of him and asked. She looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, probably a mixed race, spoke Chinese well, dressed fashionably, carried a submachine gun on her back, and had 2 pistols hanging around her waist. His name is Charles. Mu Xing held Charles's shoulders. Don't move, don't scream, I untie you, do you hear me? Charles nodded quickly, like a chick pecking at rice. The black claw knife in Mu Xing's hand easily cut the rope that tied Charles, and tore off the tape that stuck to his mouth. Charles lay on the ground, panting heavily, looking at Mu Xing, and was about to call his name, but when he got to his mouth, he turned it into, Blood Moon, you guy, you actually treat your colleagues like this, I'm very angry. And who are they? Mu Xing said nothing about his complaints, shrugged, I'm protecting you. Hello, Charles, my name is Yi Fei, a security guard at the Umbrella Company, nice to meet you. The boy greeted Charles. Charles looked at Mina next to him. Mina was young and beautiful, and Charles, a 30-year-old single man, was almost dazzled. Hi, just call me Mina. Hello Mina, my name is Charles, a researcher in the D-17 Department Laboratory. Charles ran over to say hello, but because he acted too greasy, Mina held his jaw with a submachine gun. Charles was so scared that he quickly raised his hands. Sorry, I was just too excited. I didn't expect so many people were still alive. Mu Xing pulled Charles over. Okay, stop talking nonsense. We don't have much time. Let's talk about the situation. Charles quickly nodded. Everyone, look here. Charles turned on the computer next to him and displayed the structure of the entire honeycomb underground experiment. It can be seen that the main building of the honeycomb is an octagonal structure with a thick top and a thin bottom, just like the logo of the Umbrella Corporation. At the same time, from top to bottom, it is divided into 8 layers. Each layer is also divided into 8 areas. Mu Xing wondered if the Umbrella Company had any special fetish for the number 8. Charles marked their location, which was just on the 4th layer, which was neither up nor down, and was in the middle level. Their area was marked as D17. Charles used animation to demonstrate the disinfection procedure of the Red Queen. This disinfection procedure is carried out every 6 hours. It will start from the 1st layer and be executed one partition at a time, all the way down, finally reaching the bottom of the Umbrella Corporation. What will happen if we are exposed to the disinfection area? Mu Xing asked, trying to act like a rookie. Of course it's death. That kind of super neurotoxin can suffocate people quickly. Even if they don't die, it will seriously damage the brain and nerves. Charles pinched his neck and acted like he was poisoned by a neurotoxin. You two are veterans. What do you think? Mu Xing threw the question to the two. Yifei looked at the screen. Can we quickly reach the top floor now? Charles shook his head. It was possible before, but the Red Queen has blocked almost all the access channels. We can go down, but not up. If we force it, we can go up, but 2 hours is definitely not enough. But those zombies you mentioned. Charles hesitated. Mina next to him took over. Charles is right. Even if the road is smooth, there are still so many zombies waiting for us outside. There is not enough time. Yifei held his chin up. In that case, it is impossible to avoid the plot and escape, so we can only go down, and the bottom is the Red Queen's computer room. You mean to find a way to shut down the Red Queen? Mu Xing asked. Mina shook her head next to her. Impossible. We don't have the key to open the bottom channel, and how can we pass the laser channel? You don't want to be cut into pieces by the laser channel, right? And even if we successfully pass the laser channel, shutting down the Red Queen system requires an overload device, which I don't have. Yifei sighed. He looked at Mu Xing and pointed at Charles. How did he survive before? Mu Xing didn't say anything, pointing to the doors and windows sealed with tape, and the 5 large compressed oxygen tanks that had been used up. Yifei nodded. I understand. Let's go down first. The cleaning process at the bottom will take the shortest time. If we find enough oxygen tanks and a relatively safe space, we can safely survive the next cleanup. What about him? He looks like a burden. Mina pointed at Charles. Charles was so scared by this that he cried and hugged Mu Xing's thighs. Brother, I'm not a burden. I can help. I'm very familiar with the hive. I can lead you. Besides, I've been to the lower level. Have you been to the lower level? I've only been there once. The lower level is a top-secret area. Generally, few people have the authority to go there. But I went there to deliver information once, and I remember the way. These words made the 3 see the use of Charles. Then you get ready, and leave in 3 minutes. Just as Charles hurried to pack up, Mu Xing looked at the 2 people in front of him. To be honest, I am a newcomer, and I still rely on you for the rest of the journey. Mu Xing was very humble. First, he did not trust the 2 survivors in front of him, and second, he wanted to get more survivor experience from them. No problem. Since we have entered the same survival world, we are all family members. Moreover, if the 3 of us work together, we will definitely reach the bottom successfully. Yifei said confidently. Mina was a little nervous. I think we should be more careful. Those ordinary zombies have average combat power, but if we encounter lickers... Yifei waved his hand. As long as we don't take the initiative to provoke that kind of monster, wait for the protagonist to come in, and follow the protagonist closer, it will be safe. By the way, how many times have you 2 experienced the survival world? Mu Xing asked tentatively. Yifei said carelessly. Not many, including the novice tutorial. This is already the 4th time of survival. Mu Xing's expression did not change. He felt that the boy was lying. His strength was not in line with that of a 4-time survivor. This is only my 3rd time. The last time I survived, I almost died in the survival world, so this time I teamed up with you, and I also hope that everyone can work together to pass the level. The 2 finally looked at Mu Xing, meaning, we have all revealed our secrets. Why don't you? Mu Xing scratched his head. I'm just a newcomer. I entered a zombie-like world in the novice world, but the zombies there are very weak, and I can easily deal with them. I didn't expect that after coming here, I was careless and died once. He raised his pistol and said, I got this gun from the safe. My shooting skills are not bad, and I also know some fighting and grappling techniques. The 2 looked at Mu Xing, who looked like a newbie who wanted to reveal all his secrets, and believe what he said. Chapter 51. There are two ways to go down from the 4th floor to the 8th floor. First, take the central main elevator, which is also the fastest and most convenient way. However, taking the central elevator is risky. They do not have the hive management authority. Once they are identified by the Red Queen, they will immediately release neurotoxins. Second, the civil defense passage. There are civil defense passages up and down on each floor of the hive. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is not easy to be detected by the Red Queen. They have no choice but to take the civil defense passage. There is an infrared probe at the corner 30 meters ahead. Charles reported the situation while holding a tablet. Yifei pulled out a silenced pistol and fired rapidly, smashing the probe with 2 shots. Done! Only then did the others file out. Yifei poked his head out to observe the situation at the corner. What's going on? 5 zombies, 2 for Mina and me, 1 for Blood Moon. No problem. As the 2 nodded, Charles also retreated quickly and hid at the previous corner. They came all the way like this, and their cooperation became more and more tacit. Further down, it was the 8th floor. Yifei whistled at the zombies. 5 zombies immediately entered the state and rushed towards Yifei. Here they come! Yifei retreated and returned to the corner. Just as the first zombie rushed to the corner, a heavy stick hit the zombie's forehead fiercely. The huge impact force made the zombie fall to the ground, and Mina behind him quickly finished it off. She had a triangular cone, which directly pierced the zombie's head and killed it with 1 blow. Other zombies followed closely. Repeat the same method and kill another one. Finally, the 3 of them immediately selected their respective targets and rushed forward. In a one-on-one situation, the strength of these survivors far exceeded that of ordinary zombies, so they were naturally able to deal with them easily. In just over 10 seconds, 3 more corpses lay on the ground. It's done, come out! Charles then ran out happily. There is a staircase in front, and then down is the 8th floor, but that place is a top-secret area, so we'd better be careful. Charles reminded quietly. Yifei walked in front and continued to explore downwards. There are 2 zombies in the stairs. I will take care of 1. Blood Moon Mina, you take care of 1. Behind. Charles stuttered. Can I try? Everyone glanced at him. Don't blame us if you die. Upon hearing this, Charles immediately became timid. I just tell a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Mu Xing took the opportunity to ask. I saw on the prompt that there is a chance of obtaining a singularity after completing the survival mission. What is this singularity? Yifei took the lead in attacking 2 zombies in security uniforms. He did not use a gun to save bullets as much as possible. He could use the dagger in his hand almost like a flower, while Mu Xing and Mina locked the other end. Blood Moon, didn't you get the singularity in the novice tutorial? No, that's why I'm particularly curious. No wonder you don't know anything, but I admire your courage. Yifei smiled. What do you mean? The first time we met, you broke into my retrospective field. I thought you were a senior, and you scared me to death. Mu Xing ducked and dodged the attack. He used his claw knife to cut the zombie's tendons, causing it to stagger and bump into Mina's triangular pyramid. I just wanted to show my strength. This is the first time you attack my projection. I have to be on guard. Okay, it's not a secret anyway. It's just common sense. Yifei held the zombie with a dagger in his hand and pressed it against the wall, as if he was going to explore more of the zombie's weaknesses. You know the score for survival? Of course, it seems to be automatically scored at the end. The clearance score is based on your performance in the survival world, and is generally divided into 3 levels. Above 70 points, there is a chance to get a bronze singularity. Above 80 points, there is a chance to get a silver singularity. Above 90 points, there is a chance to get a gold singularity. And above 95 points, there is a chance to get a special gold singularity. Is there any difference? Mu Xing asked. After Yifei tried various zombie weaknesses, he pierced the back of its head with a dagger and killed it completely. Several people hurriedly went up the stairs to the 8th floor. At this time, there was less than an hour left before the next cleanup. Bronze singularity is the easiest to obtain. Once you get the singularity, you can be baptized. Baptism? Baptism is a means of using singularity to enhance strength. Mina next to him took over the conversation. The singularity contains the laws of time and space, which improves the upper limit of the physical fitness of us survivors. That's right. Yifei nodded. Baptism of bronze singularity can increase the upper limit by 10%, silver singularity by 20%, and gold singularity by 30%. What about the special gold singularity? It's still 30%, but there's a chance of a special gold talent. What is talent? Oh, I forgot. You haven't got the singularity yet, so you don't know anything about the talent. Talent is the special talent of the survival world brought by the singularity after baptism. You will usually be given 1 to 3 options, and you can choose the one that best suits you to strengthen. Yifei pointed at himself. For example, my dagger mastery is a talent I got during a bronze baptism. The talent levels refreshed in different levels of singularities are also different. Gold is greater than silver and greater than bronze. What's so special about the special gold talent? Uniqueness? Do you mean that the talents refreshed in the special gold singularity are all unique? Yes, it's very attractive, but it's difficult. It's difficult for us to get gold normally, let alone special gold. Yifei shook his head. Blood Moon, I'm also curious, how many points did you get in the novice level? Mina asked curiously. Mu Xing's expression was grim. 69 points. The two people on the opposite side were stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but hold back their laughter. Don't worry, we will work together this time and pass the level together. It's hard to get a gold score of 90 points, but it should be no problem to get a silver score of 80 points. Mu Xing excitedly clasped his fists. Then I rely on you too. By the way, I have another question. Ask as you go. Is the debuff of death replay permanent? And how to eliminate it? Several people continued to go downstairs. There were at least 5 or 6 stairs connecting each floor. Yifei said, don't worry, the death replay debuff in this world is temporary. It can be eliminated by maintaining the entire survival mission and returning to the real world. If you want to eliminate the debuff in this world, there is only one way, that is the supply point. Supply point? What is that? Sometimes some supply points will be refreshed and appear in the survival world. These supply points may have debuff removal potions. This is also the most reliable removal method I know. So how many times can we die and rewind? Mu Xing asked the question that concerned him most. In this world, theoretically, it is 10 times. If all attributes are reduced, it is almost certain to die. According to my experience, it is a situation of certain death at most 8 times. After 8 times of death and rewinding, only 20% of all attributes are left, which is no different from a disabled person paralyzed in bed. Chapter 52. Mu Xing silently memorized the number 8 times. However, he had the Blood Moon origin, which meant he had twice the chance of error tolerance than others. This was his trump card, and it was also the reason why he dared to team up with these two people. At this moment, Yifei suddenly stopped. That's it, everyone check the table and save your own save points. At this time, they had reached the 8th floor of the hive. According to the death backtracking law of this world, the save can be made once every half an hour. You need to stay at the selected location for more than 1 minute to complete the save. So they must check the time every time and ensure that the save points of several people will not overlap. If they overlap, it will prompt that the save failed. The minimum distance between each person is 25 meters. A circular area with a diameter of 25 meters is the death retracing area. When executing death retracing, the area within 25 meters will execute time reincarnation and retrace the survivors to the save state. Several people have already had a tacit understanding, and each chose an area. At the same time, Mu Xing secretly contacted the God Seal. He had placed the God Seal on the hunter before, and followed the team all the way. He didn't need to kill the zombies, he just needed to pick up the zombies they killed. At this time, the hunter had devoured nearly 20 zombies, and his strength had skyrocketed. He had grown into a 2-meter-tall strong man, and recovered to 1/3 of the strength on the Ishimura. The God Seal had been helping Mu Xing scan the entire hive. Helping Mu Xing identify the surrounding threats, he could retreat more quickly and safely in the future. Just as Mu Xing was saving the file, he gave the order to the Divine Seal. You can start now. Master, do you mean I can start making the mother body of the zombie? There are so many zombies here, all of them are raw materials. Make the mother body as soon as possible. In addition, try to make as many spores that can be taken out as possible in case of emergency. Understood. Mu Xing cut off the communication. 1 minute passed in a flash. After the 3 completed the save point, they reunited. Everyone, be careful, the special experimental area is ahead. Charles held the computer and whispered a reminder, fearing that he would alarm something. The 8th floor was very quiet, with almost no patrolling zombies. It also meant that they had officially arrived at the core area of the hive. However, there was a permission door blocking them. Sorry, my ID card does not allow me to enter the special experimental area on the 8th floor. Charles turned around awkwardly after failing to swipe the card. Just blast it open. Yifei had already raised the gun in his hand. The young man was full of blood and wanted to break the door violently. No, if the door lock here is violently damaged, it will be automatically locked from the inside, and we will never be able to get in again. Charles quickly stopped Yifei's idea. Wait, I have a way. Just then, Mina took out an ID card with the Umbrella Corporation logo printed on it. She walked to the door and put the ID card in her hand against the card swiping area. Ding! Verification passed. Welcome, Dr. Wilson. As the voice sounded, the door in front of him made a puffing sound, relieved the pressure, and the door nearly 30 centimeters away slowly opened. You actually have an ID card to open the door? Yifei was a little surprised. Lucky, I found it in the storage room when I saved the file just now. Mina smiled. Mu Xing didn't say anything, squinting his eyes, staring at the ID card in Mina's hand, feeling something was wrong. What's wrong? What are you daydreaming about? Yifei patted his shoulder. It's okay, I was just a little distracted. Mu Xing shook his head and followed the others into the special test area. The lights here were dim, and the entire area was filled with extremely heavy metal boxes. Various pipelines extend into the lower end of these boxes. It is very quiet here, so quiet that it is scary. Those who have seen the movie know that this is where the Umbrella Corporation studies super biological weapons. These boxes contain nothing else but liquors that have been infected with the T-virus and have undergone serious mutations. This kind of monster with fast movements and strength reaction far exceeding that of ordinary zombies is very dangerous. If they encounter a group of lickers, it will be a nightmare for these survivors. It seems that these are the cultivation chambers containing liquors. I am afraid that the research work above is all for the biological weapons below, Mu Xing said. Yifei held his gun alertly and knocked on the incubator. It's very strong. As long as the hatch is not opened, these liquors can't get out. Mina was a little worried. The protagonists will restart the system after entering the underground, and then these incubators will automatically open due to power outages. We should stay away from this place. At this time, curious Charles climbed to an incubator, holding a flashlight, and looked inside through the narrow glass window. The next second, he was so scared that he sat on the ground. Monster, monster! Shoo! Several people made shushing gestures at him, and Yifei even pointed the muzzle of his gun directly at his forehead. Charles covered his mouth with both hands, not daring to shout again. Let's go, leave this damn place, and find a safe place to survive the next cleanup. Yifei took the lead and walked in front. Mina was second, and Charles was third. Mu Xing came to the front of the culture chamber and took a look. He saw the biological weapons soaked in nutrient solution inside, with various tubes inserted into their bodies. Because of the T-virus, this monster has undergone serious mutation. The exposed brain is still beating. Suddenly, the monster in the incubator suddenly turned its head, perhaps sensing Mu Xing's gaze. Mu Xing saw a scary face without eyes. Interesting. Mu Xing was not scared. He was a man who had experienced the Ishimura. What kind of corpse had he not seen? The liquor was just a little karami over there. Blood Moon, hurry up! Mina's voice sounded in front. Here we go! Mu Xing pasted a torn piece of clothing on the incubator, and called down the hunter and the seal. These liquors should be worth studying. After doing all this, he hurriedly caught up with the few people. Beep beep. At this time, Charles's computer sounded an alarm. What's wrong? The cleanup has begun. How long will it take to reach the 8th floor? At most 20 minutes. The three looked at each other, and saw the sense of urgency in each other's eyes. Several people hurriedly ran towards the target point. The 8th underground floor has the smallest area, so the distance between each laboratory is relatively close. Their goal is to find enough oxygen tanks. The cleanup will last for several hours, and everyone will rely on oxygen tanks to survive during these hours. After finding a relatively suitable safe point, everyone goes separately. No problem, the three of us will go find oxygen tanks, and Charles will be responsible for sealing all the vents in this room. Hey! Charles called several people. What's the problem? Be careful and come back early. All the way down from the 4th floor, Charles was still so timid, afraid of being abandoned. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Chapter 53. The three of them each chose a direction to search for useful supplies. They agreed to return to the meeting point in 10 minutes. Mu Xing chose the left side. The entire 8th floor was full of senior researchers, and there were not many of them. The only threat was the fully armed security zombies. Although these zombies transformed from security personnel had long lost their minds, and did not know how to use guns, the thick equipment on their bodies made them very difficult to kill. Mu Xing had just pushed open a door when a security zombie pounced on him. It opened its mouth and bit his neck. Mu Xing held his neck with one hand, turned around, and kicked the second zombie 3 meters away. The black claw knife pierced into the gap of its protective gear, hooked it with force, and blood gushed out. Mu Xing grabbed this guy and hit the third zombie. There were 3 zombies in a lounge, which Mu Xing did not expect. Without waiting for these zombies to react, Mu Xing turned on the abnormal stagnation module. Low gear, start. His body trembled violently, and the claw knife in his hand began to buzz. Mu Xing's speed soared tenfold, and when he crossed paths with a zombie, Goryulu's head flew up. The headless corpse instantly fell to the ground and began to twitch wildly on the ground. Because of the T-virus, the body was not completely dead, but it also lost its threat to Mu Xing. Then, with a kick of his right foot, he quickly slashed across the neck of the second zombie. The sharp claw knife instantly circled around and cut off its head. Before the acceleration disappeared, Mu Xing attacked again and killed the third zombie. Unlike corpses, zombies are much weaker than corpses. Most importantly, zombies have weaknesses. Shooting them in the head or beheading them directly can kill them with one strike. After dealing with 3 zombies, Mu Xing searched for a set of protective gear that could be used. Bulletproof vest and bulletproof helmet. The protective gear produced by Umbrella is made of special nanomaterials and is very strong. It can withstand the impact of rifle bullets at close range. He didn't want other protective gear, especially the protective gear on the legs and arms, not to mention the skirt armor. These protective gears would seriously slow down his speed, which was not worth the loss. Unfortunately, these security guards had no hot weapons, but they found a few electric batons in the cabinet. The electric batons were fully charged, so they were useless against zombies, but they were great weapons for hitting people, and Mu Xing took one away. Finally, Mu Xing opened the emergency cabinet and found unopened oxygen cylinders and several sets of chemical protective suits. This was an underground biochemical laboratory, so oxygen cylinders and chemical protective suits were always available for emergency use, and it was normal for them to appear in the security lounge. There were 3 sets in total, and Mu Xing carried them all away. Just as he walked out of the lounge and returned to the gathering point, a familiar figure blocked his way. Mina? Blood Moon, it seems that you are stronger than I thought. You killed 3 zombies so quickly. What do you mean? Don't be nervous. Do you know the T-virus serum? T-virus antidote? No, it is the virus serum developed by the Umbrella Corporation to create super soldiers. Injecting it can greatly improve physical fitness. Do you have any information about that thing? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. According to the information I got, there is a genetic research laboratory on the 8th floor, which contains the T-virus serum. You have seen the Resident Evil movie, and you should have seen the ability of the protagonist Alice, right? Mu Xing nodded. After Alice was injected with this serum, not only did her physical fitness improve significantly, but the key point is that she also awakened a powerful mental ability. Mina clapped her hands. Yes, it is such a T-virus serum. I wonder if you are interested. Of course I'm interested, but why me? Mina pointed at the 3 corpses in the lounge. You killed 3 heavily armored zombies so quickly, which is enough to prove your strength. Yi Fei, the bragging brat, has some strength, but he is far worse than you. You don't really believe that he is a senior who has experienced 4 worlds, right? Mu Xing snorted coldly. It's not a good habit to talk about your teammates behind their backs. Mina didn't care about this. For me, only those who are capable are qualified to be my teammates. I tell you the truth, there are only 2 serums. How do you think the 3 of us should divide them? Mu Xing was silent for a moment, as if he had made up his mind. Okay, I understand. I can cooperate with you. But when are we going? When the cleanup procedure begins, all the permission doors will be opened at that time. Mu Xing nodded, holding the oxygen cylinders and chemical protective suits, and walked past her. I have another question. How did you get this information? Isn't this your first time entering the hive? What are you thinking about? In a short period of time, the survivors cannot enter the same survival world again. My information comes from the NPC who woke up with me. She once participated in the research of serum. Where is she? I killed her. She is just an NPC. As he said, Mu Xing turned his head again, and she had disappeared in the distant passage. At this moment, Mu Xing knocked his forehead, and the phantom of the red god seal emerged. God seal, is she telling the truth or a lie? It's not very clear, but her thoughts are jumping around a lot, half true and half false. Master, this woman has other intentions. Mu Xing said expressionlessly. I know, I guess she is about to say the same thing to Yi Fei now. Master, Let me send hunters to kill her. No hurry, I have a hunch that there may be more than 3 of us survivors entering the hive. Mu Xing looked at the corridor in the distance. I want to see what she wants to do. Back to the gathering point. Charles is doing his best to seal all the vents with tape to ensure that there are no gaps. It can be seen that he has quite a lot of experience in this area. Just then, Yifei came back, holding 2 oxygen cylinders in his hands, and even brought back some mineral water and food. Shuiyu, you are quite fast, faster than me. You only found 3 sets of chemical protection suits, and killed a few zombies. How is the situation over there? I didn't encounter many zombies, and these karami are not enough for me to stretch my muscles. As he said that, he looked around. Where is Mina? She's probably still looking for something. Just then, Yifei suddenly came over. Mina has looked for you, right? She did, and asked me to go with her to get the serum. Mu Xing said calmly. What did you say? Of course she agreed, but she didn't let me tell you. Mu Xing joked. Yifei showed an unhappy expression. Huh, this bitch. She also came to me. It's clear that she wants to divide the relationship between you and me. We must not be fooled. So you believe she has information about the T-virus serum? I don't believe it. Yifei shook his head quickly. Normal people know the principle of making a fortune in silence. She told you and me so blatantly. I'm afraid she has other intentions. So what do you think? Fortunately, I have been on guard against her for a long time. The boy pulled out a gun. Let's strike first. Chapter 54. You want to attack her? Have you forgotten that we have a temporary alliance? The penalty for unilaterally breaking the temporary alliance is a 3-layer death replay debuff. Mu Xing reminded him. Hearing this, Yifei complained again. Damn, I forgot about this. I should not have signed an alliance with that woman. Yifei stamped his feet in anger, and then grabbed the gun in his hand. No, I can't swallow this. Wait. Mu Xing held Yifei. What's wrong? Don't you think something is wrong? Huh? Yifei was stunned, not understanding what Mu Xing meant. Why is it that no matter where we are, Mina can always find us as quickly as possible? Didn't she say that she has a keen sense of hearing? It should be based on sound, right? Mu Xing didn't say anything, and quickly searched his body. Then, he found a black disc from the corner of his clothes. What is this? A locator. Mu Xing quickly made a gesture to keep quiet. While searching Yifei's body, he finally found a black round piece in the folds of his clothes. I think we should ask Mina about this matter. Maybe it's a misunderstanding? Mu Xing suddenly raised his voice. No matter how stupid Yifei was, he understood what Mu Xing meant. Sorry, I was impulsive. We are all teammates. We should have a good talk. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Mina? Mu Xing shouted outside. The footsteps became faster, and they didn't sound like normal humans at all. Zombies! Charles was the first to exclaim, pointing at a zombie that was being attracted from the corridor. Yifei whispered, Something is wrong. How could a zombie appear here? I have clearly cleared all the zombies nearby. Mu Xing looked at the black disc on the table behind him, and suddenly there were 2 bangs, and the disc exploded. This thing is small in size, but it is powerful. Oh no, we have been tricked. Mu Xing finally realized something. Damn, Mina, you bitch, you dare to trick me. When I catch you, I let you know why the flowers are so red. Yifei cursed. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the loudspeaker in the laboratory. Oh, what a pity, we were discovered in advance. There's no fun now. Let's go, let's get out of here. Mu Xing picked up the oxygen cylinder and chemical protective suit. Yifei also quickly picked up the supplies he had looted, and only Charles was still confused. Don't stand there, run. Okay. Charles also ran out. As soon as the 2 rushed out of the room, there were 5 or 6 zombies waiting for them outside. Mu Xing swept his legs and knocked 2 zombies to the ground. Yifei raised his gun and shot 2 zombies to death. He was about to continue shooting but was pulled away by Mu Xing. Don't shoot, it's useless, save bullets. Just then, Mina's voice came from the loudspeaker again. Thank you for your hard work along the way. Help our team attract the attention of the Red Queen. Next, enjoy the welcome ceremony I prepared for you. As the voice fell, high-pitched alarm sounded in the surrounding laboratories at the same time. Oh no, Mina is treating us as zombie bait. What the hell does this woman want to do? Several people ran all the way, and soon came to a fork in the road. Maybe from the beginning, we were targeted by Mina. She is not alone, but a whole team, but they are separated. Mu Xing suddenly said. Separated? There are still people outside the hive? You mean this woman is scouting the way for the people outside? Yifei suddenly realized. Maybe, it's still uncertain. Yifei frowned and ran to the stairs, ready to return to the 7th floor. You can't go to the stairs. There must be full of zombies there. Mina controls part of the broadcasting system. All zombies will be attracted to the lower floors. Mu Xing said. Is she crazy? Mu Xing shook his head. I'm just a newcomer. I don't know much about the survival world. I guess they want to use this method to achieve some purpose. He looked at Yifei. Fei, aren't you a veteran who has experienced 4 worlds? The young man looked embarrassed. I'm just bragging. In fact, I only experienced 1 novice level and 1 official level. In the last world, I met a big guy who had a thigh. Mu Xing was speechless. He usually said that he was weak. This is called hiding his strength. What is this kid, putting on a brave face? You too, there are many zombies coming. Let's run. Charles pointed at the zombies rushing towards the left fork, and there was no telling how many there were. Damn, so many? Yifei was also shocked. We can't go up. Why don't we run to the lower level? Yifei suggested. No, going down is a real dead end. This is exactly Mina's plan. Not only can she use us to lead these zombies to the lower level, but she can also easily get rid of us. Then let's just commit suicide and go back to the save point. Even worse, do you believe it? Our save point has been surrounded by zombies for a long time. Even if you go back, can you defeat hundreds or thousands of zombies? Not only zombies, but also the neurotoxins released by the cleaning process can kill you. Damn, this doesn't work and that doesn't work. Isn't it a dead end? Mu Xing pointed in a direction. This way. Then he contacted the God Seal while running. God Seal, what's the situation up there? Master, the zombies on the upper floors have been attracted to the 7th and 8th floors by the alarms along the way. Go to the central elevator and clear a passage for us to get out. Understood. Mu Xing led the 2 to continue running wildly, and at the same time, dragged out all the shelves and cabinets in the laboratory next to them to block the passage. At least they could hold out for a while. Brother Shueyue, where are we going? Yifei even changed his address. He also realized that Mu Xing in front of him was not ordinary. Central elevator? Central elevator? Brother, are you crazy? This is our only way out, and you can choose to stay. Yifei looked back at the zombies that were chasing him densely, and swallowed subconsciously. I believe you, Brother Shueyue, my life depends on you. Yifei was still young after all, and in this situation, he panicked. Just then, at the elevator in front, 6 ordinary zombies were rushing towards them. Mu Xing silently activated the abnormal stagnation module. Low gear, start. With a buzz, he quickly crossed a distance of 20 meters, and the claw knife in his hand turned into the sickle of the god of death, quickly killing these zombies. Fuck awesome. When Yifei caught up, Mu Xing had already killed all 6 ordinary zombies. 66, Brother Blood Moon, you are the real veteran, right? I'm not. Mina should have experienced more than 1 official survival world, at least 2, and her teammates outside are probably similar to her. Mu Xing looked at Yifei. You have more experience than me. Let me ask you, in the same survival world, will there be situations where the survivors have different birth points, or different camps? Yifei thought for a while. I haven't encountered different camps, but I have seen different birth points, such as the boss I met last time. But the boss seems to need to complete some tasks to pass the level, so he needs to follow the main line. We were not born at the same point at the beginning. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Task? I roughly understand. Just then, with a ding, the elevator opened. Chapter 55. Get in the elevator. Several people rushed into the elevator with their survival items. When they were waiting for the elevator door to close, the zombies had already surrounded them. Don't let these zombies get close. Mu Xing fired directly, and the silver revolver in his hand fired quickly, shooting heads in succession. His gun skill shocked Yifei again. Brother, are you really just a newcomer? Reload. Mu Xing didn't say anything nonsense, just reminded them to reload. Although Yifei was young, he was not stupid and knew how to cooperate in combat. While Mu Xing was reloading, he had already started shooting. His weapon was a Group P85 pistol. The biggest advantage of this pistol was that it was safe, stable, and durable. The ammunition capacity was 15 rounds, using standard 9mm pistol bullets. Facing the zombies rushing into the elevator, Yifei pulled the trigger frantically. With this density of zombies, you can hit them with your eyes closed. At the same time, Mu Xing took out 6 bullets from his pocket and quickly reloaded. Reload. When Mu Xing raised his gun, Yifei had just used up all his ammunition. At the same time, the elevator door finally began to slowly close. Mu Xing shot a zombie with one shot, blood and brains splattered. Sometimes, the bullet could penetrate 2 zombies. Fuck you. Yi Fei kicked out a zombie that fell into the elevator, and the elevator door clanged and closed completely. Mu Xing immediately pressed the button for the 7th floor. No, brother Xiuyue, don't we go straight to the top floor? Do you want to have a head-on confrontation with the group of people outside? Yi Fei shook his head quickly. Mu Xing looked at Charles next to him. Which floor has the cleaning process reached? We're almost on the 5th floor. So fast? Mu Xing looked at the real-time rendering on the tablet. The cleanup process was faster than expected. At the same time, the elevator reached the 7th floor. Yi Fei shouted, "Get ready for battle." He seemed to have foreseen the dense crowd of zombies outside, and was ready to fight his way out. However, when the elevator reached the 7th floor, and the door opened with a ding, a strong smell of blood hit him. Yi Fei covered his mouth and nose, and Charles next to him couldn't bear it anymore. He vomited all the food he had in the morning with a wow. Outside the elevator, the corridor was covered with a layer of broken limbs and bodies. The blood was so thick that it could stick all the bodies together. The disgusting stench constantly irritated everyone's nose and hit their eyes. What on earth happened here? Yi Fei covered his mouth and nose, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. I don't know. It's probably an internal fight among the zombies. Mu Xing was too lazy to explain. Of course he knew that it was the god seal who commanded the hunters to do it. Hunters are in heaven in this hive, with countless zombies to devour. It won't be long before it can recover to its peak, or even surpass it. Ah? Yi Fei was confused. A fight among zombies? He looked at Mu Xing with awe and fear. This way. Mu Xing moved to the right side of the corridor, and the divine seal had found a room that was safe enough for him. Just as they stepped into this floor, the cleaning program was completing the cleaning of the 5th floor and preparing to clean the 6th floor. Just after they left the elevator corridor, a mass of bright red flesh crawled past like a slug, devouring all the broken limbs and bodies wherever it passed. Even the sticky blood on the ground was not spared. It seemed as if nothing had happened along the way. Meanwhile, Mu Xing and his team successfully reached a safe point. This is it. Mu Xing pushed open the door. The room was very clean, not even a zombie. Quick, everyone change into chemical protective clothing and seal all vents. At this moment, they were completely racing against death, and every step they could take was a step forward. They quickly took action, first plugging the vents with cloth strips and paper towels, and then sealing them with tape. As long as they could keep most of the nerve gas out, even if a small amount of gas penetrated, the chemical protective suits they were wearing would be enough to save their lives. If they did nothing and let the gas spread and cover them, the chemical protective suits they were wearing would not be able to withstand it. The cleanup procedure is almost at the 7th level, Charles exclaimed. It had only been less than 3 minutes, and the speed seemed to be getting faster and faster. Mu Xing knew that the acceleration of the cleaning process must be related to Mina. Fortunately, they were fast enough to seal all the gaps that might allow air to leak. Although the tape was fragile, it became the most solid protection for them to save their lives. Charles continued to stick layer after layer to reinforce it as much as possible. Camera! Yi Fei pointed at the camera in the corner and was ready to shoot it to pieces. Don't shoot, this thing is useful. Useful? Yi Fei seemed to understand what Mu Xing meant. Do you want to contact Red Queen? Mina and those teammates will not let us go. Are you willing to be a lamb to be slaughtered? Of course not. That stinky woman is plotting against us. Don't let me see her again, otherwise I will shoot her head off. Mu Xing shook his head. Being young and passionate is a good thing, but it is also easy to be impulsive. Mu Xing stared at him. Put Mina's matter aside. What we need to figure out now is the real purpose of that team and their next actions. But Brother Blood Moon, we are trapped here now. How can we know the situation outside? Mu Xing pointed to the camera, then looked at Charles. Charles, when Red Queen performs the cleaning procedure, she will do a cleaning inspection, right? Charles, who was busy sticking tape, quickly raised his head, a little embarrassed. Ah yes, that's right. Mu Xing looked back at Yi Fei. It is our eyes. I understand. Yi Fei sat down on the chair, began to remove the magazine, and loaded bullets into his pistol. Beep, beep, beep. A warning suddenly came from the loudspeaker in the room. An electronic female voice said, "Cleanup procedures are being carried out. All staff members please step aside. Cleanup procedures are being carried out. All staff members please step aside." Cleanup procedures. Just then, they heard a hissing sound in the corridor, outside the door. Through the glass window, They could see that the fire sprinkler on the ceiling suddenly sprayed out a translucent neurotoxin like smoke. 1 milligram of this neurotoxin can easily knock down an elephant. Fortunately, they sealed the whole room, so it was safe. Even if there were traces of poisonous gas seeping in, they were wearing chemical protective suits and breathing oxygen in oxygen cylinders, so they were safe for at least a period of time. The neurotoxin was violent, but not lasting. It would quickly disappear after about 3 hours due to reaction with the air. Damn, it's a good thing that there's Brother Blood Moon, otherwise I would have died without a burial place. Yifei lay by the window, looking at the nerve gas filling the air outside. After being surrounded by nerve gas, a zombie's body became extremely stiff. After taking a few steps, it completely solidified into a statue. Of course, this is not fatal to zombies, because zombies have no breath and no heartbeat. It is impossible to paralyze their nerves and cause them to die. The T-virus is also highly resistant to this kind of neurotoxin. At this time, Mu Xing noticed that the camera in the room began to flash red dots, which meant that it was activated. Mu Xing grabbed Charles in front of him and said, "Charles, show your identity." Chapter 56. Charles raised his work card. D17 Department Laboratory Researcher, Charles, number, FD 5487. Others, please identify yourself. A voice came. It was the voice of Red Queen, slightly immature, set to the image of Alice when she was a child. Mu Xing and Yifei also raised their work cards. Identity confirmed, no T-virus infection detected, and the number 8 evacuation order can be implemented. After the voice fell, Mu Xing and the others stopped spraying the neurotoxin at the nearby nozzle. Red Queen, why did you kill everyone? What do you want to do? Why did you do this? Before Mu Xing could speak, Charles next to him exploded and roared at the camera. The camera flashed red light and projected an illusory red projection. It was Red Queen, who looked like an innocent and romantic young girl, but was actually an advanced intelligent program without human emotions. According to the Umbrella Corporation's Emergency Resolution Number 2, when a biochemical leak occurs in the hive, the system will implement compulsory measures to prevent the virus from leaking to the outside world and completing a larger biochemical crisis event. To prevent the leakage of biological and chemical viruses, according to Emergency Order Number 6, the hive will close all external vents and implement the cleanup procedure. Hearing this, Charles was furious on the spot. You are killing people. Thousands of researchers in the hive have died because of you, you red devil. However, Red Queen just continued to speak expressionlessly. The cleanup procedure was personally issued by the head of the Umbrella Corporation headquarters, and the execution code is KD 3302. Charles staggered when he heard this, and almost fell to the ground. Mu Xing and Yifei quickly supported him. Charles, are you okay? I always thought that it was the artificial intelligence that went out of control and killed everyone, but it turned out to be an order from the headquarters. Charles's face was ashen, and his pupils lost focus. Mu Xing walked to the virtual projection of the Red Queen. Compared with the 23rd century Ishimura technology, the virtual projection of the Red Queen in front of him was indeed more than one level lower. Mu Xing got straight to the point. An umbrella task force from the outside world will enter the hive and plan to restart and shut down your main system. Do you know about this? Red Queen has no self-emotions and looks at Mu Xing with an expressionless face. I know. They have arrived at the entrance of the hive by tram and are cracking the gate access control system. What is your decision on the actions of the Umbrella Corporation? According to the Hive Emergency Order Number 1, stopping the biochemical leak is the highest order of the system, no matter what means are used. In other words, even if the Umbrella Corporation wants to destroy the Emergency Order Number 1, you will stop them, right? Yes, sir. In my program, Emergency Order Number 1 is greater than the order from the Umbrella Corporation headquarters, so I have cut off communication with the outside world. Mu Xing said directly, our goal is also to prevent the leakage of biological and chemical viruses, which does not conflict with Emergency Order Number 1. What I mean is that we can cooperate. Cooperation? There is no precedent for intelligent systems to cooperate with humans to execute emergency orders, and Umbrella Corporation has not authorized it. Mu Xing was not surprised that it said this, because Red Queen is just an intelligent program. He continued, since the system has cut off the connection between the hive and the Umbrella Corporation, the most important thing now is to ensure the execution of Emergency Order Number 1, right? This task force will enter the hive and force the main system to shut down, which will disrupt the execution of Emergency Order Number 1. The virtual Red Queen began to flash, probably calling a large number of resources for calculation. Mu Xing was not in a hurry. Red Queen was an intelligent program, and knew the difference between the death of one person and the death of 10,000 people. After a moment, our cooperation needs to be carried out within the framework of Emergency Order Number 1. Smart programs are smart programs, and they never drag their feet when making decisions. Mu Xing secretly contacted the Divine Seal. Can you control the Red Queen? Master, if the main body recovers about 10%, it can be controlled if it is within 10 meters of the Red Queen host. With the guarantee of the Divine Seal, Mu Xing felt more at ease. Mu Xing looked at the Red Queen. Since it is a cooperation, then give us some high-level authorizations to facilitate our entry and exit of the entire hive. Of course, if you find that we have acted beyond our authority, you can revoke your authority at any time. In exchange, I will help you resist the task force's sabotage of the emergency order and prevent them from shutting down the main system. Deal. Red Queen quickly calculated and determined that there was no problem in cooperating with Mu Xing. The combat effectiveness of the armed members of the task force is very strong. We need some supplies. Mu Xing struck while the iron was hot and planned to take advantage of the opportunity to make some money. Soon, Red Queen's voice sounded. The security room on the 7th floor will be open to you. The navigation system has been downloaded to Charles's computer. At the same time, I will open part of the monitoring system to you in real time. As soon as the words fell, the projection of Red Queen disappeared. When Mu Xing turned around, his face was full of smiles. Yi Fei had long been stunned by Mu Xing's operation. Brother, how did you do it? Just a little bit of negotiation skills. This proposal is beneficial to both sides. Mu Xing said so. Of course. Only he knew that the main credit was the Divine Seal, which released strong electromagnetic waves that interfered with Red Queen's judgment. Although Red Queen is the strongest artificial intelligence of this era, she is as weak as a toddler to the Divine Seal from the 23rd century. After all, the Divine Seal is a supercomputer that is far beyond human cognition. On the Ishimura, if I hadn't used time travel, an ability that completely exceeded the laws of physics to extract all its origins, the Divine Seal would never have compromised with me. Now I think about it, and realize how lucky I am. It's marked. Yi Fei exclaimed in surprise, holding Charles's tablet. Mu Xing took the computer, and the Red Queen really marked the location of the security room on the map. Suddenly, the voice of the Red Queen sounded. The task force has begun to crack the access control. Please stop it. Mu Xing looked up at the camera. I can't stop them, but I will use other methods to delay their entry into the main engine room at the bottom of the hive, as much as possible, waiting for the next cleaning procedure to be executed. Yi Fei beside him was puzzled. No, can't we wait for them to come in and directly spray poison gas to kill them? Hearing this, Mu Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Hong Ho gave Yi Fei an answer. The cleaning procedure is carried out according to Emergency Order Number 3, and the interval between each time shall not be less than 6 hours. Come on, I understand. We must follow the procedures, right? Yi Fei pouted. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Okay, let's go quickly. Red Queen will help us clear the passage to the security room. Then Mu Xing walked to Charles. Hey Charles, are you okay? I'm fine. But I can't understand why the headquarters did this. Mu Xing didn't give him an answer, because Charles already had the answer in his mind. Just stay here, don't go out and you be safe. When everything is over, we will come to find you. Charles nodded stupidly, but his attention was not on Mu Xing at all. Mu Xing was not a person who would waste time, so he opened the door directly. He used the instrument on his chemical protection suit to test, and found that the concentration of neurotoxin in the passage was already very low. The whirring fan above his head told him that the nerve gas in the passage had been sucked away. Chapter 57. Mu Xing and Yi Fei quickly moved towards the security room, encountering almost no danger. Red Queen helped them along the way, and all the access control lights were green. The passages with a large number of zombies were closed in advance by Red Queen, and she also helped them plan the route, which was really great. Occasionally, if they encountered some zombies, they would just shoot them, and there was no need to worry about attracting other zombies. We're here. Mu Xing pushed open the door of the security room and entered the security room. There was a safe inside, and many weapons were locked. Password? 587,463. Red Queen is almost everywhere, and the cameras throughout the hive are its eyes. Mu Xing entered the password, and when he opened the safe, he was dazzled by the dazzling array of equipment inside. Oh my god, I'm rich. Yi Fei grabbed an M4A1 rifle and fiddled with it skillfully. I've wanted to get an automatic rifle for a long time, but the pistol is still too weak. You didn't get any equipment in the last world? Muxing asked as he said. Oh, forget it, I've basically paid protection fees. Muxing finally understood who the so-called big boss he was talking about was. He glanced at Muxing and quickly said, Brother Shuiyue, I know the rules. Muxing shook his head. He still looked down on this kid for being so insignificant. You should keep it for yourself. Muxing threw a large piece of C4 explosives to him. C4? Put more in your bag. Understood. Yifei grabbed the bag next to him and stuffed the explosives and detonators into it. Muxing had no interest in these weapons. He had a fully equipped M4, so he just needed to take some more bullets. Grenades were good stuff, and Muxing packed more than a dozen of them, including flash bombs, high explosive bombs, and even smoke bombs. Yifei was different. He carried an M4, a Remington shotgun, and was covered with grenades. He also had two M1911 pistols on his waist. Why do you take so many guns? Be prepared. I can't take them out. Brother Shuiyue, you don't understand. I'm a poor man who has never seen the world. One more gun means one more way to save my life. As he said this, he was about to touch the submachine gun again. Muxing was suddenly attracted by the black box on the top of the safe. He pulled it out and opened it, and his mouth curled up slightly. Brother, what good stuff did you find? Muxing grabbed a black heavy barrel with a muzzle brake from the box. Then he took out the main body and assembled it quickly. Oh my god, Barrett! Yifei seemed even more excited than Muxing. As soon as Muxing finished assembling it, he couldn't wait to take it over to admire it. TSK, this is the killer weapon I dream of getting. Yifei stroked the gun body, drooling on the barrel. With this thing, the survival game can become a shooting game, right? Muxing was looking for bullets on the side. Barrett uses 12.7mm caliber bullets. There are not many in the safe. There are only 20 ordinary 12.7 caliber sniper bullets, but I was lucky enough to find 10 M8 and 10 M5 armor-piercing bullets. These 40 rounds of bullets were more than enough, so Muxing stuffed them all into his pocket and carried them close to his body. Yifei was still holding the Barrett and aiming outside, unable to let it go. How about you use it? Muxing joked. Although Yifei liked it, he still pushed it to Muxing. Forget it, I really can't take it, and I am more suitable for short, flat and fast weapons. After having a good time, he returned the Barrett to Muxing. Muxing installed all the accessories, loaded the bullets, and then carried it directly on his back. Brother, you don't want to take other guns? Yifei was puzzled. I've already taken it, it's outside. When Muxing walked out of the security room with a bag of C4, he grabbed a black bag from the flower pot next to him. In the bag was his fully equipped M4A1 rifle and his own Monarch blade. He knew very well that a conflict would inevitably arise next. He didn't want to conflict with other survivors, but they wanted to kill him, and retreating was not his character. Brother, are you doing magic? Muxing hung the knife on his waist and took out the extremely heavy M4A1. Looking at the fully equipped rifle in Muxing's hand, Yifei looked at the original version with only machine sights on his back, and suddenly felt that the gun in his hand was not so good. Muxing did not answer, leaving some things for Yifei to guess. When walking to the central elevator, Muxing kept an eye on the execution of the cleaning procedure. Already passed the 7th floor and reached the 8th floor. It's better to poison that stinky woman. Yifei shouted with great resentment. I'm afraid it won't be as we wish. I guess she is already hidden below the 8th floor. Is there no cleanup procedure on the 8th floor? Probably not, but since she can't crack the laser channel, she can only stay on the next floor. Yifei secretly thought it was a pity. Muxing raised his hand and pulled the trigger, blowing up the head of a wandering zombie. Is this an M4? Is it so powerful? Yifei's eyes were wide open. Pay attention to your surroundings. If you get bit by a zombie, you can only go back. Muxing reminded him. I know. Yifei became nervous, holding the Remington shotgun and keeping alert. Soon, they arrived at the elevator. Brother, are we going up? The most effective way is to blow up the central elevator directly, so that they can only take the stairs. Muxing said. I'm good at this. Yifei looked confident. Do you know how to blast? Just barely. In the elevator, Yifei vividly described his experience in the previous world. He entered a deserted island survival world with all kinds of dangerous beasts, and even attacks from savages and mutant beasts. The danger level is naturally not as high as that of the Ishimura, and even lower than that of the Resident Evil. I was led through the game by a master who seemed to be a senior, and I learned a few tricks from him. It's a pity that only 3 of the 6 people survived last time. If I hadn't given 90% of the reward to the boss, I probably wouldn't have survived. He looked up at Mu Xing. Brother, do you think we can survive this time? Stop talking nonsense. I think the survival rate will be higher. Hee hee. Yi Fei scratched his head and smiled. Mu Xing looked at the elevator going up all the way. 6 floors, 5 floors, 4 floors. Finally, it stopped at the 2nd floor. This is it. Get ready to install the bomb. Mu Xing and his team installed a time bomb. As long as they blew up the central elevator, they could prevent people outside from reaching the underground machine room directly. Brother Xueyue, I have a question. Yi Fei suddenly said. What's wrong? We blew up the elevator. How do we get out later? Do you still want to go out? Go out to get hit by a nuclear bomb? Mu Xing never thought it would be easy to leave the Hive and Raccoon City. Just like the last time in Ishimura. He thought he could hide somewhere for 24 hours, but reality would rush up and give you 2 slaps in the face. The invisible whip whips you to run forward. So this time when he entered the Hive, Mu Xing did not plan to go out. He planned to try to survive underground for 48 hours. Ding! The elevator reached the 2nd floor. The two had checked their chemical protective suits 3 times and confirmed the integrity of the oxygen cylinders before opening the elevator door. The moment the elevator door opened, the neurotoxin spread. If they did not have the chemical protective suits on them, they would have to lie on the ground within 3 seconds of contact and personally feel the suffocation of their hearts and breathing. Chapter 58. Yi Fei began to install the bomb, while Mu Xing stood guard nearby. The cleaning process is like a sieve, filtering layer by layer. Now that the cleaning process has reached the 8th layer, the neurotoxins in the 1st and 2nd layers have also begun to slowly dissipate. Zombies on the upper layer have basically been attracted to the lower layer, and the surroundings are relatively quiet. Please note that the task force has entered the Hive and is infiltrating the 1st layer. The voice of the Red Queen came from Mu Xing's wireless headset. As a collaborator, he has the right to contact the Red Queen in real time. So fast? Mu Xing didn't expect a group of people to come so quickly. How many people are there in total? 12 people. 12 people? Mu Xing felt that the number of people was different from that in the movie. Do they all have their identity information? According to the iris scan, 5 of them are members of the Umbrella Company task force, and 2 are Hive staff. Is Alice here? Alice is detected, but she is not in good condition. What about the other 5 people? No information in the database. Can you send me a photo? No, the camera has been destroyed by the other party. According to the information from the thermal sensor, 3 people have infiltrated the security passage to the 1st floor, and 7 people are cracking the central elevator system. Mu Xing frowned. Fei, how long will it take? Almost immediately. The central elevator is not small. I have to install a few more C4S to ensure that the passage is completely destroyed, and they cannot use the spare elevator cabinet. Just then, Mu Xing suddenly felt his heartbeat speed up and his eyebrows were hot, as if something dangerous was approaching. This ability has become more and more obvious since he passed the baptism. I don't know if it is the ability brought by the air of the blood moon that makes him feel the approaching danger. He aimed the M4A1 in his hand at the corner of the passage. Suddenly, he saw something being thrown out. Oh no, flash bomb, turn your back. Mu Xing roared and rolled into the elevator behind him. What? Yi Fei screamed before he could react. Duh. The crisp sound of AK automatic weapons, dull but full of power. Mu Xing pulled off Fei, who was covering his eyes and screaming, into the elevator, and threw a flash bomb out at the same time. With a buzz, the flash bomb burst into a dazzling white light. The gunshots from the opposite side stopped abruptly. Then, there was a curse from that side. Mu Xing held a gun and aimed sideways, and saw a Special Forces soldier wearing heavy black armor covering his eyes. He raised his gun and fired in that direction. 3 shots were fired. This heavy gun fused with meteorites can greatly increase the power of bullets. An ordinary zombie can be blown up in 1 shot, but it cannot penetrate the black heavy armor on the other side. The man on the opposite side fired blindly, but was dragged back by his teammates behind him by the straps. Mu Xing quickly changed to Barrett, used M5 armor-piercing bullets, and aimed at the corner. Hey, Fei, how are your eyes? Fei tried to open his red and swollen eyes, and his eye sockets were full of bloodshot. Damn, who used a flash bomb to flash me? Are your eyes okay? I can still see. They are touching you. Have you installed your C4? Yi Fei gritted his teeth. Brother Xueyue, cover me. He stood up suddenly and rushed out again. Change the remote control at a fixed time. It may be too late to set the time. Mu Xing reminded. He saw a black streak extending from the corner, and he fired directly. Bang! The Barrett's roar exploded, and the recoil was greater than Mu Xing imagined. Luckily, he had prepared himself mentally in advance and pressed the butt of the gun tightly with his shoulder, otherwise the recoil would be enough to break his shoulder blade. The armor-piercing bullet penetrated the wall at the corner, and I don't know if anyone was injured. Yi Fei quickly installed the bomb and replaced the remote-controlled detonator. Even if they can't detonate, Red Queen can send a signal to detonate. Because the elevator is a magnetic levitation structure, and there are partitions on each floor, even if the central elevator on this floor is directly blown up, it will not cause harm to them. After destroying the central circuit, the entire elevator cannot be used. At this time, the opponent launched another attack. I saw a heavy armored man holding a black shield rushing out. Mu Xing directly aimed and pulled the trigger. The armor-piercing bullet hit the shield, and he felt that the bullet was obviously deflected. It was very similar to the deflection effect of the armor module of the RIG suit. Of course, the effect was much worse than that of the armor module of the RIG suit. Not to mention the Barrett, the attack power of the Gauss rifle could not break the protection of the armor module. The black shield on the opposite side could only deflect the bullet slightly, but could not offset the impact of the bullet. The impact of the 12.7mm Barrett armor-piercing bullet still made the man take a big step back. However, he still held on. Mu Xing even doubted, is this still a human? Carrying a shield can block the bombardment of heavy snipers? Obviously, these people are Mina's teammates. They don't need to communicate at all, and automatically mark each other as enemies. Mu Xing fired again, but this time, he didn't shoot the guy holding the big shield, but aimed at the guy who slid out and was about to shoot at him. Mu Xing pulled the trigger again. Bang! The sound of firing rang out, and at that moment, Mu Xing actually saw the strongman suddenly flash in front of his teammates behind him, and the black big shield blocked the bullet. Fuck, what the hell? Mu Xing couldn't help but swear, this is possible, it should be some special defensive talent, or special support skill. Mu Xing quickly changed his gun, and the M4 fired directly to cover Yi Fei. The bullets hit the black shield, making a ding-dong sound. But occasionally a black bullet was fired, and the big shield was directly pierced with a crack. Mu Xing remembered the introduction of this gun, which has a chance to fire meteorite armor-piercing bullets. Presumably, the black bullet should be a meteorite armor-piercing bullet, worthy of being a special weapon, stronger than Barrett, and almost penetrated the big shield directly. The crack spread 10 centimeters long. Unfortunately, the probability of this kind of bullet appearing is too small. A few more bullets can directly explode his shield. At this moment, Mu Xing's eyebrows were hot, and the sense of crisis came again. He turned around suddenly, and saw Yi Fei holding a shotgun and shooting at the guy who attacked from another direction. The opponent was holding a katana and was very fast. He dodged Yi Fei's attack several times, which was very exaggerated. Waving the katana in his hand, Yi Fei quickly raised his shotgun to resist. There was only a crisp sound, and the shotgun was cut into 2 pieces by this knife. Then, Yi Fei screamed, and one of his hands was cut off by the sharp knife. Mu Xing turned around and fired, forcing the man to retreat. However, the other party did a backflip and hid behind the central elevator, and Mu Xing's bullets were all empty. At this time, a strange voice sounded. The 2 people Mina met are you? Is there any misunderstanding between us? Can we talk? Talk to your mother. You want to kill us right away. Yi Fei endured the pain and grabbed the submachine gun and fired. Mu Xing also had no intention of negotiating. He only knew that from the moment Mia calculated them, the 2 sides were already enemies, and no other reasons were needed. He quickly pulled Yi Fei back to the elevator. How are you? Are you okay? Who knew that this guy directly stuffed all the weapons on his body to Mu Xing? My arm is broken, so I can only go back. I will stop them, brother, you go first. Mu Xing nodded. Without hesitation, the elevator door closed quickly and went down. Then he heard Yi Fei roar, I will fight you. Then, there was an explosion above, and the fragments kept hitting the top of the elevator, making a crisp clanging sound. Chapter 59. The moment the elevator was blown up, the entire elevator stopped running. However, due to the operation of the security system, the maglev elevator will still take Mu Xing to the scheduled 7th floor. When he came out of the 7th floor, the entire central elevator was completely closed and shut down. Although Red Queen can lock the elevator with a system lock, the hacker who owns the umbrella company can bypass Red Queen's system lock through the back door, so it is safer to directly destroy the elevator with a bomb. Mu Xing even thought of the way those people stared at the blown-up elevator and roared and cursed. He was about to rush back to the safe house to reunite with Yi Fei. However, before he took 2 steps, he saw the prompt that the elevator was back in operation. Red Queen, what's going on? Mu Xing quickly contacted Red Queen. Unknown electromagnetic interference, unable to determine what happened on the 2nd floor. Mu Xing quickly contacted the divine seal that was eroding the entire honeycomb system. What happened on the 2nd floor? Master, backtracking fluctuations were detected on the 2nd floor. Backtracking? Mu Xing seemed to have thought of something, and hurried to the safe house. However, when he arrived at the safe house, he did not see Yi Fei at the save point. What happened? Didn't he rewind his death? Just then, Yi Fei's voice came from his communicator. Brother Xueyue, run quickly. This group of people came prepared. They interrupted my death rewind with a quick save. You are still alive? Mu Xing was more and more shocked. Yi Fei was still alive. Didn't he use a remote-controlled bomb and self-destruct? Before he could finish the rest of the sentence, he heard a bang from the other side, and the sound of someone taking away his communicator. Little bastard, you dared to plot against our Eagle Squad. You also made me lose a quick save item. Just wait for me, you are dead. Accompanied by a snap, the sound of the communicator being crushed came from the headset. Mu Xing frowned and analyzed the current situation. Yi Fei obviously died by self-detonation, and theoretically, he would have performed a death replay after a short delay. However, the death replay failed. It means that before he died completely, and before the death replay was activated, someone activated the death replay faster than him. The person who threatened him just now mentioned the quick save item, which should be a special item that can save quickly without waiting for a 1-minute delay. If the opponent rewinds before Yi Fei dies completely, Yi Fei is theoretically within the opponent's rewind range. This means that the bomb and the elevator will rewind to the opponent's save point. Now that the elevator has resumed operation, it is proof. After all, Mu Xing is just a newcomer, and knows too little about the death rewind mechanism in the survival world. It was obvious that the other party had much more information than him, and could even use death replay to prevent the elevator from being destroyed. Because Yi Fei didn't die, his fate was imaginable. And they wouldn't kill Yi Fei within half an hour. They should wait for Yi Fei's save point to refresh, so they could block the body at the new save point and kill Yi Fei completely. In fact, Yi Fei's best choice was to commit suicide as soon as the other party replayed, but he didn't have time. After all, he was just a newcomer who loved to brag, and like himself, he had only a vague understanding of the survival world. Mu Xing set the timer on his watch to 30 minutes. Theoretically, if he could kill Yi Fei within half an hour, he could reverse his death. The question is it worth risking his life for a guy he just met? At this time, Red Queen's voice sounded. The task force has entered the elevator. The elevator authority is being tampered with, and they are about to enter the 8th underground floor. Request to stop the task force from entering the bottom floor, otherwise our cooperation will end and all your authority will be revoked. Red Queen warned Mu Xing. It seemed that the supercomputer deep in the hive was a little anxious, because something happened on the 2nd floor that it could not understand. No matter how huge the calculation was, it could not calculate the variables of death retracing. At the same time, a voice sounded in Mu Xing's mind. You successfully triggered the abnormal world line mission. Stop the biochemical crisis. Please stop the Umbrella Corporation from shutting down the Red Queen system and preventing the biochemical crisis from leaking. Successfully changing the world line will 100% obtain a special golden singularity, a special world item. Do you want to accept the special world line mission? Countdown, 30 seconds. When the 30-second countdown began, Mu Xing's brain began to spin rapidly, weighing the pros and cons. He knew very well that if he chose this mission, it would mean that he would be completely on the opposite side of the task force, the protagonist of the plot, and the survivors team. However, the reward of 100% obtaining the special golden singularity was too tempting. After hesitating for 20 seconds, Mu Xing made a decision. Okay. After accepting the mission, his goal became clear at once. He wanted to stop this group of people from entering the bottom floor and shutting down the main system, no matter what method he used. Mu Xing immediately returned to the elevator, with some C4 explosives in his backpack, and made a bold decision immediately. Red Queen, are they coming down yet? Not yet. The hackers of the task force have the highest authority in the hive granted by Umbrella. It's only a matter of time before they break through my firewall. How long will it take? 50%. 49%. Mu Xing became anxious and directly pried open the central elevator protection door, and then contacted the divine seal. 48%. Lying down at the door and looking up at the elevator shaft, The elevator magnetic levitation system has been locked by the system, but this lock will not last long. Once the hacker breaks through the system, he can break the Red Queen's blockade. At this moment, a group of mushy corpses that looked like bloody worms approached quickly under his call. It was the corpse mother cultivated by the divine seal. But it didn't look big enough, not about 3 meters, and couldn't produce new corpses. At the same time, the hunters were also rushing here. Can you climb the wall? Mu Xing asked. The corpse mother was a little confused, but still nodded. Take me up, as fast as possible. The corpse mutant mother body rushed directly into the elevator shaft, and climbed up quickly like a slug. Mu Xing grabbed the protruding bone spurs on its body, and rode this strange flying car up quickly. At the same time, Red Queen kept broadcasting in his ear. 47%, 46%, 45%. The opponent's cracking progress was getting higher and higher, and the firewall was getting weaker and weaker. Mu Xing was also working hard to move up. 7th floor, 6th floor, 5th floor. When he reached the 4th floor, the elevator firewall was completely cracked and started to run again. Someone got on the elevator and prepared to go down. Finally, the two sides were about to meet on the 3rd floor. Mu Xing looked at the elevator going down at a high speed and ignited the detonator inserted in the C4 explosive without hesitation. Boom! The violent explosion directly ignited the entire elevator shaft. He saw the expanding flames distorted the air and destroyed the elevator going down. At the same time, he also heard screams from the elevator. Do you want to consume the blood moon essence to rewind the death? Yes! This time, Mu Xing decisively chose to consume the blood moon essence. The red vortex instantly enveloped him, and the surrounding space and time twisted, instantly pulling him into a red world. He had been to this place more than once, and was already familiar with it. However, unlike in the real world, the changes in the red world were more drastic than he had imagined. Chapter 60. He saw several red dots in this red ocean. Those red dots were like lighthouses suspended in the ocean, constantly floating and sinking in the waves. The red dot at the top was already slightly blurred, and it might disappear completely after the waves washed it for a while. He subconsciously clicked on the red dot. He immediately got the information of the red dot. D17 Research Laboratory Save Point. These words shocked Mu Xing for 100 years. Then he tried to click again. Do you want to consume 60% of the blood moon essence to go back to the save point? Yes or no? Mu Xing quickly clicked no. Then he clicked the red dot at the bottom. Get the information of the red dot. G26 Research Conference Room Save Point. Click the second time, and got a prompt. Do you want to consume 10% of the blood moon essence to trace back to the save point? Yes or no? Mu Xing was completely shocked. He didn't expect that this bloody ocean actually saved all his save points. Even, it can trace back to a farther save point. Of course, the price is to consume more blood moon essence. He came to the hive, and saved 6 save points along the way. Now they are all displayed one by one on this red ocean. If possible, can he go back to the time when he just entered the hive? Or just go back to the first save point? One is to travel through time and space, and the other is just a simple teleportation and resurrection. The death retracing that comes with the survival world is equivalent to the resurrection ability, but it comes with time retracing within a certain range. Mu Xing didn't dare to gamble. Now he was facing a well-equipped team. In case of consuming a lot of blood moon essence, he felt it was completely unnecessary to simply teleport and revive. But he had certain expectations for this. So, he chose the second to last save point. This save point was the save point they saved when they escaped to the 7th floor through the elevator. At that time, they had just experienced Mina's calculations, and the task force had not yet cracked the hive access control. They had just reached a cooperation agreement with the Red Queen. Do you want to consume 20% of the blood moon essence to go back to the save point? Yes or no? This time, Mu Xing decisively chose yes. The next second, he saw the blood-red ocean rolling violently. Then a huge vortex formed. The vortex wrapped him up, and then rose rapidly. It hurts. Mu Xing stood up, holding his aching head, and looked around in confusion. Charles was looking over with concern. When Mu Xing turned around, he saw Yi Fei checking his protective clothing. Mu Xing pinched his face. It hurt a little. Then he pinched Yi Fei's arm. Ouch, brother Shuiyue, why are you pinching me? Are you serious? What's serious? Yi Fei on the other side was confused. Did you just rewind your death? Mu Xing asked. No, it was just one death. What happened to you, brother Shuiyue? Didn't you save the game so fast? A series of questions popped out of this kid's mouth, like a string of cannonballs. At this moment, Mu Xing really realized that he really rewinded. No, it's not backtracking, but time loop. Just like he used the Blood Moon origin to backtrack in the real world, it was a real time travel, not teleportation and resurrection. Not only that, this time loop did not have the debuff caused by death backtracking. The sudden discovery made Mu Xing ecstatic, which meant that even in the battle with the survivors, he could still use the plugin of start over again. Let's go to the security room. Mu Xing took the lead and walked in front, leaving Yi Fei, who was still a little confused. He thought this big brother had a problem with his brain. On the way, Mu Xing kept perfecting the follow-up plan in his mind. Before, because of the information gap, the Eagle Squad tricked them, causing the failure of Yi Fei's death replay, and he had to rush up alone to act as a human shield. If he had to do it again, Mu Xing would naturally not repeat the same mistakes. They first came to the security room and opened the door of the safe. "Brother, how do you know the password of the safe?" Yi Fei asked curiously. "Why do you have so many questions?" The boy was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Mu Xing began to pull out his gun. "You can take an M4, but forget about the submachine gun, it's useless." He knew very well that the Eagle Squad was wearing heavy armor made of nanomaterials, and a 7.62mm military full-power rifle bullet could hardly penetrate it at close range, not to mention a low-power submachine gun. "Brother, give me that shotgun." Yi Fei pointed at the Remington shotgun in the safe. Mu Xing directly pushed the shotgun aside and took out a classic gun from it, Desert Eagle. "Use this." Not only that, Mu Xing found a box of .44 standard caliber magnum bullets from the safe. It must be said that the security of this underground biochemical base is different. All kinds of weapons are powerful. Various high-powered bullets are also prepared. "Oh my god, it's unnecessary, Desert Eagle plus magnum bullets? Brother, do you want me to hunt the Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Mu Xing explained. The group of people outside are wearing nano-heavy armor, and ordinary 9mm pistol bullets are completely ineffective. "Do you still think magnum is unnecessary?" Hearing this, Yi Fei quickly hugged the Desert Eagle and pressed the dum-dum bullets into the magazine one by one. Mu Xing continued to rummage in the safe. Ordinary 7.62mm rifle bullets could not penetrate heavy armor, so this time he only took armor-piercing bullets, and even found a box of armor-piercing incendiary bullets. Finally, he carried the Barrett out, and put it on his back. "Brother, there are still many guns, can you take more?" Yi Fei looked greedy. Mu Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and closed the safe again with a bang. He went out, and took his M4 back from the flower pot, and rushed directly to the central elevator. This time, he did not intend to blow up the elevator, but to take the initiative to attack. Last time, his idea was to destroy the elevator structure, and delay the time of those people. He wanted to use the Red Queen's cleaning program to kill these people. Now that he has returned from the reincarnation, he realized how stupid his previous thoughts were. Since they are destined to be enemies, the best way is to kill as many enemies as possible. They began to ascend along the elevator. "Are you afraid of death?" Mu Xing asked. "Of course not. If you die, you can still go back, but the debuff will be very troublesome," Yi Fei said while holding the gun. Mu Xing tied a grenade directly to him. "It's not for you. This is a glory grenade. If you encounter that group of people and find that you can't defeat them, self-destruct as soon as possible." "Brother, you are exaggerating, right? You can't beat me and can't run away." Mu Xing tied one for him carefully, and then tied one for himself. The pin had been pulled out, and he just tied the grenade pressure device with a line. When it explodes, one hand can pull the line to complete the suicide. Like you said, death is not scary, the worst thing is to go back. Then I ask you, why do survivors still die? Yi Fei seemed to understand something. It's because they are in a dead end. Every time they go back, they will be killed quickly. If they go back many times in a row, they will die completely. Mu Xing stared at him. If someone prevents you from dying, what will you do? The boy was silent. He knew that Mu Xing was not joking. Chapter 61. The elevator stops at the second floor. At the same time, Mu Xing receives a reminder from Red Queen. The task force has opened the hive access control and is entering the hive. "Brother, there are only 2 of us and 12 people on the other side. How can we fight? I give you a task. Bring some C4 and blow up the hive door. If you can't return after completing it, just commit suicide." "Ah? What? Do you want to win?" "Yes, of course, but why blow up the door? Killing them once is meaningless. After resurrecting, they are heroes again, but their attributes have only dropped by 10%. All of their save points must be outside the hive, and there are at least 2 people guarding to prevent others from approaching. My idea is very simple. You go to plant the bomb and blow up the gate. I will kill all these people and block them behind the collapsed gate. Yi Fei widened his eyes. If he hadn't seen some of Mu Xing's strength, he would have thought that Mu Xing was crazy. 1 against 10, brother, can you do it? To be exact, it's 1 against 3. The other 7 are plot NPCs, you can kill them or not. Yi Fei patted his chest vigorously. Then brother, I'm fine, leave it to me. As he said, he was about to go up to the first floor of the honeycomb from the left-hand passage. Wait, this way. Mu Xing pointed in the opposite direction. The 3 people came down from the left-hand passage before, and they should have tried it first, so 2 teammates were left outside to guard the save point. The most vulnerable part is the save point. Although it can be retraced within a certain range, if someone is lying in ambush nearby in advance, there will be a short period of immobility during the death retracing. At this time, the opponent has no ability to fight back. Since the 5 members of the Eagle Squad are separated, it gives Mu Xing the possibility to defeat them one by one. He first contacted the Red Queen, hoping that the Red Queen could attract some zombies from the lower level to the upper level. At the same time, he called the God Seal and the Hunter. After a while, Mu Xing saw the Hunter again. At this time, the Hunters had devoured a large number of zombies, and recovered to 80% of the combat power on the Ishimura. Although it has not fully recovered, it should be enough to deal with those survivors. At the same time, a group of wriggling corpse aggregates also approached. The current corpse mother body is only about 3 meters long. Mu Xing does not expect it to kill the enemy, as long as it can contain an enemy. Like last time, he waited in front of the central elevator in advance and waited for the target to arrive. As soon as the opposite side showed its head, he pulled the trigger. The 12.7mm armor-piercing bullet penetrated the wall and hit one of the men behind the corner of the wall. The armor was hit with a muffled groan, and a flash bomb was thrown over. Mu Xing quickly turned his back to avoid the flash and fired in the opposite direction. As soon as the man holding the sword appeared, he saw the black muzzle of the gun aimed at him. Bang! The barrel vibrated, and the guy's figure was like a ghost, and he changed his position at the moment of firing. At the same time, the strong man holding a large shield in the back had rushed up, and seeing that Mu Xing was alone, he planned to play a double-sided sandwich. Hunter! Mu Xing growled. The door of the laboratory next to him was smashed open, and a blood-red monster more than 2 meters tall rushed out. The sharp bone blade stabbed at the strong man. With a bang, the huge impact made the man retreat 3 or 4 steps, and the black shield almost flew out of his hand. What monster? The other side was shocked and terrified. The hunter was relentless and continued to charge, kicking his legs and crashing like a roaring train. The strong man holding the shield roared, "Iron Wall Guard!" With a roar, the black shield actually became 3 times larger and thicker. The hunter's big body slammed into the black shield, but it couldn't shake it. At this moment, the teammate behind the strong man took action, firing machine guns in his hands, and the high-penetrating special bullets almost blew the hunter's head apart. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the headless hunter continued to charge. It hit the black shield hard again. "This thing is not a zombie," the gunman exclaimed. On the right, the swordsman also rushed towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing instantly threw away the barret, drew out the monarch blade, and blocked the opponent's slash. The swordsman on the opposite side was also stunned. He didn't expect that he couldn't cut off the monarch blade in Mu Xing's hand with one strike. Obviously, the sword in Mu Xing's hand was not an extraordinary thing. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. The purple light flowed on the blade of the sword in his hand, and it looked like he had activated some skills. Instantly, the monarch blade in Mu Xing's hand flew away. He took the opportunity to grab the monarch blade with one hand. As a result, before he could be happy, a pungent stench came. Looking sideways, a sticky mass that looked like a bloody worm suddenly rushed out of the elevator. It opened its mouth and bit the swordsman. "You're looking for death." The swordsman growled, and the purple light of the sword in his hand flowed, and he cut the corpse mother body in half with one stroke. The purple light was extremely sharp, leaving deep marks on the wall behind. Just as he was about to cut towards Mu Xing directly activated the abnormal stasis module, and quickly moved horizontally for dozens of meters. One half of the mother body that he had just cut in half suddenly rolled back, and the tentacles stretched out to bind his legs. The other half opened its bloody mouth, revealing dense and sharp teeth. The swordsman was panicked after not being able to kill the monster even after being cut in half. At the same time, Mu Xing fired continuously, and the armor-piercing bullets instantly turned him into a sieve. The swordsman who was bound by the corpse-muted mother body was the first to be sent back to the save point by Mu Xing. On the other side, the headless hunter had launched a third charge. With a loud bang, the black shield could no longer withstand the impact, and immediately split into 3 petals. The head of the hunter, who was charging forward, also grew rapidly. This regeneration ability did not weaken at all, and even became stronger because of the T-virus. The sturdy man was knocked out, and there was only horror in the eyes of the 2 men. "Run, this monster is not something we can deal with." They looked at Mu Xing. That guy must be a senior. Mu Xing didn't waste any words, raised his gun and fired. After changing to armor-piercing incendiary bullets, their heavy armor could not withstand continuous shooting. The outermost ceramic armor had been shattered on a large scale, and the inner nanomaterial became fragile due to high-temperature combustion. The hunter rushed forward, and the bone spur suddenly lifted the sturdy man's black shield, and another bone spur pierced his chest rapidly. Seeing 2 teammates being killed instantly, the last gunman was completely frightened and fled without caring about anything else. "Catch him, don't let him run away. Don't kill me." The gunman had just run 7 or 8 meters, when he suddenly covered his head and screamed. He was frightened by the unknown thing, and urinated and slumped to the ground. At the corner, a zombie holding a red divine seal came step by step. The red ripples on the divine seal continued to spread, causing the gunman to completely collapse. Mu Xing was originally worried that the hunter would not know the severity of the situation and beat this guy to death. Now that the divine seal has taken action, it is easy to scare this guy to death. Zombie was like a puppet of the divine seal, grabbing the gunman's neck and pressing him against the wall. Looking at the zombie's empty eyes, the gunman's eyes rolled back, and he fainted directly from fear. Chapter 62. Master, I'm late. The zombie holding the seal spoke very slowly. His eyes were empty, and he looked like he was being forcibly controlled by the seal. "What new tricks are you playing?" Mu Xing looked at the seal curiously. The seal spread out waves. "Master, I'm trying to see if I can directly control the zombies infected with the T-virus. Now it seems that it will take some time to experiment." "Can't you easily control and transform corpses? Isn't it enough to just turn into a zombie?" Mu Xing was puzzled. "Master, under the biological rules and characteristics of different worlds, human DNA and RNA are also different. It takes a certain amount of time to transform, and the T-virus is a magical virus. I don't want to destroy its characteristics." Mu Xing nodded. "I understand. You can experiment yourself." He started to contact Yifei. "What's the situation over there?" As soon as the communication was connected, there was a violent explosion over there. Soon, he heard a strange and familiar voice. "Good boy, you killed 2 of my men and sent someone to blow up the gate. Have you thought about how to face my wrath?" When Mu Xing heard this, he knew that Yifei was caught again. History always repeats itself. He knew that it was not because Yifei was careless, but because this man was strong and far superior to Yifei. In the last reincarnation, it was he who caught Yifei and prevented the elevator from being destroyed. However, this time Mu Xing had a new bargaining chip. "Let's make an exchange. Your teammates are in my hands now." The other party was silent for a moment, and seemed to realize that there was still one person who hadn't returned. "Who are you? My Eagle Squad seems to have no grudges against you, right?" The other party's tone softened a little. "Hee, no grudges? Mina is yours, right? You were plotting against us from the beginning, using us as cannon fodder to explore the way and attract zombies, and now you come to talk about innocence?" Mu Xing sneered. The other party was obviously a little angry. "You are looking for death. Do you believe that I will never let you see this kid again?" Mu Xing said coldly. "I'm not familiar with that guy. You can kill him if you want, but you better keep your eyes open when you sleep. I will kill you all one by one." "You threaten me? I, Feiying, hate threats the most in my life. Just wait for me." Just then, Yifei's roar came from the other side. "Brother Shueyue, don't worry about me. I'm going to fight him." Boom! A violent explosion came from the other side. Obviously, Yifei successfully detonated the glory thunder. Mu Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was well prepared in advance, and Yifei was decisive enough. Mu Xing cut off the communication and looked coldly at the unconscious gunman. "Shen'in, take him to the 7th floor." "Understood." Then, Mu Xing led the hunter to the 1st floor. The task force from the umbrella was cracking the system lock of the central elevator. How could Mu Xing let them do what they wanted? Before getting close, I saw a group of task force soldiers armed with live ammunition, guarding near the central elevator. One person was holding a laptop, hiding at the interface of the central elevator, and was quickly entering the cracking code. There are enemies, everyone retreat quickly. The voice of the eagle suddenly came from their communicator. Before they could react, they saw a blood-red monster rushing towards them. Mutant, fire. Duh. A series of gunshots rang out. The hunter's strong arms protected in front of him and rushed forward to face the bullets. With a collision, a member of the task force was knocked 5 or 6 meters away and fell against the wall and died on the spot. A sweeping blow knocked 2 people over. The nano-heavy armor on them could resist close-range attacks from bullets, but it could not stop the hunter at all. The sharp-boned spurs pierced through quickly, piercing the 2 task force soldiers like candied haws. In a flash, there were only 4 main characters left. Muxing knew their identities. The first one was the heroine in a red suspender skirt, Alice. The second one was Alice's nominal husband, Spence Parks, who caused the biochemical crisis leak. His real identity was a security guard of the Hive, who was married to Alice in a fake marriage, and was responsible for guarding the secret passage into the Hive. Because of greed in his heart, he stole the T-virus serum and planned to sell it at a high price. When he left, he broke the T-virus container, causing a biochemical leak. Now he has suffered temporary amnesia due to the emergency procedures of the Umbrella Company. The third person is Matt Addison, a member of the task force, Lisa's brother, and the mistress of the protagonist Alice. In the second part of Resident Evil, he was transformed into a biological weapon by the Umbrella Company. As for the last person, he is Pasquale, a senior computer expert of the Umbrella Company, who was specially sent to crack the security system of the Red Queen. All 4 were caught off guard by the sudden hunter. If Muxing hadn't said that he wanted to leave 4 people behind, the hunter would definitely kill everyone without mercy. Matt was about to raise his gun to fight back, but at this moment, a strange voice sounded at the end of the passage. I advise you not to act rashly, and put down your weapons, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen next. Muxing's steps approached, making the 4 people nervous all of a sudden. The hunter's terrifying body stood between the 4 people, and the strong sense of oppression made them a little breathless. Are you here to destroy humanity? The first sentence Muxing said made everyone confused, and they didn't understand what he meant. Muxing walked up to a task force soldier who was killed by the hunter, lifted his mask, and couldn't help but slap his head. You killed the wrong person. The dead man in front of him was the captain of the task force who led this operation, James. Then he looked at the 4 people. Don't try to resist, I will explain to you. The few people looked at each other, then looked at the hunter with hateful eyes, and consciously threw all their weapons on the ground. This monster is invulnerable to swords and guns, and instantly killed Captain James in 1 round. It is not an existence that they can fight against. You guys hurry up and evacuate the elevator, don't stay there. Flying Eagle's voice was still ringing in the intercom on Matt's chest. Muxing grabbed the intercom. Flying Eagle, I have all these people in my hands, I wait for you on the 8th floor. As he said that, he threw the intercom out, raised his gun in his right hand, and blasted the intercom in the air into pieces. He walked straight to the central elevator and contacted Red Queen. The 4 members of the task force have been controlled by me, and I applied to open the elevator lock. Soon. Red Queen got confirmation. It can be opened, but there are 4 people outside the hive trying to blast the collapsed door. Muxing went straight to the point. I will deal with them on the lower level. Before that, I hope our cooperation will be pleasant. He was warning Red Queen, because he knew very well that for Red Queen, even a collaborator like him was one of the unstable factors in the hive. Of course. The elevator opened, and the camera projected a virtual image of Red Queen. Muxing looked back at the protagonists. Red Queen, the intelligence system of the hive, you should all know her. It doesn't matter if you don't know her. She will explain everything to you. Chapter 63. When we returned to the 7th floor, Yifei had been waiting at the elevator door long ago. The Desert Eagle's black muzzle aimed at the characters, causing them to raise their hands subconsciously. Don't be nervous. Muxing walked out of the elevator, causing Yifei to put away his gun excitedly. Brother Shueyue, luckily I had the glorious thunder you prepared in advance. I bit off the line while the guy wasn't paying attention, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to come back. Muxing patted his shoulder. Go back to the 7th floor first, they will soon counterattack. In the elevator behind them, the protagonists of the story were still in a state of confusion. Red Queen had just explained to them what happened in the hive. Except for Alice and Spence who lost their memories, the other 2 knew some inside stories. But they were loyal to the Umbrella Company, and did not believe that the Umbrella Company would kill everyone in the hive in order to keep the secrets. At this time, a sturdy hunter walked out of the elevator, scaring Yi Fei. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Hunter? Hunter? The name is familiar, I seem to have heard it somewhere. Don't worry, you can think of it as my summoned beast, Mu Xing said. Wait, this guy is not a hunter in the dead space, right? Yeah. Yi Fei was stunned on the spot. In other words, brother, you came out of the dead space? How is this possible? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yi Fei opened his mouth wide. That's the dead space, a world of survival with almost no solution. You are not the eldest brother, you are the boss. This guy almost knelt down to worship Mu Xing. Mu Xing ignored Yi Fei's exaggeration and took everyone to the safe house on the 7th floor. Charles got excited when he saw these people, thinking that they were sent by the umbrella company to rescue him. But Mu Xing told him that they were here to kill him, and he was scared and didn't dare to get close. Okay, let's talk. Mu Xing locked his eyes on Matt in front of him. He is the one who knows the most secrets here. What's your name, sir? Just call me Blood Moon, a researcher in the D-17 department. Survivors? You can understand it this way. Red Queen's cleanup procedure failed to kill us, but we can't get out either. Why? You should have heard the reason from Red Queen. The T-virus has been leaked. If the passage to the outside world is completely opened, the biochemical crisis will break out and quickly sweep the entire world. Hearing this, Spencer next to him was dismissive. How is it possible? Can a mere virus destroy the world? Mu Xing glanced at him. It was this guy who broke the T-virus container and caused the biochemical crisis. It's just that this guy is still in a state of amnesia, so he is a little fearless. What I said is the truth. You can't believe it or not. Now I don't care what you think. I want to know the situation of those guys who came in with you. Matt shook his head. Although we are all task forces sent by the company to enter the hive to perform tasks, they joined temporarily, and I don't know them very well. But there is one person who should know their identity. Who? Captain James has been killed by your biological weapon. Mu Xing covered his face again. This was a mistake. Mu Xing looked at the technical man Pasquale next to him. Are you a technical expert sent by the company? No. Yes, sir, but I am just a technician, executing the company's orders. He looked at Mu Xing with some fear. This mysterious man could actually control such a terrible monster. Can you open the firewall of the Red Queen? Of course, but it will take some time. After all, this is my job. Mu Xing nodded, confirming that he still needed this guy. Finally, Mu Xing looked at the heroine Alice. So far, she still looked confused. As the hive gatekeeper of the umbrella company, she has lost all her memories and needs some time to recover. Alice has not been injected with the T-virus yet and is in a complete body state. In the first part of the story, everyone died, and only she and Matt escaped from the hive. Because of the influence of the virus in the hive, her physique changed, and later both of them became experimental subjects of the umbrella company for the evolution of the T-virus. Mu Xing is not interested in Alice, but Shan'in is very interested in Alice. Extracting her genes and studying Alice's genetic makeup may help to crack the secret of the perfect fusion of the T-virus. Alice, who was a little scared by Mu Xing's gaze, hugged her arms subconsciously. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want you to know the truth about the umbrella company and cooperate with me to do something. But before that, I need to test your blood samples to see if you are infected with the T-virus. When they heard this, their faces changed. Just as Spence was about to retort, the hunter's sharp bone blade was placed directly on his shoulder, which frightened the guy. He held back his words. What do you want to do? Matt couldn't help asking. Cooperate with me to stop those people from restarting the hive system and preventing the outbreak of the biochemical crisis. Or die. The word die made several people shrink their necks. Charles, help draw blood. Mu Xing called Charles over to help. Here we come. Although he was a little scared, he still came with tools and prepared to draw blood from everyone. Brother, what do you want to do? Do you really want to fight to the death with those people? Are you scared? How is that possible? But that eagle is really good and not easy to deal with. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. There must be a battle between us. There is no escape. As he said that, Mu Xing came to a room next door. The zombies controlled by the Divine Seal had already thrown the tied-up gunman here. Hey, wake up! Mu Xing patted his cheek, then poured a bottle of water directly on his head. The cold water instantly woke up the gunman, and he opened his eyes suddenly. Looking up, he saw Mu Xing staring at him. Just as he was about to struggle, a knife next to him was directly stuck on his forehead. Yifei threatened. Don't move, I won't kill you, you'd better confess everything, otherwise I will cut off your flesh piece by piece. Cut for half an hour, wait for your save point to refresh, and then kill you. You? The gunman couldn't break free and growled. Since I'm in your hands, you can kill me or chop me up as you please. I won't betray the Eagle Squad. Don't worry, I just want to find out some information about the survivors. It's better to answer honestly. It's better for everyone. Muxing patted his face, not worried about how tough this guy is. The captain won't let you go. You are just relying on a summoned creature. You can't stop the captain's anger. The gunman growled. Muxing ignored his threat. First of all, let's get to know each other. What's your name? Chapter 64. 1 minute later. The tough guy image of a gunman was beaten by Muxing-san's electric baton. He also thought about biting his tongue to commit suicide, but after the electric baton, let alone suicide, it was impossible to faint quickly. At this time, his face was pale, his body was shaking, he was incontinent, and his nose and tears were running. Don't shock me, I can tell you everything you want to know. Name? Shuaying. I asked your name, not your code name. The other party shrank his head. Li Jinghu. How many people are there in total? 5, including Mina, 6 people. Is it a temporary contract between you or something else? It's a formal survivor team contract. Survivor team contract? Where did it come from? You have a chance to get it by completing tasks. The survivor team contract has very strict constraints to prevent team members from betraying. It can accommodate up to 10 people. Muxing silently memorized this thing. The temporary covenant is indeed unreliable, and has almost no binding force on the parties to the contract. If I want to find teammates in the future, this kind of survivor team contract is necessary. Where did you receive the mission? The opposite Snow Eagle was stunned. Isn't this common sense? Muxing looked at Yifei next to him. Is it common sense? I don't know. Yifei spread his hands. The opposite Snow Eagle frowned and realized something. Are you really newcomers? Is there a problem? Yifei punched him, and the Snow Eagle groaned. He quickly explained. Those who have experienced 3 survival worlds are not considered newcomers. After experiencing 3 survival worlds, you can become a real survivor and get a survival terminal issued by the survival system. After entering the survival world, you can accept tasks in the survival terminal. In addition, various common sense questions can also be learned through the survival terminal. Shuaying smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that I would be captured by 2 newcomers. Survival system? What is that? Of course, it is an existence that throws us into various survival worlds. It seems to be omnipresent and omnipotent. Everyone calls it a survival system out of common sense. What is the purpose of the survival system? Muxing asked the question he wanted to ask the most. He wanted to know why the so-called survival system threw them into various worlds for reincarnation and survival? Who knows? Maybe it's a group of bored gods and demons who want to watch human survival performances. Maybe it's a mysterious research experiment. Or maybe it's aliens. Who knows? All we can do is enter the survival world, work hard to become stronger, and try to survive. Muxing was silent. Even they didn't know the truth. But thinking about it, I let it go. These people are called veterans, but they have only experienced 3 or 4 survival worlds. To put it bluntly, they are also newcomers who know only a little bit. What is the mission you accepted this time? Muxing asked. To cooperate with the Umbrella Company task force to go underground, shut down the Red Queen, and restart the hive. What can you get for completing the mission? Equipment, skills, various props, etc. Muxing nodded. These information were very important, and he wrote them down one by one. Then he began to ask about the news of Death Replay. Why is your Death Replay save point set outside? Of course, it is to prevent someone from blocking the save point and launching a sneak attack. Isn't this common sense? He didn't dare to say the rest of the words, because he saw Yifei raised his fist. Why did it take you so long to enter the hive? Muxing noticed that they had been underground for 3 or 4 hours before they finally arrived. Did they come from Raccoon City? Newcomers will be teleported in earlier. Of course, it also depends on the mission the captain accepts. Different missions will result in different birth points. Shuaying said. In the next few minutes, Muxing asked a lot of common sense questions before turning his attention to the Eagle Squad. Tell me about your teammates. Seeing Shuaying hesitate, Muxing's electric baton started crackling again. Don't shock me, I tell you. Except for Mina, all 5 of us formed a team in the last world. Terran Iron Eagle, the meat shield, is good at defense. His black shield is a magic armor. He also has several defensive talents. His attack power is weak, but his defense power is strong. Swordsman Feng Ying, proficient in swordsmanship, his ghost dance sword is very powerful, and he has strong melee ability, but he is a bit conceited. The auxiliary Black Hawk has some buffing abilities that can passively improve the combat effectiveness of teammates. His own combat effectiveness is average, but his marksmanship is good. He is also proficient in blasting and driving various vehicles. I don't need to say anything about the gunner Snow Eagle. He is proficient in firearms, but weak in close combat, so I usually wear heavy armor to prevent being killed instantly. Where is your captain Flying Eagle? Mu Xing is most concerned about the strongest person in the team, Flying Eagle. This is not the first time the captain has entered the world of Resident Evil. He is a T-Virus Evolver, strong and has no obvious shortcomings. It was Captain Flying Eagle who suggested that we enter the biochemical crisis this time. We wanted to get more T-Virus serum in the hive, and give each of our team members a serum. He looked at Mu Xing with awe. Who would have thought that the 3 members of the Flying Eagle team would be defeated by Mu Xing in a single encounter, and he was also captured. It was simply the biggest shame in his life. Brother, I've told you everything I know. If you want to kill me, just give me a quick death. Mu Xing secretly asked Shanine. Did he lie? 98% are true. 98%, that is to say, there are some lies? Some information about his captain is concealed, and I have successfully captured the lying brain waves. What did he hide? Flying Eagle has a special weapon, which is very powerful. Master, you have to be careful. Mu Xing nodded, and couldn't help but sigh that the seal is really a magical weapon, reading minds, controlling, electronic intrusion, it is simply comprehensive. Yifei next to him directly stuffed a ball into the guy's mouth, and wrapped it with tape to prevent him from biting his tongue to commit suicide. Captain, how do we deal with this guy? Wait for his save point to refresh before killing him. Tie him up here first. Mu Xing had already gotten the information he wanted, and now there was no good way to deal with it, so he had to wait for this guy's save point to refresh before making a decision. When he was leaving, Yifei came over. Brother, I don't think Red Queen is trustworthy, so we still have to make preparations. Of course, why else do you think I brought those 4 people down? Brother, what do you want? It's better to rely on yourself than on heaven or earth, not to mention an artificial intelligence without human emotions. Brother, you are wise. Yifei has completely become a little fan of Mu Xing, calling him brother affectionately. Mu Xing ignored the guy's kindness and threw him a grenade. No, why tie him up? I just want to ask you if it's useful. It's useful, but it hurts. Chapter 65. Back to the safe house. The protagonists were very honest under the care of the hunters, and they cooperated very well with Charles to draw their blood. When Charles saw Mu Xing coming back, he quickly bypassed the hunters in fear, ran to Mu Xing, and handed the blood to Mu Xing. Of the 5 blood samples, Mu Xing was most concerned about Alice and Matt's blood samples. Because only the 2 of them had T-virus antibodies, they could fuse with the T-virus and stimulate their body's potential. Giving these blood samples to the Divine Seal can greatly increase the speed of cracking the secrets of the T-virus. Brother Blood Moon, where are we going now? Go to the lower level, set up traps in advance, and wait for the Eagle Squad to come. Yifei hesitated. Do they really dare to come? They have no choice. After accepting the task, they must complete it within the specified time, otherwise there will be unbearable punishment waiting for them. As he said, Mu Xing signaled the 4 protagonists to set off. The hunter behind him made a strange sound, which scared the few people to follow quickly. Suddenly, at this moment, the protagonist Alice rushed towards Mu Xing and grabbed the revolver he had inserted in his waist. Brother, be careful! Yifei exclaimed, and pulled out his pistol to shoot. However, Mu Xing did not make any other moves. Not only did he let Alice take the gun, he even stopped Yifei's actions. Bang bang bang. Alice fired continuously, shooting the zombies that rushed towards them in the corridor into a sieve. But soon, the zombies staggered and stood up again. Mu Xing raised his M4 and shot the zombie in the head. Remember, their weak point is the head. These monsters have no pain, no emotions, and only retain the primitive instinct of hunting and eating. Mu Xing turned her head to look at Alice, whose body was heaving. All this was her subconscious action. It must be said that Alice, who was a former agent, was indeed very skilled. It can be seen that her memory has begun to recover slowly. She returned the gun to Mu Xing in a daze, and Mu Xing directly grabbed 2 pistols on the table next to her and handed them to Alice. Aren't you always curious about whether everything I said is true? I take you to see it. The protagonists of the plot were confused and didn't know what to say. Alice grabbed 2 pistols, her head hurt, and she seemed to remember some memories. Mu Xing walked out first, and Yifei followed quickly. Brother, you are really awesome, aren't you afraid that Alice will shoot you? Mu Xing pointed to his head. I believe in my 6th sense. Huh? Mu Xing was too lazy to explain, and Yifei thought he was just being perfunctory. In fact, he really had a strong 6th sense. Whenever danger came, he could sense it. And just now, Alice obviously had no intention of killing, and his 6th sense did not sound the alarm. That's why he was so sure that Alice would not attack him. No words along the way. When Mu Xing led them through the experimental area and down the 8th floor, the protagonist was immediately attracted by the dense zombies in front of him. They hid in the corners and dared not make a sound. Those zombies will not only attack humans, but also attack each other. Of course, this situation will only occur when the zombies really need to eat to replenish their energy. No wonder I didn't see a corpse on the 1st floor, it turns out, Matt said solemnly. Mu Xing signaled them to retreat quietly and return to the 7th floor. The T-virus is highly contagious. Even if you die, as long as you are infected by the T-virus, you will become a zombie. Think about it yourself. What will happen if this virus spreads to the outside world? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Tech guy Pasquale couldn't help but ask, but we've been here for so long, and we haven't been infected? That's because Red Queen sealed the hive and sprayed disinfectant as soon as the virus leaked. But there are still a lot of viruses left in the ventilation system between the hive and the outside world. If we restart Red Queen, all equipment will restart, and the closed passages will be opened. What consequences will happen? Have you thought about it? Pasquale nodded subconsciously and shrank his neck. Don't worry, after dealing with those people above, the hive will complete the thorough virus cleanup in 48 hours, and I will send you out safely at that time. Mu Xing painted a rosy picture for these people at the right time, so that they would not lose hope. Now that Mu Xing told them that they can still get out alive, they are naturally willing to cooperate with Mu Xing's actions. Okay, everyone, now I give you 2 choices. First, stay in the safe house, and don't come out until the trouble outside is solved. Second, you can protect the hive with me to ensure that the main system will not be restarted, otherwise not only you and I will die, but also your relatives, friends, and everyone you care about will die. As soon as he finished speaking, Matt immediately stood up and said, Mr. Blood Moon, although I am a member of the Umbrella Company's task force, I am willing to help you prevent the outbreak of the biochemical crisis. I am willing to do so. The technical man Pasquale also expressed his opinion. No problem for me. Spence raised his hand. Master, Spence has recovered some of his memories. He is acting. The voice of the God Seal sounded. I know. Mu Xing had already set an ending for the initiator of the biochemical crisis in his mind. Finally, everyone looked at Alice. Alice was still confused. Obviously, she didn't understand what these people meant after losing her memory. However, when she saw Spence agreed, she naturally agreed. Because in her remaining memory, this man was her husband. At this time, Mu Xing wanted to give himself a trophy for the master of speech. With just a few words, he made the protagonist stand on his side. Not only did he eliminate the hidden danger, but he also got a few more helpers. Mr. Blood Moon, what should we do now? Go to the computer room. Go to the computer room? Restart Red Queen? How is that possible? We have to make sure that there are no problems with the hive system. After all, the computer room has not been maintained for such a long time. I am worried that Umbrella Corporation will insert a backdoor into the Red Queen's intelligence system. If there is any problem with Red Queen, who will seal the hive? Several people looked at Mu Xing with some admiration. They didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. Alice, Matt, I have a task for you. What? There must be a result after this is over. The hive has evidence that the Umbrella Corporation is researching illegal viruses. When we get out, I hope to use legal means to stop the Umbrella Corporation from continuing similar evil research. When saying this, Alice suddenly covered her head with a painful expression. Alice, are you okay? Matt beside her asked worriedly. After a moment, Alice suddenly raised her head. No problem, leave this to us. Mu Xing looked at her clear eyes, and knew that this former female agent had begun to recover her memory. Mu Xing looked at Spence and Pasquale. In that case, you come with me to the bottom floor. I need your help. Although Pasquale was somewhat reluctant, he had to agree in order not to reveal his true identity. Chapter 66. Back to the 8th floor. Although Red Queen has attracted a large number of zombies back to the 5th and 6th floors, the zombies on the 8th floor are still densely packed. Red Queen focused on sealing off these areas filled with zombies, separating them, and minimizing the damage to the 8th floor by zombies. The task force has completed the blasting and entered the hive again. Red Queen's prompt sounded. Brother Blood Moon, they are coming in. What should we do? Act as planned. I will let the hunters cooperate with you to set traps on the 8th floor. We have Red Queen's assistance, and we have the right time, place, and people on our side. As long as they enter the 8th floor, Red Queen will completely cut off the retreat route between the 8th floor and the upper floors, forcing them to set up a new save point on the 8th floor. At that time, these zombies alone will be enough to give them a hard time. As for me, I will find a way to control Red Queen and eliminate this biggest threat. Yifei gave a thumbs up in admiration. Brother Blood Moon, leave this to me. I will be responsible for holding these guys back. At the same time, the first floor of the hive. Flying Eagle angrily re-entered the hive. The 4 of them looked unhappy. They were fooled by a few newcomers. Captain, they didn't destroy the central elevator. Black Hawk said after checking the central elevator. Captain, are we still going to the central elevator? Will there be a trap? Iron Eagle said worriedly. He was killed instantly by the hunter before, and he had a psychological trauma. That guy obviously wanted to kill us on the 8th floor. Snow Eagle was caught, and our plan must have been exposed. Flying Eagle said. Then we must not fall into his trap. Captain, should we take a long-term view? Foaming said carefully. Looking at the 3 cautious teammates, Flying Eagle was a little unhappy. Isn't it just a summoned creature? Look how scared you are. He is a newcomer after all. This level of summoned creature must have many limitations. We just need to find a way to delay the hunter and kill the summoner, and the problem will be solved. Besides, the mission time is running out. Even if the 8th floor is a sea of fire and swords, we must go through it. Seeing the worried expressions of several people, Thane comforted them. Don't worry, I have a plan, and we have a trump card. Captain, are you talking about Mina? Will Mina be a match for that kid Shueyue? Thane just smiled and said nothing, without much explanation. At this time, continuous footsteps sounded, and dozens of zombies rushed towards them. Captain, zombies. You cracked the elevator lock. I deal with it. As soon as the voice fell, Thane had already rushed out, running like thunder and swift as the wind, quickly chopping these zombies with 2 Nepalese machetes in his hands. He walked along the way as if he were in an empty space. When he appeared at the end of the passage, dozens of headless zombies collapsed on the ground. Captain, you are awesome. At the end of the 8th underground floor. The next floor. Mu Xing led Spence and Pasquale to the passage leading to the lower floor. Here we are about to enter the core area of the hive, and the Red Queen's machine room is also located in the deepest part of the hive. Both of them looked around curiously. The technical guy was a little nervous, and Mu Xing saw only vigilance in Spence's eyes. It was obvious that he had fully recovered his memory. Master, the Eagle Squad is cracking the elevator lock and is expected to reach the 8th floor in about 10 minutes. The voice of the Divine Seal sounded in Mu Xing's ears. How is your erosion of the hive system going? Mu Xing has never brought the Divine Seal with him, because it has a more important task to perform. Its task is to erode the control system of the hive, to prevent the Red Queen from jumping off the wall. Only by firmly grasping the control system of the entire hive can one truly relieve his worries. Master, about 80% of the 1st to 7th floors have been eroded, and the remaining 20% is expected to be completed in the next half an hour. What about the 8th floor? The 8th floor is an independent system, but I have already started the erosion work, and the progress is now about 30%. It's still a bit slow. Speed up. You hurry to the bottom floor. I'm about to enter the bottom floor computer room. Okay, Master. At the same time, Yifei's communication came over. Brother Shueyue, I'm already in place and prepared a feast for the Eagle Squadron, but I always feel something is wrong. Because we overlooked someone. Mu Xing said. Mina, yes, I haven't seen this woman for a long time. Where did she go? Either she was eaten by zombies, or she was hiding in a corner, waiting for an opportunity. Which do you think it would be? Brother Shueyue, wait for my news. I will go and find this stinky woman. As he said that, the other party hung up the communication in a hurry. Mu Xing shook his head. This is Yifei. Young people are energetic, but they are also impulsive and do not consider the consequences of everything. I don't want to bother with him. Just let him make some noise. Maybe there will be a surprise. Mu Xing focused his attention on the lower door in front of him. Pasquale. Leave it to me. The technical guy went over with a computer and a bunch of equipment and pried open the door cover next to him. First, he turned on the jammer to prevent the Red Queen from noticing the situation here, and then started connecting the computer to prepare for hacking. How long will it take? About 10 minutes. Mu Xing nodded and waited quietly, which was about what he expected. Beside him, Spence looked a little uneasy. Can I go out for a breath? I feel a little stuffy. There are zombies outside. If you are not afraid of death, you can go out for a walk. I won't stop you. Spence, who had just taken 2 steps, stopped and looked at Mu Xing with an embarrassed face. The other party did not mean to stop him, and even welcomed him to do so. Spence smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm just too nervous, I can just move around here. Mu Xing didn't bother to pay attention to this guy. He was not an important character in the plot of Resident Evil, and he paid the price of his greed with blood in the end. The reason why he brought him here was purely because he needed a cannon fodder. Soon, 10 minutes passed in a flash. With the sound of the access lock beeping, the locked red light turned green. When the door opened, there was a long, crystal passage in front of him. The walls on both sides of the passage were made of transparent materials, densely covered with laser emission devices. Done. The technical man couldn't help but clap his hands and cheer. Opening this access control meant that they opened the passage to the Red Queen's computer room. Mu Xing stared at the laser channel in front of him, but did not step into it, but waited quietly. At the same time, he pressed the communication button to contact the Red Queen. I have reached the bottom channel. In order to maintain basic trust between you and me, I hope you can turn off the bottom defense program. I need to talk to you in person. The other side was dead silent. After waiting for about 5 or 6 seconds, they gave a reply. Okay. Chapter 67. The lights in the passage were on. It was only a few dozen meters long, and at the end was a thick steel door. Mu Xing was also paying attention to other situations. The Eagle Squad had successfully cracked the elevator lock, and went down to the 8th floor. Yi Fei was leading the hunters to search for Mina. At this moment, almost all parties gathered on the 8th floor of the hive. Spence was struggling whether to turn against Mu Xing. Because in his opinion, Mu Xing was the only one here, and the terrible monster was not here. With his skills, a sudden attack would give him a good chance of success. He moved cautiously towards Mu Xing. The other party was using a communicator to contact someone. Spence suddenly took out the pistol from his waist, and aimed at Mu Xing's head. Raise your hands. This scene scared Pasquale next to him. Spence, what are you doing? Spence grabbed the revolver from Mu Xing's waist, and aimed at Pasquale. Stay away from your computer, and raise your hands. Are you crazy? Pasquale exclaimed. Sorry, I have no choice. I thought my plan was perfect, but I didn't expect it to be sent back to the hive. Why did you damn guys do this? Pasquale was confused and didn't understand what he was talking about. Mu Xing's mouth curled up slightly. Mr. Spence Gatekeeper, or should I call you Mr. Spence Agent? You secretly stole the T-virus serum and tried to sell it at a high price on the black market. In order to cover up your tracks, you broke the T-virus container and killed so many people. You thought you could get away, but fate has its own way. You were sent back to the hive after triggering the emergency program and losing your memory. Am I right? Looking at Mu Xing's half-smiley face, Spence's eyes widened. How do you know? There is an old saying in our dragon country, if you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Sorry, you may not understand what this means, but... Mu Xing instantly activated the abnormal stagnation module, low gear. The whole person accelerated instantly. Spence saw a flash before his eyes, and he quickly fired, but the bullets were all empty, and he shot in vain. The 2 guns in his hands were taken away in an instant, and the cold barrels were pressed against the back of his head. Spence was scared and raised his hands obediently. Don't kill me. He didn't expect Mu Xing to be so powerful. When did he appear behind him? Go forward. The reason why Mu Xing acted like this was, of course, for Pasquale next to him to see. It's you, Spencer. You actually caused the destruction of the entire hive for your own selfish interests. Spence was extremely regretful. He should not have taken any chances. Go forward, go through the passage, and you will survive. Mu Xing used Spence to test the trust of the Red Queen, which was a good use of him. Are you serious? Spence asked. Or you choose to be shot dead by me? Spence had no other choice but to do it. He stepped into the passage step by step. Be careful and alert to the surroundings. The first half was smooth, but when he reached the middle, a green laser was formed instantly. The laser flew towards Spence at a high speed, and he quickly lowered his head in fear. He successfully dodged it, and then 2 green lasers were formed. One above and one below. This time Spence jumped out from between the 2 lasers, and the corner of his clothes was swept by the laser and cut in half instantly. He finally realized the danger and ran towards the exit. However, the next second, 5 lasers appeared and then tilted into a laser net. Spence stretched out one hand, his eyes full of unwillingness. When the laser net passed, his body quickly fell into pieces. Pasquale was shocked by this scene. He didn't expect there was such a terrifying laser channel here. Mu Xing connected the communication with Red Queen with an expressionless face. You broke your promise. I'm sorry, my only goal is to eliminate all unstable factors and prevent the leakage of biochemical hazards. Does it include me? Yes. Faced with Red Queen's blunt answer, Mu Xing was too lazy to entangle with it. He took off his headphones and crushed them. At the same time, warning lights were lit throughout the entire 8th floor. Oh no, Red Queen has completely blocked the entire 8th floor, cutting off contact with the upper floors, and... Pasquale exclaimed. And what? It has entered an emergency state. Pasquale was terrified. Just then, Mu Xing heard the voice of Red Queen on the radio. Prepare to implement special cleanup procedures. All staff members please evacuate. Prepare to implement special cleanup procedures. All staff members please evacuate. Get ready. Red Queen's alarm sounded throughout the 8th floor of the hive. It's over, it's over, it's the special cleaning program. Pasquale exclaimed. What is the special cleaning program? An extreme hive self-destruction program. Once it is activated, the 8th floor will be disconnected from the upper floor and completely sink into the ground. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. No wonder Red Queen was willing to cooperate with him. It turned out that she was determined to catch everyone in one fell swoop. He sighed. It seemed that he had overestimated himself. He didn't expect to be tricked by Red Queen. But, luckily, I was prepared and never trusted the Red Queen from the beginning. How long will it take? About 30 minutes. You continue to crack the laser channel, and I will deal with the enemy. Pasquale also realized that there was only one way to survive now, to crack the program, enter the deep machine room, and restart the Red Queen to stop the operation of the special cleaning program. Mr. Blood Moon, please give me 20 minutes. He stood up and said. Mu Xing nodded and ran back without looking back. He knew very well that there might be other reasons for the Red Queen's sudden execution of the special cleaning procedure. Mu Xing had just returned to the 8th floor when he heard the sound of fierce gunfire. Fuck, all of you go to hell. Yi Fei roared, holding the M4 and firing a burst of shots. Mu Xing saw the target he was fighting with, and the Iron Eagle put up a black shield to block all the bullets. Ding ding dang dang. But it couldn't stop their advance. The Wind Eagle holding a knife chose to go around from the side, and prepare to cut Yi Fei's back. The hunter roared and took the initiative to rush towards the Wind Eagle. Feng Ying didn't fight back and fled quickly, aiming to lead the hunter away. Come back. Mu Xing gave an order and called the hunter back directly. In his opinion, this tactic is only suitable for dealing with brainless zombies. Suddenly, Mu Xing felt the crisis coming. He quickly started the low gear acceleration and moved sideways dozens of meters in an instant. The sharp Nepalese army knife swept across in an instant, cutting the 2 thick pipes into 2 sections. The two looked at each other. This was their first face-to-face confrontation. Fei Ying looked to be in his 40s, with a beard, a leather jacket, and strong muscles that were very explosive. He was wearing an eye mask, which allowed him to see in the dark. Are you curious about why we didn't fall into the trap you set? Fei Ying stood up, holding 2 dog-leg knives horizontally in his hands. Chapter 68. It's Mina, right? Mu Xing retreated quickly, firing as he retreated, and the M4 fired hot bullets. He had guessed it long ago. You are smarter than I thought, but that's it. This eagle dodged all the bullets in an extremely strange manner. Using the shelter in the huge warehouse, he quickly approached Mu Xing. Mu Xing did not want to fight, and retreated quickly. He knew very well that he was no match for the eagle. Yi Fei, retreat. Mu Xing quickly contacted Yi Fei and told him not to fight. Here it comes. Yi Fei also fought and retreated, throwing smoke bombs to hide his body. Hunter, go! Mu Xing commanded the hunter to block Fei Ying, and smashed the obstacles in front of him like a violent tank. With a roar, the sharp bone spurs blasted towards Fei Ying. Fei Ying jumped up with all his strength, avoiding the piercing of the bone spurs, and quickly slashed the hunter's shoulder with a dog-leg knife in his hand, leaving a deep scar that could be seen on the bone. The hunter immediately swept back. With a clang, the bone spurs were actually blocked by the double knives raised by Fei Ying, splashing brilliant sparks. Is this guy so strong? Yi Fei had just withdrawn when he saw this thrilling scene. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. The strength of this flying eagle was indeed extraordinary. He could actually fight against the hunter. But in the end, the hunter was stronger and successfully suppressed the flying eagle. However, the flying eagle was faster, and it was difficult to cause effective damage to it. Come back. Mu Xing called back the hunter, and the flying eagle on the opposite side also retreated at a high speed. His hands were shaking, and it was obvious that he was not feeling well. It was not that Mu Xing did not want to chase, but that the teammates of the flying eagle had all come. Captain! Mina, who had not been seen for a long time, finally showed up and looked at Fei Ying worriedly. Mina, you did a good job. Then, Fei Ying looked at Mu Xing. You wanted to lead us to the 8th floor and use the hordes of zombies to destroy us. Unfortunately, Mina had already taken the opportunity to inject a Trojan virus into Red Queen, causing Red Queen to lose control of the 8th floor. Mu Xing was not emotional because he had no hope for this plan from the beginning. So, forcing Red Queen to start the special cleaning program was your plan? Mu Xing stared at the flying eagle in front of him. Right, so now you only have two choices. First, either get out of the way and let us enter the machine room to restart the Red Queen, so that the special cleaning procedure can be terminated. What about the second one? The second one is naturally to step over your corpses. Do you think you have the strength to do this? Boy, there are only two of you. As long as you hold back your summoned creature, what do you think your chances of winning are? The Iron Eagle next to him shouted. He suffered a loss from Mu Xing before, but now he got his revenge and was in a good mood. Idiot! Mu Xing snorted. You're looking for death. Tai Ying was furious and was about to attack, but was stopped by Fei Ying. Mu Xing gave Yi Fei a look, and the two began to retreat slowly. Fei Ying, I heard that this is not your first time entering the biohazard hive, so you should know what the 8th floor is for, right? Fei Ying frowned, and he realized something. Not good, biochemical culture chamber. As soon as the voice fell, a rustling sound came from the darkness. Then, with a bang, a heavy object hit the container, making a loud noise. Everyone looked towards the container, and saw a hunchback monster with a severely mutated body. It looked like a skinned frog, similar to the hunter, with no skin, only blood-red muscles. Its strong limbs and sharp claws were exposed, and its overdeveloped brain had broken through the skull, exposing it directly. A scarlet and slippery long tongue stretched out from a big mouth with fangs. A licker, a monster mutated from an unfinished biochemical weapon infected with the T-virus. At this time, it was showing its sharp claws to everyone on the 8th floor. There were more than one such monster, and there were at least a dozen lickers around. The Eagle squad became nervous all of a sudden. The captain, Eagle, looked even uglier. Blood Moon, are you crazy? You actually released these monsters. Mu Xing retreated and hid in the smoke created by the smoke bomb. Captain Eagle, you left me with no way out, so I can only fight. When Mu Xing first entered the 8th floor, and saw these lickers in the cultivation chamber, he left a mark for God's seal to deal with. God's seal not only cracked the password lock of the biochemical cultivation chamber, but also made some modifications to these monsters. Now this move was finally used as a backhand. At this time, those terrible lickers let out shrill roars. Their hearing was extremely sharp, and they could even sense the heartbeat of a living person. They were biochemical weapons specially made by the Umbrella Corporation. Whether it was muscle strength or bone density, they were far superior to ordinary zombies. After being infected with the T-virus, their combat effectiveness was even better. These lickers swooped over quickly. The Eagle squad quickly opened fire, and killed a licker with concentrated fire. However, lickers from all directions attacked them at the same time. Black Hawk, who had the weakest combat power, was caught off guard and was pounced on by two lickers and killed instantly. Yi Fei was terrified and thought he was dead. However, he waited for a long time, and did not see a licker pounce on him. Even when a licker pounced over his head, it did not turn around to chase them. Yi Fei realized that these monsters released by Mu Xing did not dare to attack them. No, it's not that they don't dare to attack him, but that they don't dare to attack Mu Xing next to him. Brother, these lickers. Don't worry, as long as we don't actively attack these lickers, they won't attack us. Mu Xing explained, and then quickly ran towards the entrance of the 8th floor. Yi Fei hurriedly followed. Where are we going? Cut the grass and eradicate the roots. Since there is no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides, it's just a matter of life and death. In just a few dozen minutes, the invasion of the Divine Seal into the 8th floor system has reached about 80%. He immediately reported the location of the Eagle Squadron to Mu Xing. We found their save point. Looking at the location of the save point, these people are indeed very smart. They actually placed the save point in the pipeline for transporting supplies on the 8th floor. The Black Hawk that was just killed has been resurrected, and the fluctuations generated by the death backtracking were detected by the Divine Seal at the first time. To be honest, this closed and highly technologically integrated honeycomb seems to be a battlefield tailor-made for Mu Xing. Just like the Ishimura, the Divine Seal controls everything in the Ishimura. Hunter, go ahead and drive them back to the save point. Mu Xing ordered the hunter to attack. At the same time, the mother corpse that was only 3 meters long before has now grown to more than 10 meters. Hidden in the darkness, it began to hatch dangerous corpses such as cutters. On the other side, the Eagle squad was fighting and retreating. Captain, the situation is not good. These lickers seem to be chasing us. The Eagle dodged the attack of a licker, and used 2 dogleg knives to cut off one of its hands and legs. The body turned around, and the heavy knife chopped, and the huge and ferocious head of the licker flew high. However, what he didn't expect was that the licker, who should have been dead, suddenly trembled. The headless corpse attacked fiercely, and hit Feng Ying hard. How is this possible? Feng Ying exclaimed. These things are weird. Fei Ying's face became extremely ugly. Chapter 69. On the dim 8th floor of the honeycomb, in the flickering lights, ghostly shadows were approaching the Eagle squad. The lickers were like the best hounds, chasing the Eagle squad relentlessly. With a loud bang, a big hole was smashed in the container in front, and the trembling hunter was covered in blood. After smelling the hunter's scent, the lickers around moved away, not daring to approach the hunter within 10 meters. The 5 members of the Eagle squad stood back to back in a circle, and their save point was behind them, which could not be lost. Captain, this is troublesome. These lickers are not right. Flying Eagle held the dog-leg knife horizontally, his face covered with blood, and he looked fierce. It's really not right. Ordinary lickers don't have such terrible recovery ability. Several people looked at the approaching hunter. Could it be the hunter's fault? No, the corpse variant is not contagious. It is not a virus mutation, but a monster formed by the direct change of RNA by the Divine Seal. It is a completely different life form from zombies. Is there a Divine Seal here? Mina couldn't help asking. That's impossible. I think the problem lies with that blood moon. This guy is weird. As long as we kill him, the problem should be solved. As he spoke, the armband on Fei Ying's arm lit up. It was some kind of space equipment. He took out 5 crystals and distributed them to other teammates. At the same time, Mu Xing and Yi Fei, who were observing in the dark, were staring at this scene. Mu Xing had already set up the barret. There were hunters and lickers blocking him in front. He only needed to find an opportunity to snipe from behind. Brother Xueyue, what are those things in the hands of Fei Ying and the others? It glows. Mu Xing thought of the accident that happened when the elevator was blown up before. It should be a quick save prop. Quick save prop. Yi Fei didn't remember this part, so he was confused. The quick save prop doesn't require a 1-minute save delay, and can save instantly. So perverted? Okay, stop talking nonsense, and prepare for battle. Mu Xing began to aim at the Fei Ying team surrounded by lickers, who were all waiting for an order. Attack! Mu Xing gave the order to the God Seal, and the God Seal immediately gave the order to the lickers. The frenzied lickers immediately rushed forward and pounced. Not only the lickers, but also the hunters went straight to the eagle. Of the 5, the eagle was the most threatening, so he was also given special care by Mu Xing. The hunters and the 3 lickers attacked together. Even if the eagle was extremely fast, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Mu Xing always aimed at the eagle's head, the muzzle moved, ready to pull the trigger at any time. However, at the moment he fired, his eyebrows became hot, and he actually sensed the danger. The eagle dodged Barrett's bullet by just turning his head. Apparently, the eagle, which had been fused with the T-virus, also had a telepathic ability similar to Alice. He turned his head, and dodged the attack at the moment the bullet hit. Found you. A licker pounced, but the next second a blazing blue beam pierced through the licker's chest. The beam continued to penetrate the container behind the licker. Mu Xing immediately pulled Yi Fei away when he sensed danger. The sniper point where they had just been hiding was melted by this blow. What is that? A laser cannon. They saw Fei Ying holding a silver gun in his arms, which looked very much like the laser weapon of the agents in the movie Men in Black. The licker who had just been hit screamed and was blown away 3 or 4 meters. His chest had been completely burned, with a big hole. The violent energy spread to the surroundings, destroying the cell structure of the entire chest cavity. One shot killed a licker instantly, which was much more powerful than the maximum power of the plasma cutter. The residual power penetrated the container, and melted his sniper point. Damn, how can I fight this? Yi Fei was shocked. "Get out of the way!" Mu Xing shouted. A blue beam of light came again, and although the two ran fast enough, Yi Fei was still evaporated in front of Mu Xing. The blue energy drilled into the floor, and after a short accumulation, it exploded violently. Like a high explosive grenade exploded in front of Mu Xing, the shock wave knocked him over for several meters. Although he didn't hit directly, he was still hit by countless broken stones, and his head was bleeding. His ears were full of buzzing sounds, and his vision was blurred. However, the pain between his eyebrows told Mu Xing that he could not stay here any longer. He held Barrett, identified a direction, and tried to run in that direction. The third beam exploded behind him. At this moment, the long-lost fear of death once again enveloped his heart. It was just like the helplessness and panic when he faced the corpse in the Ishimura for the first time. The feeling of despair and powerlessness came from the absolute difference in combat power between the two sides. His heartbeat instantly accelerated to 180, and Mu Xing felt that his heart was about to explode. However, under this strong pressure, he felt that something in his body was broken. A red warm current instantly penetrated into his internal organs. He knew that this was the power of the blood moon's origin. In the past, this energy substance had always been dormant in his body, and except for being able to perform death retracing, it had no connection with him. Just now, at the moment when his body broke through the limit, a ray of blood moon origin energy material finally dissolved completely in his body and merged into every cell of his body. The distance that was originally out of reach became closer. He felt that everything around him slowed down. The fire of the explosion, the flying gravel, the sound of expansion. This feeling is completely different from the acceleration ability of his abnormal stagnation module. The abnormal stagnation module only forced his speed to increase, and there would never be such a special situation of speed comparison with the outside world. Mu Xing's sharp eyes saw the eagle about to pull the trigger to fire the fourth laser. His expression was ferocious, and every movement seemed to be slowed down. The liquor in front of him was being hit and ignited by the violent energy. Mu Xing tried to fight back and tried to raise the Barrett in his hand. He felt a strong sense of sluggishness, as if he was trapped in transparent and sticky asphalt, and every movement required all his strength. "Get up!" Mu Xing roared, and there were strands of red energy wrapped around his hands. He actually broke through the shackles of this slow world and became extremely relaxed. Load, aim, and pull the trigger. All in one go. The armor-piercing incendiary bullet slowly exits the barrel and flies slowly in the slowing world. Mu Xing had an idea in his mind. Since the red energy can free himself from the shackles of the slow world, can it be attached to the bullet? As soon as this idea took shape, strands of red silk threads were entangled on the rotating bullet. He saw that the bullet was spinning faster and faster, and flying faster and faster. Instantly crossed a distance of more than 100 meters, and penetrated through the ferocious forehead of the flying eagle, tearing the skull, rolling again, releasing kinetic energy, releasing burning substances, and finally exploding. Bang! When everything returned to normal, the flying eagle's head exploded like a watermelon. Chapter 70. The captain is dead. When the speed of the world around him returned to normal, there was the whirring sound of burning, the twisting sound of the container collapsing, the enemy's terrified roar, and his own heavy breathing. All the sounds were intertwined and poured into his ears in a short time. The headless body of Fei Ying was falling backwards, gradually turning into light particles and disappearing. He was experiencing his first death replay. Mu Xing looked down at the Barrett in his hand and at his hands. The feeling of the slow world just now is still fresh in his memory. Did he slow down time or speed himself up? That feeling is very much like the bullet time in the game. When he tried to repeat this special experience, he found that the previous feeling disappeared. No matter how he experimented, he could not enter the bullet time again. He guessed that there should be some special triggering conditions in the middle. Life and death crisis, emotional outburst, physical breakthrough, all possible. Mu Xing once again raised the Barrett in his hand and aimed at the Wind Eagle, who was swinging the sword to kill the liquor. This guy also had some danger perception ability. The moment Mu Xing aimed at him, he decisively hid behind the container. Mu Xing immediately changed his target and pulled the trigger at the Iron Eagle. The Iron Eagle holding the black shield had strong defense, but slow movement, making it the best target. The two liquors attacked from the left and right sides respectively to distract his attention. Just as he slapped the liquor away with his shield, the other one pounced over and bit his arm. The sharp claws grabbed his neck. "Go to hell!" Tai Ying roared, punched hard, and hit the liquor. At this moment, a splash of blood exploded on his chest. The piercing pain, accompanied by the intense burning sensation, made Taiying's body lose balance instantly. The licker seized the opportunity and pierced with sharp claws, almost cutting off half of Taiying's head. The moment he fell, he slowly turned into light particles. After Fei Ying and Taiying were killed, the other three teammates immediately panicked. They could no longer withstand the continuous attacks of these lickers. The hunter had just been hit by a laser, and half of his body was destroyed. Now he recovered quickly, and used a bone spur to pierce Mina like a candied hawes. The hunter didn't know how to be gentle with women, and just killed them. He turned around and ran over and crushed the auxiliary team member Black Hawk. Black Hawk, who had just been resurrected, was sent back to the save point again. As for the last swordsman Feng Ying, after he killed a licker, the sword got stuck in the licker's hard bones, and he didn't have time to pull it out. Other lickers rushed over and tore it into pieces. The 5 members of the Eagle team were wiped out, but Mu Xing did not dare to relax at all, because he knew that the eagle had returned from the dead. Divine Seal, open the gate and release the zombies. Mu Xing gave the order without hesitation. After seeing the power of the laser weapon, Mu Xing decided to take the consumption route. He did not believe that the weapon could fire infinitely. He knew very well that the greater the power of this energy weapon, the higher the energy consumption. So, when the blue laser lit up again, another licker was burned to ashes. Mu Xing learned his lesson this time, and did not actively attack Fei Ying. That guy's telepathic ability was very strong. Although he had not yet reached the level of Alice, who could kill people from a distance, it was easy for him to locate his position. So when Fei Ying was resurrected, Mu Xing asked the Divine Seal to open the passages on the 8th floor that blocked the hordes of zombies. When the passages were opened, dense zombies swarmed in. Zombies. So many zombies. The Fei Ying team fought and retreated, and occasionally violent explosions were heard among the hordes of zombies. The explosion tore the zombies apart like ketchup, but soon, the zombies came again. The most deadly thing is that there are zombies called cutters hidden among these zombies. At this time Yi Fei, who had completed the death retracing, also rushed over. As soon as he arrived, he was attracted by the hordes of zombies. Haha, these bastards have come to this day. He just raised his gun and aimed, but did not shoot. He has learned a lot. Brother Shuiyue, can these zombies kill them? I give you a task. Mu Xing said. Brother, you can give me whatever you want. A large number of zombies have been released, which has both advantages and disadvantages. You go to the lower level to protect Pasquale, who is cracking the Red Queen system. Mu Xing gave him some of the extra bullets and grenades on his body. Yi Fei seemed to understand that Mu Xing deliberately sent him away to protect him, and his eyes couldn't help but get wet. Brother Shuiyue, you are my real brother. Get out, don't be stupid. If Pasquale dies, I will hold you responsible. Leave it to me. Yi Fei patted his chest and promised loudly. By the way, Brother Shuiyue, this is for you. The boy handed over a talisman. What is this? Substitute talisman, a reward for me when I was at the novice level. With my strength, I will die if I die. There is no point in using the substitute talisman, but it will be different if I give it to you, brother. Mu Xing took the yellow paper talisman, and the information of the talisman automatically appeared in his eyes. Substitute talisman can be transformed into a substitute to resist a fatal attack, a one-time use item. Thank you. Mu Xing knew the value of this thing. Its meaning was not to avoid a death replay, but to give him an extra chance to fight back in battle. After watching Yi Fei go away, Mu Xing turned his head, and his eyes became extremely sharp. It's time for a decisive battle. As more and more zombies poured in, the Eagle squad was already unable to hold on. Although they had strong firepower, they could not withstand the large number of zombies. If they killed 1, 2 would come to them. If they killed 10, there would be more zombies waiting for them. Captain, what should we do now? The situation is not good, we can't hold on any longer. Yes, Captain, why don't we retreat first? These zombies are obviously created by Blood Moon. He has reached a cooperation with Red Queen and has taken advantage of the time and place. We are at a great disadvantage. Retreat? If we fail to complete the mission before today, who will bear the punishment of the survival system? Flying Eagle roared, and several teammates were silent. Captain, this is obviously a dead end set by Blood Moon for us. If we continue like this, I'm afraid. Mina couldn't help but speak. Suddenly, Fei Ying noticed something, and he reached out to pull Mina away. But a high-speed rotating bullet was faster than him, and it penetrated from the back of Mina's head and pierced through her forehead. The continuous kinetic energy continued to penetrate Fei Ying's shoulder blades. He looked up and saw Mu Xing holding Barrett in the dark and giving him a middle finger. "Aw, I kill you." Fei Ying was angry, completely angry, and the laser weapon in his hand burst out a dazzling blue light, illuminating the entire surrounding darkness in an instant. The pale light made the zombies with their mouths wide open look even more hideous and terrifying. Along the way, dozens of zombies were blasted into mud by this laser, hitting the place where Mu Xing had just stood. Mu Xing activated the abnormal stagnation module in advance, in low gear, to avoid the continuous bombardment. Fei Ying rushed out directly regardless of his teammates' obstruction. He swore that he would not stop until he killed Mu Xing. Chapter 71. The blue beams of light continued to illuminate the surrounding darkness, and the originally destroyed and unformed underground research institute was now in a mess. The surrounding zombies, and even the lickers were easily blasted into pieces by such powerful weapons. After seeing this terrible power, the lickers who still retained some vague wisdom no longer dared to approach the eagle. Mu Xing rushed all the way, with continuous explosions behind him, trying to lead the guy as far away as possible. At the same time, he let the Divine Seal control the corpse variant to launch a fierce attack on the other members of the eagle team. Another laser blast came, blocking Mu Xing's way and forcing him to stop. At the same time, Fei Ying rushed up, and two Nepalese machetes turned into a whirlwind of mincemeat, cutting Mu Xing. The knife was very sharp, and Mu Xing's high-level bulletproof vest could not withstand the cutting of the machete, leaving a long knife mark on his shoulder. Mu Xing threw away the Barrett and fired wildly with the M4, trying to force Fei Ying back. His melee ability was very weak, and the acceleration ability of the stasis module needed time to cool down, and it was impossible to maintain it for a long time. Close combat is Fei Ying's strong point. His figure moved left and right, although not to the point of afterimage, but also very fast and agile, and the dogleg knife in his hand slashed at the gun in Mu Xing's hand. With a ding sound, Fei Ying frowned. His two dogleg knives were plot weapons in Alice's hand, but they couldn't cut off the seemingly ordinary M4A1 rifle on the opposite side. Obviously, this rifle is also extraordinary. However, he snorted coldly, changed the slash into a cut, and instantly cut through the gun body. Although Mu Xing let go at the first time, his left hand was still scratched. Holding his left hand that was bleeding, Mu Xing quickly retreated and fired with one hand. Ding ding ding. All the bullets hit the wall and the ground. Fei Ying actually jumped directly into the air, dodging the shooting, and spun around, slashing at Mu Xing with two knives like a whirlwind. This attack was as fast as lightning, and there was no way to avoid it. Mu Xing gritted his teeth, mid-gear speed up. His body trembled rapidly, and then he was out of the attack range a second before the blade fell. The next second, Mu Xing, holding the Monarch blade, came back, gave up the long-range attack, and drew out his only melee weapon. Ding. Mu Xing was confident that no one could avoid this knife, but what he saw was Fei Ying's cold and cruel face. Is this your trump card? Some special acceleration ability? But in my spiritual perception, your moves are clumsy and ridiculous. Mu Xing retreated after one strike without any hesitation. He then attacked again. But again, his knife was blocked by two knives again. It must be said that spiritual perception is really cheating in close combat. Fei Ying's spiritual perception can perceive the changes and movement trajectories of Mu Xing's every action. Fei Ying was even more skilled in using this special perception ability, combining it with his swordsmanship, and easily blocked Mu Xing's accelerated attack. Mu Xing grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Really? Then try this. The pupils of Fei Ying on the opposite side shrank sharply, and he saw the grenade in Mu Xing's hand that had been pulled open. When Mu Xing retreated at high speed, Fei Ying also retreated quickly. Boom! Accompanied by dazzling flames, this high-explosive grenade exploded directly between the two people. Madman! The shockwave directly knocked the two people who were retreating out. Even Fei Ying couldn't help but curse out loud. The two stood up in a mess. Mu Xing supported himself with the Monarch blade. His body was burned, and the surface of his bulletproof vest was burnt. Fei Ying was not much better. He looked extremely embarrassed. Most of his hair was burnt, and his face was burnt black. However, the small wounds on his body were healing quickly. With the blessing of the T-virus, such small wounds could be completely healed in less than half a minute. After a golden baptism, Mu Xing's body's recovery ability was also greatly increased, and the wound stopped bleeding quickly. Of course, the healing ability is far inferior to that of the eagle. It's a pity that I didn't blow you up. Mu Xing responded sharply. The eagle armband lit up, and the silver laser weapon suddenly appeared in his hand, and he pulled the trigger towards Mu Xing. The strong crisis of death came again, and everything in front of Mu Xing began to slow down again. Yes, that's the feeling. The familiar feeling came again. Mu Xing's body, which was running to the left, began to be entangled with strands of red silk threads. Let him get rid of the shackles of slowing down the world. In front of him, the action of Fei Ying pulling the trigger was slowed down dozens of times. He could clearly see the sign of charging on the silver laser weapon. The focusing crystal in the muzzle was lighting up quickly, gathering the scattered lasers together and concentrating the energy. Mu Xing pulled out the revolver from his waist. Based on that feeling, let the red silk thread wrap around the pistol and bullets. Let them speed up in the slow world. Aim, shoot, all in one go. However, this time Mu Xing's target was not Fei Ying's head, but the laser weapon in his hand. Killing Fei Ying was not his goal was to hold Fei Ying back. The bullet flew out in a rotation, accurately hitting the energy crystal at the muzzle of the laser weapon. The moment the crystal head was destroyed, the accumulated energy quickly dissipated. The surrounding time suddenly returned to normal, and Mu Xing rolled up. At the same time, Fei Ying also successfully pulled the trigger, but what awaited him was the muzzle of the gun exploding, and the laser weapon in his hand almost exploded directly. The weird situation happened again, and it was not the first time. My spiritual perception couldn't catch up with Mu Xing's movements. This kid's movements seemed to transcend time and beyond my perception. What kind of ability is this? I was shot in the head before. It should be this kid's special ability. Mu Xing stood up and successfully used this ability for the second time. It turned out that it was not accidental. The trigger condition should be a strong death crisis, combined with my own sense of danger, so that a certain ability in the body is activated. At the same time, from the expression of the eagle, this ability does not slow down the time of the world around him, but speeds up himself. Isn't this the bullet time in the game? During this bullet time, he can perform certain special actions and attacks at a speed beyond time. However, unlike bullet time, he needs to control this ability subjectively and choose whether to superimpose this ability on himself or other objects. Objects that obtain the ability will obtain the characteristics of bullet time and speed up their own time. This is not an illusion of perception, but a real-time ability. Opposite. Laser weapons were destroyed. Fei Ying regretted chasing Mu Xing, feeling that he had lost a lot. And at this moment, the team members' cries for help came from behind. He looked back and saw many corpses with arms and bone spurs rushing out from the zombies and attacking his teammates. The corpses are very strong, with speed, strength, and combat capabilities far exceeding ordinary zombies. Crazy slashing and screaming sounded. What made Fei Ying even more unacceptable was that the save point they had just set with a quick save prop was occupied by a bloody insect-shaped monster. The newly resurrected Black Hawk was instantly strangled by the tentacles of the monster. Chapter 72. The third time Black Hawk was killed, his body was pierced by the tentacles, and did not turn into light particles and disappear. Dead? Mu Xing looked at Black Hawk's body with some surprise. He had received a message from the Divine Seal, and Black Hawk was definitely dead. A guess arose in Mu Xing's mind that the death replay was not infinite. If the survivor was killed 3 times in a short period of time, the survivor would be completely killed. The intervals between Black Hawk's deaths were no more than 3 minutes. In order to verify his conjecture, Mu Xing gave an order to the Divine Seal. Has the Snow Eagle save point been refreshed? Master, do you mean to kill him continuously? Yes, kill him 3 times, and see if you can kill him completely. At the same time, Flying Eagle saw that Black Eagle was completely killed, and his eyes suddenly turned red. I want you to die. He roared, and his body began to change, and anger completely took over his reason. The armor on his body was squeezed by the constantly expanding and changing muscles, and he quickly changed from a height of 1.76 meters to a terrifying biochemical variant of 2.2 meters. Especially his right arm, which became particularly strong and sturdy, hanging down to his ankle. The alienated muscles broke through the skin, making him look even more hideous and terrifying. Claws grew out of his hands, his body was hunched, and he was up and down. Then, he slowly raised his head, and only anger remained in his red eyes. Mu Xing thought to himself that it was not good, and he didn't care about his face, and quickly called for help from the God Seal. Fei Ying released the T-virus in his body, and completely alienated into a biochemical monster. Strength, defense, recovery, and vitality were greatly enhanced. Of course, the speed was reduced due to the heavy body. The sharp claws scratched the ground, leaving deep marks on the hard reinforced concrete ground. The eagle moved and ran, and its power was no less than that of the hunter. Hunter, save me! Mu Xing shouted. Boom! The burning obstacle next to it was smashed by the blood-red figure, and hit the eagle fiercely. The eagle immediately turned around and hit the hunter at the same time. Boom! The two violent monsters collided fiercely, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Mu Xing took the opportunity to retreat quickly and escape from danger, because he noticed that the eagle was slightly stronger. The hunter, who was known for his strength, lost to his opponent in strength for the first time. The hunter stabbed out with his bone spurs, but was caught by the eagle. Crunch! The two huge forces were like two heavy excavators competing in strength. The hunter was just a corpse after all, and in terms of combat experience, he was completely inferior to the eagle. The arm was restrained by the eagle's reverse joint. With a click, the sharp claws directly chopped off the hunter's right arm. The hunter felt no pain, and the bone spur on his left arm swept back. But it was blocked by the left arm of the flying eagle. The sharp claws of his strong right arm penetrated the hunter's chest, and pulled up hard, splitting the hunter into 5 pieces. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived at this time. 5 or 6 lickers came with a large number of zombies. Under the spiritual control of the divine seal, they launched a siege on the flying eagle. Die, die, die all of you. The flying eagle was already bloodthirsty, and the huge and sharp claws swept across, cutting 5 or 6 zombies in half. The hunter rushed forward and scratched the eagle's head frantically, but was torn off by the eagle. He threw it to the ground, and his head and spine were crushed into pulp. Roar! The eagle let out a roar that was not like a human voice. He locked onto Mu Xing, knocked away the zombies along the way, and rushed towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing analyzed the eagle's status while running away. There are 2 possibilities for the eagle to mutate. The first is a temporary mutation, which maintains a combat state for a period of time, and will exit the mutation state when the time is up. The second type is permanent mutation, and it is irreversible. The price is the continuous loss of sanity, and eventually it will become a monster without sanity. If it is the first type, just die and rewind, delay some time, wait for this guy to finish the transformation, and then kill him easily. But if it is the second type, you can't miss this opportunity. First delay him, kill all his teammates, and then concentrate your strength to deal with him. It will be much easier. Come on, I'm here, come and kill me if you can. Mu Xing threw a grenade. When the grenade exploded, Fei Ying only used his strong right arm to protect his body. Although his right arm was blown into a bloody mess, in this state, his body's recovery ability rose to a higher level, and it took only half a minute to completely heal. Mu Xing threw away all the props that were in the way, leaving only an M4 to attract hatred. At the same time, the hunter whose upper body was split into 5 pieces was also healing rapidly. The zombies had no physical weaknesses, especially the hunters, who could quickly recover and heal even if only a piece of flesh was left after being blown. After the hunter recovered, it did not launch an attack immediately, but grabbed the zombies around it and devoured them crazily. Even the lickers killed by the eagle on the ground became food for its evolution. After devouring a large number of zombies and lickers, the hunter finally recovered 100% of its combat effectiveness. At the same time, because of the biochemical genes of the lickers and the influence of the T-virus, the hunter actually began to evolve again. Its body rose another 20 centimeters, reaching a terrifying height of 2.7 meters. The body becomes stronger, covered with a thick layer of red thick skin, rough and tough. The joint bones of the body proliferate rapidly, growing sharp bone spurs, making every part of its body a combat weapon. Roar! The second evolved hunter roared, and it seemed to be a provocation to the flying eagle. Feeling the threat from behind, the flying eagle turned around and saw the hunter rushing towards him. At this time, the hunter is more than 1 head taller than the flying eagle, more than 2 heads taller. After the second evolution, the power surged and the speed also increased significantly. Fei Ying sensed the danger of the second evolution hunter. He gave up fighting the monster and turned around to continue chasing Mu Xing. Go to hell! He roared, and a strong mental force turned into a real shock wave, which knocked Mu Xing away. He accelerated and crushed Mu Xing against the wall. Most of Mu Xing's body was crushed into mud, and blood kept pouring out of his mouth. Fei Ying's eyes were full of the pleasure of revenge. However, he soon realized something was wrong. What are you looking at, you big fool? I'm here. Mu Xing's voice sounded behind him. The yellow death substitute talisman was burning out in his hand. Fei Ying looked at the Mu Xing who was crushed to death by him. He was just a flattened scarecrow. Roar! The mental power once again turned into a substantial shock wave and hit Mu Xing. Wherever it passed, all the debris on the ground was swept up and flew away by the mental power. However, this time, the invisible shock wave was blocked by the strong body, like a mountain in front of Mu Xing. The hunter crossed his arms to block the shock wave, and did not retreat a single step. Kill him! Mu Xing patted the hunter's back and pointed at the flying eagle opposite. Ah! The frenzied hunter rushed forward, followed closely by the lickers and zombies. Flying Eagle's ferocious face was filled with astonishment. This guy is just a newcomer. How can he have so many trump cards? Chapter 73. In the bloody fight between the two biochemical monsters, ordinary zombies were blown away like ragbags, and could not get close at all. A single sweep of the sharp bone claws could cut a large number of zombies into pieces of meat. Only the lickers had some fighting power, and could cause some trouble to the eagle. A licker flew to the eagle's face, and was caught and cut in half in an instant. This also gave the hunter a chance to seize the initiative, and launch a swift attack. The bone blade in his hand chopped down like lightning, cutting the eagle's right arm into 2 sections. Blood gushed out instantly, staining the ground red. Taking advantage of the gap when Fei Ying staggered, a bone blade pierced his abdomen, and with a strong pull, the sawtooth bone blade cut a big hole in Fei Ying's stomach. Fei Ying is indeed a close combat expert, and he endured the pain of his right arm being cut off and his stomach being cut open. His eyes condensed, and the invisible mental power blocked the hunter's attack. The sharp claws of his left hand cut like a blade and cut off the hunter's head in an instant. However, he seemed to have forgotten that the hunter was not a zombie, but a corpse. Even if the head was cut off, it still did not prevent the body from continuing to fight. The right arm bone blade rushed forward, pierced through the eagle's shoulder blade, and nailed him to the wall. Eagle tried to fight back, but the alienated left arm was no match for the hunter, and the left arm bone blade pierced through, and nailed his left arm to the wall. The surrounding lickers and zombies wanted to take the opportunity to kill Eagle, and Mu Xing quickly asked the God Seal to stop these irrational things. Who knew that the God Seal did not need to be used, the hunter roared and directly repelled the surrounding lickers and zombies. The teeth of Fei Ying were exposed on his ferocious face. He wanted to struggle, but was suppressed by the hunter. Lock him up, don't let him run away. Mu Xing didn't want Fei Ying to die and rewind. After rewinding, he would be a brave man again. If his laser weapon was also rewinded, even 10 hunters would not be enough for him to kill. Only the corpse-transformed mother body that evolved into the master of the nest could withstand such a powerful weapon. Soon, good news came from the God Seal. Without the protection of Fei Ying, the strongest captain, the other 4 members of the Fei Ying team were directly overwhelmed by hundreds of zombies. Fei Ying killed hundreds of zombies with a ghost sword, exhausted his strength, and was chopped into pieces by 3 corpses. Tai Ying was not in a good situation either. He was a meat shield with high defense and low damage. But facing the endless zombies, he was soon overwhelmed. Mina was even worse, as the only female member who had just joined the Eagle squad. Zombies and corpses did not know how to be gentle, and swarmed over them. She had good physical skills, and killed hundreds of zombies, and even hid in a high place. However, the appearance of the second corpse in the dark, the lurker, made Mina fall into despair. After running out of bullets, he was sprayed with venom by the lurker, fell to the ground, and was eaten into pieces by countless zombies. The corpse mother body was lying in the passage, and the Eagle team was caught by the tentacles as soon as they died. The corpses and zombies rushed forward again, leaving no escape or avoidance. After 3 consecutive kills, all 4 members of the Eagle team were wiped out. It was only then that Mu Xing was ready to put an end to Eagle. The hunter who had just grown a new head showed a cruel expression, and the bone blade grew a barb that hooked his shoulder blade and dragged the seriously injured Eagle directly back to the save point. Fei Ying saw his team members who were wiped out, and their twisted bodies were arranged in a row. There seemed to be a place reserved for him next to them. These zombies were obviously controlled by some kind of power, and they could resist the instinctive desire to eat. Wait! Just as the hunter raised the butcher knife, Fei Ying seemed to regain his sanity, and shouted at Mu Xing. Blood Moon, we can talk. Mu Xing raised his right hand, and the hunter stopped stabbing with the bone blade. What to talk about? I am willing to exchange 2 pieces of information for a life. At this time, Fei Ying had been cut into a stick. Apart from his unstable mental ability, he was no longer a threat to Mu Xing. Mu Xing chuckled. 2 pieces of information are enough to exchange for your life? Don't worry, these 2 pieces of information are definitely enough for a life, and I can tell you the first piece of information first. Mu Xing was not in a hurry. He wanted to hear Fei Ying's bargaining chips. First, it's about the news of the T-virus serum. I can provide you with the news of the T-virus serum in the hive. Mu Xing shook his head. This information is useless to me. I still have a lot of time. As long as I spend some time, I can search the entire hive. I can get the T-virus serum without your information. Fei Ying was stunned. He didn't expect Mu Xing to have such a deep control over the hive. He couldn't figure out how this guy did it. He gritted his teeth and continued. The second information is about the G virus. Oh! Mu Xing became interested. Although the T virus serum can promote human evolution, it contains great uncertainty and is extremely unstable. Haven't you seen so many zombies infected with the T virus in the world, and how many of them have awakened superpowers like Alice? The G virus is different. It is a new virus based on the T virus. This virus has a higher affinity with humans, and the chance of becoming a zombie after injection is greatly reduced. It can be absorbed in a short time, and then trigger body mutation and evolution. Although there are still risks, it is much better than the T virus. Flying Eagle said, Yes, my second piece of information is about the G virus. As long as you let me go, I will tell you the secret of the G virus serum. Hearing this, Mu Xing laughed again, but it was a sneer. You mean there is G virus serum in the hive? Who are you kidding? The G virus was found in the Umbrella Company's biological weapon, the Angel of Vengeance. According to the plot timeline, the G virus has not been developed yet. Flying Eagle quickly explained, You are right, there is indeed no G virus in the hive, but there are raw materials for making G viruses. Mu Xing seemed to understand something. Are you talking about Matt and Alice? Yes, Matt will eventually be transformed into an angel of revenge, and you can extract the G virus from him. And here, I have the extraction and production technology of the G virus serum, which is my real bargaining chip. He saw Mu Xing's expression soften, and quickly threw out the third chip. Blood Moon, do you know about the survival contest? Survival contest? Mu Xing showed a puzzled expression. Flying Eagle stared at Mu Xing. It seems that you are really a newcomer. So? Sorry, don't get me wrong. I just want to confirm the weight of my third piece of information. Then tell me. In a while, the annual survival competition of the survival system will officially start. That is a good opportunity for many survivors to change their fate. In the survival competition, you can not only get various heaven-defying props, but also super singularities, top skills, and equipment. There is even a chance to get out of the survival system. Mu Xing looked up suddenly. How to participate in this competition? The invitation letter of the competition. How to get it? Flying Eagle raised his head. This is my third bargaining chip. I have information on how to get the invitation letter of the competition. As long as you do what I say, you will definitely get an invitation letter of the competition. Chapter 74. Mu Xing was silent and pondering, thinking about the credibility of Fei Ying's words. After a moment, he looked up. I agree to your deal. If you give me 3 pieces of information, I will let you go. Fei Ying looked around, and his meaning was very clear. I see, I will send you outside, right? Yes, as long as you send me to the tram to leave the hive, I will give you these 3 pieces of information with both hands. Fei Ying said. Shanine, did he lie? Mu Xing habitually consulted Shanine. Master, his thoughts may fluctuate, but he didn't lie on these 3 points. Mu Xing felt relieved and nodded to Fei Ying. Okay, it's settled. Then, he turned and walked into the darkness. Fei Ying was anxious. Hey, where are you going? Didn't you agree to take me out? I need to pee urgently. After leaving Fei Ying a sentence that confused him, Mu Xing rushed back to the underground passage as soon as possible. Mu Xing never fights a battle without confidence, and when conducting deals. Before that, he planned to solve the troublesome Red Queen first. After all, he never thought of letting Eagle go. Entrance to the passage. Yi Fei was the first to come forward. Brother Blood Moon, how is the battle going up there? The Eagle team is basically wiped out. Great. Yi Fei waved his fist excitedly, unable to hide his excitement. How is the program cracking going down there? The technical man Pasquale heard the noise outside and hurried out. Mr. Blood Moon, the cracking has been completed, and the laser channel has been forcibly closed. Mu Xing whistled, and a zombie staggered in. Under the gazes of the 3 people with different expressions, the zombie walked into the laser channel step by step. The white light came on, and when the zombie walked by, the dense laser channel was not activated. Mu Xing accelerated and appeared directly at the end of the laser channel. The surrounding lasers had indeed been turned off, and he manually opened the door at the end of the channel. As soon as the door was opened, hot bullets swept over. Mu Xing quickly retreated, using the zombie as a shield. In just a moment, the zombie controlled by the divine seal was beaten into pieces of flesh. Mu Xing did not retreat, but at the moment of the bullet attack, he tried to activate the bullet time. Slow, the world slowed down again. The experience accumulated from the previous times allowed him to enter the bullet time faster this time. The 3 automatic machine guns on the ceiling were constantly spewing flames, and the bullets cut through the air and stirred up ripples. This was the last obstacle to prevent Mu Xing from entering the Red Queen's room. For Mu Xing, who had the ability to enter the bullet time, it was not a problem at all. In the slowed-down world, Mu Xing calmly raised the M4 in his hand, aimed at the magazines of the 3 automatic machine guns, and pulled the trigger. In the interweaving of bullets and fire, Mu Xing rolled from one side of the passage to the other. At the moment when the bullet time ended, all the bullets of the automatic machine guns hit the ground of the passage, and the bullets fired by Mu Xing hit accurately, destroying all 3 automatic machine guns. After successfully solving the last threat, Mu Xing swaggered towards the Red Queen's machine room. After entering the bullet time several times, Mu Xing calculated the cooling time of this ability, and each use was at least 3 minutes apart. Of course, he is not familiar with this ability. Once he becomes proficient, the cooling time will be greatly shortened. At this moment, the 3-dimensional projection of Red Queen appeared. Please stop. You cannot restart the main system, otherwise the virus will be leaked. According to the system calculation, it only takes 7 days for the T-virus to infect the world. Mu Xing looked at the Red Queen in front of him, who was the image of Alice's childhood, and said, "You broke the promise first. I'm sorry, I did this just to prevent the outbreak of the biochemical crisis. So, please don't shut down the main system." Mu Xing turned around. "Who said I want to shut down the main system? I just want to upgrade your system." "Upgrade?" This made Red Queen speechless. Mu Xing took 2 steps to the core computing system of Red Queen's computer room. The silver triangular metal platform in front of him was loaded with Red Queen's computing core. And around, the huge server room formed a circle. "Red Queen, you are an artificial intelligence created based on Umbrella Corporation. Umbrella Corporation has set a backdoor in your program. This is your loophole." Red Queen replied, "Of course, I know about this situation, but I will still follow the emergency order to prevent the leakage of the biochemical crisis." Mu Xing spread his right hand, and the red seal appeared in his hand. "So, you need to apply a new patch to prevent the Umbrella Corporation from controlling you and opening all the channels of the hive." Next to it, after the Red Queen projection saw the red seal, the camera aimed and began to scan the symbols on the seal. The next second, the Red Queen projection covered her face and screamed, as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. "Ah!" Mu Xing placed the seal on the computing core of the Red Queen with an expressionless face. "Give the order, devour it." The red light on the seal flowed down like water and silk, quickly penetrating the computing core of the Red Queen and every server in the computer room. "No, you can't do this." The Red Queen was like a helpless little girl struggling. In front of the seal, it was as fragile as a newborn baby. The seal meticulously carried out Mu Xing's orders, rapidly eroding the computing core. The entire computer room began to flash emergency red lights, and the Red Queen was struggling to resist. However, this resistance was meaningless, especially when the divine seal almost controlled the entire external system of the hive. The Red Queen, who only had control of the computer room, could only be swallowed up obediently. In just 3 minutes, the Red Queen's computing core was absorbed by the divine seal in a way that Mu Xing could not understand. When he opened the core device, he found that it was empty. Not only the computing core, but also the computing devices and storage devices in the surrounding computer rooms were swallowed by those red filaments. It was hard to imagine what method the seal used to absorb all the tangible chips, memory, and intangible storage data. The surface of the seal also changed slightly, and countless 01 numbers flashed on it. Finally, 2 new runes appeared at the bottom of the seal, 0 and 1. "Master, I have completely mastered the binary intelligent operation mechanism of the Red Queen. When I enter other worlds in the future, I can gain control of the electronic network system more quickly." "Very good." Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. "Let's check the various systems of the hive now to see if there is any possibility of biochemical leakage." After only 10 seconds, the divine seal gave the answer. "Red Queen has done a good job of sealing, and no source of leakage has been found. By the way, the door of the first floor of the hive was blown open. Will it cause the virus to leak?" Mu Xing asked. "Please rest assured, Master, when the T-virus leaked, the first floor was completely sealed by Red Queen, and there will be no risk of leakage in the gate area." Hearing this, Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He had asked Red Queen a similar question before, and the answer given by Red Queen was that there would be no leakage. That's why he asked Yi Fei to blow up the gate. Now that the divine seal is in control of the overall situation, he checked for loopholes again, and made up for them. Only after confirming that everything was correct did he feel completely relieved. Chapter 75. When walking out of the machine room, the doors behind Mu Xing closed layer by layer. The laser channel was restarted again. Yi Fei and Pasquale came to greet him immediately. "Brother Blood Moon, how is it?" "Don't worry, it's done. Red Queen will no longer be a threat." As soon as the voice fell, Red Queen's virtual projection appeared in front of several people. "I will guide everyone back to the first floor of the hive." Yi Fei curiously touched the projection, and this time the projection did not disappear. "Before, the projection disappeared when I touched it. It seems that it is indeed different." Mu Xing turned his head and looked at Yi Fei. "I go to the first floor, you go find Alyssa and Matt, take them back to the safe house on the 7th floor, and wait for me there." "Okay." Now Yi Fei obeys Mu Xing's words without hesitation. After all, after such a long time together, Yi Fei understands that if Mu Xing wants to harm him, he would have died countless times. "By the way, you go to a place later and get some T-virus serum," Mu Xing suddenly said. "I go? I have something else to do. You take the serum and store it carefully, don't damage it." "Don't worry, Brother Blood Moon." Mu Xing patted his shoulder. "Be careful, there are still many zombies in other areas." For Mu Xing, this is his test for Yi Fei. Yi Fei seemed to understand Mu Xing's intention, and did not dare to neglect it. After solving the threat of Red Queen, Mu Xing planned to continue the deal with Eagle. Half an hour later, Eagle's severed arms grew back, and he had restored his human form. It can be seen that Eagle has explored the ability of the T-virus quite deeply. After entering a deep alienated state, he can actually restore his human form. At this time, he was guarded by a group of corpses, and the hunters with bone spurs all over their bodies stared at him meticulously. Whenever Fei Ying made any abnormal moves, the hunters would take action immediately. "You are really slow in going to the toilet this time. It has been more than 30 minutes. Mu Xing, who had returned, was too lazy to explain. Now that he was in control of the overall situation, he was not worried that Fei Ying could escape from his palm. "Let's go, I take you out." With only a roar from the hunter, the corpses and zombies around him retreated and made way. The zombies formed a fence to block the dense and restless zombies on both sides. When Mu Xing passed by, the zombies became surprisingly quiet. Fei Ying saw the scene and was shocked and scared. This Blood Moon can actually control zombies. They went all the way from the central elevator to the first floor without any obstruction. The first floor door had collapsed severely, but a passage was blasted out. Fei Ying looked at the empty space behind him and regretted it. Why did he attack Mu Xing, the evil star? As a result, all 5 teammates died. Now that he was under the eaves, he had to bow his head. The situation was stronger than the person, so he could only bury the seeds of hatred in his heart. "Master, are you really going to let him go?" Xueyue was a little puzzled. Mu Xing did not answer, but quietly sent Fei Ying out of the door and to the tram. "Let the hunters and the zombies retreat," Fei Ying said. Mu Xing cooperated very well, waved his hand to let the hunters and zombies retreat, and even took the initiative to help Fei Ying start the tram. At this time, Fei Ying thought he had a chance to escape. He just touched his right arm with his left hand, and the armband glowed faintly. He took out 3 paper documents from it and threw them out. Why paper? Because the rules of each world are different. Some survival worlds can't even use computers, mobile phones, and other electronic items. Only paper, the original carrier, can be used in all worlds. I understand. Mu Xing learned another useful knowledge point. He quickly flipped through it and asked the divine seal to scan the records. Is the information true? The location of the T-virus is correct. According to calculations and simulations, the method of making the G-virus is also correct. Mu Xing nodded and put away the information. At this moment, Fei Ying had already started the tram and sped away. Red Queen, prepare to break. Mu Xing spoke. Ha ha, Blood Moon, we have already dismantled the electronic control system of the tram. You can't stop me. Fei Ying laughed, and the tram rushed out 100 meters in an instant, and then continued to accelerate. Facing the flying eagle, Mu Xing did not seem to have the intention to catch up. Instead, he raised the revolver at his hand without hesitation and aimed at his temple. Bang! Is it worth it to exchange 10% of the Blood Moon essence for a chance to eradicate the problem? Mu Xing felt that this deal was worth it. Because from the beginning, he had never really intended to let Fei Ying go. In the rolling red ocean, Mu Xing chose the last save point and chose to go back. The vortex wrapped him and took him through time, returning to the time when they came out of the elevator and just arrived at the first floor. After Mu Xing's careful calculation, Fei Ying's save point was refreshed here. When he saw Fei Ying again, he was still waiting for Mu Xing's promise and deal. However, What he waited for was Mu Xing's raised revolver. Fei Ying looked at Mu Xing with a strange expression. Are you going to regret it? He growled. All the information is in my space equipment. If I die, the space equipment bound to my soul will explode directly, and you can't get anything. No, I have already got what I want, and now I want your life more. Mu Xing raised his gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet penetrated Fei Ying's head and sent him to the save point. The next second, a vortex formed in front of him. The dead Fei Ying died and replayed his death on the spot. The corpses, including the hunters, were teleported 25 meters away. Only Mu Xing, with a red translucent light shield flashing on his body, blocked the time replay effect caused by the death replay. When Fei Ying woke up, Mu Xing's black gun muzzle was already aimed at him. How could you? I fight you to death. Flying Eagle roared and wanted to transform, but how could he be faster than a bullet? The second time he was killed, his entire skull was blown open. The third time he died, there was no accident. After the replay, Fei Ying did not choose to run away, but stared at Mu Xing with hatred. I wait for you in hell. Bang! The gunshot rang for the third time. This time, Fei Ying was unable to die and replay again. His head was blown up, and he died completely. Take his body with you. Mu Xing put away his revolver. Since this guy had merged with the T-virus, he should be helpful in studying the G-virus. His blood and body were both within the scope of the Divine Seal's research. At the same time, Mu Xing saw the space prop on Fei Ying's arm flashing rapidly, and finally with a snap, it broke into black pieces. Picking up one of the pieces, he found that it was completely burned to charcoal from the inside out. After analyzing and checking, the Divine Seal told Mu Xing that the broken space equipment had turned into the most primitive carbon block. What a pity! Mu Xing felt a little sorry. There should be a lot of good things in the space prop of the Flying Eagle. This thing is bound to his soul. Even if it is taken away by force, the storage space cannot be opened. But at this moment, a corpse came to Mu Xing holding the silver laser weapon. It gave Mu Xing some comfort. Maybe it can be used after repairing it? Mu Xing looked forward to it. Chapter 76. Resident Evil 1 is indeed not a dangerous survival world. If it weren't for the arrogant Eagle Squad, it would be almost easy to pass the Hive scenario. When Mu Xing returned to the 7th floor, Alice, Matt and others were waiting for him in the safe house. After learning that Spence died in the laser channel, Alice was a little depressed. Matt tried his best to comfort her. When they saw Mu Xing coming back, they stood up immediately. Everyone, the threat of the task force has been completely resolved. Wait for 40 hours. After the Hive is completely disinfected, I will send you out safely. At this time, Matt came to Mu Xing. Listen, sir, I need to report the situation here to Umbrella Corporation, so I hope you can ask Red Queen to authorize the communication system. Mu Xing looked at Matt expressionlessly. This guy still wanted to report to Umbrella Corporation at this point. He was really loyal. Mu Xing made a lightning move and stabbed a shot of T-virus serum directly into Matt's neck. Quickly injected all the serum into Matt's body. Matt's pale face suddenly turned red, and his whole body began to turn abnormal purple red. Huh? He fell to the ground like a shrunken shrimp, and his body began to tremble violently. Matt! Seeing this, Alice pounced over and kicked Mu Xing with a flying kick. Mu Xing just turned sideways and dodged Alice's kick. Although Alice was an agent and had good skills, she was just an ordinary person. Mu Xing had been baptized by gold and experienced the fusion of the blood moon origin, and her physical fitness had long surpassed that of ordinary people. Mu Xing grabbed Alice's fist and pulled her body over, and the T-virus serum in his hand directly pierced her neck. Alice's symptoms were similar to Matt's. They both covered their necks and trembled and spasmed. What did you inject into us? Mu Xing threw away the empty syringe in his hand. This scene scared Charles and the technical man Pasquale, who were afraid that Mu Xing would attack them. Just then, Yifei rushed in from outside the door and handed over a silver safe. Brother Blood Moon, what do you do with the other 2 serums? Mu Xing directly took out one and threw it to him. This one is for you, but don't inject it easily. No one knows what the consequences will be. It may complete the fusion and awaken superpowers, or it may mutate into a biochemical monster. Yifei carefully put away the syringe filled with blue liquid, knowing how precious it was. Fei, take them out. I stay here and observe the changes in Alice and Matt, which will help study the characteristics of the T-virus serum. Yifei had no objection to Mu Xing's approach. In his opinion, these plot characters were just game NPCs, so what if they were used as experimental subjects? Pasquale and Charles were taken away from the safe house, leaving only Alice and Matt. Under the influence of the T-virus, the two began to change soon. Alice's body was red, and her veins were bulging. Matt's changes were even greater. His muscles began to swell, and his body began to stretch. He quickly mutated from a handsome 1.8-meter tall guy into a twisted biochemical monster. But surprisingly, even though Matt mutated into a biochemical body, he still maintained his self-awareness. He was the first to fuse the T-virus serum before Alice and regained his mobility. He opened his big hands and pounced on Mu Xing. "I kill you." Matt still had his self-awareness, but his reason was easily out of control. When he saw Mu Xing, his eyes went red. Mu Xing retreated and left the safe house. Matt followed him out. With a snap, the door of the safe house behind closed, blocking Matt's retreat. He continued to pounce on Mu Xing, but was crushed by the 2.7-meter behemoth the next second. The bone spur pierced his shoulder blade and nailed him to the wall. Mu Xing came closer to observe and let the divine seal scan his condition. Matt's head was still normal, but his limbs and body were still mutating and his muscles were growing. The skin was squeezed by the swelling muscles, and even lost control. Mu Xing realized that it was no wonder that Umbrella put special straitjackets on the biological weapons, the avenging angels, and even the tyrants, to prevent the muscles from swelling infinitely and eventually leading to collapse. The divine seal flew out of Mu Xing, and the red thread pierced into Matt's body and began to extract viruses and genes. "Have you found the G-virus?" Mu Xing asked. "Master, Matt's physical fitness is peculiar, and his genes are also special. He has a good adaptability to the T-virus. The T-virus has undergone some changes after integrating the genes in his body." As he spoke, the divine seal projected the state of the T-virus and Matt's cells merging in the air. "Master, please allow me to speed up this process and promote the mutation of the G-virus." Mu Xing nodded, not rejecting the divine seal's idea. He asked the hunter to drag the mutated Matt into the laboratory next door. "There are several professional biochemical culture chambers here, which are just right for cultivating the G-virus. How long will it take?" 24 hours, maybe longer." Mu Xing nodded, and then returned to the safe house to observe Alice's condition. Unlike Matt, after Alice merged with the T-virus, there was almost no sign of mutation in her body. Her fusion degree of the T-virus was higher than Matt's, and she completed symbiosis with the T-virus in a very short time. At this time, Alice fell into a coma because of the fusion of the T-virus. "Shanine, keep an eye on Alice, and report to me as soon as possible if there is any situation." "Yes." At the same time, Mu Xing asked the hunters to guard the door and arranged a lot of corpses. This was done to prevent Alice from escaping after waking up. "Why do I feel like I've become a villain?" Mu Xing shook his head and threw out all the messy thoughts. And he gave an order to the corpse mother on the 8th floor underground: devour all the zombies in the hive. After arranging all this, Mu Xing felt relieved and returned to the lounge to have a good rest. On the way, he met Yi Fei, who had locked up Pasquale and Charles. "Brother Shuiyue, do you have any other instructions? Let's go back and rest for a night." No words all night. The strange roar made people unable to sleep. In the morning, when Mu Xing opened the door of the laboratory, he was stunned because he saw many mutant Matts. He roughly counted and found that there was a mutant Matt in each of the 6 culture chambers in the laboratory. What's going on? At this time, Alyssa, wearing a white coat, appeared in front of Mu Xing. "Master, in order to accelerate the birth of the G-virus, I used the cloning and cultivation technology of the hive liquor to clone 5 other Matt mutants. How is the progress?" Alyssa picked up a blue test tube next to her. "You have a physical body?" Mu Xing was surprised. However, when Mu Xing reached out to touch it, he found that Alyssa in front of him was still just a projection, but the projection effect was becoming more and more real, and there was even a shadow. Mu Xing turned his head and saw the blue test tube on the shelf. On the laboratory table, the red filaments extending from the seal were performing different operations. "Master, this is the first G-virus that has been successfully extracted, but unfortunately the purity is only 1.6%. So low. T-virus still accounts for the majority, so Master, I want to apply to start research on Alice." Chapter 77. Mu Xing just walked out of the laboratory when he saw Alice rushing out of the safe house with a flexible figure. She avoided the siege of many zombies at an incredible angle. She rushed forward quickly, kicked a wall with one foot, and turned over to avoid the bone blade swept by the hunter. She flew over the straight wall and landed directly behind Mu Xing with a backflip, with a sharp scalpel in her hand against Mu Xing's neck. "Raise your hands and let those monsters retreat." Mu Xing glanced at Alice from the corner of his eye. Although she threatened him, She did not show any murderous intention. He waved his hand, signaling the hunter to retreat. Is it okay now? The sharp scalpel in Alice's hand slightly cut Mu Xing's skin. Where is Matt? I can tell you, but can you put down the knife first? Believe me, I won't fight back. Alice's eyes were only alert, and she didn't mean to let go. Tell me, where is Matt? She emphasized her tone. Okay, don't you want to know where Matt is? Mu Xing pointed to the laboratory next to him. Alice carried Mu Xing directly to the laboratory. When she pushed open the door, she saw a group of mutant monsters with their eyes closed in the culture chamber. She was stunned on the spot. At this moment, a red thread instantly pierced Alice's back of the head. Alice's pupils shrank sharply, her body became stiff, and the scalpel in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Sorry, Master, I didn't expect Alice to lose control. Alyssa's phantom walked out of the room. Mu Xing calmly walked out of Alice's grip. The wound on his neck had stopped bleeding and began to scab. Can you calculate the degree of enhancement of Alice by the T-virus? Mu Xing was very interested in Alice at this time. After the enhancement, her speed and reaction speed even surpassed Eagle. Yes. Alice at this time was indeed faster and more agile than Eagle in normal state. Of course, she lacked strength, and the main enhancement was body flexibility. After a while, the divine seal obtained the data. Master, according to the calculation, Alice's body strength increased by 80%, body recovery speed increased by 300%, body reaction speed increased by 150%, speed increased by 100%, and strength increased by 50%. And the brain is very active, with signs of spiritual awakening. Mu Xing was shocked. As expected of the protagonist, she had just merged with the T-virus and had already achieved such a big improvement. You should know that after the golden baptism and the fusion of the blood moon power, she only improved all attributes by about 50%. The improvement of Alice by the T-virus was a bit too exaggerated. At this time, she had not yet fully adapted to her own evolutionary form. When she was familiar with her body, the T-virus would continue to strengthen her. Are you sure you can control Alice, and she won't get out of control? Although Mu Xing is not afraid of Alice, the worst-case scenario is that she will die and go back to the past, but if she is kept, it will always be a hidden danger. Don't worry, Master. I have cracked part of the original gene of the T-virus. I can control the T-virus in Alice's body from the source, and weaken the activity of the T-virus. Hearing this, Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. With that, Shen planned to take Alice into the laboratory. Wait, I think we can clone a few more Alices, and use the clones for experiments first. Understood, Master. I will keep the precious original body well. Although it sounds a bit hypocritical, Mu Xing still subconsciously felt a little compassion. Is it really right for him to do this? However, when he turned around, he completely suppressed that little compassion and slapped himself hard. The law of the jungle in this world is the law of the jungle. The strong prey on the weak, and the so-called heaven and earth will punish those who do not work for themselves. If you want to survive, you have to work hard to become stronger, so strong that you are not afraid of any threat. He believes that at least he should not die in this fucking survival world. Blood Moon, I approve your plan, I just want to see the results. When he looked up, his eyes became cold and firm. Alyssa's projection bowed slightly, and when she looked at Mu Xing, she gently pushed the glasses on her nose. As you wish, my master. In the next day, Mu Xing almost turned the entire hive over. He looted all the props he thought were useful. Looking at the various guns and props that filled half of the room in front of him, Yifei wanted to pounce on them directly. Wow, so many items. Wouldn't it be invincible if we could take them all out? You think too much. You can only take 3 items at most. Mu Xing shook his head. He wanted to take them all out, but it was impossible. And he was not sure which ones could be taken out of this world, and which ones could not be taken out of this world. So he could only try his best to collect them. At the final settlement, there would be more choices. Here. Yifei leisurely lit a cigarette, and was about to take a puff, with an intoxicated look on his face. However, the cigarette was taken away by Mu Xing the next second. Brother, what are you doing? How old are you to smoke? I just turned 18. I am an adult. He was about to take back his cigarette. However, Mu Xing not only pushed him away, but also snatched the pack of cigarettes in his pocket. Children are not allowed to smoke. Hey, that's too much. Yifei jumped up and down anxiously. As for the lit one, he put it directly into his mouth and took a deep puff. Then he slowly exhaled. Ahem. He coughed twice. I haven't smoked for a long time. I'm still not used to it. Brother, can I follow you in the future? Yifei suddenly asked. Do you have a survival team contract? The boy was a little melancholy. Without a survival team contract, you can't form a team, and you can't be matched to the same survival world at the same time. He lowered his head, feeling a little lost. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Before you go out, I give you a contact number. You can come to me when you get a survival team contract in the future. Really? The boy looked up in surprise. Of course, can I still lie to a child? I'm an adult, he shouted. Ha ha ha. Mu Xing laughed. Glancing at the time, there was still half an hour left before the end of the survival time. Just then, the Divine Seal sent good news. Master, it succeeded, and a copy of the G virus was successfully extracted. Only one copy. Mu Xing frowned, thinking that he could extract more copies. Sorry, Master, time is limited, and I can only do this much. This was extracted after consuming 10 Mac clones and 8 Alice clones. Then can you purify the T virus serum first? That's no problem, Master. By the way, Master, there is one more important thing. What? After devouring all the zombies, the corpse-transforming mother has successfully bred mother-level embryo seeds. The mother seeds can be temporarily integrated into the Divine Seal and taken out of this world, but the hunters who have evolved to the second generation may not be taken out. Mu Xing already knew this result. The survival system may not allow him to take out the adult hunters he cultivated in this world. Can I make seeds? Yes, but it requires the direct consumption of the hunter's body. I hope to ask for Master's consent. Okay. Chapter 78. The countdown to the end of survival finally arrived. Mu Xing and Yi Fei quietly waited for the arrival of the final moment. Suddenly, the entire hive sounded a shrill alarm. What's going on? Master, a missile is approaching Raccoon City at a high speed. According to the impact point, the target should be directly above the hive. How long will it take to arrive? 10 seconds. Mu Xing glanced at the end of the countdown of 15 seconds. He looked at Yi Fei opposite. Be prepared for the impact. Ah? Yi Fei didn't understand what this meant yet, and was just wondering when the entire hive began to tremble violently. Although they were on the 7th floor underground, the earthquake caused by the nuclear explosion still affected the hive deep underground. Amid the huge explosion, both of them seemed to see the dazzling sunlight. But at this moment, a translucent beam of light enveloped them, the whole world stopped, and time stagnated. Mu Xing saw Yi Fei trying to wave at him. Everything around him was rapidly twisting and regressing. Passing through the hive on the 7th floor underground, he saw a huge expanding ball of light and the collapsed Raccoon City. Everything disappeared in the distorted light. At this time, the blue light screen showed words in front of him. Survivor, Mu Xing. Survival scene, Resident Evil 1 movie version. Rating, 97. Note, full score is 100 obtained items that cannot be taken out of this world. Remington M870 shotgun, M1911 pistol, MP5 submachine gun, B-type high explosive grenade, Umbrella Company Task Force combat uniform, tactical dagger, research employee ID card, Task Force professional medical kit. Obtained items that can be taken out of this world. Barrett anti-material rifle, AT virus serum, AG virus serum, Matt's tactical pistol, Pasquale's hacker computer, Alice's blood sample. Loot obtained, damaged Galaxy 3 laser weapon, broken black shield, incomplete Onibutachi, Worn Eagle submachine gun. Note, if the score is over 60, you can choose one item to leave this world. If the score is over 90, you can add one item. If the score is over 95, you can add one item. Please choose the 3 items you want to take out of this world. Mu Xing was a little disappointed. He collected so many things, but they were basically items that he couldn't take out of this world. There are not many items that can be taken out of this world, and the 2 virus serums must be taken. Then it is a choice between the hacker computer and Barrett. Barrett is suitable for long-range sniping, but he is more optimistic about the hacker computer. Pasquale's hacker computer, a computer that stores all the offensive Trojan virus programs of the Umbrella Company, which can easily break through various computer system firewalls. Although the Divine Seal also has the ability to control electronic equipment, it still relies on physical electronic erosion, which is very slow and not far enough. With this computer, you can crack various system firewalls and enter the world of the internet without any restrictions. So, after hesitating for a moment, Mu Xing gave up the Barrett and chose this hacker computer. After all, the Barrett is just a sniper rifle, and there will be many opportunities to get similar weapons in the future. But the hacker computer is different. It is a prop that you can only encounter but not seek. Are you sure you want to choose 3 props? Once you choose, you can't change it? Yes or no? Mu Xing clicked yes without hesitation. In addition to these 3 items, you can also take away the spoils. The spoils come from the Eagle Squad. After killing them, you will own the spoils. Unfortunately, all 4 spoils are damaged and need to be repaired. The item selection is over, but the light curtain has not disappeared. You successfully completed the Abnormal World Line mission, stopped the biochemical crisis, successfully prevented the Umbrella Corporation from shutting down the Red Queen system and preventing the biochemical crisis from leaking, successfully changed the world line. You get a reward, a special gold singularity. You get a special world item, a Hive Access Device. Hive Access Device. You get a permanently closed underground laboratory, the original Hive, and you can use the Hive Access Device to return to the original Hive in a non-combat state. Note, the original Hive is 1/10 the size of the Umbrella Corporation Hive, and has only 1 layer. The underground Hive can be expanded through subsequent expansion. Mu Xing looked at the ring engraved with the Umbrella Corporation logo, a little surprised. He thought he was given a weapon or some kind of virus serum, but he didn't expect to be given a unique personal space. This space belongs to him alone. Even if there are no various experimental facilities inside, it can be used as a large space prop. Such a valuable and useful item naturally made Mu Xing overjoyed, and he quickly put the ring on his finger. Buzz! The ascending channel completely turned into a stream of light, taking Mu Xing away into the world of Resident Evil. In the quiet rental house, a whirlwind rose out of thin air, and Mu Xing's figure turned from virtual to real. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar ceiling in front of him. Looking around, he confirmed that it was his rental house. Opening the door, the breeze outside this 2-story detached building blew his hair, and brought a hint of coolness to his slightly hot face. He was a little dazed, as if he was still in the world of Resident Evil filled with zombies. Raising his right hand, the ring engraved with the Umbrella logo reflected a deep shadow in the sun. As soon as he thought about it, he heard a familiar electronic female voice. "Do you want to visit the original Hive?" "Confirm." As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared from the balcony and appeared in a familiar yet unfamiliar space. Although the original Hive only has 1 layer, and is only 1/10 the size of the first layer of the Raccoon City Hive, it is wide enough and covers a large area. "Welcome home, Mr. Hive Executive." It was the projection of the Red Queen, appearing in front of Mu Xing. But this Red Queen was a little dull, not as agile as the real Red Queen. Mu Xing summoned the Divine Seal to scan. "Master, the entire space has been scanned, and all the data of the original Hive has been obtained." The blue screen appeared on the Divine Seal, which was indeed a bit shocking to Mu Xing. The classic octagonal structure, 10 meters high, covers an area of 10,000 square meters. The original Hive is not in the soil and rocks thousands of meters underground, but in a void. At this time, Red Queen also displayed various data of the Hive, as well as a very important setting. He can place the original Hive 1,000 meters underground in any survival world to facilitate quick entry and exit. When leaving this survival world, the original Hive will return to the void space. Unfortunately, this original Hive cannot be placed in the real world, but can only stay in the void. Otherwise, when he returns to the real world in the future, he can live directly in the original Hive. Today's Hive is empty. Except for a set of Red Queen hosts, there is nothing. Mu Xing plans to purchase some biochemical research equipment, so that he can use Red Queen and the Divine Seal to conduct genetic and virus research here in the future. And there is no need to worry about leakage. In short, he is very satisfied with the original Hive. Chapter 79. After exiting the original Hive, I turned on my phone and found dozens of missed calls from my supervisor, plus text messages from colleagues in the company. It was obvious that my supervisor was very angry about my leaving. It could also be that my departure caused the department to malfunction, and I received dozens of calls in a row. Mu Xing just glanced at them, deleted them, and blocked them all at once. The life before would have nothing to do with me, so there was no need to go back and suffer the humiliation. At the same time, the survival system sent a message. "You have completed the survival mission in the world of Resident Evil, and received a reward of 100 million. Then, the phone rang with a message sound, and 100 million was deposited into the bank card. Looking at the 9-digit balance starting with 2 in the bank card, his mood remained calm, just treating it as a string of numbers. "Survivor, the reward singularity for clearing the level is being generated. Please go to the target location to obtain your own singularity." Mu Xing heard the phone vibrate, turned his head and looked. The phone had automatically opened the map, and quickly moved to a certain punctuation point. So far? Mu Xing felt a bit overwhelmed. The Raccoon City in Resident Evil is a virtual city, based on Toronto, Canada. So his singularity is refreshed in Toronto, and the specific location needs to be explored by himself after arriving. He was curious about where Yifei's singularity would be refreshed. Would it also be in Toronto? At the same time, the survival system sent the last message. Survivor Muxing, the new survival world has been determined, and it will be transferred in 7 days. Please be prepared for survival. 7 days? This time the interval was 2 days longer than last time, which gave Muxing more time. He immediately returned to his room and booked a flight to Canada. Toronto is the largest city in Canada, the capital of Ontario, and the political, economic, cultural and transportation center of Canada, and a world-renowned international financial metropolis. You can fly directly to the target point from Magic City, which is much more convenient than the last meteorite crater. Moreover, this time going abroad, you can relax and relieve your depressed mood. Although the biochemical crisis is not as perverted as the Ishimura, the pressure he faces when facing the Eagle Squadron is not small. Now that he has returned victorious, it is necessary to relax. He called the fat man. Hey, aren't you on a business trip? Do you still have time to call me? Just to ask how Tondo is doing. Tondo, let me hear it for you. The next second, Tondo's meowing sound came from the receiver. Don't worry, I dare not withhold its canned food and cat food, I'm afraid it will scratch me. Muxing smiled knowingly, thinking of the funny look of the fat man. By the way, I have to tell you that I have to go abroad and won't be back for a while. The voice on the other side paused. You kid, didn't you commit a crime and are ready to run away? Fatty, go to the police. Muxing rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha, why would I betray my brother? Don't worry, I won't call the police. If you need money, I help you get it together. Get lost. Muxing couldn't help laughing and scolding. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I probably take a while to go to Canada this time. I treat you to dinner when I come back. Okay, I pick you up at the airport then. After another round of greetings and chatting for about 10 minutes, Muxing hung up the phone in a daze. He sat on the sofa in a daze for a long time before he started to pack his luggage. It is not the peak season for overseas travel, so flights are not tight, and Muxing easily booked a ticket. He tried to call the phone number left by Yifei, but it was prompted that it was out of service area. So he had to give up and go to Toronto alone. It was a quiet journey. In peacetime, it is indeed difficult to encounter any danger. After 14 hours of flight, the plane successfully landed in Toronto. Toronto is almost on the edge of the United States, close to the state of New York. It covers an area of 632 square kilometers. More than half of the immigrants are foreigners, making the life and culture here very diverse. As soon as Muxing got off the plane, a strong smell of curry hit him. It took him a while to recover and realize that this is Canada, not his third brother's home. Looking at Toronto in front of him, the various skin colors at the airport seem to be different from the international financial metropolis he imagined. It feels like the filter is broken. He took out his phone and opened the map. The red dot was still flashing. Divine Seal, can you sense the fluctuation of the singularity? Master, I have sensed the location of the singularity, but it is not as strong as the last singularity. The singularity may not have taken shape yet. Muxing was stunned. It turns out that it takes some time for the singularity to condense. How long will it take? About 10 to 14 hours. Okay, it looks like we have to wait. Muxing got a lot of useful information about singularities from Shuang. According to the guess of most survivors, singularities are special energy nodes generated by the intersection of the survival world and the real world. It can also be regarded as a reward for the survivors to successfully pass the level. After all, the attribute improvement and talent acquisition brought by baptism are real. Singularities are generally randomly refreshed at a certain position in the intersection area, not fixed. Generally speaking, only the recipient of the singularity knows the refreshed position and can easily open the protection and obtain the singularity. However, there is a group of people among the survivors who can use special sensors and special devices to vaguely find the approximate location of the singularity. After finding the singularity, they will try every means to open the protection of the singularity and steal the singularity. Although the stolen singularity is only 1/3 or even less effective, it is enough to drive these people crazy. And this kind of people are also called the notorious node hunters. It is not easy to be a node hunter. In the real world, the power of the survivor's various abilities and skills will be greatly reduced. The stronger the strength, the more compressed it will be in the real world. This is also the main reason why Muxing, as a newcomer, almost killed Crow. He didn't understand before, but now he understands that it is the balance of the real world that suppresses everyone's power. And this kind of life-threatening node-hunting behavior will naturally be counterattacked by the owner of the singularity. There are many node hunter masters who die in the battle for the singularity on weekdays. Although Mu Xing doesn't want to encounter node hunters again, this is Toronto, where there are all kinds of people, and it is probably difficult to avoid it. So before collecting the nodes, you must be fully prepared. He took a taxi to the target point and booked a room in a nearby hotel. Before the action, he carefully checked his equipment and various props to make sure everything was safe. He didn't have a space prop, and the original hive was a super space prop. In a non-combat state, he could take the equipment placed in the original hive at will. He took out the hacker computer and plugged it in. As expected of an umbrella product, it automatically cracked the local network login and connected to the network as soon as it was turned on. Toronto is one of the few cities in Canada that can use 5G, but even so, it is still far inferior to China. However, there is no problem in meeting the hacker computer's intrusion needs. In less than 3 minutes, the hacker computer controlled all the cameras within a 3-kilometer radius of the singularity. Chapter 80. A red divine seal appeared in Mu Xing's hand. The size of the divine seal now increased to more than 20 centimeters. The larger the size, the stronger the function. As if knowing what Mu Xing wanted to do, a light silver mechanical watch separated from the divine seal. What is this? Master, this is the Red Queen's intelligent system clone. Through my compression, I can carry it with me. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. The divine seal had a more important task. The G-virus serum had just been extracted and had not yet been tested and purified. It will take some time to turn it into a serum that Mu Xing can inject. And the experiment requires the seal to be carried out in the original hive, so it is impossible to attach it to Mu Xing all the time. At this time, the seal separated a Red Queen intelligent clone, which solved Mu Xing's urgent need. Putting on the watch, Mu Xing snapped his fingers. Go! The seal disappeared directly, and was sent back to the original hive by Mu Xing. The virtual projection of the Red Queen appeared on the watch. Master, I am the Red Queen, and I will provide you with thoughtful information services. Mu Xing stared at the little Lolita in a maid outfit. After awakening her self-awareness, did this divine seal have any strange habits? Mu Xing pointed to the hacker computer in front of him. Help me monitor the cameras in the target area, and report to me in time if there is any situation. Okay, Master. The projection on the watch suddenly enlarged and appeared in front of the computer, with countless 01s flashing in his eyes. He quickly took over the hacker computer in front of him. At this moment, a strange phone call came in. Mu Xing looked at the virtual number in the phone, hesitated for a moment, and answered it. Excuse me. Is this Brother Xueyue? Mu Xing recognized Yifei's voice. It's me, Mu Xing said in a deep voice. Great. Snap. A few seconds later. Sorry, Brother Xueyue, I was so excited that I dropped my phone. Brother, have you come to Toronto? How did you know? Mu Xing was a little surprised. Hey, I'm an international student at the University of Toronto. The boy's voice was a little shy. Where are you? I find you. Brother, I send you the location. After a while, Mu Xing received a location on his phone. Mu Xing looked strange. He didn't expect the distance was so close. They were only about 3 kilometers apart. He took a taxi driven by a Latino and arrived at the destination in just 10 minutes. Before he got off the car, the urgent music came. He looked up and saw the Victoria Bar. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a strong leaf smell. Mu Xing frowned. This kid is not a good boy. He won't fly leaves, right? He looked around the bar and found that the boy had not arrived yet. He went straight to the bar. Sir, what would you like to drink? A glass of whiskey. Mu Xing spoke in broken English. I have to say, the drinks in this bar are pretty good, especially its special drinks. Suddenly, Mu Xing felt something hit his arm, and it felt soft. He turned his head and saw a blonde girl in cool clothes holding a cocktail, leaning on his arm. Are you from Longwa? Mu Xing was surprised that she could speak Chinese, although with a Toronto accent. Who are you? Interested in having a drink? The beauty was very enthusiastic and generous. But just as Mu Xing continued to talk, a dirty hand suddenly touched the girl's shoulder. Hey, Karina, this is my big brother. If you want to do business, go find someone else nearby. The girl glanced at the young man who appeared behind her, rolled her eyes, and immediately lost interest in Mu Xing. You kid. Mu Xing's eyes followed the girl's departure. Brother, you can't pick up this kind of winetout girl. I introduce you to a junior girl in our university town. The boy in front of him was dressed in hip-hop style, completely different from the one in the survival world. But the admiration for Mu Xing from the bottom of his heart did not change at all. Mu Xing put one hand on the back of Yifei's head. Your parents sent you to study abroad, just to let you learn bad things, right? Yifei looked aggrieved. Brother, I just follow the local customs, otherwise it would be difficult to get along with my classmates. I swear, I usually just drink a little and dance, and I will never touch leaves or other things. He raised 3 fingers and swore. Hey Fei, what do you want to drink today? The bartender leaned over. Apparently, they knew each other well. Mu Xing pointed at Yifei and said to the bartender, give him a glass of sparkling water. Huh? Yifei was confused. Huh? You are so young, drink less. Look at your small body. Mu Xing punched him and almost beat Yifei to death. I don't dare, brother. He quickly begged for mercy. Mu Xing looked around. This is not a place to talk. Yifei pointed to the private room over there. Brother, inside. Yifei took out $2 and stuffed them into the bartender's shirt pocket. Fei, do you want a little girl? There are Japanese, Southeast Asian, and even black girls. The bartender said with a smile. Go, shut up. He took out a few more $, and stuffed them into his pocket. Private room number 3, bring a fruit plate. He grabbed the sparkling water from the bartender's hand. Give it to you. Mu Xing originally wanted to leave directly after seeing Yifei, but this boy was too enthusiastic. Moreover, Yifei's words made him choose to stay. As soon as he entered the box, he saw this guy holding a scanner and scanning around. After confirming that there were no cameras and recorders, he closed the door and came over. Brother Shueyue, don't get me wrong, it's just a show. As he said, he took out his mobile phone and opened the map. A red dot was flashing on the map. Your singularity? Yes, but it's a bit troublesome. What's wrong? I didn't dare to say anything outside just now, because I found a node hunter nearby. Node hunters? How do you know? Are there any traces of these people? Yifei shook his head. Although Toronto is not as good as China, the public security is still good, but there are still strange murders and disappearances occasionally, which are basically made to look like accidental scenes. This situation is definitely not caused by the survival system. If the survival system wants to erase a person, it will erase everything about this person. You mean the node hunters? Mu Xing understood what he wanted to express. Yes, I think most of the instigators of these cases are related to node hunters. You know, Toronto is the prototype of Raccoon City. There are many people who have completed Resident Evil 1 and 2, so this place has become a disaster area for node hunters. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, the door of the box was knocked. Who? Fei, your fruit plate. Come in. The waiter brought in a very luxurious fruit plate and placed it on the table. It seems that you have spent a lot of your bonuses, right? Of course, it's a waste if you don't spend it. And after clearing the level several times, the total is tens of millions. Huh? Don't you get 100 million for clearing the level? 100 million? Yifei was also confused. So how much is your bonus? 10 million. Why only 10 million? It can't be US dollars. How can it be? It's dragon coins. The two looked at each other, and Mu Xing was confused. Chapter 81. A few minutes later, Mu Xing understood. It turns out that everyone's clearance bonus is floating, and it is 100 million at the beginning. But if the clearance score is too low, a part of the actual bonus will be deducted. When entering the survival world for the second time, the initial bonus will be even less. In front of him, Yifei passed the first 2 survival worlds, and the scores were lower and lower, so the initial bonus was getting smaller and smaller. The boy waved his hand. Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway, from the next world I go to, the survival system will start to reward special props. These special props can't be bought even if you spend 1 trillion. Rewards in the real world are just optional. That being said, when Yifei saw the 9-digit deposit starting with the word Mu Xing, he was envious. By the way, you have cleared 3 survival worlds. Did you get the survival terminal? Mu Xing asked. No, it is said that when you enter the 4th survival world, the survival world will automatically issue it. Is that so? Mu Xing nodded. He only has 2 worlds, so there is no point in being anxious. Yifei raised his head and lowered his voice. Brother, did you come to Toronto specifically to get the nodes this time? What else? Mu Xing picked up the wine glass, drank it all, and then ate the fruit plate leisurely. The boy was embarrassed. Well, brother, can you help me get the nodes? He helped Mu Xing clean the fruit peels in front of him and said, Brother, you know that my ability is limited. It may not be easy to get the nodes in Toronto where there are wolves everywhere. As a reward, I am willing to give all the props I got this time to my big brother. Muxing shook his head. Okay, keep those little things for yourself. I can help you with the node, but I have a condition. Brother, you can tell me what you want. I will definitely do it. Don't come to this kind of place again. Okay. Muxing didn't expect this guy to agree so quickly. By the way, give me the T-virus and I will purify it for you. Purify? Stop talking nonsense, just give it to me. With this concentration of T-virus, if you inject it, you will turn into a monster 100%. After I purify it for you, it can be reduced to about 50%. That's great, big brother, you are really my savior. He quickly handed the T-virus to Muxing. After a while, Muxing handed the serum back to him. The purification effect is good. There is only a 40% chance of turning into a monster. Do you want it? Of course. Yifei took the serum and inserted the needle directly into his heart without hesitation. Hey you kid. Muxing didn't expect him to be so decisive. Seeing Yifei rolling on the ground and struggling in pain, Muxing took back his hanging hand. Of course, he chose to help Yifei for his own selfish reasons. He wanted to observe the impact of the T-virus on the survivors, and use Yifei's nodes to explore the way and see what was going on with the group of node hunters. He would be prepared when he collected his own nodes later. After waiting for about half an hour, the boy finally came to his senses. He didn't turn into a monster. It seemed that he was lucky. Only Muxing knew that his serum actually had only a 20% chance of mutation. Yifei struggled to stand up and struggled on the sofa for a long time before he came to his senses. How do you feel? Muxing asked. He waved his fist. Brother, I feel full of strength, but I'm not used to it yet. You are too anxious. If the fusion fails, have you thought about the consequences? Muxing said in a deep voice. The boy scratched his head. I don't want to, but my node will be formed in at most 1 hour. I have to give it a try. 1 hour? So fast? Muxing was a little surprised. Brother, you don't know yet, the node formation time is proportional to the distance from the master. The farther the distance, the longer the formation time, and vice versa. After hearing this, Muxing nodded in understanding. That's how it is. Why don't you hurry up, lead the way. Oh, okay. Yifei quickly got up. Wait, can this fruit plate be packed? Muxing asked. Brother, you are worth hundreds of millions. Muxing waved his right hand, and the large fruit plate was directly taken back into the original beehive. Oh my god, brother, did you get the space props? Muxing patted his shoulder. Don't ask, kid. Yifei quickly shut up. It was offensive to ask another survivor such a question. Brother, come with me. He then took Muxing out of the box. The bartender did not forget to continue to promote his group sports business to him. The blonde girl that Muxing had seen before was chatting happily with a guy wearing glasses. Muxing made a witty move, and the expectation and goodwill he had just felt disappeared without a trace. Outside the door was a blue-painted motorcycle. You are quite good at playing. Hey, it's no big deal, no big deal. I give you a ride. Muxing glanced at the map. Yifei's singularity was only 2 kilometers away from here, and it was not in the same area as his node. The distance between them was about 4 kilometers. Yifei's driving skills were good. He drove quickly through the streets, through the stalls with rich curry steam, through the Muslim alleys where people were praying, and across the red light district where people were singing and dancing, and finally arrived at their final destination. Brother, it's inside. Muxing looked inside the fence. School? What kind of school is this? It's an unknown fake university, but there are a lot of international students. He parked the car and took out the key. Brother, you know, all the foreign students these days want to go abroad. Most of these fake universities like to have high-sounding names, but they are actually nothing. In Toronto, they have even been turned into an industrial chain. Yifei was quite proud when he said this. After all, he was a top student who was admitted to the world's 21st ranked university, the University of Toronto. Muxing didn't say anything, looking at the university with only a few European-style teaching buildings in the fence. It was night, and the school was very quiet. Don't worry, brother. Today is Saturday, and the students are on vacation. Yifei tried his skills, and climbed up the fence in a few steps. As a result, he accidentally rushed over and fell into the bushes inside the fence. Ouch! Are you okay? I didn't expect the T-virus serum to be so strong. It was so strong at the beginning of the enhancement. I didn't control the strength well. Yifei stood up, rubbing his butt. Mu Xing glanced at the map. The node was in the campus, not far away, only 200 or 300 meters. However, at this moment, Mu Xing pulled Yi Fei into the bushes next to him. Hold your breath. Yi Fei was so scared that he quickly lowered his head and dared not make any movement. It took him a while to raise his head. Brother, what's wrong? Mu Xing pointed through the leaves at several mysterious people in the campus who were searching for something with tools. Brother, these people must be node hunters. What they have in their hands is a space-time detector that can detect the existence of singularities. Yi Fei suddenly became anxious. Mu Xing pressed him hard. Remember, no matter when you are about to make a decision, learn to calm your mind first. Yi Fei nodded ignorantly. Chapter 82. According to observation. There are 4 people looking for the singularity. The good news is that these people are not in the same group. They keep a certain distance from each other, and do not disturb each other. Mu Xing stared at the flashing point on the mobile phone map. The target is in the teaching building in the left front, but he is not sure which floor it is. Next to him, Yi Fei is putting on his nightgown and black mask. Brother, this set is prepared for you. He took out another set from his backpack and handed it to Mu Xing. Mu Xing did not refuse. After all, it is the real world, and it is necessary to hide his identity. Don't you see that those node hunters are also wearing sunglasses and masks in the middle of the night? How long will it take? About 40 minutes, we can wait first. These node hunters can't find the specific location for a while. Maybe they will withdraw. Yi Fei said. Mu Xing disagreed with his optimistic idea. Since these people have found this place, they will definitely not give up until they achieve their goal. I will be responsible for attracting these node hunters, and you will be responsible for quickly collecting nodes. As long as they get the nodes, they will naturally withdraw. Brother, is it too dangerous? Of course it is dangerous. I help you this time, and I need your help when I get the nodes. This is called fair cooperation. Yi Fei was a little touched. In his opinion, Mu Xing definitely helped him much more than he did. He patted his chest. Brother, I will definitely repay you in the future. Mu Xing's forehead was covered with black lines. What's wrong with this kid's sudden inexplicable passion? Ignore this kid and observe carefully. Mu Xing tapped his silver watch, and the watch directly projected the virtual image onto Mu Xing's sunglasses. Red Queen, help me monitor all cameras within a 3-kilometer radius and look for suspicious people. After a while, Mu Xing projected the surveillance images of nearby cameras in front of his eyes, watching every move around him. Master, if you find that other hackers have invaded the nearby surveillance network, do you want to cut off their surveillance? Don't alert the enemy. Mu Xing stopped Red Queen's behavior. He looked up and scanned the surrounding buildings in the dark. According to the information provided by Red Queen, the man should be nearby. That is to say, there are more than 4 node hunters here. I feel a bit troublesome. As the saying goes, it is easy to avoid an open attack, but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. What he is most worried about is the danger of hiding in the dark and shooting a cold arrow. By the way, Fei, I have a question. Brother, you tell me. Hasn't the node hunter survival system ever thought about solving this chaotic situation? Let these guys who rob other people's nodes do whatever they want. What if these people team up to rob? Won't all the singularities that the newcomers have worked hard to get fall into their hands? Yi Fei said, I know this. The big guy I met said that singularities cannot be directly distributed to survivors because of their special nature. Only the intersection of 2 worlds can produce singularities. However, in order to ensure that newcomers will not be easily deprived of singularities, the survival system has 3 effective measures. Oh, which 3? Mu Xing asked curiously. First, singularities will not be fixed at a certain location, but will appear randomly within a 30-kilometer range of the spacetime intersection area. Before the node is completely formed, it is difficult to detect the specific location, and the change of time and space will disrupt various explorations and perceptions. Second, once the master gets the node, others will no longer be able to absorb it, and the node's protection strength is very high. It takes a certain amount of time for the node hunter to break it. Not only that, the higher the level of the singularity, the stronger the protection. Mu Xing looked at him. By the way, how many points did you get this time? 87. Yi Fei was a little excited. It was the first time he got such a high score. Although I can't get gold, 1 silver is definitely enough. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. It seems that the score is related to everyone's performance. In the world of Resident Evil, it is basically you who kill the enemies and complete the tasks, so the score is very high. Yi Fei was just a bystander throughout the whole process, so the score is less than 90. By the way, Isn't there a third one? What is the third one? Yifei looked expectant. This third one is called the Guardian. Guardian? Did the survival system send someone to protect you? Yifei gave a thumbs up. Yes, that's right. The survival system will issue Guardian tasks to some senior survivors, responsible for protecting the newcomers to get the nodes. Of course, they won't take action casually. They will only take action when they encounter the notorious guise of node hunters. Moreover, the Guardian will only protect the nodes of newcomers. Mu Xing nodded in sudden enlightenment. It turns out that there is such a mechanism. But why didn't he encounter a Guardian to protect his node when he took the node in the Yucatan Peninsula? Mu Xing could only blame the remoteness of the Yucatan Peninsula, and the fact that few people had passed the death space, so no Guardian was willing to go there. Mu Xing guessed that the hacker who was monitoring the situation nearby might be the legendary Guardian, someone who accepted the mission to guard the node. After all, Yifei hadn't gotten the terminal yet, so he was considered a newcomer. However, Mu Xing didn't bet on the ethereal Guardian, and had to rely on himself at critical moments. As time passed by, the node hunters who were scanning with instruments seemed to be getting impatient. 2 of them had already left, and the remaining 2 were still searching relentlessly. When there were still 10 minutes before the singularity was generated, the 2 began to act. They did not rush into the target teaching building at the first time, but entered the teaching building opposite. There was a node hunter in this teaching building, and Mu Xing and Yifei decided to meet this guy first. Yifei, who had been injected with T-virus serum, took the lead, holding the 2 dogleg knives seized from Feiying, crossing them front and back. Brother, that guy is on the 3rd floor. Let's force him out. The 2 separated, one in front and one behind. Almost at the same time, the 3 met in the corridor on the 3rd floor. The node hunter who was holding the pod-lid instrument to detect obviously didn't expect that he would be targeted. A low voice sounded. You 2, since you are in the same industry, you should abide by the rules, right? However, the 2 were unmoved, and double-teamed from left to right. The man frowned and realized that something was wrong. You are not node hunters. Before he finished speaking, Yifei rushed forward. After being strengthened by the T-virus, his attributes were at least doubled, and his strength, speed, and reaction speed increased dramatically. The 2 dogleg knives reflected the cold light of the street lamp and cut swiftly. The man was flexible and jumped up with the help of the corridor railing to avoid the slash of the dogleg knives. At the same time, he launched a counterattack and kicked Yifei fiercely. Mu Xing took the opportunity to attack, and the M4 with a silencer sprayed dazzling flames. The bullets came, and the hunter at that point in shock quickly turned from attack to defense. A retractable metal shield appeared in his hand, blocking Mu Xing's bullets with a clang. Yifei seized the opportunity, and the 2 dogleg knives cut through the air again, slashing towards the opponent's vitals. Chapter 83. This guy obviously has good combat experience. He was able to handle the situation with ease when he was surrounded by 2 enemies and attacked from both sides. This is the difference between a novice and a veteran. He realized almost instantly that the 2 newcomers in front of him were not ordinary newcomers. So after blocking Yifei's attack, he jumped down from the 3rd floor and quickly moved away. Want to run? Yifei growled and tried to chase him. Don't chase me. Mu Xing held a gun, and the guy immediately wanted to retreat after realizing that they might be the owners of the node. There are 2 reasons for choosing to retreat. The first is that the instantaneous confrontation made him realize that these 2 newcomers are not easy to deal with, and it is difficult to win in a short time. The second reason may be fear. Of course, the node hunters are not afraid of him, but the guardians who may be hiding nearby. The guardians are all real veterans, and their strength is obvious. Yifei said that when the guardians are performing tasks, the suppression of their strength in the real world will be weakened. In other words, the guardians can exert stronger real strength. Yifei proudly put away his dogleg knife. If he hadn't run fast, I would have chopped him into meat paste. How dare he come to steal my node? At this moment, Yifei's phone began to vibrate. He looked happy. Brother, my singularity is about to condense. Let's go! The 2 hurried to the teaching building opposite. Mu Xing obviously noticed that a vortex was forming on the 5th floor of the teaching building. The vortex distorted the surrounding time and space, making everything look hazy. This was the first time Mu Xing saw the appearance of a node before it was formed. For some reason, he felt that it was a bit like Death Replay. The appearance of the vortex naturally attracted the attention of the node hunters. Just as the 2 rushed to the 5th floor, 2 node hunters were also rushing to the 5th floor. Be careful, there are 2 node hunters. After Mu Xing reminded him, he took the lead in attacking one of the node hunters. The man crawled quickly on the outer wall of the teaching building like a gecko. The opponent did not expect that Mu Xing would take the initiative to attack. He quickly jumped to avoid the bullet and moved quickly. The guy stuck out his tongue violently, and the bright red tongue stretched out more than 3 meters. The tip of the tongue protruded with sharp bone spurs, which could easily pierce gold and split stone. Mu Xing quickly activated low gear and moved sideways to avoid the attack, and quickly pulled the trigger, and several bullets hit the long tongue. Who would have thought that the tongue was so tough that the bullets could not penetrate it? The long tongue swept across, and directly swept Yifei away. Then he broke through the glass window like a gecko, and his 2 hands quickly transformed into gecko claws, suppressing the fallen Yifei, and the claws fell, ready to kill him. Yifei did not panic, but counterattacked swiftly, slashing at the claw with his dog-leg knife. The blade and the claw rubbed against each other, creating brilliant sparks. Mu Xing seized the opportunity to shoot from behind, switching from burst mode to single-shot mode, this time aiming at the back of the opponent's head. He could either continue to attack Yifei and get shot in the head, or dodge, or turn around to resist the attack. Mu Xing had only one goal, to cover Yifei. The weapon in his hand was a special weapon after all, so the guy had to take it seriously. After just a moment of hesitation, the opponent decisively gave up on attacking Yifei and jumped onto the wall next to him. He just lay on the wall, staring at Mu Xing. Those vertical pupils were obviously the eyes of a lizard, and they would glow in the dark, looking very creepy. "You are looking for death. Kid, don't ruin my good deeds." Mu Xing's response to him was a bullet. The guy quickly jumped to dodge, and at the moment when Mu Xing fired, he avoided the position where the muzzle was aimed. Yifei seized the opportunity, and quickly rushed into the corridor next to him. The two had agreed before that Mu Xing would attract the firepower, and he would go to get the node. Seeing Yifei rushing up the corridor, the node hunter in front of him subconsciously wanted to chase him. But how could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? He chased him from behind and beat him. Occasionally, a bullet hit him, making the node hunter on the opposite side very annoyed. "I kill you!" He finally got angry, and his body was transformed into an upright lizard man. What kind of ability is this? Genetic modification? Or animalization potion? None of these are important. The key point is that I have successfully attracted this guy's attention. Mu Xing retreated quickly. That guy mainly used melee combat, so he could try to take a walk. However, in order to intimidate this guy, Mu Xing suddenly activated the middle gear of the abnormal stasis module. The speed increased sharply, and the weapon was switched to the Monarch blade. Before the node hunter on the opposite side could react, he saw a flash of afterimage. He instinctively blocked and counterattacked. The sharp claws grabbed towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing was faster and more swift than him, and the bullet time was activated at the same time. With a puff, an arm was cut off. The node hunter covered his broken arm and howled miserably. "You dare to be a node hunter with this strength? Get lost." The man quickly picked up the arm on the ground and pressed it on the broken part. He was indeed shocked by Mu Xing's move. He didn't dare to act rashly and fled quickly. Mu Xing was slightly relieved after successfully forcing the second node hunter to retreat. He covered his chest. His heart was beating violently. Using the mid-range and bullet time at the same time was too much for him. "My current physical condition is still a bit weak, and I must get the safe G virus serum as soon as possible. I must also get the singularity baptism." Facing these old guns, I, a newcomer, obviously lacked the foundation and find it difficult to compete. The key is that the real world cannot cultivate hunters, which greatly reduces his combat ability. Just then, there was a fierce battle sound from upstairs. Mu Xing rushed to the 4th floor, and saw Yifei fighting fiercely with a flexible figure. That person was also a node hunter masked, but it could be seen that she was a woman. The weapons were 2 flying cross knives, flexible and elegant, looking like an assassin. "I help you!" Mu Xing suddenly roared. It was to deter and attract firepower. The female hunter was obviously startled by Mu Xing's roar, causing her movements to be unbalanced, and the situation that was originally suppressing Yifei was suddenly reversed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Mu Xing heard the sound of breaking through the air. He quickly rolled over to avoid it, and a series of darts all pierced into the wall behind him. So fierce? Mu Xing fired and fired, cooperating with Yifei to counterattack. Yifei was not stupid either. He fought and retreated, heading for the 5th floor in the corridor. At this time, the singularity on the 5th floor was almost completely formed. The vortex had shrunk to about 2 meters, and was slowly rotating in the classroom. The surrounding space-time distortion became even more intense. The female node hunter also saw the singularity, and blew a whistle. Suddenly, 3 ambushed helpers came down from the roof, kicked the glass, and entered the classroom. At this time, the singularity was just formed, and the silver-white cover covered a vortex like a galaxy. It's over. Yifei's face changed. He didn't expect the other party to have so many accomplices. However, at this moment, all the node hunters suddenly stopped, and a charming wind blew in from outside. Then, a harmonica sounded. Everyone turned their heads, and saw a man wearing armor, and carrying a big sword sitting on the windowsill of the opposite teaching building. It was out of tune with the urban night scene of Toronto. You are also stealing the newcomers' things. A group of disgusting cockroaches. I give you 10 seconds to get out, otherwise. Die! Chapter 84. Guardian, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, or we will be rude to you. You are just a guardian. You want to fight 4 people alone? As soon as the words fell, boom, the window shook, and in an instant, Mu Xing saw an armored man holding a big sword jumping from the building dozens of meters away. The terrifying force tore a big hole in the wall of the classroom on the 5th floor. The node hunter who had just tried to shout back the armored man was split in half on the spot. The invisible shockwave generated by the big sword slashed all the tables and chairs in the back into pieces. Guardian number 3251 is on node guard duty. Other irrelevant personnel, please stay away. As soon as the words fell, the guardian swept the sword in his hand, like a force-10 gale. The node hunter put up a shield, trying to block the impact of the sweep. However, he overestimated the shield's defensive power. He also underestimated the opponent's strength. Puff. Your shield is as ridiculous as your wild words. The armored guardian slowly stood up, letting the blood splatter on his shiny armor, and blood was still flowing on the sword in his hand. With just 2 moves, he killed 2 people, 1 sword for each node hunter. This scene directly frightened the female hunter and her helper. The 2 of them didn't care that this was the 5th floor, and they broke through the window without hesitation and jumped down from the 5th floor. Mu Xing noticed that one of them had a broken leg, but he still didn't dare to stop for a moment, and fled away in a rolling and crawling manner. Suddenly, the bloody big sword pointed at Mu Xing, and Mu Xing put down the gun in time and retreated to the door. Mu Xing's heart was already filled with shock. Is this the guardian? Is this the real veteran? The 2 node hunters were swept away like chickens and dogs, without any resistance. In front of him, even a completely mutated flying eagle would probably be killed by a sword. The guardian glanced at the singularity that was condensing and forming, and then looked at Yifei, who was still frightened. Boy, you are lucky to meet me. Absorb it quickly. I am in a hurry to get off work. Yifei also understood that the one who made the move was the legendary guardian. He passed the 2 node hunters who died tragically, and rushed to the singularity. He stretched out his hand, and easily penetrated the silver-white protection. When his right hand touched the star cluster, his whole body was covered by the star cluster. Seeing this scene, the guardian grabbed with his right hand, and the bodies of the 2 node hunters disappeared. Not only that, when he jumped out of the wall, he had chopped. Everything in the classroom was going backwards and returning to its original state. In just a few seconds, a real-life version of time reversal was staged in front of Mu Xing. Mu Xing turned his head and looked at the departing back. When he jumped out of the campus, the armor and the big sword on his body disappeared at the same time, revealing a brand-name suit. He got in the luxurious black sports car and disappeared into the night of Toronto. When Mu Xing looked back, Yifei had already completed the singularity baptism. This process seems slow to the baptizer, but it is actually very fast. How do you feel? Yifei stretched his muscles. It feels good, full of strength. Not only increased 20% of the original attributes, but also got a silver talent. As he said this, he turned the 2 dog-leg knives, and became much more flexible. Fei, how much do you know about the Guardian? Fei shook his head. I don't know much, but not everyone is qualified to be a Guardian. The key is the qualification. Qualification? Mu Xing looked up. Sorry, Brother Xueyue, the boss just mentioned it casually at the beginning, and I didn't dare to ask more. Mu Xing waved his hand. Forget it. Anyway, you have successfully obtained the singularity, and then prepare for the next survival world. Yifei patted his chest. Sure. By the way, brother, how long will it take for your singularity to condense? 10 hours. Yifei came over immediately with a smirk on his face. Brother Xueyue finally came to Toronto. I treat you. So I take you to eat Canadian specialties? Mu Xing touched his stomach, and was indeed a little hungry. The battle just now consumed a lot of physical strength, and he urgently needed some food to replenish his physical strength. Yifei was worthy of being the little prince of Toronto. He walked freely on the streets of Toronto, and quickly found the most flavorful and traditional Canadian restaurant. Canadian smoked salmon, Brome Lake duck, maple fried salmon, Montreal smoked meat, ice wine. I have to say, this kid really knows how to eat. All of them are specialties, full of exotic flavor. Of course. Except for the third brother, who was holding a sitar and singing ancient Indian folk songs in this Canadian-style restaurant. It seemed a bit out of place. Mu Xing didn't dare to drink too much. Although their bodies have been strengthened and their resistance to alcohol has been much stronger, the fact that drinking can cause trouble is not just talk. A moment of trance in battle is enough to kill people. After dinner, Mu Xing returned to the hotel, which was not far from his singularity. Yi Fei had to go back to the dormitory to report first, otherwise he would be treated as a missing person. When he returned to the room, Red Queen was still faithfully monitoring everything around through the hacker computer. What's the situation? Master, most of the node hunters have withdrawn, but many people have begun to head towards the Master's target point. Mu Xing was not surprised. Compared with Yi Fei's silver singularity, he had 2 gold nodes, and one of them was a special gold node. Mu Xing only hopes that the 2 nodes will refresh together, otherwise it will be really troublesome. Did you record the battle between the school guards just now? Sorry, Master, when the battle happened, all the surveillance videos near the school suddenly failed. Got it, continue to monitor. Mu Xing was not surprised. The guards were not ordinary people, so it was not surprising that they had these strange methods. Set a time for me, I want to go back to the original hive. By the way, if Yi Fei knocks on the door, just let him in. Okay, Master. The maid raised her skirt and saluted Mu Xing. Mu Xing covered his head and went directly into the original hive. From the previous battle for the node, he had already felt a strong sense of crisis. So, he had to find a way to improve his strength in these 10 hours. Entering the original hive, Alyssa's phantom was busy. It was not long after this, and the Divine Seal actually cloned a few more Alices and mutant Mats. How is the purification of the G-Virus serum going? Master, it's about 99%. It's okay, get ready for the test. Mu Xing cut his finger and released some blood, allowing the Divine Seal to use his blood for experiments. Master, it may take 2 hours. I will do a lot of ratio experiments and calculations. Okay. While the Divine Seal was doing the ratio experiment, Mu Xing walked to the 2 cylindrical glass cabins. The diameter of these 2 cylindrical glass cabins was only half a meter, and they were filled with transparent liquid. In the center of the liquid, there are 2 beating biological seeds. One is from the hunter. Compared with the hunter seed brought back from the Ishimura, this seed is full of teeth and has an eye moving in the middle. The other is from the corpse mother body. This seed is several times larger than the hunter seed. It is like a ball of meat covered with tentacles, with pits and bumps, and the surface is covered with tumors. The round brain in the middle is particularly prominent. Chapter 85. Master, before injecting the G-Virus serum, it is best to inject the T-Virus serum first. Alyssa projected. Why? The G-Virus is a virus developed based on the T-Virus. It can transform the human body far more than the T-Virus, and can even revive dead cells. This virus is very violent. If the G-Virus is directly injected, the Master's body cannot withstand the erosion of this virus. According to my calculations and simulations, injecting a certain amount of T-Virus serum first to enhance the body's adaptability before injecting the G-Virus will have a better effect. Also, in order to ensure that the host is not at risk of being devoured by the virus, I weaken the activity of the T-Virus and the G-Virus. Mu Xing seemed to understand what it meant. You mean, the T-Virus and G-Virus I injected will not make my body mutate to the extreme, but a process of slowly adapting? That's right. Although the Divine Seal has the ability to change the underlying DNA and RNA, virus fusion is more like a symbiotic relationship, allowing human cells and viruses to coexist. Since it is symbiosis, the process must be slowed down. If it is too fast, it will suddenly turn into Matt, or like Dr. William, the G-Virus researcher, it will directly turn into an irreversible monster. I don't think the Master wants to lose his reason and personality, right? Mu Xing gave a thumbs up to the Divine Seal, which really pleased me. Can we start? Mu Xing asked. Alyssa pointed to the culture chamber not far away, which was already filled with nutrient solution. Master, for your safety. Understood. Mu Xing stripped naked and crawled into the transparent cylinder culture chamber. He then put on a respirator and attached various body monitoring probes. As the culture chamber was completely sealed, a tube of T-Virus serum containing blue liquid began to be injected into his body. It was the most direct heart injection. The T-Virus entered the heart and spread to the whole body at the fastest speed. At this moment, Mu Xing finally experienced the pain of Alice, Matt Yifei and others. It felt like countless ants were crawling under his skin, itching extremely, and then he was thrown into a boiling oil pan, followed by thousands of needles piercing every muscle and nerve. Mu Xing struggled violently in the nutrient solution, his body turned red, and veins popped out. At this time, the nutrient solution began to work. The nutrient solution began to penetrate into his body frantically, providing energy for the fusion evolution of his cells and the T-virus. This pain lasted for about 10 minutes, and then gradually eased, and began to enter the adaptation stage. This process lasted for more than an hour. When the discolored nutrient solution in the cylinder began to be drawn out, and the transparent culture chamber began to rise, he fell to the ground all of a sudden. He gasped for air and recovered after a while. How is the situation? The first thing Mu Xing did was to ask about the situation. Master, the T-virus fusion was very successful and has been perfectly adapted. Next, please inject the G-virus serum as soon as possible and complete the fusion of the two viruses in one go. Although Mu Xing wanted to give up, the pain was unbearable. But he knew better that he had to go on this road, even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead. Gritting his teeth, come on! The second culture chamber was ready, and the nutrient solution inside began to be infused. Mu Xing climbed in directly, put on a respirator, and attached various electrodes, while the nutrient solution was not full. The G-virus serum was a light red, like blood, but purer than blood. When the syringe was injected into the heart, Mu Xing did not feel any pain. But soon, he felt waves of pain coming. If the fusion of the T-virus is a swift fire that will burn a person to ashes in an instant, then the fusion of the G-virus is an endless wave, constantly impacting, one wave higher than the other. The continuous pain made Mu Xing more and more conscious. This pain not only did not cause the brain to activate the protection mechanism of coma due to extreme pain, but it also significantly enhanced the pain. Ah! Mu Xing screamed in pain, his body turned red and hot, the entire culture chamber began to boil, and the nutrient solution inside became boiling hot. Start the cooling system. The divine seal was still like a most sophisticated computer, executing the program that had been set long ago during the simulation experiment. The second sleeve fell, and liquid nitrogen was directly injected to quickly cool down, so that Mu Xing would not cook himself. Mu Xing endured the pain, and he felt that his brain was about to explode. Buzz? As if breaking through some kind of boundary, the two glass culture chambers next to him exploded directly in the invisible ripple expansion. At the same time, he felt that his body was also trying to alienate. Master, please control your body, and let your body maintain its shape according to your consciousness, otherwise it will alienate out of control. The divine seal constantly reminded Mu Xing, letting the clear-headed Mu Xing know what he should do. The powerful thoughts and mental power generated by the brain actually solidified into substance, and began to penetrate into every muscle and nerve. Calm down for me. He was giving orders to his body, and also to the G-virus. After the G-virus was injected, the previous T-virus was instantly swallowed and fused, and now it has formed a symbiotic relationship with Mu Xing's cells. When the absolute will and mental power began to be released in the body, the G-virus and the cells in his body finally began to calm down. The improvement of the G-virus on the body is actually secondary, and the improvement on the spirit is huge. Let the spirit materialize and become invisible spiritual energy. The spirit extends outside the brain, just like an illusory hand. It can be gentle or violent, and move with the mind, which is the power of thought. Of course, the continuous consumption of power of thought consumes a lot of your spirit, and Mu Xing still needs to adapt for the time being. This time the fusion is particularly long, and the waves lasted for about 8 hours. Because the alienation of the body was restricted, every wave impact expanded his mental power. 8 hours also strengthened Mu Xing's mental power to an incredible new height. When he opened his eyes again, the entire primitive hive was filled with invisible mental power. Then, the mental power retracted. He could sense every inch and every ray of everything within a few hundred meters around him. When he tried to use his mind to sense the divine seal, his mental power could not sense its existence. Master, although I am a replica, I am also a high-dimensional creation. Your current mental power can only touch the three-dimensional material world. The divine seal explained to Mu Xing. Mu Xing understood. No wonder the divine seal was integrated into his body, but he could not sense its existence. After he came out of the incubator, he began to do restorative training to adapt to this power. Because the virus's virulence was softened, and he controlled the alienation of his body, his overall body strength increased by only 100% this time. This data was a little weaker than when Alice first merged with the T-virus. However, the newly awakened mental power was his real trump card now. Chapter 86. Coming out of the primitive hive, I found that Yifei had been waiting here for a long time. He even fell asleep on the sofa. Hey, wake up! Mu Xing stretched out his hand to try to wake him up. Suddenly, the boy moved, and a violent breath spread out of his body. His body subconsciously chopped towards Mu Xing with a hand knife, and when he chopped, the nails on his hand grew rapidly, like a sharp blade. Mu Xing grabbed his wrist and blocked his hand knife. Only then did he suddenly open his eyes. Sorry, big brother, I didn't know it was you. Yifei looked apologetic. Mu Xing shook his head. It was just an instinctive reaction. He put one hand on Yifei's forehead, sensing the boy's condition, and frowned slightly. Be careful of the impact of the T-virus on you. It will amplify the primitive dark side of your consciousness. You must learn to control this power. Yifei scratched his head. No wonder I was late for home last night, and was discovered by the dormitory manager. I actually wanted to kill him directly to silence him. Mu Xing thought for a while, and handed him 3 injections. What is this? Inhibitor. When you can't suppress the alienation of the T-virus, you can forcibly suppress the activity of the T-virus. Before you completely control the T-virus in your body, and can control it freely, remember to learn to control it. Yifei didn't pretend to be hypocritical. He took the 3 inhibitors and put them in his pocket. Thank you, brother. Mu Xing glanced at the time. There is less than an hour left. Let's go! Yifei quickly grabbed the keys and helmet and ran out with Mu Xing. Unlike Yifei's node in the spacious school, Mu Xing's node was not on the ground, but underground. In the huge sewer network of Toronto. It was already daybreak outside, so I found a Chinese breakfast shop selling steamed buns to eat something, and then hurried to the singularity area. Unlike those node hunters, who could only vaguely sense the approximate location, the map in Mu Xing's hand could be accurate to meters. He was lucky, and both nodes were in the same location. The only thing to worry about was the possible node hunters. Entering from the nearest sewer entrance, a pungent sewer odor hits you in the face. You can stay up there. I take care of my node. Mu Xing said. How can this be possible? Of course, I will stand by my brother. Yifei's attitude is quite firm. After a night of T-virus fusion adaptation, he has become stronger again, and now he is eager to try. Mu Xing holds the mobile phone in one hand, and the silver revolver in the other. Yifei follows closely behind him, holding 2 dog-leg knives, carefully observing the surroundings. Mu Xing seemed to be looking at a map, but in fact his mental power had already penetrated several hundred meters. The complex sewer was divided into several layers, but his mental power was pervasive, and any movement could attract his attention. Suddenly, Mu Xing leaned against the wall, and held down Yifei behind him. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. In Mu Xing's mental perception, the person who came was 1.8 meters tall, and had a steady pace, so he should not be an ordinary person. Mu Xing winked at Yifei, and the other party immediately understood. Yifei took out a space-time detector seized yesterday. The 2 wore masks, and looked like node hunters looking for singularities. Just as Mu Xing and his team crossed a fork in the road, the 2 sides met, and instantly became tense. Mu Xing also saw the guy on the opposite side clearly. He was wearing a Terminator-like leather windbreaker, sunglasses, and carrying a particularly long shotgun. The other party also noticed Mu Xing and his team vigilantly. Are you going together? Mu Xing asked. The other party was stunned and realized that Mu Xing and his team were also node hunters looking for singularities. Especially the time-space detector in Yifei's hand. The man didn't say anything, just pointed to the sewer on the left, while Mu Xing pointed to the right. Obviously, neither side wanted to fight in this sewer full of sewage. Both sides put away their weapons tacitly, and then entered the passages they chose across the sewage ditch in the middle. Brother, that guy should be a senior, Yifei said with a serious expression. How did you see it? Killing intent. After the injection of the T-virus, I am very sensitive to killing intent. He controls killing intent freely, which is not something a newcomer can do. Mu Xing nodded. Not bad, I've grown up. He took out his phone, checked the map, and looked at the fork in the road, but the next second, he quickly pulled Yifei to run towards another fork in the road. He ran very fast, without any hesitation. Brother, what's wrong? Mu Xing didn't stop until he was far away from the place where he just saw the figure. His expression changed. Damn, why did I meet this guy here? Who is it? A very powerful madman. That's right. Mu Xing just saw the madman again. The last time he saw the madman was at the meteorite crater node. Last time, that guy said that his secondary personality was tricked by Crow into becoming a node hunter. But what about this time? Will the main personality disappear again, and the secondary personality come out to cause trouble? Or has this big brother changed his career and started to be a real node hunter? Brother, have you met him before? Yifei asked curiously. In short, if you meet him next time, run away quickly. Don't confront him head-on, understand? Understood. Mu Xing's serious expression made Yifei dare not neglect it. Next, follow me closely and be alert. If it is not necessary, Mu Xing really does not want to have a conflict with that madman. That madman is scary when he is crazy, and it feels even scarier when he is not crazy. Mu Xing took Yifei to wander around the sewer near the node for a while to confirm the surrounding situation. He sensed at least 3 or 4 node hunters wandering around. As the singularity is about to take shape, the fluctuations in time and space are becoming more and more intense. In terms of time, it will take about 10 minutes to take shape. If the fight starts later, if the situation is not right, I will ask you to run, and run without looking back, understand? But big brother you. Don't worry, I have my own way to save my life. Okay then. Mu Xing put away his phone. He could already sense the location of the node. He put away his revolver, took out his M4, and hung the monarch blade on his waist. The mental ripples drifted along the sewer like water. He used mental perception to draw a map in his mind. At the same time, let the God Seal prepare for mental erosion. If necessary, he felt it necessary to use the madman again. After doing all this, Mu Xing asked Yifei to guard the fork in the road before the target point. And he began to approach the singularity. As time got closer, a huge vortex began to slowly rotate. I don't know if the two nodes merged together, so this vortex seemed particularly large. The node vortex was at the intersection of multiple sewers, and the surrounding sewage was twisted due to the influence of the singularity. Mu Xing stared at the singularity in front of him that was about to condense in 3 minutes. He saw a node hunter dressed as a ninja coming from the opposite side, wearing a black and blue ninja suit, carrying 2 swords. The two looked at each other across the singularity. The other person bent down slightly, touched the handle of the sword with one hand, and threw a black boomerang with the other hand. Chapter 87. In Mu Xing's spiritual perception, the boomerang was spinning rapidly, cutting through the air, and creating ripples in his spiritual fluctuations. He slightly turned his head, and dodged the black boomerang. Mu Xing fired without hesitation. The ninja was extremely fast, and seemed to have some special evasive skills, leaving a vague shadow behind him. He dodged the attack, and did not forget to counterattack. A boomerang attacked Mu Xing, like a fairy scattering flowers. This slow boomerang drew a traceable track in the spiritual perception, and it was easy to dodge. Mu Xing turned sideways, raised his head, raised his arms, and squatted down, and he easily dodged all the attacks. The ninja stopped thinking about rushing over for a close combat, and stopped his steps. He retreated, and then disappeared quickly into the shadows beside him like a shadow. It seemed like he disappeared, but in fact it was just an optical illusion. He could not escape Mu Xing's mental perception. He did not choose to attack, but retreated quickly. Except for the few node hunters, who had holes in their brains, and mocked the guardians yesterday, other node hunters knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm. If they are not 100% sure, they will retreat immediately without hesitation. At this time, Yifei also rushed back. Brother, did the node hunter just appear? They ran away after testing each other. Mu Xing looked around, and his spiritual perception continued to extend outward. Stand back, there are many people coming. Yifei looked up, and saw a guy covered in a black robe walking in the left passage, holding a 1.7 meter long silver staff. Good luck, I didn't expect to encounter a golden node. A slightly old voice came from the black robe. Old man, I found the golden node first, get out of here. Several people turned their heads, and saw the node hunter coming from the fork on the left. He was dressed in a western cowboy outfit, his cowboy hat was a little dirty, and his messy greasy hair was draped over his forehead. He did not cover his slightly weathered beard, but quietly lit a cigarette. He did not smoke, just waiting for the smoke. The 2 revolvers on his waist flashed slightly, looking sharp. Hey, our cowboy, I haven't seen him for a long time. His temper is getting worse and worse. Swaying with a cat-like figure, High Heels stepped on the sewage-filled sewer. A long wavy hair with fiery red shawl, wearing a western-style cheongsam that looks completely unsuitable for fighting. Waving a small folding fan in his hand, his ice blue eyes stared at the cowboy. The arrival of these 3 people made Mu Xing and Yifei nervous. Brother, they are all seniors. Yifei whispered. You retreat first. How is that possible? I want to stand together with my elder brother. You are a burden to me here. I don't want to get hurt because of saving you. Yifei opened his mouth, but he was speechless. I understand. I will meet you outside. Yifei also retreated quickly. He left from the only empty passage, as far away as possible. Mu Xing stood near the singularity. These three people should be acquaintances, and they were very conceited and completely ignored him. It seemed that he was just an insignificant grass. Mu Xing secretly activated the G virus in his body, just like starting to ignite the engine in his body. At the same time, he asked Shen-Yin in his heart, can mental erosion affect these people? With my current ability, it is difficult. These people's mental defenses are like rocks, and it is difficult to shake them in a short time. Especially that old man, his mental power is stronger than the master. Mu Xing looked at the guy covered in a black robe. Is this guy a mage? These people were also a little surprised that Mu Xing, a newcomer, did not choose to leave when he saw them. Hey kid, you're out of luck. The gold node is refreshed in the Toronto sewer. Get out if you don't want to die. The cowboy poked the brim of his cowboy hat with his finger, as if he was sending away a beggar. Mu Xing sneered. A group of shameless veterans, who only do some sneaky things. I'm really ashamed of you. Anyway, there will be a big battle next. It's meaningless to be submissive. It's better to take the initiative. At least, I can satisfy my desire to talk first. Looking for death. The first one to be stepped on was the old man in the robe. The silver staff in his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling white light. Mu Xing sensed a ball of light mixed with strong mental fluctuations exploding on the left. He quickly used his telekinesis to condense a barrier on the left, and at the same time activated the low-speed stasis module and moved horizontally to the right. Boom! It was like a grenade, with a compressed explosion range exploded on the wall. Broken bricks and stones flew, and smoke and dust rose. That's all you have? Seniors are not that good. Mu Xing clapped his hands, and walked out of the smoke and dust unscathed. Mu Xing showed off his skills a little bit, which made the three people's eyes change slightly. Is this kid really a newcomer? The cowboy pulled out his revolver, and the folding fan in the Cheongsam woman's hand ejected a blade, and a black scorpion submachine gun appeared in her left hand. Everyone, you can either kill me instantly when the node is formed, or it's better to part ways in peace instead of wasting time here. Mu Xing tried to use the acceleration and mental barrier just now to intimidate the three people. However, he still underestimated the greed of the three seniors. Good boy, although we seniors are suppressed, you, a mere rookie, can't threaten us. The old man lifted his hood, revealing an old and ugly face. The scar extended from the left side of his face to his chin. There was a pentagram mark on his forehead, and a large number of mysterious runes, like tadpoles, were engraved on his face. Cowboy Loria, let's kill this arrogant rookie first. Sure. The cowboy nodded. No problem for me. The Cheongsam girl raised the scorpion submachine gun in her hand, and fired directly at him. Mu Xing dodged quickly. Damn, these node hunters have no moral integrity at all. They are bullying the weak, and they are teaming up. Mu Xing threw out a blast bomb that Yifei got from some black market. Bang. A sharp buzzing sound sounded, accompanied by a strong flash. Mu Xing had prepared for protection in advance, so he dared to throw the blast bomb at close range. He fired the M4 in his hand rapidly, sweeping the old man. Kill the mage first in a group fight, an eternal truth. At the same time, his mental power condensed into a sharp cone, and smashed it fiercely at the Cheongsam girl next to him. Ding ding ding. Mu Xing's face changed slightly, and all his bullets were blocked by the transparent silver shield released by the silver staff. The mental shot blasted towards the Cheongsam girl and repelled her, but the sapphire necklace on her chest stirred up ripples, which greatly weakened the power of the mental shock. Although he had just awakened his mental power, and was still a little unfamiliar with the control, he did not expect to be blocked by someone the first time he used it for attack. The cowboy pulled out his two guns and fired rapidly, with his revolver firing at the speed of a submachine gun. At the same time, the old man and the Cheongsam woman also counterattacked. The light ball containing spiritual energy, plus the sharp blade fired by the Cheongsam woman's folding fan, attacked almost at the same time. Mu Xing squatted down and raised his head suddenly. Bullet time, start. Chapter 88. Instantly, everything in the sewer slowed down. So slow that he could clearly see every move of these people. Flying bullets, fan-bone blades cutting through the air, and exploding light balls flying towards him. Mu Xing dodged these attacks while firing back, aiming at their heads, and sending one armor-piercing bullet to each of them. At the same time, His mental power lifted up the sewage in the sewer and poured it towards the three people. When the bullet time ended, Mu Xing had dodged all attacks at an incredible speed and counterattacked at the same time. But he still underestimated the strength of these veterans. The Cheongsam girl spread out her fan to block the bullets, and the silver shield in front of the old man never disappeared. As for the cowboy, he actually fired a gun and used his bullet to intercept his bullet. The only thing that hurt them was the sudden mental shock wave, which made them lose balance, and was splashed with sewage from the sewer. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you!" The Cheongsam girl screamed, and she was soaked by the stinky sewage. Mu Xing accelerated directly, activated the middle gear of the stasis module, and rushed to the front of the Cheongsam girl in an instant. The invisible spiritual force was like a pair of big hands that pressed towards the center from both sides at the same time. Suppressing the Cheongsam girl, he drew out the sharp monarch blade and instantly slashed across her neck. Gulyalu. The head with eyes wide open in disbelief fell to the ground, and was beheaded by Mu Xing with one knife. A fierce aura rose from Mu Xing's body. He pressed his chest and his heart beat violently. He felt the G-virus in his body stirring. He quickly suppressed the activity of the G-virus. He didn't want to become a monster before completely controlling the G-virus. There was no time to be happy. Mu Xing sensed a danger coming, and the beheaded Cheongsam woman's knife fan slashed at him swiftly. A long cut was made on Mu Xing's chest. He quickly did a backflip to avoid the Cheongsam woman's continuous attacks, and the wound on his chest healed quickly. Looking up, he saw that the Cheongsam woman was not dead even though she had lost her head. Corpse? No, Mu Xing saw white filaments extending from the broken part of her neck, which looked like the tentacles of some parasite. She squatted down and picked up her head, and just put it on her neck, and the wound on her neck healed quickly. What the hell is this woman? Master, this woman is a parasite. Her consciousness is not in her brain, but in her chest core. Her human appearance is just a shell. The voice of the godly seal sounded in his mind. Mu Xing's face was grim. He didn't expect this woman to choose such an extreme route of strengthening. Then, the cowboy and the old man pressed forward from the left and right and attacked Mu Xing. At this moment, the vortex finally began to take shape, and the golden shell enveloped the galaxy-like light ball. "The node is out," the cowboy explained. Mu Xing did not hesitate and directly activated the stasis module. High gear. His body trembled violently, and with a buzzing sound, he instantly accelerated and rushed towards his own singularity. If you look closely, you can find that there is an even more brilliant star cluster wrapped in the star cluster. This scene also made the three node hunters ecstatic, and they tried their best to stop Mu Xing from approaching. The old man thrust the silver staff in his hand into the ground, and the silver magic circle under his feet took shape instantly. At the same time, a cylindrical confinement space pressed Mu Xing, who was moving at high speed, into the confinement space. The Cheongsam girl suddenly opened her mouth and turned into a terrifying slit-mouthed girl, spraying tumbling pus at Mu Xing. The cowboy put his revolver back into the holster, and a shiny Winchester appeared in his hand. There was a stream of light gathering at the muzzle of the gun. Mu Xing knew very well that if he was hit, he would definitely die and could only go back. However, at this critical moment, a furious roar sounded, like the roar of the lion in the east. The terrible sound wave shattered the confinement space, scattered the dirty pus, and even the cowboy's gun was forced to stop charging. Bang! The gunshot finally sounded, but the explosion broke the muzzle of the Winchester gun, and in front of the muzzle, a palm-leaf fan-shaped hand blocked the muzzle. Mu Xing looked up in shock, and he saw a tall figure covered with blood-red tattoos standing in front of him. His muscles were shaking, like an ancient beast. "Madman?" Mu Xing exclaimed. The madman looked up, and his voice was particularly low. Three senior node hunters robbed the new node, number 0576 Guardian, and requested to carry out the killing mission. This voice is not human, but more like a machine. The moment several senior node hunters saw the madman appear, the old man yelled, "It's that madman, run!" The next second, the blood-red figure rushed like a wild bull, and instantly appeared in front of the old mage. The silver shield was smashed like an eggshell by the iron fist. The fist went forward and hit the old mage's chest, breaking his ribs inch by inch, and the silver staff blocking his chest was smashed into a U shape. Wow! Blue blood gushed out, and he was severely injured in an instant. The old mage pressed one hand on the ground, and the confinement space that had just bound Mu Xing appeared, but was kicked to pieces by the madman. The madman instantly crossed a distance of 10 meters and pressed him against the wall. "Let's die together," the old mage roared, and a white ball of light exploded between him and the madman. However, the explosion did not kill the madman, but was burned to death by the red light bursting from his tattoo. He just swung his fists ruthlessly. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The old mage's head was smashed and his body was beaten into a pulp. The last punch was thrown, and the wall caved in, violently smashing out a hole with a diameter of 1 meter and a depth of half a meter. When he let go and turned around, the old mage had already died. However, a white light lit up on the old man's body and instantly disappeared in the distant passage. Obviously, this old man has some kind of life-saving method. When the madman turned around, the Cheongsam girl and the cowboy were frightened. Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. However, the madman rushed towards the cowboy like a ruthless killing machine. The cowboy quickly pulled out his revolver and fired wildly, trying to delay the madman's approach, while retreating at high speed. The Cheongsam woman did not hesitate and fled quickly. However, just as she ran 10 meters out of the branch road, Mu Xing heard a terrifying roar. The shotgun that covered the entire branch road of the sewer directly blasted her back. Mu Xing saw the person who fired the gun. Wasn't this the colleague who was carrying a big gun before? The Cheongsam woman was blasted with bullet holes all over her body, and the main body in her body stretched out tentacles from these bullet holes to plug the wounds. However, when the big gun fired again, the Cheongsam girl quickly abandoned her flesh shell, and a disgusting tumor monster with tentacles emerged from her body, and she immediately ran into the sewer and escaped. On the other side, the cowboy jumped up and kicked the madman, and a sharp blade shot out from his cowboy boots. However, the madman directly crushed the blade and grabbed his ankle. With a huge force, the madman grabbed the cowboy's ankle and slammed it to the ground. The cowboy spit out blood foam and pulled the trigger far into the sewer with all his strength. Bang! The bullet flew 100 meters away and then exploded. The cowboy in the madman's hand turned into a vortex and disappeared, appearing 100 meters away. He looked at the madman who was roaring at him with fear on his face, and flames sprayed from his feet, and he fled from here desperately. Chapter 89. 3 powerful veterans were defeated by the madman in just a few tens of seconds. If they hadn't run fast, none of them would have survived. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of leather shoes rang out. The madman slowly turned his head, staring at the newcomer with his copper bell-like eyes. He was wearing a black leather jacket and sunglasses in the dark sewer. The most conspicuous thing was the nearly 2-meter-long giant shotgun he was carrying. The madman clenched his fists, and the veins on his arms bulged. Hey, madman, I'm not here to fight you. I accepted the Guardian mission today, so we are temporarily traveling together. He showed the silver badge on his chest. The center of the badge was a silver shield, on which were crossed swords and revolvers. Only after seeing the badge on the other's chest did the madman slowly loosen his clenched fists. His expression became calm, as quiet as a robot without power. Brother Crazy, do you remember me? Mu Xing waved in front of him. Don't shout, this guy's main personality is asleep, and the one controlling his body now should be his third personality, or maybe his fourth personality. Mu Xing couldn't help but look at the madman. No wonder he behaved so strangely. It turned out to be another secondary personality. But this secondary personality was a little introverted. He basically didn't say a word. The man in leather jacket leaned against the wall, and the huge shotgun was placed aside. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, but he couldn't find a lighter after searching for a long time. Young man, do you have a lighter? Yes. Mu Xing took out a lighter from his body. It was the one he stole from Yi Fei in the bar yesterday. The man lit the cigarette and took a puff with a dazed look. He looked Mu Xing up and down. You are a newcomer, you are really amazing. It's worth the survival system to send 2 guardians to help you guard the node. TSK, I didn't have such a grand show as you back then. Mu Xing clasped his fist towards the leather jacket man. Thank you, Mr. Guardian. May I leave my name? The man shook his head. Guardians only have numbers, not names. He pointed at the madman. The madman's number is 0579, and mine is 1423. Is this the ranking of the Guardians? No, it's just a number. Everyone who becomes a Guardian will only have one number in his life, which is the proof of qualification. I see. Mu Xing nodded. Okay, go collect the nodes quickly, my time is very precious, millions of dollars a minute. Mu Xing quickly ran over to collect his singularity. The star cluster was spinning in the golden cover, beautiful beyond compare. He stretched out his hand, and his right hand easily passed through the golden barrier and touched the beautiful star cluster. Survivor Mu Xing has discovered the exclusive golden singularity. Do you want to consume the golden singularity for baptism? Yes. Mu Xing chose yes. The star cluster turned into light and enveloped him. Unlike the injection of virus serum, baptism is like bathing in a hot spring, warm and comfortable. The original attributes of the body were increased by 30%. This baptism also repaired the damage to his body and genes caused by the injection of T-virus and G-virus. Not only that, the blood moon essence he consumed in the biochemical crisis was also restored to 100%. Please choose a baptism talent. Talent 1. Golden Shooter, greatly improves shooting accuracy, has a greater chance of causing critical damage, and permanently increases the chance of shooting critical hits by 30%. Talent 2. Hacker Genius, proficient in various hacking techniques, and obtain hacker proficiency. Talent 3. Virus Transformer, obtain T-virus transformation physique, greatly improve physical fitness, and obtain T-virus transformation ability. Looking at the three attributes in front of him, Mu Xing first ruled out the hacker genius. I have a hacker computer, a divine seal, and a red queen, so I don't need this extra hacker talent. The virus modifier was also excluded by Mu Xing. He had already injected the G-virus, which is more powerful than the T-virus, and it was just waiting to be developed slowly. Choosing a repetitive talent is meaningless to him. So, after thinking it over and over again, the Golden Shooter talent is a positive improvement for me now. I choose Talent 1. Confirm that the talent cannot be changed. Yes or no? Mu Xing didn't hesitate and clicked OK directly. After completing the baptism of the Golden Singularity, Mu Xing did not leave, but grabbed the brighter Singularity with one hand. Survivor Mu Xing has discovered the exclusive special Golden Singularity. Do you want to consume the special Golden Singularity for baptism? Yes. The special Golden Singularity is the reward for completing the task. I hope it will bring me new surprises. As the golden light fell, his body's original attributes increased by 30% again. At the same time, 4 options popped up. Please choose a baptism talent. Talent 1. Special Forces Warrior, obtain special combat capability proficiency, slightly improve various physical data, and use various military equipment to increase power. Talent 2. Field Doctor, obtain field doctor skills, greatly improve the success rate of rescuing others, and improve the effect of treatment and recovery ability. Talent 3. Demolition Expert, obtain various professional blasting skills, greatly improve the power caused by using explosive weapons. Reduce the damage caused by explosions to yourself to a certain extent. Special Gold Talent, Gene Researcher, when studying various viruses, genes, and organisms, improve the research speed and research effect. After reading the talent introduction, Mu Xing skipped the 3 ordinary talents and directly chose the Special Gold Talent. Although the Special Gold Talent will not directly improve its combat ability, it is a talent with extremely high growth potential. After all, both the T-virus and the G-virus have an upper limit and cannot evolve infinitely. Only by continuing to study these 2 viruses can one continuously improve his upper limit. The research execution of the Divine Seal, coupled with this genetic researcher talent, will speed up the research much faster. In the survival world, what the survivors lack most is time for growth. Do you want to choose the special golden talent of the genetic researcher? Once you choose, you cannot change it. Yes or no? Mu Xing chose yes without hesitation. As the star cluster merged into his body, Mu Xing felt that his mind became much clearer. In his status bar, Mu Xing noticed a permanent buff. Researcher Brain, you get a researcher mind that stays clear at all times, and your calmness is increased by 30%. This buff is just a timely rein for me now. He was worrying about how to quickly eliminate the mental influence of the G-virus on him. With the permanent buff brought by this special talent, he can release more G-virus energy. Let himself exert a stronger combat power without losing control. At the same time, his talent that had been silent all the time, the talent of the air of the blood moon, suddenly began to tremble. A vortex appeared out of thin air at the center of the singularity, and his right hand flashed red, madly devouring some kind of power that intersected time and space. Although it was only a moment, this feeling disappeared, and the vortex was forced to extinguish. However, when he looked at the percentage of the blood moon origin, 100% became 120%. He directly had 20% more blood moon origin limit. Chapter 90. Opening his eyes again. He was the only one left in the empty sewer. The madman and the leather jacket guy had already left. Mu Xing felt a little sorry that he couldn't get in touch with the senior. Maybe it was because his current strength was not good enough for the other party. Coming out of the sewer. Coming to the meeting point with Yi Fei, the boy was staring at the surroundings nervously. When he heard the noise, he turned around quickly, and when he saw Mu Xing, He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother, did you get it?" "Well, I was lucky. With the help of the Guardians, I was able to successfully get the singularity." Yifei muttered, "No wonder the guy in the windbreaker just now told me not to worry." "Well, he is also one of the Guardians," Mu Xing reminded. "He is a Guardian? One of them?" This time it was Yifei's turn to be shocked. Notice the word "one of them" by Mu Xing. "You are right. There are indeed 2 Guardians this time, otherwise I would not have come out so quickly." Mu Xing was frightened when he thought of the 3 senior node hunters he met. Seniors are seniors, and they have all kinds of trump cards, which are far beyond the reach of a nouveau riche who has just been injected with the G virus. You should know that this is just the strength they show after being suppressed by the real world. As expected, people should not be too conceited and should not be arrogant just because they have made a little progress. Mu Xing patted Yifei, who was still in shock. "Let's go back first. We still have classes today, right?" Yifei nodded. "In that case, let's say goodbye, and be careful in the next survival world." Looking at Mu Xing, the young man in front of him opened his mouth. "Brother Shuiyue, thank you. Why are you being polite? I will definitely find a contract for the survival team," he said with a firm look in his eyes. "Then I wait." Mu Xing laughed. "Okay, don't waste time. It's not a life and death separation." He watched Yifei ride on the motorcycle and disappear in the morning streets of Toronto. Until then, he slowly turned around and stared at the 4th floor rooftop behind him. "Come out, don't hide." The brown figure jumped down from the 4th floor, and the corners of his clothes rustled in the wind. Mu Xing looked at the person vigilantly, and it was the cowboy who had robbed his node before. With a grab of his right hand, the M4 appeared in his hand. "Don't be nervous, I'm not here to fight." Mu Xing was unmoved, stepped back slightly, and released his mental power to sense whether there were any of his accomplices around. He would not believe the one-sided words of the node hunter. "Friend, what's your name?" He still looked familiar, as if the previous fight for the singularity was just an illusion. "If you have nothing else to do, I leave first." Mu Xing said expressionlessly, "Wait, Jack just wants to invite you to join our team." The voice came. Mu Xing looked up suddenly, and saw another familiar figure on the rooftop of the 4th floor. The Cheongsam woman who had abandoned her flesh shell and escaped before, she changed into an identical body again, probably a clone. "You are indeed in the same group." Luckily, Mu Xing did not see the old wizard. The cowboy pressed down with both hands. "Don't be nervous, we are node hunters, not professional killers. Now that the node has been taken away by you, we have no conflict of interest. Don't worry, I sincerely want to invite you to join my team. As long as you join our team, the team's resources will be tilted towards you, and you will soon be made into a real master." Mu Xing was unmoved by this, but he realized that this was a good opportunity to gain experience with survivors. "Why choose me?" Mu Xing asked. It is not an exaggeration to say that a newcomer who can get 2 golden singularities in a survival world is a genius. Such a start means that there is a very high ceiling for future growth, and it is naturally worth cultivating. Cowboy did not hide his praise. "Singularity is something that you seniors should be able to get easily, right? Why are you staring at a newbie like me?" The man on the other side was stunned, with a look of obvious shock on his face. The Cheongsam woman on the rooftop of the 4th floor said, "Jack, I don't think he knows the law of survival for newbies yet." "What law of survival for newbies?" Mu Xing looked up. Cowboy looked at Mu Xing with an expression as if he had found a treasure. "He is actually a pure newbie who got 2 gold nodes completely by talent. Wow." The Cheongsam lady on the rooftop said, "The so-called law of new survivors means that the performance of new survivors in the first 3 survival worlds will determine the upper limit in the future. Because singularities can only be obtained so easily during the newbie period, as long as the score is high enough, you can get advanced singularities. Once you become a formal survivor, if you want to get singularities again, you must complete various extremely difficult tasks to have a chance to get singularities, and it is even more difficult to get advanced singularities. So, generally speaking, the performance of new survivors in the first 3 worlds basically determines the upper limit of a survivor's future." Mu Xing was a little shocked. He really didn't know that the survival system had such a setting. The first 3 worlds are equivalent to training levels and welfare levels. You have to work hard to improve yourself. After becoming a formal survivor, the real challenge has just begun. Kalba took over the conversation. "As long as you join our team, the resources of the entire team are willing to tilt towards you. The upper limit of newcomers with your qualifications is extremely high, and it is worth our investment in you. However," Mu Xing just shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have the idea of joining any team." As he said this, He slowly stepped back, also on guard against possible threats behind him. Hearing Mu Xing's answer, the cowboy seemed to have been mentally prepared. He still had a smile on his face. But the smile quickly turned cold. This is not up to you. In an instant, the Cheongsam woman jumped down from the 4th floor, blocking Mu Xing's retreat. The two of them, one in front and one behind, sandwiched him from both sides. Oh, are you going to fight? Mu Xing was ready to return to the original hive, and these two seniors should not fight hard. They dared to wait until I collected the singularity and blocked me here, which meant that they were sure to force me to surrender. So we have to find a way to avoid their attack. Just when Mu Xing was thinking about whether to expose the original hive in front of them, the situation suddenly changed. The two seniors suddenly put away their weapons, and their expressions became kind. Mu Xing sensed something and turned back suddenly. He saw the shirtless madman walking towards this side. Ahaha, madman, misunderstanding, all misunderstanding, we are just chatting with this brother. The cowboy winked at the Cheongsam girl frantically, and the two fled without any hesitation and disappeared at the end of the alley in an instant. Mu Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't expect the madman to appear at this time. Was he here to protect him? This softened Mu Xing's impression of the madman. Thank you for saving me. Mu Xing thanked him. However, the madman in front of him looked at him in confusion and spoke in a crisp accent of a 10-year-old. Big brother, where is this place? I'm so hungry. Mu Xing had a strange expression. Which personality was coming out? A child's personality? So you didn't come to help, but just got lost? Mu Xing's mental power never stopped exploring. He knew that the two seniors had not left, but were observing from a distance. He smiled and patted the madman on the shoulder. Come on, I take you to dinner.